In the year 1690, the 29th year of the Kangxi reign, the Ming Dynasty had become a relic of history that a soul from a future era found itself inhabiting the body of Zhu Heyu, the exiled grandson of the fallen Ming Emperor, Zhu Heyu. Initially, faced with this unfamiliar world, Zhu Heyu felt lost and despondent. Then, the announcement echoed. The Empire Ascendancy system is now online. Congratulations, host. The system has been fully enhanced. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 500 soldiers from a Ming Divine Mechanism camp, all equipped with mini rifles. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the complete manufacturing blueprints for mini rifles. As he accessed advanced weaponry through the system, Zhu Heyu initiated an industrial revolution, vigorously advancing military technology, progressively arming the Ming army too. The teeth, the maritime transporters? That was a bygone era. The empire on which the sun never sets? The sun could no longer rise. The American Federation? They had no chance to establish a nation. Neon? Father Ming, whom shall we conquer next? Kangxi pondered. Who can tell me why the remnants of the Ming are so formidable? In their presence, our Qing seem like mere children, utterly powerless. Chapter 1. The Exiled Grandson in Luzon. Zhu Heyu had a prolonged dream, where he was known as Zhu Heyu, the son of Zhu Heyu, the fifth son of the Chongzhen Emperor, that very figure revered by countless anti-Qing patriots as Prince Zhu San. However, those dreams were mere fabrications, yet his father was indeed real, a legitimate dragon offspring. Alas, the Ming had already perished. Your Highness, you must not come to any harm. Your late father. You are the last remaining hope. You bear the weight of the empire. If anything were to happen to you, I would rather die than face the spirit of your father. In a daze, Zhu Heyu heard a high-pitched, hoarse male voice. Struggling to open his eyes, he beheld an elderly face, deeply wrinkled, nearly touching his nose. Murky tears cascaded down the smooth, hairless chin. Who is this old man? As the thought crossed his mind, a sudden, intense pain shot through his head, followed by a torrent of fragmented memories that did not belong to him. The dream he had just experienced had become a reality. He had not wished upon a shooting star, nor been whisked away by some divine being. He had simply awakened to find the world transformed. Was it truly so hasty? Now he had become Zhu Heyu, the son of the legendary Prince Zhu San, Zhu Heyu. In other words, he had become a prince of a fallen dynasty. The tearful old man before him was none other than Wang Chun, the nephew of the chief eunuch Wang Qingyin, who had perished alongside Emperor Chongzhen at Coal Mountain. Since the demise of Emperor Chongzhen, the Wang family had safeguarded Zhu Heyu's lineage through trials and tribulations until this day. Wang Banban. Uncle Wang, I'm all right. Where is Zhao Yu? A small figure, timid and always tugging at his sleeves, flashed in his memory. By the grace of the late emperor, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. Wang Qin's expression shifted from sorrow to joy upon seeing the prince awake. He hastily wiped away his tears, his voice still trembling. The young princess is in the kitchen with Granny Zhang, preparing medicine. Zhu Heyu opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. He struggled to prop himself up with his arms, sitting against the cold bed frame. His gaze swept across the surroundings. The earthen walls were mottled, large patches of plaster peeling away to reveal the yellowed, rammed earth beneath. A faded painting entitled Sun and Moon in Harmony swayed gently in the draft from the window. Long since worn and tattered, the room was pitifully sparse. Apart from the creaking wooden bed beneath him, there was only an uneven wooden table and two chairs that appeared on the verge of collapse. This was the bedchamber of a Ming prince. Was it truly this miserable? He sighed softly. His memories had completely merged, and he was acutely aware of his current predicament. The year was 1690. He resided in Luzon, on a sugarcane plantation outside Manila. This estate had been acquired with the last remnants of his predecessor's meager savings. It was indeed ironic. Although he bore the esteemed bloodline of the Ming royal family, he had long since lost the aspiration to restore his fallen nation that a few years prior, his adoptive father had succumbed to illness and passed away, joining Emperor Chongzhen. Soon after, the feeble Zheng Ming forces under the spineless leadership of Zheng Kejuan surrendered to the Manchus. The last symbolic banner of resistance against the Qing had also crumbled. With no soldiers and no funds, Zhu Heyu had extinguished any unrealistic thoughts of restoration. Thus, he had fled to Luzon with his sister and a handful of loyal servants, purchasing the sugarcane plantation, hoping to live out his remaining days in peace. Regrettably, Luzon was hardly the tranquil refuge he had envisioned. The Spanish colonizers, having long coveted the wealth of the Chinese on the island, viewed them as mere sugarcane to be exploited. The oppressive taxes imposed by the colonial government were numerous and outrageous, with rates that continually climbed higher. The sugarcane plantation was, in reality, already in deficit, struggling to survive. Zhu Heyu's predecessor had met his demise during a confrontation with the Spaniards who came to collect exorbitant taxes. In the ensuing chaos, he had suffered a fatal blow to the head, paving the way for Zhu Heyu's soul to seize this body. Is this how fate unfolds? Bestowing a royal identity is one thing, but the time and place seem entirely misaligned. If only it were a century or two earlier, even being a foolish son of a landlord would be preferable to this predicament. Zhu Heyu felt helpless, his heart devoid of certainty regarding the days ahead. Suddenly, a crisp notification sound resonated in his mind. Zhu Heyu paused momentarily. Before him, a faint blue light screen materialized, within which a series of golden letters gradually became discernible. Beep. The Empire Ascendancy System is now online. May your highness expel the barbaric Qing and restore our lands. Host, Zhu Heyu. Age, 18 years. Identity, grandson, legitimate bloodline of the Ming royal family. Commoners, 0. Soldiers, 13. Equipment, 12 Yinling swords, 1 short musket. Treasury, 10,000 taels of silver, system gift. Unlocked buildings, Palace, level 1, Barracks, level 1, Blacksmith, level 1, Miracle Market, no level, all buildings can. Manifest in virtual space. Other than a Miracle Market, the output consumption of buildings in virtual space is doubled. Special item, Beginner's Gift Pack. This is a system. The unexpected virtual screen left Zhu Heyu utterly astonished, as if his mind had suddenly crashed. After a prolonged moment, once he regained his composure, the earlier despondency had vanished entirely. His soul, forged in the era of information explosion and honed by online literature, was acutely aware of the implications of the term system. System, a standard feature for protagonists. The cheat of transmigrators. The golden finger before him seemed to amalgamate the characteristics of civilization and real-time strategy games he had played in his past life. The construction of buildings bypassed the tedious resource collection, simplifying the process to merely investing money. Common residential buildings typical of civilization games were entirely eliminated. Military camps could directly recruit soldiers. The palace undoubtedly served as the core structure akin to a main base, determining the level cap for other buildings. The blacksmith, as the name suggests, was the site for producing weaponry. However, the current level 1 blacksmith could only forge cold weapons such as swords and spears. To acquire more advanced weaponry, particularly firearms, one would need to either upgrade the blacksmith's level or obtain the appropriate weapon blueprints. As for the last entry, the Miracle Market, the very mention of miracle hinted at its extraordinary nature. Every week, a certain quantity of goods is randomly refreshed here. These may include advanced weapons that transcend the era, precious schematics for weapon manufacturing, or other unexpected items. In essence, anything is possible. Open a novice gift pack. He forcefully suppressed the heart within his chest that was nearly leaping out, immediately reciting in his mind. Congratulations, Your Highness, on acquiring a comprehensive system enhancement. Congratulations, Your Highness, on obtaining 3,600 soldiers from the Shinji Battalion. All equipped with mini rifles, the soldiers of the Shinji Battalion will arrive in phases. Congratulations, Your Highness, on acquiring the complete schematics for the mini rifle. In an instant, a surge of warmth flooded Zhu Heyu's limbs and bones. Simultaneously, a torrent of information inundated his mind, allowing him to instantly grasp the meaning of the so-called comprehensive system enhancement. The emergence of the Shinji Battalion further illuminated his countenance, with his lips nearly stretching to his ears. Shinji Battalion, one of the 3 main battalions of the Daming Imperial Guard. Moreover, all equipped with mini rifles. A formidable force of 3,600 elite soldiers, all armed with mini rifles. It is worth noting that the mini rifle was only introduced into service in 1849, making it over a century ahead of its time. Currently, the primary firearms of military forces around the world are still outdated matchlocks, with relatively advanced flintlocks being only sparsely equipped and far from widespread. It is easy to foresee the overwhelming advantage that the Ming army, armed with mini rifles, would possess when facing various factions still utilizing antiquated matchlocks. Alas, this Shinji Battalion consists solely of infantry. A complete formation would require an additional 1,000 cavalry and 400 artillerymen. However, he is not greedy. With the system as a foundation, cavalry will surely follow, and artillery will undoubtedly be included as well. Chapter 2. The Divine Mechanism of the Ming Dynasty. The ancestors manifested upon witnessing the safety of the crown prince, the stern expression on the face of the protector. Zhu Heyu finally relaxed. Your Highness, though we have temporarily driven away the Franks, they will not relent. The brothers who just entered the city to procure supplies have returned with alarming news. Chaos has erupted within the city. The Franks have united with the indigenous people to launch a massacre against our Han compatriots. Those red-haired devils, having previously suffered losses here, will undoubtedly seek vengeance. It would be prudent for us to leave this place at once. Beside him, Wang Qin's aged face was wrinkled with concern as he nodded repeatedly. Your Highness, you see clearly. General Su speaks the truth. This place is not safe for a prolonged stay. Should any harm befall you, I, as an old servant, would have no face to meet the spirit of the late emperor in the afterlife. This was not merely cowardice on the part of Zhu Heyu and Wang Chun. As descendants of Yin and Huang bloodlines, anyone hearing of their compatriots being slaughtered would feel a surge of righteous indignation. Yet, reason curbed their impulsiveness. Their small party comprised merely 13 men, armed with 12 swords and a short firearm. Such meager strength was utterly insufficient against the vast colonial forces and tens of thousands of violent marauders. Their foremost duty, indeed their only duty, was to ensure the safety of Zhu Heyu. In their eyes, the well-being of Zhu Heyu, the legitimate heir of the Ming Dynasty, outweighed that of ordinary citizens. Zhu Heyu surveyed the two men. Leave? Where could they possibly go? Though the southern seas were vast, where could Han people find refuge? Fleeing to the ends of the earth, as long as they bore this appearance and lacked weapons, they would forever remain lambs awaiting slaughter. Slowly, Zhu Heyu straightened his posture, his gaze drifting through the drafty window towards the distant city of Manila. The Franks and the indigenous people had repeatedly raised their blades against the Han, treating his compatriots as mere fodder. The blood of the Han people had already soaked this land sufficiently. Now it was time for them to repay their debts in blood. Your Highness, Wang Chun and Zhu Heyu exchanged alarmed glances, both seeing deep concern reflected in each other's eyes. Was the crown prince delirious? How could they, a mere handful of misfits, confront the thousands of regular Frankish troops and a multitude of indigenous riders? This was no way to court death. Just as they were about to plead further, a staggered sound of footsteps approached from outside, and a guard rushed in, breathless and pointing towards the door. Your Highness, it's the Franks, a multitude, the indigenous people. There are at least 200 or 300 of them coming this way. Zhu Heyu's complexion paled drastically, his pupils constricting sharply, and he no longer hesitated to command. Lord Wang, immediately escort the crown prince and the young princess to retreat through the back courtyard. Quickly, he turned to the remaining guards, a resolute glint in his eyes. Brothers, follow me. Buy time for the crown prince. Kill one to break even, kill two to profit. Bang, bang, bang. Before he could finish, a cacophony of gunfire erupted outside, sharp and continuous, sending tremors through everyone's hearts. At first, they thought the Franks had come to attack, but soon they realized something was amiss. The distant gunfire was not chaotic, but rather orderly, reminiscent of disciplined volleys. Only a trained regular army could execute such synchronized shooting. The ragtag indigenous mob could never achieve such rhythm. But did they require an army to deal with them? As uncertainty gripped them, another guard burst into the room, his face a mixture of disbelief and excitement. He stammered, "It's our army, the Ming army." The room fell silent instantly. Zhu Heyu, Wang Chun, and the others exchanged bewildered glances. The Ming army? The Ming had fallen decades ago. How could there be a Ming army? Was this guy mad? Only Zhu Heyu's lips curled into a faint smile. The divine mechanism has arrived. Fear not, everyone, he said, standing upright and adjusting his attire. Let's step outside. It should be the soldiers of our Ming Dynasty's divine mechanism. With that, he pushed open the door and stepped out first. The divine mechanism? Wang Chun and Zhu Heyu were engulfed in doubts, yet they could only follow suit and step outside. As soon as they emerged, Zhu Heyu stood dumbfounded, staring at the sight before him, a sea of vibrant crimson. He gasped, unable to articulate a single coherent word. Wang Chun, overwhelmed by emotion, collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his weathered face as he prostrated towards the distant military formation. Heaven bears witness. The ancestor has manifested. Hope has returned to our Ming. What astonished them was the sight of the soldiers of the divine mechanism, clad in brilliant red armor, marching in precise formation. At that moment, the soldiers stood in 3 perfectly aligned rows, their mini rifles belching flames. The dense hail of lead tore through the air, creating clouds of blood among the rioters. The ground was strewn with the bodies of the fallen, the blood soaking the black earth of the sugarcane fields. And the death toll continued to rise with each volley. Among the ranks of the rioters, their leader, Keobot Lanmu, twitched violently, his once greedy eyes now filled with terror. Just moments ago, the accursed tax collector had assured him that the defenses of this Chinese sugarcane plantation were lax and that it concealed wealth enough to squander a lifetime. Thus, he had rallied this band of outlaws, intent on making a fortune. But who could have predicted that instead of treasure, they would crash into an iron wall, a well-equipped Han army? Could it be the Qing soldiers had come? His mind was in chaos. But their attire did not fit that description, and he had heard that Qing soldiers sported a distinctive braid at the back of their heads, which these men did not have. No one was there to enlighten him. A high-velocity mini round pierced through the back of an indigenous companion before continuing on to embed itself in his chest. Pain surged through him as Keobot Lanmu instinctively clutched his chest, yet warm, viscous blood gushed from between his fingers, staining his coarse garment. He stared incredulously at the fallen indigenous man before him, his consciousness quickly fading. In his final moments, a singular thought consumed him. What manner of weapon is this? Why is its power so terrifying? The assault did not cease with the death of their leader. The relentless gunfire continued to erupt. Faced with the disciplined and ferocious firepower of the regular army, the disorganized mob utterly collapsed. They screamed and turned to flee, desperately trying to escape this land of death. Yet, the effective range of the mini rifle exceeded 900 meters, an insurmountable chasm for them. Their flight was in vain. Seeing no hope of escape, some rioters despairingly cast aside their weapons, kneeling in surrender and weeping for mercy. Yet the soldiers of the divine mechanism, with cold, unyielding gazes, pulled the triggers without hesitation. To dare attack the crown prince is a capital offense that implicates one's entire clan. How could such scoundrels be allowed to live? Minutes later, the gunfire finally subsided. In front of the sugarcane field, corpses lay scattered, and the stench of blood was nauseating, while Wang Chun and Su Tsui remained engulfed in shock and elation. A resolute commander strode purposefully before Zhu Heyu, kneeling on one knee. I, Li Jinhua, commander of the divine mechanism, have arrived late to your assistance. Please, your highness, punish me. What crime is there? Zhu Heyu stepped forward to lift him up, his heart equally stirred. The valiant soldiers fought bloodily to save us in our hour of need. What crime could there be? As soon as he finished speaking, a mechanical prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Task system activated. Main quest. The vast land of Zhonghua cannot be invaded by barbaric forces. As a legitimate descendant of the Ming royal bloodline, it is your inescapable duty to expel the barbarians and restore our Ming dynasty. Task requirements. Reforge the Ming Empire and plant the sun and moon flag in every corner of the world. Can be completed in stages. Task rewards, distributed based on completion level. Beginner task. At this moment, Manila has descended into a hell on earth, where countless Han people have been slaughtered. Task requirements. Capture Manila, save the people from fire and water, and make the Spaniards and natives repent in hell for their actions. Task rewards. 1 level 1 battleship, 2 level 2 battleships, and 4 level 4 cruisers. Fully manned. Setting aside the main quest for now, the rewards for this beginner task alone amount to 7 large ships. Such a fleet is more than sufficient to ensure the maritime hegemony of this nascent force for quite some time. The rewards are indeed astonishingly generous, but in stark contrast, there lies a tremendous risk akin to walking a tightrope over a precipice. Zhu Heyu quickly regained his composure and turned his gaze towards the officers and soldiers of the Shinji camp who were clearing the battlefield, asking in a solemn tone, Admiral Li, how many soldiers are currently under your command? Your Highness, the advance team consists of 500 men. While the main force is still at sea, Li Jinhua replied, clasping his fists, his expression solemn. When will the rest of the troops arrive? Your Highness. The fleet encountered a storm at sea and became scattered. It will take time to regroup, and I cannot presume to predict their exact arrival. Li Jinhua's answer caused Zhu Heyi's brow to furrow deeply. The system certainly does not bestow rewards without a cost. This may very well be a test of courage and wisdom at its limits. To attack a fortified city with merely 500 men? It seemed utterly absurd. It is well known that Manila, as the core of Spanish rule in the Far East, has a standing regular army of over 2,000. Not to mention the tens of thousands of incited native mob outside the city. Logic dictated that the most prudent course of action was to seek a defensible location and hold fast until reinforcements arrived. Yet Zhu Heyu turned his head towards the direction of Manila. The sky there was already stained a dark gray by thick smoke, even from such a distance. He could almost smell the scent of blood and hear the desperate wails carried by the wind. The slaughter within the city was ongoing, with every minute of hesitation. Another Han child could fall victim to the butcher's knife. With every quarter hour that passed, perhaps another once happy family would be torn apart. He could afford to wait, but the citizens of the city could not. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Heyi's gaze fell upon a soldier's mini rifle. Perhaps the numerical disadvantage was not an insurmountable chasm when faced with absolute firepower. With this thought, Zhu Heyi's hesitation dissipated in an instant. He looked at Li Jinhua, his tone serious. Admiral Li, within Manila, the barbarians and natives are treating our compatriots like pigs and dogs, slaughtering them at will. We are outnumbered 100-fold. But I ask you, with these 500 guns in your hands and the combat prowess of the Shinji camp, do you dare to accompany me into this den of dragons and tigers? Upon hearing this, Li Jinhua's eyes lit up with fervor. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt heavily on the blood-stained earth. Your Highness, in the eyes of my Shinji camp, there is no such thing as a den of dragons and tigers. No matter how many rabble there are, they are merely a herd of livestock waiting for slaughter, as long as your Highness gives the command. Even if it means traversing mountains of knives and seas of fire, I will use the heads of our enemies to pave a grand path for you. Good. In that case, the entire army will follow orders. Target Manila, advance at full speed. Today, let this group of barbarians understand what it means to pay blood debts with blood. Chapter 3. Desperate Chinese, revised, Luzon, the crown jewel of the Philippine archipelago, has long served as a refuge for countless Han fleeing the ravages of war since the chaotic end of the Ming Dynasty. Manila, as the capital of Luzon, is where the Han people gather most densely. Yet Luzon has never been a place of peace, and Manila is certainly no paradise. The Han, through their diligent hands, have amassed considerable wealth, which has drawn the covetous eyes of wolves. Over the past century, the Spanish colonial government has incited the natives to launch several inhumane massacres against the local Han people in an effort to plunder their wealth. Tens of thousands have perished here. In the eyes of the colonizers, the Han are merely the most succulent chives in the field, ripe for the scythe when grown tall and robust. At this moment, Manila has transformed into a blood-soaked battlefield. Countless native marauders, their eyes gleaming with malice, surge like a tide towards Han shops. They smash doors, shatter windows, loot goods, and slaughter any man who dares to resist, their filthy hands reaching for helpless women and children. Heart-wrenching cries for mercy mingle with the savage laughter of the marauders, piercing the heavens. Having learned from numerous bloody lessons, the Han have long been on guard, many having prepared knives, guns, and clubs at home for self-defense. The Spaniards, eager to plunder the wealth of the Han without suffering too many losses themselves, once again incited the local natives to act as vanguards in their looting endeavors. Once the monkeys have had their fill and are blinded by bloodlust, they send in the military under the pretext of suppressing the riots, reclaiming the plunder from the hands of the monkeys. Compared to the Han who dare to take up arms in resistance, the submissive natives are far easier to deal with. Inside a small courtyard, the atmosphere is tense. A young man wielding a steel knife bursts in, panting heavily. Uncle, the North Street is completely lost. Those black-skinned beasts even spare not the infants in swaddling clothes. They are coming this way to kill. The young man's eyes are bloodshot, his grip on the knife revealing prominent veins. Beasts! Beasts! How could it come to this? How could it come to this? The old man, leaning on his cane, trembles violently, his other hand pounding against his chest, tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed by despair. Within the city of Manila, how many natives are there? Tens of thousands. And how many Han are there? Fewer than 10,000. Moreover, The natives even possess firearms, which the Spaniards have explicitly prohibited. The lack of Spanish repression for such a prolonged period indicates the cause of this riot is all too clear. A scarred man suddenly slams his machete into the ground. Sparks flying, his eyes ablaze as he roars, "Uncle, let's fight them. Those beasts are no longer human. Even if I die, I will take a few down with me. Yes, let's fight." The youths in the courtyard are ignited by this declaration, all shouting in unison, "Uncle, let's fight. We must stand and die, never allowing those beasts to have it easy." Young men are always filled with fervor. The horrific scene on North Street has deeply affected them. At this moment, these young lives are ablaze with red-hot rage and a resolute willingness to face death. The old man slowly closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and when he opens them again, only a glimmer of determination remains. He straightens his hunched back, his voice low yet heavy with conviction. "Prepare yourselves." At this point, there is no retreat, only to fight to the death. He surveys the young faces around him, a flicker of tragic resolve in his eyes. Even a rabbit, when cornered, will bite. Today let those scoundrels see just how resilient the sons of Han can be. The smoke and flames of North Street have yet to dissipate when Nemu, clutching a flintlock, hastily rushes south. He is adorned with an array of stolen treasures, silks, porcelain, and random pieces of jewelry, even donning a few ill-fitting garments of Han clothing. His dark, rough skin juxtaposed with exquisite silk makes him appear both ludicrous and grotesque. Yet, he remains oblivious to this, his face only displaying greed and satisfaction. As he runs, he recalls the Han woman he had just brutalized, that snowy white skin, that delicate touch. Unfortunately, he had been a bit too heavy-handed and accidentally killed her. He licked his cracked lips, a fleeting glimmer of regret flashing in his eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a more intense desire. No matter to the south. The south holds even more. The thought of those delicate Han women made Mu's mouth water. Within the governor's palace in Manila, the cacophony of battle and the smell of blood created two disparate worlds. Governor Elliot No leisurely savored the black tea he had procured at a high price from English merchants, his face reflected in the amber liquid. The distant gunfire and screams were merely background music to him. "Your Excellency, Brigadier General Quincy Nickel, the highest commander of the garrison in Manila, furrowed his brow tightly. The natives are inherently brutal. If we allow them to roam freely without restraint, I fear the situation will spiral out of control. Moreover, we have confined all soldiers to the barracks. Should an unknown force take advantage of the chaos to attack Manila's defenses, it would be dire." No gracefully set down his teacup, the porcelain clinking lightly. He lifted his eyelids, casting a half-smile at Nickel. "My dear Brigadier, mercy must be exercised with discernment, at the appropriate time and with the appropriate subjects." He leaned closer to the teacup, inhaling the rich aroma deeply, his expression filled with ecstasy. "No one dares to attack our fortified Manila. Besides, were it not for our soldiers remaining idle, giving those native monkeys the courage to act, how could they so brazenly gather wealth for us?" He squinted slightly, as if peering through the pervasive stench of blood to envision another scene. "What you ought to do now is sit down and join me in savoring this exquisite black tea, then quietly await the end of this turmoil. Ah, I can almost smell the glint of gold coins shining in the sunlight. The scent of wealth remains uncertain, yet the thick, lingering stench of blood above Manila has become increasingly unbearable. Charge, warriors!" And Mu raised his flintlock high above his head, revealing a gap-toothed grin as he directed his gaze toward a hastily constructed barricade made of tables, doors, and tattered rags. "Kill every man inside. Seize their treasures. Those delicate Han women shall be ours." The indigenous marauders behind him, already inflamed by the slaughter and plunder, roared in response to Mu's incitement and surged toward the fragile defense. Their eyes were bloodshot, their faces twisted into monstrous visages, resembling a horde of beasts unleashed from their primal instincts. "Hold your ground. Stand firm." Behind the barricade, a one-armed man wielded a jagged machete with his remaining limb, roaring hoarsely, "Pierce these bastards. Send them to hell." The defenders included vigorous young men and some elderly with graying hair. They had piled every usable object from their homes to form this last line of defense. At this moment, they relied on these precarious covers, thrusting their polished spears, sharp harpoons, and even sharpened sticks through the gaps to stab at the marauders attempting to scale the barricade. Each thrust carried the rush of wind and the fervor of blood. Behind them stood their trembling wives and children. This thin line of defense represented the boundary between life and death. If breached, the consequences would be unimaginable. The savagery of the natives was something they had witnessed more than once. Especially for women, falling into the hands of those brutes often resulted in a fate far more tragic than a swift death by blade. With piercing cries, several marauders in the forefront were impaled by sharp spears, their hot blood gushing forth. However, these casualties were but a ripple to the tide of native violence. The following marauders trampled over their fallen comrades' warm bodies, surging even more frantically against the defense. The crowd was a mass of black, unyielding and endless. This makeshift defense, under the relentless assault and the suppression of ranged weaponry, was on the verge of collapse, trembling precariously. With a resounding crack of splintering wood, the already unstable barricade crumbled under the repeated onslaught of the indigenous assailants. The line had broken. Amidst the wailing cries, a multitude of savage natives poured through the breach, brandishing their weapons, eyes gleaming with bloodlust, rushing toward the panicked crowd behind the barricade. In that moment, the faces of all the defenders turned ashen. Chapter 4. His Highness commands. The army pursues. Bang, bang, bang. Just as everyone gripped their weapons, prepare to shed their last drop of blood, a series of gunshots erupted from behind them. The sound was crisp and continuous, starkly contrasting with the sporadic blasts of the natives' flintlocks. In the next instant, the natives who had just burst through the gap stiffened, blood mist erupting from their chests and backs. They felt like harvested wheat, collapsing in droves. The air was filled with the cries of anguish and despair. The stench of blood mingled with the acrid scent of gunpowder, enveloping them. Behind the barricade, the fortunate survivors among the Han stared in disbelief at the fallen natives, slowly turning to witness the source of this unexpected salvation. At the horizon, a blinding scarlet hue struck their vision. It was the uniform of the Ming Dynasty. Several elderly men, their canes clattering to the ground, were suddenly overwhelmed with tears. Heavenly Father, how many years has it been since we crossed the ocean, fleeing to this place we never expected, never imagined, that before death we could see our rescuers? A young man, blood still dripping from his arm, experienced a mix of joy and bewilderment after narrowly escaping. Grabbing the elder's arm, he exclaimed, forgetting his own injury, "Uncle, we are saved. Someone has come to rescue us. They are Han. They are also Han." This generation had been born after the fall of the Ming Dynasty. To them, the Ming was but a legend. The Zhengming forces in Taiwan were separated by vast oceans, and they had no connection to this military attire. The elder trembled as he picked up his cane, gripping it tightly with his frail hand. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. "Child, that is the Ming army, the troops of the Ming Dynasty. The surviving Han people, some weeping with joy, others embracing each other in consolation, found their long-repressed despair transform into tears of survival in that moment. Yet, Zhu Heyu, leading the Divine Machine Camp, wore a grim expression, heavy enough to draw water. Since entering Manila, he had witnessed nothing but the corpses of his compatriots and the humiliation of Han women. His veins bulged, and his nails pressed deep into his palms. The atrocities committed by these indigenous monkeys have utterly enraged him. He raised his arm, pointing towards the distant street where the indigenous mob continued to howl and attempt to regroup, his voice icy and piercing. "Li Taidu, Su Jiangjun, leave not a single one of these brutes alive. I shall carry out the order." Li Jinhua and Su Tsui responded in unison, their voices equally suppressing a boiling intent to kill. There was no need for Zhu Heyu to issue any commands. The gruesome scenes they had witnessed along the way had already ignited the fury of the soldiers of the Shinji camp. The soldiers remained silent, mechanically repeating the motions of loading, raising their rifles, and firing. The muzzles belched forth flames of vengeance. With each gunshot, a spurt of blood erupted, and a row of rioters fell. The Minie rifles were far superior to the antiquated matchlocks wielded by the Spaniards. The high-velocity, spinning bullets whistled through the air, effortlessly tearing through the indigenous people's rudimentary leather armor and robust flesh. After piercing the first target, the bullets often retained their momentum, penetrating into the bodies of a second or even third assailant, ripping apart a large expanse of flesh. In the crowded streets, this penetrative power delivered devastating effects. Such overwhelming strikes instantly extinguished the bravado of the indigenous rioters. They had already breached the Han defensive line, with many pondering how to divide the spoils and seize women. Little did they know that this army would emerge from nowhere. The firepower of this army was truly terrifying. Many of their kin had perished beneath such firearms. A bloodied rider, stained from slaughtering a Han family, trembled as he grasped Nimu's arm. "Nimu, what in the world is this? What are we to do?" Nimu gazed intently at the distant array of fiery red troops, his eyes filled with fear. Yet he soon gritted his teeth, the unwillingness and greed in his gaze swiftly overpowering his terror. Just a little more, just a fraction more, and all the wealth and women of these Han would be theirs. Nimu's breathing grew increasingly frantic, and his eyes gradually became frenzied. He raised his matchlock high above his head, summoning all his strength to unleash a beastly roar towards his companions, who were equally daunted by the Ming army's firepower. "Warriors, do not be afraid. The Han army is not numerous. If we charge and slay them all the wealth and women will belong to us." Nimu's cries stirred the greed and ferocity deep within the hearts of the riders. Like Nimu, they too were unwilling to see the victory within their grasp dissolve into thin air. Kill, exterminate the Han. Charge, for treasure and women. After a brief hesitation, the rioters let out a thunderous howl, brandishing a variety of weapons as they launched a more frenzied assault on the Ming army's lines. The Han civilians behind the barricades, who had just begun to relax, felt their hearts leap into their throats once more. There were simply too many rioters, numbering in the thousands. Yet, this heavenly army appeared to consist of only a few hundred. Such a disparity in numbers. Could they truly withstand it? Each person broke into a cold sweat. Faced with the surging tide of indigenous riders, the soldiers of the Shinji camp displayed no hint of fear. Indeed, the riders were numerous, but the narrow street could not accommodate them all for a simultaneous assault. Even if they stood shoulder to shoulder, only about 30 could fit in a single line, leaving the others to jostle at the back. "First squad, fire!" Commander Li Jinhua of the Shinji camp calmly signaled as he observed the approaching riders. Bang, bang, bang. The concentrated gunfire erupted like a barrage of exploding beans. Dozens of indigenous assailants fell in response, but this did not intimidate the other riders, who were already blinded by rage. They trampled over the warm bodies of their fallen comrades and the moans of the wounded, continuing their mad dash forward. After the first row fired, they quickly withdrew to reload, and the second row stepped forward, raised their rifles, aimed, and fired in unison. Another cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and amidst the dazzling flames, dozens more of the ferocious indigenous ranks were felled. The second row retreated, and the third row advanced. With each volley, the rioter ranks were mercilessly whittled down, making it nearly impossible for them to advance. This street was not a straight line. The direct distance between the rioters and the Ming army was just over 100 meters, yet that short distance became a chasm filled with blood and flesh. Under the unceasing firepower of the Ming army, the not-so-spacious street was already carpeted with the corpses of the rioters, some areas layered with multiple bodies. The absolute numerical advantage was entirely negated by the narrow terrain and the line formation of the Ming army. The seemingly fearless charge of the rioters had devolved into a meaningless feast of self-destruction. This senseless assault persisted for several minutes, and as nearly 1,000 corpses littered the street, the pungent scent of blood thickened the air. The rioters, consumed by greed, finally regained their senses. "Flee! The Han army is a devil. We cannot defeat them." One rioter discarded his weapon, shouting as he turned to flee. Yet before he could take more than a few steps, the deadly gunfire rang out once more. His body halted as he glanced down at the gaping wound in his chest, blood pouring forth, and then he lost consciousness, collapsing into the pile of corpses. His death, among the nearly 1,000 bodies, was inconspicuous. However, his final cry acted like a fuse, instantly igniting the suppressed fears within all the rioters. "Run for your lives. I won't fight anymore. I surrender. Don't kill me." A chorus of wails erupted from the crowd. The once fearsome rioters were now thoroughly thrown into disarray. They dropped their weapons and scrambled to flee with reckless abandon. This suddenly emerged Han army had transformed in their eyes into a harbinger of doom from hell. Yet, Zhu Heyu had no intention of letting them escape. "Dispatch the orders." Li Jinhua and Su Tsui's expressions hardened. "All troops pursue. Not a single one of these beasts, stained with the blood of our compatriots, shall remain. Exterminate them all. Chapter 5. Nimu's Ambitions. The uprising begins. The Shinji camp had only 500 men, a modest number. If they were in an open area, Zhu Heyu would never dare to issue a pursuit order. However, the narrow streets of Manila could not accommodate a line of 500 soldiers to launch an attack. The riders could not spread out, and neither could the Shinji camp. Yet, in units of centuries, the 3 rows of over 90 soldiers formed a gun line that perfectly covered the entire street. Manila was vast, and tragedies were rampant. Zhu Heyu had to allocate forces to rescue as many civilians as possible. Inside the governor's office, amber-hued red tea gently swayed within a white porcelain cup. What is happening? Governor Elliot No set down his teacup, frowning as he gazed out the window. Why had the gunfire become so densely packed? Beside him, Brigadier Quincy Nickel wore a similar expression of confusion. Having remained with the governor, he too was oblivious to the situation outside. To enhance the indigenous people's combat capability, they had indeed provided some matchlocks before the uprising. Yet that rabble could never execute such a coordinated volley. Just then, a soldier rushed in, flustered. Your Excellency, Governor, General, an army. A Han army has invaded the city. What? A Han army? Could it be the Qing people have come? Elliot No's heart raced, and he instinctively thought of the northern Qing dynasty. But that shouldn't be the case. Hadn't those Qing people already stated they would not concern themselves with the lives of these overseas subjects? Could it be they have changed their minds? A cold sweat instantly drenched No's back. When Zheng Qinggong was still around, he had sought to lead troops against Manila. Had it not been for the tragic demise caused by his own progeny, the fate of the Luzon Chuandao would remain uncertain. Following the surrender of Zheng Ming's forces to the Manchu Qing dynasty, the Spaniards grew increasingly apprehensive. Fortunately, after several probing attempts, the Qing provided a definitive response. They would not concern themselves with the fate of the remnants of the previous dynasty. Thus, the Spaniards felt emboldened to take action against the Han people in Luzon. Regardless of whether the Qing dynasty had breached its commitments, immediate action was imperative. Brigadier Nickel, assemble your men at once and expel those wretched yellow-skinned fiends, roared Governor Elliot No, gesticulating as if to shoo away a swarm of flies. In that moment, he seemed to completely disregard that it was his foolish order to retain the entire army at the encampment, which had allowed this enigmatic Han army to advance so effortlessly. Brigadier Nickel pressed his lips together, a flicker of contempt crossing his gaze. Yet he stood tall and rendered a formal salute. As you command, Your Excellency. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he had no time to argue with the governor over the misjudgment. Inhaling deeply, he turned and strode away. Brothers, take aim and fire. Let these beasts pay in blood for their transgressions. A sergeant of the Ming army, his eyes aflame with fury, had just witnessed a band of marauders emerge from a looted shop, where 2 fallen Han compatriots lay in pools of blood, the glaring crimson almost searing his eyes. Bang! Bang! Gunshots rang out, and several of the marauders were felled by bullets. Those fortunate enough to survive clutched their wounds, wailing in agony, while their comrades fled without a backward glance. Having witnessed the might of the Ming's gunfire, the marauders were now filled with dread, no longer daring to confront the Ming army head-on. In a secluded courtyard, a dozen native marauders lay against the wall, gasping for breath. Among them was Nim. The makeshift bandage on his left arm was soaked with blood, and the searing pain incessantly tormented his nerves. Much of the silk and jewels they had seized had been lost in their flight, and the Spanish musket he had been given was nowhere to be found. Nim, what shall we do? Asked a trembling companion, the terror of the Han's firearms evident in his voice. Their people were no match for them. Nim's expression darkened as he glared at the wound on his arm, channeling all his resentment towards the Spaniards. Cursed white devils! Were it not for their instigation, we would not have provoked this horde of demons. He spoke with fervor, but his heart was icy. If the Han army was formidable, how much easier would it be to contend with the Spaniards? Otherwise, Luzon would not have become a colony of Spain. The Spaniards are mobilizing. A lookout exclaimed as he rushed back. They have engaged the Han army on the southern street. Upon hearing this, the natives in the courtyard exhaled in relief, their taut nerves loosening. Wonderful! With the Spaniards engaged, the fearsome Han army will be occupied. Yet, only Nim's eyes ignited with a terrifying brilliance. A fight? Excellent. Magnificent. Having just escaped the clutches of death, Nim understood the terrifying capabilities of the Han army. In a fair contest, the Spaniards stood no chance against them. The outcome of their clash would likely result in mutual destruction, presenting an opportunity for them, or rather, an opportunity for him, a chance to transform from a slave to a master. Having tasted the thrill of command, Nim was unwilling to revert to the life of servitude under the Spaniards. He straightened his back and surveyed his companions. My kin, my brothers, whether Spaniard or Han, they are both outsiders on this land. They have stolen what rightfully belongs to us. Now, our opportunity has arrived. As they battle, we can reclaim what is ours. He gestured towards a direction, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Over there lies the affluent district of the Spaniards. It is brimming with gold, and those women with skin as fair as milk. Now, as these two wolves tear at each other, they will hardly notice us. This is a divine opportunity. He spread his arms wide, his voice rising in fervor. Charge in. Seize their gold. Enjoy their women. Once they are weakened by each other's blows, we shall gather all our kin and eliminate these intruders. At that moment, all of you shall be heroes of this land, in an effort to rally the natives to his cause. The lowly-born Nim scraped together every word he could muster and delivered this impassioned speech. The effect was surprisingly profound. Of course, the natives were not motivated by the abstract notion of heroism. They understood that while the Spaniards and the Han fought fiercely, they could seize vast wealth and women. As for the future, they did not think that far ahead. At worst, they would gather enough loot and retreat into the deep jungle. Had they not lived that way before the Spaniards and Han arrived? Let us do it. Nim is right. Let us loot. After a brief moment of commotion, the courtyard erupted in feral roars. Chapter 6. What kind of firearms are they equipped with? Your Highness, the Spaniards have mobilized. Listening to the cacophony of gunfire ahead, Wang Shun expressed his concern. Zhu Heyu nodded slightly. The losses inflicted by the ragtag band of native marauders on the Shinji camp were negligible. However, the Spanish army was a different matter. Although he had studied history and knew that the Spanish garrison in the Philippines during this period largely consisted of rogues and mercenaries of low combat effectiveness, even the most inept troops were trained soldiers capable of wielding firearms. His own soldiers were not invincible. Wounds could prove fatal. Fortunately, he was not without a trump card. With a thought, he delved into his consciousness, and the faint azure light curtain materialized. Miracle Market Juga Crossbow Production Blueprint, priced at 100 taels of silver. Limited to one purchase. Lumi Gun Production Blueprint, priced at 50 taels of silver. Limited to one purchase. Mao Se G98 Rifle, priced at 80 taels of silver. Limited to 10. Min 20 Type 82mm Mortar, priced at 1,000 taels of silver. Limited to 10. Prince Heinrich Armored Cruiser, priced at 2 million taels of silver. An 1865 Gatling Gun, priced at 800 taels of silver, limited to test aside from the first two virtually useless items. Each remaining piece was a formidable weapon in this era. The Prince Heinrich Armored Cruiser, with a full displacement of 806 tons, was equipped with two single-mounted 240mm main guns, 10 150mm secondary guns, 10 88mm secondary guns, and four 450mm torpedo launchers. Acquiring this battleship would allow it to dominate the naval forces of any nation, truly deserving of the title of Divine Artifact. However, the exorbitant price of 2 million taels of silver was beyond his means. Currently, all he possessed was the 10,000 taels of silver gifted by the system. Now was not the time for daydreaming. He shifted his gaze from the cruiser to the mortars and Gatling guns. One was an effective siege weapon, while the other was a grim reaper of lives. Weapons that are 1 or 2 centuries ahead of their time possess an unparalleled lethality in this era of execution by firing squad. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Heyu's thoughts shifted. He purchased 6 M1865 Gatling guns for 4,800 taels, 5 Type 2082mm mortars for 5,000 taels, and 2 Mauser G98 rifles for 160 taels. Instantly, the treasury's 10,000 taels of silver evaporated, leaving only a scant few coins behind. Yet, Zhu Heyu felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Money could be earned again, but once life was lost, everything was gone. On the long street, the nauseating mixture of blood and gunpowder hung heavily in the air. A group of Spanish soldiers had just emerged from their barracks and encountered a Ming army that was in pursuit of the indigenous people. Colonel Hubert reined in his horse, refraining from issuing an attack order, choosing instead to observe with cold indifference. The trapped indigenous people, upon seeing the Spanish troops, mistakenly believed salvation had arrived. As they cried out for help, they were met with a hail of lead. To prevent the indigenous from breaching their ranks, the Spaniards did not hesitate to open fire. In their eyes, the indigenous held no greater worth than the Han people. At least the Han could create wealth with their hands, whereas the lazy and greedy indigenous were merely fit to serve as slaves. Major Mateer, do you recognize the Han army opposite? Are they from the Qing dynasty? Colonel Hubert inquired, tilting his head. Major Mateer scrutinized the distant formation of the Ming army, his brow furrowing. Sir, I believe they are not from the Qing dynasty. I have seen their troops in Formosa, Taiwan. Their uniforms are not like this, and they all have a pigtail trailing from the back of their heads. Those before us do not. He paused before adding, their attire resembles that of the Zheng Ming forces that surrendered a few years ago. Colonel Hubert snorted disdainfully, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The useless indigenous are nearly exterminated. Let the lads be spirited, whoever they are. Now is the time for these yellow-skinned monkeys to witness the might of the Spanish army. As you command, sir. When the last gunshot rang out, the final indigenous rebel fell into a pool of blood, his face twisted in hatred. This group of rebels, caught between two armies, saw only a handful escape through the alleys, while the rest perished here. They never imagined that serving as the vanguard for the Spaniards would lead to such a grim fate. Sergeant, the Spaniards! A Ming soldier crouched low, pointing at the Spanish formation that had arranged itself across the way. The Ming sergeant squinted, his gaze sweeping over the Spaniards more than 200 meters away, and spat on the ground. Fools! Do they truly believe we wield the same kind of fire sticks as they do? The effective range of this era's matchlocks barely exceeds 100 meters. The Spaniards, trapped by their own assumptions, have positioned themselves at what they believe to be a safe distance of 200 meters, which, to the Ming sergeant, appeared as a flock of geese waiting to be slaughtered. Target the Spaniards. First squad, raise your rifles. The Ming sergeant commanded loudly. Colonel Hubert, observing the Ming troops raising their rifles from over 200 meters away, nearly burst into laughter. At such a distance, they were far beyond the effective range of matchlocks. Even if the projectiles could reach that far, their lethality would be negligible. However, in the next moment, the mockery on his face froze. He watched in astonishment as the front line of Ming soldiers fired, and a wave of blood mist erupted from his own ranks, with many of his men collapsing. What in the devil's name? What kind of firearms are these yellow-skinned monkeys equipped with? Hubert's expression shifted dramatically, losing all traces of disdain. All companies, advance. Drummer, sound the attack. Close the distance and kill them. He brandished his sword, roaring hoarsely. He had hundreds of men, while the opposing force numbered merely in the dozens. If they could close the distance to under 100 meters, a few volleys of gunfire would annihilate these yellow-skinned monkeys. At his command, the Spaniards quickly filled their ranks, reforming their formation, marching with heads held high towards the Ming array. Second squad, raise your rifles. Fire. Third squad, raise your rifles. Fire. The rapid fire of the Ming weapons exceeded Hubert's expectations. He watched helplessly as his troops barely took a few steps before the Ming army unleashed another 2 rounds of fire. Soldiers fell like cut wheat. The streets stained crimson with blood. In this era of execution by firing squad, military discipline and courage often determined the outcome of battles. Yet, in a situation where only one side could take fire, even the most steadfast courage would be swiftly pierced. Moreover, his men were merely a ragtag group sent by the new Spanish governor to bolster numbers. Their military training was far inferior to that of the regular troops back home. As the Ming army fired their 8th volley, the ground before the Spanish ranks was strewn with nearly 100 corpses, and the tension finally snapped. A soldier let out a desperate scream, dropping his firearm and turning to flee. This action spread like a contagious disease, igniting fear throughout the entire army. Collapse had begun. The new Spanish governorate encompassed present-day Mexico, Central America excluding Panama, California, Nevada, Utah, Colorado, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, and the Philippines in Asia. Chapter 7. The terrifying killing machine. Colonel Hubert had intended to close the distance with the Ming army to resolve the battle, but he severely underestimated the rapid fire of his opponent's muskets. The relentless gunfire seemed never-ending. With each blast, rows of soldiers fell before the Spanish lines. The matchlock, which the Spaniards prided themselves on, took far longer to fire than the Ming soldiers, who could easily complete 2 or even 3 shots in the same span of time. Under this overwhelming firepower, Hubert's troops never even managed to enter the effective range of their own firearms before they completely shattered. However, the Spanish army was not limited to this one unit. The Ming forces in other locations were not necessarily as fortunate. In another street, stained walls bore the remnants of blood. Over 300 Spanish soldiers suddenly encountered 90 soldiers of the Shinji camp at a distance of less than 100 meters. The street twisted and turned, and by the time both sides realized each other's presence, there was no room to retreat. At such a distance, the advantages of the Minie rifle's long range were completely nullified. Fortunately, the Minie rifle boasted a rapid rate of fire and remarkable penetration power, inflicting nearly 80 casualties on the Spanish army at a cost of just over 30 of their own men. Yet, the numerical disadvantage was an unavoidable flaw. Even if the exchange rate exceeded 1 to 2, the side that was eliminated first would inevitably be the one with fewer numbers, the Ming army. The Spanish troops clearly understood this calculation, which is why they did not disband. Even as many began to tremble with fear, they knew that as long as they persevered, victory would ultimately belong to them. Fill the gaps. Quickly reinforce the positions. A bloodied Ming captain, his eyes fierce, shouted at the Spanish army across the way. The sergeant had already fallen in the previous volley of gunfire, and he was now the temporary commander of this unit. In truth, he need not issue commands. As comrades fell to the ground, the soldiers in the rear immediately stepped forward to fill the vacancies left by their fallen comrades. Compared to the Spanish soldiers who hesitated in fear, the military training and courage of the Shinji camp soldiers far surpassed that of the Spaniards. Fire. The sound of gunfire pierced the air, and white smoke enveloped the scene. Over 20 soldiers of the Ming army fell in response, while the Spaniards suffered losses exceeding 50 men. A Spanish major, concealed behind the front lines, wore a smile on his face. Victory was assured. Fewer than 30 remained on the opposing side. Steady now, brave warriors. Triumph lies within our grasp. One more volley, and we can send these accursed yellow-skinned monkeys to meet their maker, he exclaimed with fervor. However, at that moment, a strange, shrill whistle sliced through the sky, growing louder as it approached. Instinctively, the major looked up. What was that? Boom! A rapidly descending shell struck precisely at his feet. Blinding flames engulfed his vision, and a violent shockwave, accompanied by countless searing shrapnel, left the major mutilated, his body tossed into the air, only to land in a dismembered heap. Unfortunately, the major was not the only one to suffer such a fate. Spanish soldiers within a radius of over 10 meters from the explosion either perished or were grievously injured, collapsing en masse. This sudden detonation left all the Spanish soldiers momentarily stunned. While many pondered the nature of the weapon that inflicted such horrific casualties, no one noticed the Ming army creating a gap in their ranks, through which a bizarre 6-barrel gun was wheeled forward. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The sudden barrage of gunfire jolted the Spaniards back to reality, and they were met with the most terrifying sight of their lives. A soldier from the opposing army stood behind the strange gun, turning a crank. As he did so, the gun's barrels rotated, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets. The heart-wrenching screams drowned out the gunfire. Blood erupted from the front-line Spanish soldiers as sprays of blood and severed limbs filled the air. The densely packed Spanish ranks had no time to react before they were mowed down en masse. In mere moments, a vast gash was torn in their lines, and dozens were reduced to mere riddled corpses. Both the Ming soldiers and the Spaniards were left in stunned silence, awestruck by the terrifying power of this killing machine. The soldier operating the machine gun even paused in disbelief, glancing down at the monstrous weapon in his hands. Run, devils! They are devils! The Spaniards finally regained their wits, hastily discarding their weapons and fleeing in terror. Just moments ago, they had been executing their line-up execution tactics against the Ming army, but now they crumbled before the machine gun. Meanwhile, other skirmishes within the city began to receive support from machine gun teams. Just like here, the resistance of the Spaniards disintegrated in an instant under the overwhelming firepower of the Gatling gun. In the affluent district of Manila, Nim licked his cracked lips, eyes glinting with avarice. He appeared at the street corner with several hundred native followers. Clear out. This is the rich district, not a place for you filthy, black-skinned monkeys. A Spanish soldier, tasked with guarding the area, arrogantly shouted at them. The natives did not retreat. Rather, they advanced closer. Nim surveyed the scant dozen soldiers at the street corner with a predatory gaze. Most of the Spanish forces had been dispatched to confront the Han, leaving the affluent district underdefended. He knew the time had come. Warriors! Nim raised his machete high and let out a fierce roar. Charge! Slay these white-skinned pigs. The wealth and women within are ours for the taking. With a resounding cry, the throng of followers surged forward, eyes ablaze with frenzy. Curse it! These native monkeys have rebelled. Shoot them down. The officer in charge of the guards shouted in terror. Bang, bang, bang. A dozen gunshots rang out, and the first wave of natives fell to the ground. Yet the distance between the two sides was too close. Once the Spanish soldiers fired, they had no time to reload before the mob was upon them. In their panic, the Spanish soldiers could only resort to their bayonets. The outcome of a dozen soldiers armed with bayonets facing thousands of armed natives was predictable. They were overwhelmed in less than a minute, engulfed by the sea of assailants. With the obstacles removed, a dense mass of natives flooded into the Spanish affluent district. Moments later, the cries of children and the screams of women echoed through the air as the bloody slaughter recommenced. This time, however, the victims were not the Han. The Spaniards could hardly have imagined that the crimes they had once inflicted upon the Han would one day be visited upon themselves, brought forth by the very natives they had deemed as mere dogs. Chapter 8. The Native Uprising. Your Excellency, disaster strikes. A soldier rushed in, his hat askew, his face a mask of terror. Those accursed natives. They have stormed into the affluent district, killing anyone they see and plundering everything. A large group is advancing towards the governor's mansion. What? Governor No's porcelain teacup shattered on the ground, the fine tea soaking into the valuable Persian carpet. He could not fathom that the once docile natives would dare turn their fangs on their master. Quickly, send word to Brigadier Nickel, instructing him to return immediately with his troops to quell this rebellion and hang every last one of these rioting natives. His voice trembled with urgency, and fear clouded his expression. At that moment, the threat posed by these marauding assailants overshadowed that of the mysterious Han army. However, before the messenger could turn to leave, the heavy oak door of the office was violently flung open once more. Another soldier stumbled in, blood still staining his armor. Your Excellency, Brigadier Nickel has been defeated. The Han army utilized a weapon that can fire bullets in succession, and we have suffered heavy losses. The brigadier has ordered a full retreat. What? Governor No felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his body swaying violently. Nickel was defeated? That fool. He has been bested by those Han. The news delivered by the soldier was no less shocking than the native uprising. The once invincible army of the Spanish kingdom had fallen to a horde of eastern heathens. This was nothing short of a fantasy. Merciful God, has he forsaken his most devout believers today? Governor No's mind buzzed, but he had no time to dwell on the responsibility for Nickel's defeat. The sounds of screams from the affluent district could be faintly heard. Spanish citizens were enduring a savage massacre. Since the troops had retreated, they could now focus on exterminating the rebellious natives within the city. As for that Han army, he could only cross himself in prayer, hoping that the crazed natives would slow the Han down just enough to buy him a moment's respite. Your Highness, the new repeating rifle possesses terrifying power, mowing down enemies like grass, and the Spanish have suffered tremendous casualties. They have now completely collapsed. Moreover, judging by the noise, there seem to be issues in the rear as well, likely being gnawed upon by these natives. Should we take advantage of their misfortune and attack now? Su Tsui quickly approached Zhu Heyu, excitement evident in his tone. Zhu Heyu gazed at the billowing black smoke rising from within the city and shook his head gently. First, we must rescue the people. Our forces are insufficient, and many civilians still suffer at the hands of the natives. We must prioritize their rescue, setting aside the affairs of the Spaniards for the moment, allowing these two wolves to tear at each other for a while. Yes, Your Highness. After the recent battle, Zhu Heyu had only over 400 soldiers remaining. If it were not for his timely deployment of the Gatling gun, the outcome of the battle would indeed be uncertain. Faced simultaneously with the Spanish forces and indigenous marauders, even with a decisive advantage in armament, the situation remained perilous. At this moment, the soldiers had only just begun to learn how to operate the Gatling gun. As for the mortars, though they could fire shells, where they landed was left to fate. The previous artillery strike, which had accurately hit the enemy's formation, was executed by him personally. Just as the Spaniards and the indigenous people began to clash, it provided a much-needed respite. Zhu Heyu beckoned to Wang Chun, who promptly approached with alacrity. "Your Highness, what are your commands?" Wang Chun inquired, bowing respectfully. This elder, who had long been murmuring about the divine manifestation of the great ancestor, saw a glimmer of hope for the restoration of their nation with the emergence of the Xinji camp and had donned his long-hidden Ming official robes once again, albeit somewhat worn, yet still meticulously arranged. "Wang Bo, send someone to summon the esteemed local elders among the Han people to see me." "Yes, Your Highness. I shall attend to it immediately." Shortly thereafter, the elder whom Zhu Heyu had encountered at the barricade was brought forth by Wang Chun. "Commoner Su Jingming, I bow before Your Highness." Upon seeing Zhu Heyu, the elder attempted to kneel in reverence. On the way, he had learned from Wang Chun about Zhu Heyu's identity as the imperial grandson of the Ming Dynasty. This was indeed a true scion of nobility. Although the Ming Dynasty had suffered for decades, the majesty of the imperial lineage remained etched in the very bones of every Han individual. Moreover, it was this very prince who had just led divine troops to save countless lives. "Mr. Su, please rise quickly." Zhu Heyu hurried forward to assist the elder. Having only traversed a few hours into this world, his ingrained notions of equality, cultivated over more than 2 decades in modern society, struggled to adapt to such a hierarchical etiquette. The sight of this elder, old enough to be his grandfather, kneeling before him was indeed a heavy burden to bear. Supported by the imperial grandson, Su Jingming's tears flowed freely, and he trembled slightly. This prince was not only the savior of the Luzon Han people, but was also so humble in his demeanor. "Old Mr. Su," Zhu Heyu gently inquired, "do you remember? Over 200 years ago, the leader of the expatriates here, Su Chailao?" "In response to Your Highness," Su Jingming replied, lowering his gaze slightly, his tone tinged with a sense of history. "Su Chailao is indeed my ancestor." A flicker of surprise crossed Zhu Heyu's eyes as he nodded. It was astonishing that, despite enduring several massacres, the once prominent Su family still had descendants in this land. "Old Mr. Su, I have summoned you for a matter of great importance." Zhu Heyu's expression grew serious. "Currently, the situation in Manila is dire, with marauders rampant and chaos reigning. I have marched here in haste with limited forces. We must guard against a counterattack from the Spaniards while also addressing the indigenous insurrection. It is indeed challenging to ensure the safety of all the common folk. You are held in high esteem locally. I hope you can organize the young men to take up arms and protect their homes and families. I will allocate some soldiers and weapons to assist you." Given the constrained military resources, rallying the populace and organizing militias was indeed a necessary choice. With Mr. Su's local renown, many difficulties could be alleviated. Upon hearing this, Su Jingming immediately bowed in response. "Your Highness speaks too highly. This is our duty. How could I consider a request? Organizing the youth to protect our homeland. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost." In the past, the Han people of Luzon would have to conceal their weapons with great caution, fearing detection by the Spaniards. Now, with the backing of the Ming imperial grandson and the royal forces, their last remnants of apprehension had long since vanished. Meanwhile, the affluent district of Manila had descended into a veritable hell. The streets were strewn with corpses, and rivers of blood flowed freely. The air was thick with the stench of death. The indigenous marauders, their faces twisted with rage, gleamed with a bloodthirsty glint in their eyes. They madly assaulted each opulent residence, smashing down doors and plundering everything of value. They killed any man in their path. And the fate of the Spanish women was even more tragic. These inhuman marauders dragged them from their hiding places, assaulting them in broad daylight, amidst the streets, before mercilessly ending their lives. Even the elderly and infants in cradles were not spared from their brutality. However, this barbaric revelry did not last long. A cacophony of hurried footsteps approached rapidly. Accompanied by the shouts of officers, the Spanish troops, who had just suffered heavy losses and were in disarray, finally returned. When these Spanish soldiers beheld the hellish scene in the affluent district, their pent-up fury from defeat was ignited by a surge of overwhelming hatred. Every Spanish soldier's eyes were bloodshot, their faces contorted with rage, gripping their firearms and blades tightly, yearning to rend every indigenous person to shreds. Chapter 9. The collapse of the Spaniards. Nichols' eyes widened with fury, his pupils reflecting the infernal scene before him. The once splendid streets of the affluent district were now covered in blood and severed limbs. A few indigenous people, grinning wickedly, were holding a Spanish noblewoman down in the filthy mud, her screams having long turned hoarse, reduced to desperate sobs. Rage erupted within Nichol like a volcano, as he drew his command sword and pointed it at the beasts, shouting with all his might, "Shoot these brutes! Kill every one of these indigenous monkeys!" Gunfire erupted suddenly. Bang! 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 Blood splattered from the bodies of several indigenous marauders lost in their depravity, their forms stiffening before collapsing limply. Warm blood splattered onto the woman beneath them. But she, with vacant eyes, could not muster sound. The sudden appearance of the Spanish army caused a momentary panic among the indigenous marauders on the street. However, this fear quickly dissipated. The flames in the affluent district had incinerated whatever humanity remained within them. Their eyes burned with a bloodthirsty glow. Twisted smiles etched upon their faces as they locked their sights on the distant Spanish formation. Warriors of the tribe. A hoarse voice rang out amidst the chaos. That of the cunningly alert Nim. Kill these pestilent Spanish bastards. Manila is ours. Gold. Women. It is all ours. In his mind, the appearance of the Spanish army signified that the Chinese forces they had encountered earlier in the city had surely been annihilated. Now, if they could eliminate these Spaniards, Manila would fall into their hands. As the new leader, power, wealth, and women would be within his grasp. He raised his arms and shouted fervently, "Charge! Crush these white-skinned pigs! We shall become the masters of Manila." Spurred on by Nim's incitement, the indigenous marauders brandished their assorted crude weapons, unleashing horrifying howls as they surged toward the Spanish ranks, which had formed a three-line array. "Fire! Send these scum straight to hell," Nichol commanded sharply. Bang! 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 The gunfire erupted, and blood mist exploded from the bodies of the first line of indigenous attackers, sending many crashing to the ground. However, the sight of death did not deter the subsequent waves of marauders. Instead, it further ignited their ferocity, driving them to charge forward with reckless abandon. The Spanish soldiers wielded matchlock guns, effective only within 100 meters and excruciatingly slow to reload. Even the finest troops could scarcely fire 2 shots per minute. And after each volley, there was an agonizingly long pause for reloading. Moreover, the current troops stationed in Manila were hastily assembled and poorly trained. The indigenous attackers, heedless of casualties, continued their frenzied assault. The Spanish line swayed under the relentless tide of bodies. Each volley might fell a number of them, but the gaps were instantly filled by those behind. The soldiers' faces paled, jaws clenched tightly as they desperately loaded and fired. They were acutely aware that once their defenses were breached in close combat, the enemy, tenfold their numbers, would tear them to shreds. The assault persisted, with layers upon layers of deceased assailants carpeting the streets, and the crimson blood pooled in the low-lying areas formed numerous bloodbaths. The assailants retaliated with makeshift bows and poison darts that whistled as they struck. Occasionally, a Spanish soldier would scream in agony, clutching his wounds, only to collapse, foaming at the mouth, succumbing to the throes of death. "Soldiers, hold on. Reinforcements will arrive soon." The officers brandished their sabers, continually rallying the troops. The reinforcements they spoke of were the artillerymen dispatched by Brigadier General Nichol to retrieve the cannons from the barracks. Although the garrison in Manila was a hodgepodge assembled by the new Spanish government, it could still be considered a regular army, equipped with several 6-pound cannons. Previously, when facing the Ming army, the confident Spaniards had dismissed the suddenly appearing Chinese forces, neglecting to bring along their cumbersome artillery, resulting in a hasty retreat from the Ming forces. Had they taken their cannons, the outcome would undoubtedly have been different. After suffering a significant defeat at the hands of the Ming, the Spaniards were now reminded of their heavy artillery as the indigenous people revolted. Unfortunately, the anticipated reinforcements would not arrive. A portion of the indigenous assailants had already diverted to attack the Spanish encampment, and the soldiers sent back to drag the cannons had barely exited the barracks when they encountered the overwhelming number of indigenous assailants. In this close-quarters skirmish, the Spanish army's firearm advantage was rendered ineffective, and in a mere moment, the indigenous warriors surged forward. The Spanish artillerymen, in desperation, drew their bayonets and side sabers to defend themselves. In terms of individual physique, these European soldiers were far stronger than the wiry indigenous people, naturally gaining the upper hand in one-on-one combat. However, the enemy was simply too numerous. Often, just as one soldier managed to fell an enemy before him, a spear or machete from the side or behind would mercilessly pierce his body, leaving him riddled with wounds. This artillery unit of over 100 men, after valiantly slaying twice their number in foes, ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming tide of indigenous warriors with no survivors. On the affluent side, the Spanish army, having waited in vain for reinforcements, was on the verge of collapse, with increasing casualties making it difficult to maintain their line. Finally, after several more soldiers were poisoned by indigenous arrows, the Spanish forces disintegrated. Holy Mary, save me, we are doomed. A young soldier, filled with despair, hurled his rifle to the ground and turned to flee. The power of example proved to be boundless. This soldier's flight directly triggered the collapse of the entire line. The Spanish soldiers, already on the brink, upon witnessing someone break ranks, could no longer heed commands or honor, discarding their helmets and armor as they turned to retreat. Stop! You cowards! Cowards! Back! Hold the line! Kill those indigenous people! Brigadier General Nickel trembled with rage, drawing his command sword in a futile attempt to halt the fleeing soldiers. Yet, at that moment, his orders fell on deaf ears in the face of the overwhelming tide of fear. The indigenous people, having suffered heavy losses, roared in triumph upon witnessing the Spanish collapse. The Spaniards are fleeing. Charge, warriors! Rush forth and slay these white men. Do not let them escape. Eagerly, the indigenous warriors brandished their weapons and pursued the retreating Spaniards. Your Highness, the Spaniards have been defeated by the indigenous people, and a portion of them is fleeing towards us, followed by a large number of indigenous warriors, reported an officer from the Divine Engine Battalion. Zhu Heyu furrowed his brows, taken aback by the Spaniards' rapid defeat. Moreover, with Manila being so vast, why would they retreat in this direction? Quickly establish a defensive line. Prepare the machine guns. We must not let them breach our ranks. Yes, Your Highness. After the officer departed, Wang Chun, who accompanied Zhu Heyu, quietly advised, Your Highness, blades are merciless. It may be wise for you to step back a bit. Zhu Heyu shook his head. Wang Bo, the only truly safe place in Manila now is likely alongside the soldiers. He paused, his tone calm and confident. Moreover, I trust my Divine Engine Battalion. Zhu Heyu cherished his life dearly. Having traversed time to assume the role of the protagonist, he would not easily take risks. In a chapter titled Slaughterhouse, during the Zulu War, 50 British soldiers, using 4 Maxim machine guns, repelled 5,000 enemy troops, killing over 3,000 in the process. In the Battle of the Somme during World War I, the Germans inflicted over 60,000 casualties on the British in just one day using Maxim machine guns. The M1865 Gatling gun, while inferior in performance to the Maxim, should not be underestimated. After all, in this era, not only machine guns, but even muskets were predominantly matchlocks. They were only facing Spanish troops armed with matchlocks and indigenous assailants wielding melee weapons. Amidst the cacophony, dozens of disheveled Spanish soldiers were running frantically down the streets, many of whom had discarded their rifles and ammunition to lighten their load and hasten their escape. However, arrows continued to rain down from behind, picking off these remnants. Moreover, the indigenous warriors were drawing ever closer. At that moment, the Spanish soldiers, fully focused on the pursuing indigenous people, failed to notice the formidable line of the Ming army forming ahead. Sir? An officer from the Divine Engine Battalion turned to Li Jinhua beside him. Fire indiscriminately. Li Jinhua's lips curled into a cold smile. As the commander of the Divine Engine Battalion, he was not one to show mercy. He would never allow the indigenous people any chance to breach the lines for the sake of a mere handful of fleeing Spanish soldiers. Besides, which of these colonizers was innocent? None before him were blameless. Fire. The command was given, and the 3 Gatling guns roared in unison, while rows of soldiers armed with mini rifles also pulled their triggers. The cacophony of gunfire melded into a singular sound, and in an instant, a storm of metal rain descended. The leading Spanish soldiers had no time to react before they were thrown into disarray. The fragile human bodies met the high-velocity bullets, crumpling like paper as blood splattered across the street. Mere moments later, the gunfire ceased, and dozens of Spanish soldiers lay sprawled on the ground, unresponsive. At that moment, the relentless horde of indigenous assailants finally turned the corner, coming into view of the Ming forces. The Han army. The leading indigenous chief's pupils constricted as he surveyed the corpses of Spanish soldiers on the ground, then fixed his gaze on the prepared Ming array, with gun barrels still smoking. These Han people had not been slain by the Spaniards, due to the sudden counteroffensive from Spaniards. Nearly all the indigenous warriors believed that the small Han army had been eradicated. It now appeared that not only had the Spaniards failed to eliminate this Han force, but they had also been defeated by it. However, the recent victory over the Spanish had instilled a fatal illusion among the indigenous people. Both the Han and the Spaniards wielded firearms. If they could vanquish the Spaniards, surely they could also defeat the Han. Moreover, this Han army had obviously just come from battle, being fewer in number and undoubtedly more fatigued. They merely needed to muster their strength and charge forth to annihilate them all. Warriors! The indigenous chieftain raised a blood-soaked curved blade, roaring with madness. The Han people had already suffered severe losses at the hands of the Spaniards. They were left with but a handful. Charge! Annihilate them! Manila City shall be ours. Forward! Kill! Exterminate the Han! After a brief moment of astonishment, the victorious indigenous warriors, intoxicated by their triumph, surged forward, brandishing their weapons towards the Ming army. At this juncture, the Ming soldiers maintained their composure, facing this group of inhuman brutes without hesitation, pulling the triggers once more. The roar of the Gatling gun echoed again, while the volley of the Minie rifles continued unabated. This time, the targets were more numerous and densely packed. The sickening sound of bullets piercing flesh was overwhelming. Like a cascade of fallen dominoes, countless indigenous assailants were struck down, many not even able to utter a sound before succumbing to death. Such a horrific toll instilled terror in those who remained alive. They turned to flee, but the indigenous reinforcements behind them sealed off their escape route, leaving them with no choice but to be pushed into the bloody maelstrom. The crowded streets obscured the view of what lay ahead, with only the relentless gunfire echoing in their ears. Thus, those at the rear shoved the front lines forward to their demise. When the front ranks had perished, they were replaced by those further back. By the time they realized they had been thrust into a veritable slaughterhouse, it was too late. The indigenous onslaught continued for several minutes, and the cacophony of gunfire persisted just as long. Finally, the rear ranks sensed the suffocating strangeness. The wave of attack halted. As they collected themselves and cautiously peered ahead, they discovered the street piled high with the corpses of their kin, forming a veritable low wall. The blood flowed in rivulets, filling the gutters on either side of the road. In that moment, the assailants were paralyzed with shock. In just a few brief minutes, they had lost thousands. Not only had they failed to defeat the Han army, but they hadn't even laid a finger on their garments. Demons! These Han are demons! One indigenous man cried out, staring in horror at the nearly stacked bodies. This sentiment was not unique to him. Nearly all the assailants felt an overwhelming realization that the Han were insurmountable. Flee! The further away, the better. No one among the surviving indigenous dared to utter the ridiculous rallying cry of eradicating the Han. The mountain of corpses ahead had cruelly conveyed the message that this Han army was unlike any enemy they had previously encountered. They were indeed skilled at killing. They would annihilate every last one of them. Save yourselves. The Han are demons. The fortunate survivors, abandoning their rudimentary weapons, fled with a speed surpassing that of their earlier charge. They were utterly terrified by the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. The indigenous assault had been fierce, but their defeat was swift. Mere minutes later, the streets that had once echoed with frenzied shouts fell into a profound silence. Only the low groans of the mortally wounded and the thick, cloying scent of blood remained. His Highness Li Jinhua approached, bowing to report. The indigenous forces have retreated. Furthermore, during the pursuit of the fleeing soldiers, we captured several Spaniards, who, based on their attire and demeanor, appear to hold significant status. Chapter 11. The shock of nickel regarding the Spaniards of noted status mentioned by Zhu Heyu. Zhu Heyu felt a flicker of interest. Shortly after, a man clad in a Spanish officer's uniform was brought forth by two soldiers from the Shinji camp. The fabric of his uniform, once of fine quality, was now soiled and tattered, rendering him a pitiful sight. "Kneel!" Zhu Heyu barked, delivering a kick that struck the officer's knee. "Ah!" The Spanish officer cried out in pain. stumbling as both knees crashed onto the ground. With his hands bound behind him, he lost his balance and toppled forward, his forehead striking the cold stone pavement with a dull thud. "My God, you barbaric heathens! I am the Viscount of the Kingdom of Spain, Brigadier General stationed in Luzon. Quincy Nickel, your actions are a blatant provocation of war between our two nations. I will report your atrocities to your emperor, to the great emperor of the Qing. He shall never forgive you audacious brigands." He raised his head, his visage smeared with blood and dirt, shouting hoarsely. This Nickel was indeed fortunate, having been squeezed into a narrow alley during the chaos and surviving until now. The Emperor of the Qing? At the mention of this title, Wang Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his expression darkened. He stepped forward, his voice icy. "Open your eyes and see clearly. Before you stands His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of the Great Ming Empire. How dare you, a barbarian chieftain, presume to grant mercy?" Zhu Heyu cast a surprised glance at Wang Chun, taken aback that this inner court official was fluent in Spanish. Wang Chun seemed to sense Zhu Haoyi's gaze and quickly bowed, lowering his voice to explain respectfully, "Your Highness, during the late reign of the previous emperor, he took an interest in Western learning, particularly in foreign firearms and artillery, and employed several foreign craftsmen to replicate weaponry. I often acted on the prince's command to liaise with them, and through our exchanges, I picked up some basic understanding of their language." Zhu Heyu nodded slightly. However, phalange was a general term used by the Ming Dynasty to refer to Spain, Portugal, and other countries, so Wang Chen's ability to speak Spanish was indeed a coincidence. The Crown Prince of the Great Ming? Nickel gazed incredulously at the young man of remarkable bearing before him. The Great Ming? Was that nation not long since fallen? Could it be that this once mighty empire of the East had not perished, but merely lurked in hiding, biding its time? He scanned his surroundings, observing the Ming soldiers clad in fine armor, their ranks disciplined, a stark contrast to the rabble he commanded. The seemingly absurd thought in his mind became ever clearer. This must be the truth. In fact, according to protocol, Zhu Heyu could not rightfully be referred to as the Crown Prince. His adoptive father was merely the fifth son of Emperor Chongzhen, and though he was later known among the common folk as Zhu Sentaizi, the true Crown Prince was Zhu Zilong. However, the circumstances had changed. Zhu Zilong had long since perished, and his father was also gone, leaving only Zhu Heyu as the last scion of the male line of Emperor Chongzhen, as the indisputable sole heir of the Ming royal family. It would be uncontentious for Wang Chun to address him as the Crown Prince, and even to refer to him directly as His Highness, the Crown Prince, would likely elicit no objections. Nickel was profoundly shaken, taking a long moment to recover from his astonishment. He regarded Zhu Heyu with a complex gaze filled with fear, doubt, shock, and respect. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince," he struggled to rephrase his words. "Even though you are not of the Qing, it is an undeniable fact that your forces have captured Manila City and slaughtered the soldiers of the kingdom. Manila City is the sacred and inviolable possession of the Kingdom of Spain. Your army's unwarranted aggression is tantamount to declaring war against the great Kingdom of Spain." Nickel attempted to invoke the national prestige of Spain in a final struggle. Zhu Heyu observed the kneeling Nickel silently, choosing not to signal Wang Chun to translate, but instead spoke directly in fluent Spanish, his words clear to Nickel's ears. "Declare war? You are correct. We shall indeed declare war." He stepped forward, towering over Nickel as he surveyed him from above. "You Spaniards have occupied the ancestral lands of our Ming, colluding with the indigenous people and wantonly slaughtering our citizens, leaving a trail of blood debt. This account must be meticulously settled. However, I must remind you that Luzon has never belonged to you Spaniards. 2 centuries ago, our Ming established the Governor-General's office in Luzon, governing the region without cessation. Now, as our imperial forces cleanse the land of bandits and eradicate foreign intruders, how can this be deemed unjust? It is a matter of divine principle, entirely reasonable and utterly lawful, thanks to the comprehensive enhancement of our system. Zhu Heyu's command of Spanish is not only fluent, but also carries a hint of the distinctive accent of Castilian nobility, leaving Nickel utterly astonished. Behind him, Wang Chun, Su Chu-yi, and the entourage of guards may not comprehend what His Highness is saying, but seeing the expression of the red-haired leader, akin to that of a ghost, they understand that their master is verbally dominating him, and their chests swell with pride. Nickel was completely stunned. That was an event over 200 years ago. During these 2 centuries, Manila has long been under the actual control of our Spanish kingdom. His voice dwindled, confidence waning. Thus, this battle must indeed be fought. Zhu Heyu's tone remained unperturbed. You Spaniards have occupied our Ming territory for 200 years. Now, as our imperial forces advance to reclaim it, this is only fitting. He smiled slightly, yet this smile sent chills down Nickel's spine. Of course, if you're capable, feel free to lead your army to defeat us and reclaim Manila from our hands. Nickel gazed blankly at the young man before him, whose appearance was handsome but whose heart, he was certain, must be dark. Your people have been captured, and soldiers have perished in droves. If he had the ability to reclaim Manila, would he be kneeling here like a dog? After a brief silence, the last vestige of stubbornness vanished from Nickel's face. Kind Prince, for the sake of God, please save the innocent Spanish civilians in the affluent district. They are blameless. Those damned indigenous bandits are slaughtering them. I implore you, I beseech your army to dispatch forces to eliminate those wretched indigenous marauders. Upon hearing this, Zhu Heyu's eyes glinted coldly. Spanish civilians are innocent, yet the Han civilians deserve to be slaughtered? What were you doing while the natives massacred our Han people? Handing out knives or counting money? God? Huh. His disdain was unmistakable. If given the chance, please convey to him, this is the East. Do not extend your hand too far, lest you overreach. At that moment, Commander Li Jinhua of the Divine Mechanism camp hurried forward, bowing to report, Your Highness. The reinforcements from the Divine Mechanism camp have all arrived outside Manila and are ready for deployment. Zhu Heyu nodded slightly, his gaze once again falling upon the pleading Nickel. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Nickel, my soldiers can enter the city to exterminate the bandits. However, the condition is that you must immediately order all remaining Spanish soldiers within the city to lay down their arms and surrender to our Ming forces without delay. In the previous battle against the Spaniards, although the Divine Mechanism camp achieved a resounding victory, nearly 100 men were lost. While the remaining Spanish forces in the city are no longer formidable, eliminating them should be a mere trifle for the now bolstered Divine Mechanism camp. Nevertheless, Zhu Heyu is not one to engage in unprofitable ventures. Resolving the issue without bloodshed is undoubtedly the best choice. Moreover, living Spaniards may prove more valuable than the deceased. Most importantly, Zhu Heyu does not wish for those indigenous marauders to ravage the affluent district and abscond with the wealth amassed by the Spaniards. Previously, the lack of manpower made it nearly impossible to completely eradicate the tens of thousands of indigenous people. However now, with the Divine Mechanism camp possessing 3,600 elite soldiers, they are more than capable of sweeping through the entire affluent district. Oh God, thank you for your mercy, Your Highness. Thank you for your generosity. Upon hearing Zhu Heyu's words, Nickel felt as if he had grasped the last lifeline while drowning, and his face instantly erupted with joy. He unhesitatingly proclaimed, In the name of God and the Spanish kingdom, I swear, I will issue the order at once. Command those young men to lay down their weapons and surrender to you and your magnificent army. In his view, regardless of whether he issued the surrender order, the remaining Spanish soldiers in the city could not hope to contend with the Ming forces. Defeat was already a foregone conclusion. To preserve his life and await the arrival of the Spanish army, to seize Manila back at a later date was prudent. Trading a certain failure for the Ming army's intervention against those wretched indigenous people was a bargain that could not be deemed unfavorable. Chapter 12. The prince is still too merciful, damn beasts. I will fight you to the death. The white man watched helplessly as his wife was seized by the hair by indigenous marauders, dragged out of the house like livestock. The brutal action nearly tearing her scalp off. His wife's screams pierced his eardrums, instantly burning away the last remnants of his sanity. His eyes turned crimson as he seized a solid wooden bench, channeling all his strength to strike the marauder, dragging his wife down. The bench shattered with a loud crack. Splinters flying. The struck marauder's head caved in at an unnatural angle, bursting open. Grayish-white brain matter mixed with dark red blood gushed forth from the shattered cranium. The marauder fell to the ground without a sound, limbs twitching futilely before becoming still. Hark! That damned white pig has killed Hark. The other marauders present were momentarily stunned, then erupted in furious rage. They charged forward, their gleaming curved blades flashing menacingly. In an instant, the white man was hacked into several indistinguishable pieces, blood even splattering onto the ceiling. Still unsatisfied, the marauders turned their vicious gazes toward the white woman, who lay helpless on the ground. "Please don't kill me. I will do anything. I have money. I have plenty of money." Facing the cruel and greedy eyes of several marauders, the white woman wept profusely, her heart shattered. She knelt beside her husband's dismembered remains, incoherently pleading. The marauders exchanged glances, each seeing the same depravity mirrored in the other's eyes. Their faces twisted into nauseating leers as they began to unfasten their filthy loincloths. Just then, a rapid series of gunshots erupted from the street ahead. The marauders, poised to commit violence, froze in their tracks. Did not the Spanish army suffer defeat? Where did this gunfire come from? They paused their actions, uncertainly gazing toward the source of the cacophony. In their line of sight, a tide of their kin was fleeing in panic toward them. Fear was etched across every face, and some even discarded the silks and gold trinkets they had just plundered, leaving a trail of riches scattered on the ground. "Hey, Amor, what is happening over there? Why are you running?" One of the indigenous men recognized a familiar face in the fleeing crowd and shouted, "Hala, run for your lives. The Han army is coming. They are demons. They are demons. Many have died." The one called Amor responded in a panic and immediately merged into the fleeing throng, leaving Hala and his companions standing there in shock. Han, were they not supposed to be wiped out by the Spaniards? As they lingered in confusion, rows of crimson figures appeared at the street corner. It was time to run. The indigenous men snapped back to reality and turned to flee. They are not fools. With so many of their kin in disarray, those few remaining have no alternative but to face death. Regrettably, their earlier hesitation has already sealed their final opportunity. As these indigenous individuals set forth, they had scarcely taken a few steps before scorching bullets whistled in from behind. The high-velocity lead projectiles easily pierced their bodies. The tremendous inertia caused them to stagger a few steps before they fell heavily to the ground. The prince has decreed, all armed natives must be killed. Those adorned in fine clothing and jewelry must be slain. Anyone carrying a bundle must be executed. Any who dare resist, regardless of age, shall be put to death. Li Jinhua, with a stern expression, issued commands to the surrounding soldiers. In present-day Manila, with over 100,000 natives, it is unrealistic to annihilate them all. And Zhu Heyu needs to allow some to remain as future free labor. Thus, he issued what he deemed a brutally harsh decree. Yet, in Li Jinhua's eyes, the prince's mercy was excessive. Were it up to him, he would adopt the Mongolian method. Any man taller than a wheel would be spared not. Of course, the definition of weaponry can be exceedingly broad, and the boundaries of resistance can be flexibly interpreted. A piece of straw used for binding goods, a scrap of coarse cloth torn from a corpse, or any item that can be grasped by a hand could all be considered weapons. A fierce glare or a moment of hesitation could also be deemed as intent to resist. With Li Jinhua's command, over 3,000 soldiers from the Xinji Battalion began their steady advance. Meanwhile, at the port of Manila Bay, several medium and small Spanish warships were slowly departing their moorings. The massive sails, under the sailors' guidance, rose sequentially, catching the sea breeze as they sailed into open waters. This was the Spanish Royal Navy's squadron station here, comprising 2 medium-sized galleons and 3 smaller galleons. Aboard the flagship, the handsome vessel named Lady, Fleet Commander Brigadier Martin Gregory held a monocular and gazed at the thick black smoke billowing from the city, his brow furrowed and his expression grave. "Commander, all warships have departed their moorings. Are we truly going to bombard Manila?" A hesitant naval lieutenant inquired. Martin Gregory nodded slowly, moving the monocular away from his eyes. "Lieutenant Simmons, the situation within the city has spiraled completely out of control. Those army misfits cobbled together by the Viceroy's office are nearly all dead. Now, Manila is left with only the savage natives and those unknown Chinese." He spoke in a low tone, filled with disdain for the army. Martin Gregory was not entirely oblivious to the Viceroy's schemes to incite a native uprising, but he had never anticipated that events would descend into such chaos. The native rebellion, along with the sudden emergence of the Chinese forces, had exceeded all initial expectations. His order for the fleet to leave the mooring was a precaution to prevent the natives or the Chinese from seizing the port and threatening his precious fleet. As for bombarding Manila, this was a last resort. The more than 2,000 soldiers within the city had already been defeated. He could not order his sailors to enter the fray, as they numbered only slightly over 1,000. Sending them ashore would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Bombardment was the only viable option. They merely needed to avoid the affluent districts where the dignitaries resided. As for the effectiveness of bombarding Manila, he was uncertain. His primary aim was to instill fear. He wanted the rioters and the Chinese within the city to understand that the formidable Spanish Royal Navy could reclaim Manila at any moment from the sea. Adjust the ships. Men, take your positions. Let those damned natives and Chinese witness the wrath of the Spanish Royal Navy. Martin Gregory commanded with a loud voice. Suddenly, a sound echoed. Boom! In the center of the deck of the Lady, a brilliant fireball erupted. A violent shock wave surged forth, carrying numerous shattered planks in its wake. Spanish sailors on the deck screamed as they fell in droves. Ah, my eyes, I'm blind. Oh God, I can see nothing. Help me. I don't want to die. Who'll help my arm? My arm is broken. After the explosion, the once neat deck transformed into a hellish scene. Thick smoke billowed. Flames danced, severed limbs lay scattered, and surviving wounded rolled in pools of blood, wailing, emitting heart-rending cries. What happened? Was an explosion of gunpowder? On the ship's upper deck, Martin Gregory gripped the railing tightly to steady himself. He gazed at the chaos on deck, his face paling to an extreme. Just moments before, he had spoken of showing the enemy a taste of their own medicine, and now, his flagship had exploded first. It was an utter disgrace. At this moment, he was still unaware that the recent explosion was not caused by the ship's gunpowder. Moreover, for black powder to cause such devastation, the quantity would need to be far beyond a mere few. Clear the area, get the wounded below deck, he commanded, suppressing his fury. However, before he could finish, a chilling wail pierced the air. That haunting shriek was not singular this time. Martin Gregory suddenly recalled a dreadful possibility, his pupils constricting as he shouted, "It's bombardment! Enemy attack!" Chapter 13, Bombardment of the Spanish Navy. Behind the port, in an inconspicuous courtyard, a tense atmosphere enveloped the air. 5 entirely black, oddly shaped short cannons stood in a row, their muzzles raised high, aimed toward the direction of Manila Bay. Beside the cannons, a group of Xinji Battalion soldiers hurriedly fumbled with these novel devices. They were the elite of the Xinji Battalion, already well-versed in operating the Minie rifles. Yet this contraption was entirely of a different dimension. "Stop dawdling. Follow my instructions," shouted Zhu Heyu. "Target the largest one. Yes, the one flying the brigadier's flag. Charge with the second ammunition. I repeat, the second." He personally took a segment of the ring-shaped charge, demonstrating once more as he fitted it to the rear end of the cannonball. Range 267, direction left 009. Quickly, adjust the parameters. The soldiers, though somewhat inexperienced, moved decisively, crouching down to begin turning the hand wheels on the cannon mounts. Amidst the creaking sounds, the cannon's muzzle slowly shifted and elevated. Within the Ming army, only Zhu Heyu, having undergone systematic enhancement, understood how to operate this advanced Min 20 model 82mm mortar. He was now the chief instructor and sole technical advisor for this makeshift artillery team. Fortunately, the soldiers of the Xinji Battalion, all possessing sharp minds, quickly grasped the instructions. Under Zhu Heyu's live demonstration, they managed to awkwardly keep pace with the commands and adjust the firing parameters. First cannon ready. Second cannon ready. Fifth cannon ready. When the last report was given, the courtyard fell into a brief silence. All soldiers held their breath, their gazes fixed intently on Zhu Heyu. With a determined look, Zhu Heyu suddenly swung his arm down. Fire! Boom! 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 The 5 crisp explosions rang out one after another, the cannon bodies gently vibrating as 5 shells, trailing sharp whistles, leapt from the muzzles, arcing high into the air toward the distant Lady. Aboard the Lady, chaos reigned. The massive hole in the center of the deck still emitted black smoke, while the moaning wounded were hurriedly carried below deck. The previous explosion had been the first calibrated shot fired by Zhu Heyu himself. The sound of the 82mm mortar was far less deafening than that of traditional artillery. Perfectly masked by the continuous gunfire within the city, the Spaniards could hardly discern that they were under bombardment. However, at this moment, as 5 shells descended with a piercing shriek, realization struck them. Oh God, it's artillery fire. An enemy attack. The shrill cries were instantly engulfed by the cacophony of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. 3 of the 5 shells struck directly. The remaining 2 skimmed the side and plunged into the sea. Yet, the impact of these 3 shells was sufficient to devastate the HMS Handsome Lady. These cannons, which would later be used against the Japanese, had a terrifying destructive capability against the wooden warships of this era. In an instant, searing shrapnel swept across the deck like a tempest, leaving countless Spanish sailors mutilated before they could even utter a cry. The violent shockwave gouged 3 colossal holes into the solid teak deck. Exposed cannons ignited nearby powder barrels, triggering a violent chain explosion, sending heavy cannon barrels and their mounts soaring into the sky, tumbling into the sea. Just these 3 shells had claimed nearly a quarter of the lives of the sailors on the upper deck of the HMS Handsome Lady. Captain Martin Gregory clung tightly to a twisted, broken railing, struggling to rise. His face was smeared with warm blood, cut by splinters of wood. He surveyed the scene, where corpses lay scattered and blood flowed like a river. The seasoned naval officer was left with nothing but disbelief etched on his face. What kind of artillery possesses such terrifying power? In this era, navies primarily fired solid iron balls, supplemented by chain shot for damaging rigging and grape shot for inflicting casualties. While explosive shells had begun to emerge, their limited power and difficulty in storage had prevented them from gaining prominence. The high explosive shells fired by Zhu Heyu now represented a pinnacle of technology for this time. Martin Gregory wiped the blood from his face, casting an eager glance toward the shore. He needed to locate the enemy. Logically, cannon fire would produce a significant amount of white smoke that lingered. If he could pinpoint the source of the smoke, he could direct the fleet to retaliate. His eyes widened, nearly bursting with frustration, but the harbor area was eerily quiet. There was not even a wisp of smoke to be seen. Smokeless powder is a remarkable invention. Mortars utilizing it produce virtually no smoke upon firing. While Martin Gregory strained to find a target, Zhu Heyu, in a small courtyard on the shore, was instructing his soldiers to adjust their firing parameters once more. A hit rate of 3 out of 5 was far too low. Observing the distant outcome, Zhu furrowed his brow slightly. Striking a moving target with a mortar is undoubtedly challenging. However, the Spanish flagship was nearly stationary, its hull a sizable target, yet 2 of the 5 shells missed. He shook his head but refrained from voicing any reproach. After all, these soldiers had only been acquainted with this new weapon for a brief moment. Fortunately, the damage inflicted by the shells exceeded expectations. Against the heavily armored steel behemoths of the future, these shells would barely cause a tickle. But now, they were up against a fleet of wooden sailing warships. This was indeed a case of overwhelming superiority. Target unchanged. Charge 268, direction 008. 6 rapid shots. Prepare. After a round of live-fire training, the soldiers moved with noticeably improved proficiency. Zhu Heyu resolved to deny the enemy any respite. This time, he would send the Spanish flagship straight to the depths. First cannon ready. Second cannon ready. Fire. The shrill wails echoed for the 3rd time over Manila Bay. Among the surviving Spaniards on the HMS Handsome Lady, whether officers or sailors, faces turned pale as death. Here it comes again. Where are those shells coming from? Why can't we locate them? Quick, hoist the sails. We must escape this cursed place. The deck was in chaos, primal survival instincts overwhelming all else. Everyone understood that in naval warfare, a wounded ship and the enemy flagship are always the primary targets. And the HMS Handsome Lady was both. They knew the next round of shells was still aimed at them. Despair soon transformed into reality. This time, for the 6 shells hit the hull with precision. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions occurred almost simultaneously, a dazzling fireball engulfing the midship and aft of the HMS Handsome Lady. Violent tremors and shock waves ravaged every inch of the ship's structure. Groups of Spanish sailors were hurled, overturned, and torn apart, their anguished cries reverberating through the bay. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The smoke from the rapid fire had not yet dissipated when, mere seconds later, that chilling shriek resounded once more overhead. A sailor from Santa Maria crumpled to the ground, despairingly crossing himself. Boom! Though the hastily assembled artillerymen were still inexperienced, they managed an astonishing firing rate of 8 seconds per round. In under a minute, 6 rounds, totaling 30 shells, had been unleashed. At this moment, the HMS Handsome Lady was utterly unrecognizable. 3 massive masts had shattered, the burning sails resembling immense torches that painted the sky crimson. The entire upper structure had been obliterated, with almost no intact corpses remaining on deck. Furthermore, the explosions ignited the black powder pile within the ship, leading to even more violent secondary explosions. Flames surging from the ship's interior. But now, the Spanish sailors, overwhelmed with casualties, could not muster the strength to extinguish the flames. The fire was completely out of control. Under the horrified gaze of all the Spaniards in the bay, the HMS Handsome Lady quickly became a floating torch. The flagship's swift and catastrophic demise shattered the last psychological barrier of the remaining Spanish warships. No orders were needed. They frantically raised their sails, heedless of everything, and desperately turned to flee toward the open sea. As for bombarding Manila City to show the Han people a lesson, to hell with it. The one who issued that foolish command was likely now untraceable, even in ashes. Chapter 14. Where's all my money? In front of the governor's mansion, the air was thick with tension. Li Jinhua's expression darkened as he surveyed the native marauders surrounded by soldiers. These dark-skinned apes were adorned with jewels, clutching gold and silver vessels, their garments bulging with riches, their greedy eyes fixated on their plunder, unwilling to let go even now. How audacious of these thieves to dare touch the treasures of the great Ming royal family. Such crimes deserve eradication. He bellowed coldly, then abruptly swung his arm down. Fire! Rat-a-tat-tat! In an instant, a torrential downpour of bullets erupted, unleashing a bloody storm among the indigenous crowd. The marauders could not have anticipated that one moment. They would be lost in the euphoria of pillaging, and the next, death would descend upon them. Their greed for the treasures within the governor's mansion had led them to linger a moment too long. Stepping outside, they collided head-on with hell. Thump! 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 Flesh and blood flew as crimson mist erupted overhead. In the blink of an eye, dozens of natives lay dead, their warm blood forming streams that stained the pristine stone steps a dark red. Clear the residence. Any living creature must be exterminated without exception. Li Jinhua commanded in a deep voice, subsequently gesturing toward the personal guard. Reporting to your highness, the affluent district has been conquered. Meanwhile, at Manila port, Zhu Heyu, who had just commanded an epic naval battle, was helplessly rubbing his temples. In his ears, the incessant, nagging voice of Wang Chun echoed. Oh, my lord, how could you personally operate the cannon? Those projectiles are blind. Should any misfortune occur and harm you, what shall become of the Great Ming Dynasty? How could I possibly face our ancestors? Wang Chen's face contorted in distress, nearly pounding his chest in despair. He had witnessed firsthand the lethal weapons crafted by the corrupt officials of the Military Affairs Bureau. Those cannons, during drills, were seldom loaded with the full amount of gunpowder for fear of catastrophic accidents that might obliterate both the gunners and their comrades. Such apparatus. And yet the prince dared to meddle so closely. Wang Bo, I am well aware of my limitations. There shall be no next time, rest assured. Zhu Heyu replied with a hint of resignation, unable to disclose that these cannons were products of the system, and thus would not malfunction. In the waning years of the Ming Dynasty, the court was rife with corruption, spreading like a malignant tumor throughout the administration, and the Ministry of Works was no exception. Those unscrupulous officials, emboldened and avaricious, embezzled funds, cutting corners relentlessly. The cotton armor distributed to soldiers was as thin as a cicada's wing, akin to summer garments. Utterly incapable of withstanding blades, the Yenling knives appeared sharp, yet were as flimsy as iron scraps, bending with the slightest exertion. The firearms were of such poor quality that they would explode after a mere few shots. The artillery, too timid to be fully loaded with ammunition, feared an accidental detonation. With such equipment, facing the Jianzhou barbarians was a daunting prospect. Even engaging in close combat with the indigenous people needed careful consideration. But there must not be another chance. Wang Chun, still shaken, whispered his admonishment. Just then, a messenger rushed in, kneeling on one knee, clasping his fist to report. Your Highness, Commander Li sends word that the Divine Machine Camp has successfully taken the affluent district and is currently purging the remaining enemies. Oh, so soon, Zhu Heyu exclaimed, a note of surprise in his tone. At this rate, he would soon complete this novice task. Let us go and witness the fruits of our labor after such a prolonged struggle, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers for protection. Zhu Heyu and his entourage arrived at the front of the governor's residence in grand procession. This was a quintessential European-style manor, magnificent and expansive. Li Jinhua, who had long been waiting, immediately approached and bowed. "Your Highness." He pointed to the mountain of indigenous corpses at the entrance, his expression devoid of emotion as he reported, "This is the governor's residence. Before our arrival, the indigenous rioters had already slaughtered all the Spaniards within. I have confirmed that the Spanish governor, Noah, is among the deceased. The tragic Governor Noah ultimately could not await the reinforcements he so eagerly anticipated. Unable to part with the wealth within the governor's residence, he foolishly chose not to flee, but rather shut the manor's gates tightly, organizing the guards for defense in a misguided attempt to buy time for aid to arrive. However, a manor is not a fortress, lacking the protection of high walls. It could not withstand the surging tide of indigenous assailants. They breached the manor's gates with minimal effort and surged inside. Governor Noah was dragged from beneath his bed and was gruesomely dismembered on the spot, his death so tragic that not even a complete corpse could be assembled. Zhu Heyu gazed at the opulent structure before him, marveling. How much blood and sweat from the indigenous people must have been expended to erect such a lavish estate. However, from now on, all of this would belong to the Zhu family. Ignoring the heap of indigenous corpses at the entrance, he stepped through the grand doors of the governor's residence. Indeed, it is wealth beyond measure. The interior opulence of the manor dazzled Zhu Heyu. Crystal chandeliers, silk wallpaper, exquisite oil paintings, and gold-trimmed carpets. All details spoke of the owner's astonishing wealth. What he lacked most was money. The more extravagant the governor's residence, the more it indicated the extent of Governor Noah's plundering of the people's wealth. This was all pure silver. "General Li, have we located the treasury?" Zhu Heyu got straight to the point. "Your Highness, I was just about to report this. The treasury has been found, but the amount of silver within is surprisingly scant. Merely 4 boxes of coins. The treasury is this way." As he spoke, Li Jinhua led the way. "Oh, did the indigenous people get here first?" Zhu Heyu frowned. He could not believe that a governor residing in such luxury could have so little in his treasury. Li Jinhua shook his head, explaining, "That should not be the case. When we located the treasury, its doors were tightly locked, and the key was missing. I had no choice but to order men to forcibly break in. Soon, the group arrived at the treasury's entrance. The heavy wooden door now lay askew on the side, the lock brutally destroyed. Zhu Heyu strode inside and immediately beheld the treasury as described by Li Jinhua. In the center of the empty vault sat 4 lonely boxes. Originally, Zhu Heyu had imagined the boxes to be those large wooden chests commonly seen in period dramas, approximately 1 meter long and 40 to 50 centimeters wide. However, what lay before him were 4 small, exquisite boxes, measuring no more than 20 to 30 centimeters in length and width. Calling them boxes was more fitting than referring to them as chests. Zhu Heyu, undeterred, opened each of the 4 boxes, revealing them neatly filled with Spanish double-column silver dollars. Yet combined, these 4 boxes amounted to only a few tens of thousands of taels of silver. This makes no sense. Zhu Heyu's brow furrowed in confusion. The Spaniards had occupied this territory for many years, plundering the people's wealth daily. How could they possibly have only a meager few tens of thousands of taels of silver? At that moment, Wang Chun, who had remained silent, glanced at the statue-like Li Jinhua beside him and leaned close to Zhu Heyu, lowering his voice and speaking cautiously. "Your Highness, do you think General Li and his men might be less than scrupulous?" Wang Chun, having spent years in the palace, was well aware of the underhanded dealings in the bureaucracy. Although he had not personally experienced such raids, he had heard many rumors. In such lucrative endeavors, those tasked with execution often reported only a fraction, perhaps 30%, of the total wealth to the treasury, and that was only if they were fortunate enough to encounter a just magistrate. Naturally, he now found himself suspicious of Li Jinhua and his troops. After all, the Divine Machine Camp was summoned by Zhu Heyu unexpectedly, its origins unclear, which warranted his suspicions. Zhu Heyu sighed inwardly, feeling helpless. How could he explain? Should he tell Wang Chun that all the officers and soldiers of the Divine Machine Camp were summoned by him from the system, utterly loyal and trustworthy, and without his orders, they would not dare to embezzle even a thread? If he uttered such words, Wang Chun would likely think him deranged. Wang Bo. He could only lower his voice, responding seriously. The loyalty of the soldiers is beyond doubt. Such remarks should not be spoken again. It was an unfortunate slip of the tongue. Wang Chun, seeing the gravity in Zhu Heyu's expression, wisely fell silent and stepped aside. Let this matter rest for now. We shall first secure the entirety of Manila City, then summon that nickel to inquire if he possesses any insider knowledge. Zhu Heyu waved his hand, no longer dwelling on the incongruous accounts. The successful capture of the affluent district did not signify the complete end of hostilities in Manila City. Numerous indigenous insurgents still roamed freely within, causing considerable trouble for the Ming forces tasked with eliminating the remnants of the enemy. Meanwhile, those fortunate enough to have escaped were only just beginning to realize that Manila City had seemingly undergone a transformation, with a new master in control. Oh God, you have finally arrived. Those cursed rioters, they took my son's life and violated my wife. I implore you, go after them. A ragged, dirt-streaked old white man stumbled into the street, blocking a squad of Ming soldiers engaged in quelling the uprising, his voice hoarse as he cried out in Spanish. However, when he discerned the soldiers' uniforms and faces, his pleas caught in his throat. He stared blankly at the group before him. Crimson armor, unfamiliar Eastern faces, and cold gazes. Wait, you are not the Spanish army. The soldiers, unable to comprehend his Spanish, merely cast a disdainful glance at the incoherent old man and continued with their mission, leaving him alone, frozen in the wind. A storm is brewing. Manila is on the brink of change. I must leave this place swiftly. The astute old man quickly regained his senses from shock and bewilderment. He realized that the Spanish army was no longer reliable, and Manila was indeed about to change hands. Rather than placing his hopes on the unreliable Spanish forces, it would be wiser to gather his belongings and escape amidst the chaos. As for his poor wife and son, let them be gone. As long as he had wealth, he could find younger and more beautiful women, and father clever and more resourceful sons. Over the years, he had amassed considerable wealth, and to be honest, he had long grown weary of that yellow-faced woman. Chapter 15. The advancing whites' gunfire echoed throughout Manila City all night, the acrid smoke and scent of blood lingering until the dawn's early light, gradually fading with the sporadic echoes. The governor's office, once a splendid chamber belonging to the Spanish governor, had been cleaned and transformed into Zhu Heyu's operational base. Your Highness, General Li has been waiting outside. The voice of Wang Chun resonated through the heavy door. Come in. Zhu Heyu rubbed his aching temples. Though this system-enhanced body far exceeded ordinary humans, the fatigue from a sleepless night washed over him like a tidal wave. The door swung open. Clad in armor, Li Jinhua strode in, the sound of his armor ringing sharply. He knelt swiftly, stating in a deep voice, Your Highness, the rebellion within the city has been largely quelled. Apart from some who fled into the mountains, the remaining defiant rioters have been executed on the spot. He paused before continuing his report. Additionally, last night, we intercepted a considerable number of Spaniards attempting to escape with their valuables amidst the chaos, and the spoils were abundant. Upon hearing the words abundant spoils, the weariness in Zhu Heyu's eyes was instantly replaced by a glimmer of excitement, revitalizing his spirits. He had almost forgotten that Manila was not merely rich in the governor's treasury. The Spanish merchants entrenched in the affluent districts, engaged in slave trading, smuggling, and exploitation, were also immensely wealthy. They too were prime targets. Immediately seal off the entire city. The Spaniards may leave if they wish. But every peso they have plundered here must remain with me. After a moment's contemplation, he added, Bring over nickel, and now that the city is largely pacified, send someone to fetch Zhao Yu. As you command, Your Highness. At the city gates of Manila, chaos reigned. A large number of terrified white citizens, dragging their families and piles of luggage, clamored at the tightly shut gates and armed Ming soldiers. Why won't you let us leave the city? We are citizens of the Spanish kingdom. You have no right to restrict our freedom. Yes, you damned yellow-skinned monkeys. Open the gates and let us go. The cacophony of shouts, a mix of Spanish and broken Chinese, surged as the crowd grew more agitated, pushing forward in an attempt to breach the line of Ming soldiers. Bang! A sharp gunshot abruptly silenced the scene. The once arrogant white citizens fell silent in an instant. Having endured the disaster of the previous day, they were now like startled prey facing this sudden gunfire. The Ming soldier who fired wore a grave expression, the gun still emitting smoke. He disdainfully glanced at the suddenly subdued foreigners and coldly instructed the translator beside him. Tell them exactly what I said. The translator steadied himself, stood tall, and proclaimed in fluent Spanish. Everyone listen. Manila and the entirety of Luzon have always been an inseparable territory of the Great Ming Dynasty. You foreign barbarians, taking advantage of our internal strife, have occupied this land and harmed the innocent. Now that our royal army has arrived, we reclaim our territory. Every blade of grass and every tree within this city belongs to the Ming royal family. If you wish to leave the city alive, you may. The translator emphasized his words, shouting, but do not even think about taking any possessions with you, not even a copper coin. The translator's words struck the crowd like a heavy hammer. After a brief silence, a more intense uproar erupted. What? This is outright robbery. Thieves. Shameless robbers. Private property is sacred and inviolable. Oh God, are you blind? Open your eyes and see. These heathens from the east are plundering the hard-earned money of your loyal followers. The pampered Spaniards were in an uproar. They had risked their lives crossing oceans to engage in slave trading, opium smuggling, and arms dealing, all in pursuit of wealth. Now, as they saw their life's savings about to vanish, how could they accept it? The crowd stirred again, with some bold individuals even beginning to shove the soldiers maintaining order at the front. The Ming soldiers' eyes grew colder. First row aim. Ready. The synchronized sound of metal scraping rang out as a line of black gun muzzles pointed directly at the crowd. This ominous sight caused many to instinctively retreat, yet some, blinded by anger and greed, pressed on. Fear not. We are Spaniards. They dare not kill us. Now, let us charge together. We will break through their defenses. A lavishly dressed, middle-aged merchant jumped to the front, waving his arms and shouting hoarsely to rally the crowd. He was unaware that just yesterday, a significant number of Spanish soldiers had already fallen to the Ming's gunfire. He naively believed that those Spanish forces had been defeated by the natives, and this suddenly appearing Han army was merely a fortunate opportunist. Some in the crowd actually heeded his call. Charge! Break through their defenses. Let these yellow-skinned monkeys go to hell. The middle-aged merchant led the charge, and with a shout, a throng surged toward the Ming army's line. Bang! 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 The barrage of gunfire instantly awakened everyone. By the time they realized what had happened, those who had surged forward were all lying on the ground, many of them moaning in pain from their wounds. Even some unfortunate souls who had not joined the charge were struck down by stray bullets, crying out as they fell. Oh God, they are shooting. Run. They want to kill us all. This merciless volley shattered the remaining illusions of safety. Fear rapidly eclipsed greed. The remaining Spaniards screamed, abandoning their belongings, and turned to flee. In an instant, at the city gates, all that remained were the wounded groaning on the ground and scattered boxes, alongside the frantic figures escaping in terror. A bunch of fools who won't shed tears until they see the coffin. The Ming soldier scoffed, ordering his men. One team stayed behind to clean up the scene. The rest maintained vigilance. With that, he turned and strode away without looking back. In the office of the governor's mansion, the atmosphere was stifling. Nickel, why is the treasury of the Manila governor's office so scant? For many years, you have exploited the indigenous people and oppressed the Han merchants, whereas the immense wealth you acquired gone. Do not tell me that maintaining such a vast army and the extravagant expenses of the governor's mansion rely solely on a mere few tens of thousands of taels of silver. Zhu Heyu's voice remained calm. However, the named Nickel appeared pale, his gaze darting about uncertainly. Your Highness, Zhu Heyu raised his teacup, gently blowing away the froth, his tone taking on a playful edge. Allow me to remind you, before the Spanish government pays the ransom to retrieve you, all of you will have to work to offset your lodging and dining expenses incurred during this time. As for the specific nature of the work, that will depend on your performance. He paused, as if suddenly recalling something, and leisurely added, oh, by the way, some jobs may pose certain dangers, and there is a possibility of fatalities. Nickel's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Zhu Heyu. A threat. A blatant threat. Your Highness, we have already surrendered unconditionally. You cannot force us to work like slaves, he exclaimed, agitated. Zhu Heyu set down his teacup, producing a soft, crisp sound. Viscount Nickel, please remember, the vanquished have no power to negotiate. He leaned slightly forward, his voice low and clear. In this land at present, I hold the authority. So, contemplate carefully. Is it the wealth that cannot be taken away that is more important, or the lives of you and your family? I grant you time to consider this matter. Chapter 16. New Goods Under Zhu Heyi's Veiled Yet Pointed Reminders. Nickel ultimately could not withstand the pressure and divulged the location of the remaining treasury. To Zhu Heyi's surprise, this wealth was hidden within the governor's office itself. That old fox, Noah, had indeed constructed a cleverly designed secret chamber behind a heavy bookcase. With a click, as Nickel's trembling fingers pressed a discreet carving on the corner of the bookcase, a subtle sound of mechanisms engaging ensued. The heavy bookcase slowly slid aside, revealing a dark opening behind it. Could it be that old fellow had also traversed realms? Or perhaps he had merely watched too many dramas before his crossing. Zhu Heyi stood at the entrance, feeling the cold air emanating from within, unable to suppress his inner musings. However, Noah's origins were of little consequence now. He had likely already reincarnated into another world. Everything within this compartment rightfully belonged to him at this moment. He waved his hand, and two of his guards promptly dragged the weak Nickel away. He himself held a torch and stepped inside. The flames illuminated the modest secret chamber, momentarily halting Zhu Heyi's breath. Compared to the absurdly small treasury outside, containing just 4 small boxes, the sight within this chamber truly befitted the title of the governor's treasury. The treasures were not heaped in mountains, but meticulously categorized and neatly stored within sturdy wooden boxes. One entire box contained resplendent Spanish gold coins. Several boxes were filled with heavy Spanish silver dollars, and another box overflowed with dazzling jewels and diamonds. Even in the shadows of the farthest corner, there were casually piled bundles of ivory and rhino horns, the former glistening with a soft, milky sheen, the latter appearing rough and primitive. These boxes were not like the inconspicuous small boxes outside. Each one was a substantial entity, requiring 2 strong men to barely lift it, solid and heavy enough to hold astonishing wealth. Setting aside the immeasurable value of the ivory and jewels, the mere value of those several boxes of silver dollars and 1 box of gold coins already surpassed 2 million taels of silver. 2 million taels. At the end of the Ming Dynasty, the annual fiscal revenue was merely over 3 million taels, although a significant portion was collected in the form of grain taxes. It suffices to glimpse the brutal plundering the Spaniards inflicted upon Luzon. With a flick of his hand, Zhu Heyi stored all those boxes of gold and silver into the system space. The treasury reserves, which had already fallen to double digits, surged instantly, a string of zeros rolling in a frenzy before finally settling. Treasury reserves, 583, 450 taels of silver, 2,583,000 taels. When the long string of numbers representing wealth leaped into his sight, Zhu Heyi's heart raced uncontrollably. Yet in the next moment, he scolded himself for his lack of composure. He had maintained his calm in the face of that mountain of gold and silver, but now found his heartbeat quickening over a string of cold numbers. He steadied his mind and meticulously inspected the secret chamber, ensuring there were no oversights before retreating. Eagerly, he plunged his consciousness into the virtual space, opening the interface he had been yearning for. He clearly remembered that just yesterday, an armored cruiser, a national treasure, had been quietly docked there. The astronomical price of 2 million taels had seemed so distant yesterday, but now he could afford it. However, when the interface of the miracle market unfolded in his mind, the anticipation on Zhu Heyi's face froze instantaneously. Silence. A deathly stillness. In the next second, where is my ship? Where is that magnificent armored cruiser? The sudden exclamation from the office startled the 2 guards stationed at the door, their hearts nearly leaping into their throats. Your Highness, has something happened? The 2 exchanged alarmed glances, rushing to push the door open, their hands instinctively resting on the hilts of their blades. The prince was their world, and they could not afford any mishaps. Upon entering, they found their prince slumped in his chair, a look of despair on his face, his eyes vacant, as if all spirit had been drained from him. Your Highness, do you have any orders? One guard cautiously inquired, his tone laden with concern. Ah. Zhu Heyi sighed deeply. You may leave. I merely want to shout out loud for a moment to vent. Zhu Heyi, feeling a sense of frustration, waved his hand weakly. Then we shall take our leave, Your Highness. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call us. The 2 guards exchanged worried glances. Seeing that their prince seemed unhurt, they bowed respectfully before quietly exiting the room. Outside the door, the 2 exchanged puzzled looks. What would be wrong with His Highness? I don't know. Perhaps he did not rest well last night. Should we call for Lord Wang to take a look? Hmm, that sounds reasonable. Inside the office, Zhu He lamented. How did I not realize yesterday was Sunday? Had I known, I should have pried open Nickel's mouth yesterday. After the guards left, Zhu He struck the table in vexation. He finally remembered. The miracle market refreshes every Monday. Today is indeed Monday. That armored cruiser he had been longing for, so easily within reach, had simply vanished. Well, if it's gone, it's gone. Zhu He exhaled a long breath, forcefully suppressing the overwhelming sense of loss that threatened to engulf him, and began to console himself. The system has stated that anything is possible, right? There will surely be opportunities to refresh it again. Even if it does not reappear, can I not construct it with my own hands? However, building a steel warship was no simple endeavor. It encompassed many fields that were still blank in this era. For instance, the most crucial propulsion system could not be realized until high-power steam boilers were developed. Otherwise, one could not sail a steel warship across the seas, nor could one operate the turrets. Surely, one could not rely on the wind or push it by hand. Of course, endowed with a golden finger, Zhu He could take shortcuts. When the palace reached level 3 and the shipyard reached level 2, the construction rights for early steel warships would be unlocked. Yet, Zhu He had not even constructed the palace yet. The shipyard icon was still gray, indicating it was not unlocked. The road ahead is long and fraught with challenges. Let's first explore the new wonders that have emerged this week. His attention was once again directed towards the Qing Shirchong, a birthday cake, accompanied by a cake-making recipe, priced at 50 taels of silver. An 1857 12-pound field cannon, priced at 1,000 taels of silver. Limit of 10, 1841 6-pound field cannon, priced at 800 taels of silver. Limit of 10. A small gasoline generator with 100 liters of gasoline included, priced at 1,000 taels of silver. A sulfanilamide production line, with a box of finished medicine included, priced at 500,000 taels of silver. Instant noodle manufacturing recipe, with a box of multi-flavor instant noodles included, priced at 1,000 taels of silver. Oh, Zhu Heju's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, anything is possible. This week, the offerings in the Qing Shirchong have expanded beyond mere military equipment to include life-saving pharmaceuticals as well. The most expensive item, the sulfanilamide production line, commands a staggering price of 500,000 taels of silver, but it is undoubtedly worth every coin. In this era, nations are nearly powerless against inflammatory injuries and ailments. Especially in the West, the foolish practice of bloodletting only serves to weaken patients further, hastening their demise, without offering any genuine healing. Consequently, even a minor wound infection equates to a terminal illness in these times. The advent of sulfanilamide holds the potential to alter this dire situation. Though its antibacterial potency pales in comparison to the penicillin of later generations, it remains an unparalleled miracle drug in the present context. More importantly, the included box of finished medicine can immediately address pressing needs. In the battle for Manila, although the Divine Machine Camp achieved a resounding victory, it was not without casualties. In the sweltering and humid environment, wounds are prone to infection. The introduction of sulfanilamide could undoubtedly save numerous lives. Ultimately, if sulfanilamide can cure terminal ailments, he could replicate the miraculous pricing of penicillin in the future, elevating sulfanilamide into the golden standard of pharmaceuticals for this era. Selling this life-saving elixir at a price equivalent to that of gold to the Western nations, who are often foolish with their wealth. The mere thought of silver coins flowing in made Zhu Heju's previously gloomy disposition brighten considerably. He surveyed the other products once more. The small and large Napoleon field cannons are quite impressive, although they do not compare to the previous 82mm mortars. They're certainly superior to the bronze cannons captured from the Spaniards. Purchase. The birthday cake and recipe are so inexpensive, they can satisfy Zhao cravings by. The small gasoline generator, while currently of little use, may one day see the Qing Shirchong offer refrigerators and air conditioners. Purchase. The instant noodles and recipe are indeed feasible. They offer convenience and are easy to preserve, making them likely to be well received by the military, especially by those Western forces. He recalls a particular country enamored with black tea that even serves instant noodles at state banquets. The poor British, Zhu Heyu chuckles to himself. In the end, with a somewhat extravagant flair, Zhu Heyu lavishly spent 520,050 taels of silver, clearing the entire stock of the Qiji Shichong for the week. Chapter 17 Zhu Heyu, System Architecture. Ding! Congratulations, Your Highness. The novice task has been completed. The rewards will be dispensed in due course. After such a long wait, the notification of task completion has finally arrived. However, from Zhu Heyu's perspective, the 7 warships as rewards should be arriving by sea. So he surmises he will have to wait a bit longer, which does not concern him. How should I construct buildings such as the palace, barracks, and other infrastructures? Once built, will the structures be fixed in place? Will the sudden appearance of these buildings cause panic among the populace? Zhu Heyu expressed his concerns as he glanced at the illuminated icons for construction. Your Highness, there's no need to worry. The system buildings will not manifest in physical form within the real world. Once you issue a construction command, you can designate any existing building in reality as the carrier for the system building, and this carrier can be relocated. With the system's explanation, Zhu Heyu felt completely at ease. He intends to return one day, and the future center of his nation will undoubtedly rise upon that very homeland. With the system's endorsement, he no longer needs to exert himself in justifying the sudden appearance of buildings. He can freely cultivate and develop here without concern. This perhaps explains why system buildings consume only silver, without requiring physical resources. Just as Zhu Heyu was preparing to draft the blueprint for the system buildings, the office door creaked open slightly, and a small head adorned with cute double buns timidly peeked in. When her big, glistening eyes spotted Zhu Heyu seated on the sofa, they immediately sparkled with delight. She then scampered over, her little hands gently tugging at his clothing. "AG!" Her sweet, ringing voice carried a hint of excitement. "Momo said we're going to move here to live, right?" The little girl was none other than the young princess, Zhu Heyu. Today, she donned an elegant pale yellow dress, her simple hairstyle accentuating her strikingly bright eyes, which were now fixed on Zhu Heyu in wonder. Meeting her clear gaze warmed Zhu Heyu's heart. He naturally knelt down, reaching out to gently tousle her slightly tousled hair. "Yes, we will be living here from now on. Can I choose my own room?" The little girl's eyes sparkled even brighter. "Of course. In this entire big house, Zhao Yu can choose whichever room she likes." "Thank you, AG." Zhu Heyu beamed with joy. She was so thrilled upon hearing from Momo that they would be moving to the city. The plantation house was surrounded by pesky insects, while many of them were her playmates. There were even more troublesome bugs that sought to bite her when she was not paying attention, leaving her with itchy welts. Momo had told her that there were no biting insects in the big house in the city. Just moments ago, she had quietly explored the beautiful house and found that there truly wasn't a single bothersome mosquito in sight. However, she would have to find new playmates. Yet she was not worried, for Momo had also said that G is the most formidable person in the world and would certainly help her find new friends. Observing his sister deep in thought, Zhu Heyu's smile widened, and with a hint of mystery, he lowered his voice. "Zhao Yu, would you like to see AG perform a magic trick?" "A magic trick?" The little girl was instantly captivated, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity. Zhu Heyu smiled as he spread his hands, indicating they were empty, then with a deft flick of his wrist, a beautifully crafted cake adorned with vibrant fruits and topped with creamy white frosting appeared in his palm. "Wow!" The little girl gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Although she could not comprehend the trick, this did not hinder her admiration. "Here, take it. This is called a cake, and it's edible." Zhu Heyu smiled as he presented the cake to Zhu Heyu, who carefully accepted it with both hands, curiously dipping her tiny finger into the snowy cream and tentatively tasting it. So sweet. The unfamiliar sweetness and fragrant richness made the little girl's south eyes squint into crescent shapes. However, she only took a small taste before reluctantly offering the tempting cake back to Zhu Heyu. "AG, you should try it too, but just a tiny bite, okay? Maybe 2 bites at most. Momo has definitely never had such delicious treats. I want to save some to bring back for her to taste." Zhu Heyu chuckled softly, his eyes filled with tenderness. "Silly girl." He gently tapped her little nose. "AG doesn't have a sweet tooth. This should be saved for Zhao Yu and Momo to enjoy together." Zhu Heyu, however, remained resolute, tilting her small head to one side, her delicate pink lips slightly pouting. In her bright, expressive eyes, there was a hint of stubbornness, even a touch of irritation as she stared at him, her little hands defiantly holding the cake aloft, showing no intention of retracting it. Unable to resist his sister's persistence, Zhu Heyu smiled helplessly yet affectionately and extended a finger to gently scrape a dollop of cream, the size of a fingernail, from the edge of the cake she held high, symbolically placing it in his mouth. There, now brother has tasted it too. At this, the little girl finally broke into a satisfied smile, bouncing out of the office with her precious cake in hand. Watching her petite figure in pale yellow skip away until it vanished at the end of the corridor, Zhu Heyu's smile gradually faded. The years spent in Manila had indeed not been kind, and the little girl had suffered alongside him. Yet little Zhao Yu remained well-behaved and understanding. His gaze grew resolute once more. Such days of hardship would come to an end. Collecting his thoughts, Zhu Heyu redirected his attention to the system interface. Palace. Level 1 construction cost. 100,000 taels of silver. Determines the level cap for other building units. Upgrade requirement. Citizens 14, 850, 100,000. Barracks. Level 1. Construction cost. 10,000 taels of silver. Used for recruiting and training various troops. Upgrade conditions may be limited by location. Blacksmith. Level 1. Construction cost. 50,000 taels of silver. A place for forging various weapons and equipment. Upgrade conditions may be limited by location. Excluding the Miracle Market. These are the only 3 buildings available for construction. However, the upgrade requirement for the palace, concerning citizens, left Zhu Heyu somewhat puzzled. System. I have already occupied Manila. Yet why do I only have over 10,000 citizens? There must be at least tens of thousands remaining in the city, aside from those who have died or fled. Your Highness, based solely on population, there are indeed tens of thousands within the city, but the Spaniards and natives have not truly submitted to you. They will not fight for you, hence they are not counted. Additionally, due to the influence of civilization and enlightenment, even if the natives do submit, they will only be counted as half for the time being. The explanation from the system left Zhu Heyu momentarily taken aback. Discrimination is unacceptable. I have always detested racial discrimination. How can these natives, with such a large stature, be counted as only half a person? Very well. Let us construct the governor's mansion as the palace, and we shall retain the original Spanish barracks for military purposes. The blacksmith can wait for now. As you wish. Your Highness. Zhu Heyu had initially anticipated some changes, yet after a lengthy wait, the only difference was a decrease in the treasury's funds. With no other alterations in sight. Is this it? Zhu Heyu asked, bewildered. Your Highness, with a real building as the foundation, there will naturally be no visible changes. The system replied. All right, perhaps I was expecting too much. The palace, as the main city, held little intrigue, so he silently invoked the barracks interface. Barracks, level 1. Recruitable troops, trained light infantry, 200 taels of silver, no equipment provided. Trained archers, 800 taels of silver, no equipment provided. Trained heavy infantry, 1,000 taels of silver, no equipment provided. Genie Wei, 2,000 taels of silver, no equipment provided. Observing the barracks interface, Zhu Heyu was at a loss for words. The soldiers recruited from the barracks came without any equipment. However, given that the barracks were only at level 1, the troops that could be trained were limited to cold weapon units. In an era where firearms were beginning to emerge, purely cold weapon forces were becoming increasingly less effective. Zhu Heyu momentarily suppressed the idea of large-scale conscription from the barracks. The urgent task at hand was to construct the blacksmith and establish the production line for the mini rifles. Chapter 18. The luxurious configuration of the Ming Navy. Although the war had ended, Manila was far from calm. Due to Zhu Heyu's order to confiscate the wealth of the Spaniards, countless Spaniards were now wailing in despair. You robbers! Demons! God will not forgive you. A rotund Spanish merchant lay helplessly on the steps, watching as boxes of gold and bolts of silk were expressionlessly carted away by the Ming soldiers. He reached out with trembling hands, as if to grasp something, but only grasped the humid, warm air. All he could do was watch and cry out, unleashing a torrent of curses. As for resistance, the dark red stains of blood at the city gate and the faint scent of rust in the air served as constant reminders. This Ming army was capable of killing. Yet, these Spaniards, who had lost everything overnight, did not leave. It was not that they did not wish to escape, but they simply could not. When the tumult first erupted, the astute merchants had already sailed most of their ships away from this perilous place. As the situation spiraled out of control, The remaining few ships also vanished without a trace. The only Spanish fleet left was hastily retreating under Zhu Heyu's cannon fire, with even the flagship reduced to a smoldering wreck. The vast Manila Bay now held only a few small boats bobbing in the waves. These vessels were hardly seaworthy for fishing. Traveling overland was an even greater impossibility. In the humid, tropical rainforest lurked not only the cannibalistic natives, but also countless indigenous rebels who had just fled the city. Falling into the hands of those ruffians would result in a fate worse than death. Rather than attempt the land route, it would be better to charge straight into the guns of the Ming army. At least that would be a swift end. With their wealth gone, their return path severed, they could only cling to the half-bag of rations granted by the Ming army, trembling and praying to the grim sky for their uncertain fates. Nevertheless, compared to those huddled in shanties, struggling for mere survival, they at least had this half-bag of food to sustain them. This was already a tremendous stroke of luck. Serve them right. Look at these cursed, red-haired devils. Who would have thought they would face this day? On the other side of the street, the observing Han people gazed at the Spaniards, who were howling and acting as if mad, feeling that decades of pent-up grievances had finally found an outlet. Indeed, they used to bully us every day. Now it's time for them to experience what it's like to be bullied. If it were up to me, I would give them a single bond. Someone immediately echoed. These Southern Ocean Han people were mostly descendants of those who had accompanied Zheng He on his voyages or were refugees from Fujian and Guangdong fleeing from war. They harbored an almost instinctive sense of identity with the Ming Dynasty. Unfortunately, the impoverished Ming court lacked the capacity to assist them, and the grand aspirations of Zheng Chenggong's expedition to the Southern Ocean had faded with his death. This left the Southern Ocean Han people feeling like orphaned children in the face of Spanish exploitation, forced to endure humiliation and abuse. Now, Zhu He's appearance and the arrival of the Ming army had finally given them a sense of protection. Witnessing their elders deliver retribution upon those who had once tormented them was an indescribable relief. Just as the crowd was speculating about the Spaniards, a young man breathlessly pushed his way through the throng, his face flushed as he shouted, "Hey, stop looking. Everyone, stop looking. The port has our court's warships. So many people have gone to see them. If we're late, we want to even be able to squeeze in." No sooner had he spoken than the crowd erupted in excitement. The court's warships? Is that true? Let us go. Hurry and take a look. I'm going to. The crowd surged with curiosity and excitement. The Spanish vessels were a common sight for them, flaunting their might in Manila Bay all day long. Yet they had never laid eyes on the ships of the Ming. The common folk, recently rescued from the brink of slaughter by the Ming army, were now filled with an insatiable longing and yearning for everything associated with the Ming. In the bustling port of Manila Bay, Zhu Heyu stood at the forefront of the dock, observing the 7 colossal warships slowly approaching their berths under the guidance of indigenous porters. His heart remained unperturbed. After all, before his time travel, he had served as a naval lieutenant in the Republic. Although he had not been stationed on large destroyers or aircraft carriers, he had certainly encountered them frequently, having grown accustomed to vessels displacing tens of thousands of tons. It was difficult to feel excitement when faced with these sailing warships that barely exceeded 5,000 tons. However, his lack of excitement did not imply that others felt the same. "Your Highness, is this truly a warship of the Ming Navy?" Wang Shen exclaimed, pointing at the most majestic vessel, resembling a floating mountain, his voice trembling, nearly devoid of modulation. He could not contain his exhilaration. He had seen the warships of the Ming Navy before. In the past, the standard mainstay of the Ming Navy, the 400 Liang Fu ship, measured only about 20 meters in length and had a displacement of just over 100 tons. Even the large Fu ships under the command of Guo Xingye, with a capacity of 2,000 Liang, barely reached around 1,000 tons. In comparison, this imposing vessel before him was akin to a colossal elephant standing next to an ant. The battleship Wang Shan referred to as a first-rate sailing battleship, meticulously replicated from the 19th century French Navy's ship, the Valiant. It measured 64 meters in length, 18 meters in width, with a full load displacement of 5,800 tons. Boasting 4 decks of artillery and equipped with 120 heavy cannons capable of firing new explosive shells. It was the largest sailing battleship ever constructed, both in that era and throughout history. The other 6 ships were equally impressive. 2 second-rate battleships, displacing over 2,000 tons with 3 decks and 90 cannons. complemented by 4 fourth-rate cruisers, displacing over 1,000 tons with 2 decks and 50 cannons. There was nothing surprising about it. In the future, we would possess even more formidable warships. Zhu Heyu spoke calmly, aware of the historical trajectory, and with his advantageous knowledge, he could confidently declare this. Yet, Wang Chun was oblivious to this. He stared blankly at Zhu Heyu, stroking his non-existent beard, musing to himself. The prince is speaking nonsense again. However, the last time he spoke such nonsense, it seemed to have become reality. At the bustling dock, throngs of people gathered, predominantly Han Chinese, but also a significant number of Europeans, British, French, Dutch, and Portuguese. Though Zhu Heyu was a player with an upper hand, his current power had not yet reached a level where he could confront multiple European powers simultaneously. Unlike Cixi, he was clear-headed enough to know that the ongoing actions in the city were solely directed at the Spaniards. "My God, it's even larger than the courageous," exclaimed a British merchant, attired in a fine silk shirt, gazing at the majestic silhouette of the first-rate battleship at the dock, his eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. The other white individuals beside him also stared in shock. Among them were Dutch, Portuguese, and French nationals, all of whom belonged to countries with top-tier navies in this era. Yet, despite their exhaustive efforts to find a comparable vessel within their esteemed naval ranks, they could not locate a single ship that could rival this colossal ship before them. Furthermore, aside from the largest vessel, the other 6 ships were also maritime behemoths. The 2 second-rate battleships could serve as flagship vessels, while the 4 ultralight fourth-rate battleships left them with no medium-sized military ships at all. The configuration of this fleet was simply breathtakingly luxurious. The fall of Manila City sent shockwaves throughout the South Seas. The Ming, this term, long shrouded in dust and nearly forgotten in the memories of countless people, re-emerged with an indomitable presence due to this battle, capturing everyone's attention once more. The Dutch and Portuguese, nations that had previously clashed with the Ming army, seemed to rekindle the fears of being dominated by the Ming forces. Naturally, they relished the defeat of the Spaniards, whom they had always been at odds with. As for the Spaniards, the loss of Manila City left them in despair, yet so far, they have been unable to devise any effective countermeasures. It should be noted that the garrison of Manila City constituted 3/5 of Spain's military presence in the Philippines. With such a significant portion of their forces annihilated, the remaining scattered troops were naturally incapable of defeating the Ming army to reclaim Manila City. Moreover, they had recently received intelligence that the Ming Navy was immensely powerful, far beyond the capabilities of their small fleet stationed on Luzon Island. Now, their only recourse seemed to be praying to God or the Virgin Mary, hoping that the Ming forces would pause their advance, granting them a respite while awaiting reinforcements from the homeland or the Viceroyalty of New Spain. On the 16th of April, the 63rd year of the reign of Emperor Chongzhen of Deming, and the 29th year of the false Emperor Kangxi of the Qing Dynasty, Wang Chen's voice echoed outside. "Your Highness, the auspicious time has come." "Understood," Zhu Heyu replied, his voice calm, but his deep-set eyes sparkled with brilliance. After today, he would no longer be the exiled grandson of the emperor. He would bear the hopes of reviving an ancient empire. "Your Majesty," he slowly rose, the 12-chapter patterns adorning his new regal attire reflecting a gentle glow in the candlelight. Pushing open the heavy wooden door of his office, he stepped into the profound corridor, where the civil and military officials, who had yet to even establish a basic framework, awaited him. Given the circumstances, Zhu Heyu was not one to adhere to unnecessary formalities. This ceremony, which should have been grand and solemn, had been simplified to an almost hasty level. A royal palace? There was none. The Spanish governor's office would suffice. A golden hall? Absent. The governor's office's great hall would serve. Sacrificing to heaven? That could be arranged. But it would merely involve Zhu Heyu silently paying homage to the mysterious entity that had facilitated the rise of the empire. Musical offerings and prayers? That was omitted. Following a series of astonishingly swift proceedings, Zhu Heyu stood at the head of the hall, unfurling the edict, his voice clear and resonant, echoing throughout the entire hall. "I, by the mandate of heaven and in accordance with the will of the people, ascend to the great throne today, changing the era to Tianyun, declaring the coming year as the first year of Tianyun. Let it be known to all." As his words fell, everyone in the hall knelt in unison, chanting, Long live our emperor! Long live! Long live 1,000 times! The voices were not earth-shattering, yet they emanated a palpable thrill and reverence. Subsequently, the conferring of titles and honors commenced. His rudimentary court did not follow the traditional 3 dukes and 9 ministers system, but instead was tentatively structured around civil affairs, judiciary, finance, national defense, and diplomacy. However, aside from national defense, the rest were essentially vacant. He conferred Su Jingming as the governor of Luzon, overseeing all civil affairs in the region. Thank you for your great kindness. The elderly Su Jingming, over 60 years of age, wept profusely, bowing deeply. He understood that, with his frail body, he likely had few days of peace ahead. I appoint myself as the supreme commander of the 3 armies. He conferred Li Jinhua as the supreme commander of the Da Ming army. He conferred Xie Xingxing as the supreme commander of the Da Ming navy. He conferred Su Tsui as the supreme commander of the Da Ming imperial guard. I accept the command. The 3 generals knelt on one knee, their voices booming like thunder. The imperial guards and the army were temporarily not strictly distinguished, both equipped with the same weapons, undergoing the same training, and tasked with external combat missions. Lastly, Zhu Heyu could not be overlooked. He conferred Zhu Heyu as the Grand Princess of Ming. A young girl, standing to one side, was somewhat bewildered by the sudden announcement of her title. She only understood that starting today, everyone would address her differently. As for the notion of a grand amnesty and benevolence towards the people, that was simply unthinkable. If there were a general pardon, where would he find such a multitude of free laborers? 1 week after the coronation ceremony, the city of Manila had stabilized completely, and news of the ascension of the new emperor of the Ming Dynasty had spread throughout the South Seas alongside the trading vessels. In fact, the British even sent 4 giraffes as a gift, calling them auspicious creatures to celebrate the new emperor's reign. Did they think he was a country bumpkin who had never seen the world? Zhu Heyu observed the 4 long-necked creatures leisurely munching on leaves in the courtyard, secretly amused. He was well aware that during the Yongle period, when Zheng He sailed to the west, he had brought back such creatures from East Africa, which were indeed regarded as omens of good fortune. It was unclear how the British had unearthed this ancient anecdote. One should not strike a smiling face, especially when a gift was presented so graciously. The Ming Dynasty, being a nation of propriety, naturally had to reciprocate a gift. However, he was not one to seek ostentation, pretending to be wealthier than he was. Monetary compensation? They had claimed these were priceless giraffes. How much gold and silver could possibly equate to such an auspicious gift? Although he had amassed considerable wealth after confiscating Spanish assets, the thought that the British might have exchanged nothing for these 4 giraffes from some tribal chief in Africa, yet sought to extract true gold and silver from his treasury, left him feeling uneasy. As Zhu Heyu pondered what kind of return gift to offer, he suddenly recalled that it was a new week. The miracle market must have refreshed. Perhaps there would be some delightful surprises. He focused his thoughts and delved into his consciousness. Indeed, upon seeing the newly available items in the miracle market, a smile instantly spread across his face. A counterfeit mechanical watch production line, accompanied by a pair of exquisite mechanical watches for men and women, plus 10 ordinary counterfeit watches. Price, 10,000 taels of silver. This was it. Zhu Heyu's eyes sparkled as he made his decision. Of course, he intended to gift not the production line itself, but the finished watches, especially the exquisite pair designed for couples. This was a marketing strategy tailor-made for him. It must be noted that in this era, watches were still a rarity. The European nobility primarily used large, heavy pocket watches, which they kept in their pockets. It was easy to envision the impact of his elegantly crafted, beautifully designed wristwatches when they appeared before those aristocrats who valued appearances above all else. The visual shock would undoubtedly be groundbreaking. With this thought, Zhu Heyu no longer hesitated and promptly confirmed his purchase. In the next moment, a pair of dazzlingly luxurious watches materialized in his hands. Indeed, they were exquisite and beautiful. As he gazed at the 2 watches adorned with various gemstones, he found himself reluctant to part with them. However, when he casually opened the accompanying materials provided by the system, the smile on his face instantly froze. With a clatter, the 2 watches seemed to transform into venomous serpents, which he abruptly tossed onto the table. What? Synthetic crystal, synthetic diamonds, and even energy stones? No wonder that stone glimmered with an eerie green light. This was no longer merely a matter of being counterfeit. It was a matter of life and death. Zhu Heyu was well aware of what energy stones were. They were radioactive materials, prolonged where could lead to premature death. He stroked his chin, his gaze flickering as he regarded the lavish gifts on the table. Should he send them, or should he not? Such an action seemed, in a way, rather ungracious. Moreover, knowing the British royal family's tendencies, these watches would likely be treated as heirlooms, passed down through generations. Wouldn't that effectively curse the bloodline of the British royal family? Ultimately, the British emissary departed with great satisfaction, cradling the lavish gifts bestowed by the Ming emperor. His steps were so light it seemed he might float away. To promote his own brand of watches, Zhu Heyu had gifted both the meticulously crafted couple's watches and the 10 ordinary mechanical watches all at once. Before they parted ways, he specifically instructed that the exquisite couple's watches were a gift for the most esteemed monarch of the sun-never-setting empire, King William III of England, and his wise and virtuous queen, Mary II. The British envoy repeatedly assured him that this gift, imbued with the deep affection of the Eastern Emperor, would be delivered intact to the hands of their majesties. As he watched the envoy's receding figure, a knowing smile curved Zhu Heyu's lips. Did they claim the watches were radioactive? Huh. What power could a tiny stone possess? It wouldn't cause immediate demise, would it? Perhaps. Furthermore, if his historical knowledge served him right, Queen Mary II would soon succumb to smallpox, and King William III had only about a decade left to live. The negligible health impact of the energy stones would likely not manifest until they had already departed to meet their maker. Moreover, the future sun-never-setting empire, a pirate conglomerate that would dominate the seas and establish a global colonial system through warships and unscrupulous means, was destined to be his greatest adversary. Should he care about the fate of his opponents? After sending the British away, Zhu Heyu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was currently in no shortage of wealth. After thoroughly plundering the Spanish within Manila, including the secret treasury of the governor's palace, his national treasury had reached an unprecedented and terrifying figure. Even after distributing several 100,000 taels of silver as compensation to the Han people who suffered during the recent upheaval, he still had over 3 million taels of silver quietly resting in his system's treasury. This did not even account for the jewels, paintings, antiques, and curios that could not be identified by the system, piled in his storerooms. There was more than enough money to spend. Thus, Zhu Heyu unhesitatingly sank his consciousness back into the miracle market. Time to shop. He displayed the traits of a nouveau riche, sweeping away all the newly refreshed items with a wave of his hand. Firstly, he truly was not short on funds. Secondly, the items in the miracle market were often worth far more than their price. Even those seemingly trivial everyday goods were priced so low by the system that it was hard to resist buying them, which would greatly enhance the quality of life for himself and those around him. Why not? Interestingly, this time, the refreshed items in the miracle market consisted entirely of everyday necessities, with not a single military item in sight. This was an unprecedented occurrence. A case of canned fruit in various flavors, 5 external air conditioning units, 1,000 tons of finished cement, and a complete production line, 10 sets of high-end toiletries, in addition to the previously acquired counterfeit mechanical watch production line. The absence of military equipment did not mean there weren't valuable items. The watch production line would generate significant profits for him. Moreover, the 1,000 tons of cement and accompanying production line held extraordinary strategic importance. The most immediate benefit would be the complete transformation of the deplorable streets of Manila, which were muddy and unbearable, with dust and dry weather and muck in the rain. He could no longer tolerate the abysmal road conditions. And those 5 external air conditioning units, just thinking about it made Zhu Heyu's face break into a radiant smile. Luzon was unbearably hot. The humidity felt like a colossal steamer, relentlessly roasting one's body and spirit, making even the air feel thick and scalding. The governor's palace. No, it should now be called the Imperial Palace. Ah, how refreshing and delightful. The little girl, enjoying the cool breeze from the air conditioner, squinted her eyes slightly. Her short legs swung back and forth in the air due to the chair being too high for her to reach the ground. It was evident that she was in quite a good mood. However, Princess Zhu Heyu, now a long princess, still referred to her brother, the emperor, in the same way. Despite her nanny's multiple reminders to call Zhu Heyu royal brother, the little girl seemed oblivious to the suggestion. Zhu Heyu, on the other hand, was quite pleased with this. He affectionately patted the little girl's head, finding the term brother far more endearing than the cold royal brother. As long as she was happy, he smiled gently, assuring her that she would no longer fear the heat. Originally, Zhu Heyu intended to install air conditioners in several other offices as well. However, he soon discovered with embarrassment that the small gasoline generator he had purchased could not support the operation of 2 air conditioners simultaneously without emitting a distressing whine before it ultimately failed. Zhu Heyu was taken aback when he noticed the glaringly red level 8 efficiency rating on the air conditioner. Oh, that changes everything. Thus, this unique coolness became the exclusive privilege of Princess Zhu Heyu. As for others, they would not perish without air conditioning. Moreover, even he, the esteemed emperor, was enduring the sweltering heat in his office. Not long after Zhu Heyu began to play with the Long Princess, the familiar figure of Wang Chun appeared in an opportune moment. What is it now? Zhu Heyu looked at Wang Chun with a hint of exasperation. He had initially intended to promote Wang Chun to a chief position during this merit-based reward, yet the old man stubbornly refused, insisting on staying by his side as a personal attendant. Zhu Heyu had the urge to point out that Wang Chun was hardly a beautiful young maiden deserving of such consideration. Nonetheless, recalling Wang Chun's lifelong service to the Zhu family and his advancing age, he decided to relent. Your Majesty, General Li has sent word that the military factory outside the city has been completed on schedule. Additionally, as per your instructions, the pharmaceutical bureau and food processing factory are also under rapid construction. As Wang Chun reported, his gaze unintentionally swept over the Long Princess, who was enjoying a can of yellow peach preserves with great delight. The emperor's affection for the Long Princess was indeed extraordinary. Wang Chun reflected on this, recognizing that this unique temperature-controlling marvel could only be enjoyed by the princess, making this privilege truly unparalleled. Understood, Zhu Heyu nodded, ordering General Li to construct 2 more factory buildings, one designated as the Duming Royal Watch Manufacturing Factory, and the other, perhaps, the Royal Cement Factory. Prestige, after all, was of utmost importance, especially as he sought to extract vast sums of money from the newly wealthy European bourgeoisie. He was even confident that once a product bore the royal name, the European nobility, who valued lineage and status above all, would not hesitate to pay 5 to 10 times the price for it. Thus, not only these 2 factories, but also the soon-to-be-completed pharmaceutical bureau, food processing factory, and all future product from the system would bear the prefix de Ming Royal, ensuring that those noble lords would begrudgingly empty their pockets while cursing the cunning Easterners. Entrusting the factory construction to Li Jinhua was indeed a wise choice. It was important to note that the military factory Zhu Heyu envisioned was no ordinary workshop. To allow for ample space for future upgrades to the system's blacksmith shop, it covered an impressive 50 acres. Li Jinhua completed the main factory building in just a few days, a feat of astonishing efficiency. In fact, as someone from the system, Li Jinhua understood the significance of this military factory better than anyone else, which is why he was so dedicated to the task. To meet the deadline, he employed captured indigenous laborers, working them in shifts around the clock. Building a factory was not like a factory assembly line. Moving stones and timber was physically exhausting, and working at night with torches provided inadequate light, making accidents inevitable. During the construction, over 10 indigenous laborers lost their lives due to various accidents, and countless others were injured. But did Li Jinhua care? In his eyes, these indigenous laborers were no different from livestock, and their deaths were of little consequence. Once the military factory was completed, Zhu Heyu promptly relocated the system's blacksmith shop there and installed the production line for the mini rifles obtained from the novice gift pack, immediately ordering production to commence. However, just as Zhu Heyu eagerly anticipated the mass production of the new mini rifles to arm his elite troops, new challenges arose. So, due to the scarcity of raw materials, we are unable to produce mini rifles in bulk at this time. In the office, Zhu Heyu gazed at Li Jinhua, who stood before him with his head bowed, his brow furrowing once again. Indeed, Your Majesty, Li Jinhua replied solemnly. The Spaniards have not stockpiled significant amounts of, or in Manila. They have always imported finished iron product from elsewhere. Zhu Heyu's expression darkened instantly. Why was it so difficult? Other systems could provide anything: money, manpower, materials, yet his broken system could not even manage the most basic raw materials without his intervention. And those damn Spaniards, after colonizing Luzon for so many years, they had not even found an iron mine. What were those foolish pigs doing all day? Chapter 21. A Ming Foreign Cannon Fodder. Legion, does Luzon Island have iron mines? Naturally it does. In fact, Luzon not only has iron mines, but also boasts astonishing reserves of nickel and copper. However, Zhu Heyu was neither a geographer nor had he studied the mineral distribution in the Philippines, so he was unaware of the exact locations of these mines. Fortunately, his ignorance did not extend to everyone else. Your Majesty, Su Jingming, who was well-versed in the local customs of Luzon, spoke up at the right moment when Zhu Heyu inquired about this matter. I happen to know of an iron mine not too far from Manila. Years ago, some Chinese merchants attempted to exploit it, but the area is deep within the rainforest and surrounded by several indigenous tribes that frequently raid, which led to its gradual abandonment. Upon hearing this, Zhu Heyu's eyes lit up. Indigenous tribes? I am more concerned about having enough of them. The emergence of cement had ignited an infrastructure boom in Manila, creating a demand for labor everywhere. Furthermore, it was time to clear out the surrounding areas of Manila. After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Heyu turned his gaze towards Li Jinhua, who stood at attention nearby. General Li, I recall there are a group of Japanese captives among those we captured, correct? Yes, Your Majesty. There is indeed a group of Japanese mercenaries employed by the Spaniards, numbering around 200. Li Jinhua replied, bowing respectfully. Currently, they are working alongside other captives to repair the roads outside the city. Only 200? Zhu Heyu drummed his fingers on the table, pondering briefly. You will return and organize them. Inform them that if they are willing to serve the Ming for 2 years, or perhaps 3, all past offenses will be forgiven. They will receive a monthly salary of 1 tael and 5 cash. Upon completion of their service, they will be granted relocation expenses and return tickets. He paused, adding, include those Spaniards as well. Understood. Li Jinhua bowed in acknowledgement, fully aware of Zhu Heyu's intentions. Zhu Heyu was indeed seeking cannon fodder for his troops. Thus far, the military forces under his command consisted of 3 main groups: Li Jinhua's army, Su Chuyi's imperial guard, and the Jinyui. However, the only force truly equipped with complete combat capability is the 3,500 veterans of the Shenjing under Li Jinhua's command. On Su Chuyi's side, in an effort to fill the vacancies in the imperial guards, Zhu Heyu has also conscripted 2,000 light infantry from the barracks. Yet despite being labeled as light infantry, these individuals emerge from the military with nothing but their standard cotton armor. The weapons they currently wield are merely a collection of sabers and matchlock guns seized from the Spaniards, lacking coherence or a unified system. More critically, the system designates them as trained light infantry. This means that the combat memories instilled in these soldiers are entirely rooted in the cold weapon era's charges, blocks, and formations. Such tactics have evidently fallen behind in an age where firearms are beginning to take precedence. Zhu Heyu would never allow this half-formed unit to step onto the battlefield until they completed their re-equipping and underwent comprehensive training in firearms combat. As for the final unit, the Jinyui, it is the smallest with only 200 members. Yet, the conscription costs for these 200 are comparable to those of the 2,000 light infantry. The value of the Emperor's personal guard is indeed quite high. Nonetheless, Zhu Heyu harbors deep skepticism regarding the exorbitant costs, believing they are largely attributed to their ornate golden-embroidered Feiyu uniforms. Like the light infantry, this group of Jinyui possesses nothing beyond their flamboyant attire. Their memories, too, are filled with combat skills, intelligence gathering, tracking, and stealth. Thus, it is more apt to consider this unit as a covert espionage organization rather than traditional soldiers. Presently, the only force capable of engaging in serious combat is Li Jinhua's army. The other 2 units require time and resources for re-equipping and retraining. Consequently, the prospect of eliminating the surrounding indigenous tribes, which number in the thousands, is a daunting challenge due to insufficient manpower. The recently captured Japanese and Spanish prisoners have thus become the optimal solution to compensate for this shortage. Outside the city of Manila, on a section of road under construction, the scorching air shimmered and twisted. Over 500 Spanish prisoners and more than 200 Japanese captives, under the watchful eyes of Ming soldiers, were pouring truckloads of viscous concrete onto the ground, laboriously spreading and smoothing it with wooden boards. Initially, these former soldiers, particularly the proud Spaniards, resisted this arduous labor. However, when two defiant individuals were whipped until their skin was torn and hung from a flagpole to be sun-drenched for an entire day, all the prisoners fell silent. Nevertheless, in private, they continued to scoff at the Ming's method of paving roads with this muddy mixture of stones. They believed that even if it dried, it would be weak and easily washed away by a heavy rain. Yet, this notion was shattered when a section of the completed road was inspected. With a loud thud, a Ming soldier expressionlessly raised a heavy iron hammer and struck the solidified gray-white surface with all his might. The sound reverberated, making the hearts of the captives leap. However, the anticipated scene of the pavement shattering and stones flying did not occur. The hammer bounced back, leaving only a shallow white mark on the surface. "My God, how can this be?" Gasps of disbelief erupted from the crowd. Unlike other prisoners, Nickel did not engage in intense labor. Because he willingly revealed the location of the governor's treasury, Zhu Heyu honored his promise and assigned him to supervise. At this moment, he was tracing the white mark left by the hammer with his fingertips, the hard and cold sensation sending shockwaves through him. "This is Eastern magic. Oh God, this material could change the future." Nickel, having risen to the rank of brigadier general at the age of 40, not only due to his distinguished family background, but also his exceptional insight and capability, keenly recognized that the future of this world might indeed be irrevocably altered by that young Ming monarch. Fortresses constructed with this material would be unassailable. Roads paved with it could significantly enhance the army's speed of movement. "Lord Nickel, gather your men. His Majesty has an announcement to make." Just as Nickel was still exhilarated by his discovery, a call came from the distance. He jolted and quickly responded. Within a few minutes, over 700 prisoners had assembled under the supervision of the foreman. Li Jinhua stood at the front, his gaze sweeping over the disheveled and dazed faces of the captives, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. However, he did not require a group of elite troops, but merely a band of expendables. Clearing his throat, the translator immediately understood and began to convey in Spanish and Japanese. "His Majesty commands. All Japanese and Spanish prisoners who voluntarily join the Ming Foreign Legion and sign a 3-year contract will be immediately exempt from labor, and all past offenses will be pardoned. During the service period, a monthly stipend of 1 tael and 5 cash will be provided. Upon completion of the 3 years, resettlement funds and return tickets will be issued. The decision to serve or not is entirely yours." As the translator relayed Li Jinhua's words, an initial silence fell over the group of captives, which was soon followed by a buzz of discussion. Their faces were etched with shock, confusion, and disbelief. Clearly, they needed a moment to digest this unexpected news. Li Jinhua did not rush them, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression cold. After a brief pause, a trembling Japanese prisoner stepped out of the line, summoning his courage to ask, "Might I inquire, General, will we truly receive resettlement funds and our freedom after 3 years?" "Impertinence!" Li Jinhua's voice thundered, instilling fear. "His Majesty's words are not to be doubted by you rabble." Thud! The Japanese prisoner, terrified by the outburst, collapsed to his knees, his forehead pressed against the scorching ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Humph!" Li Jinhua scoffed. "I shall spare your life this time, considering it is your first offense. Should there be a next time, you shall face dire consequences." He then turned his gaze to the other captives. "You are all guilty, yet His Majesty's benevolence grants you a glimmer of hope. I urge you to seize this opportunity and not let it slip away." He deliberately emphasized his tone. "I do not wish to hear any further doubts regarding His Majesty's decree." Chapter 22. The Green held a monthly stipend of 1 tael and 5 cash. This figure rippled through the crowd of captives, yet it failed to stir even the slightest wave. It was far too meager. It is important to note that during this period, Spanish soldiers nominally received an annual salary of 96 silver pesos, equivalent to 80 taels of silver, translating to over 6 taels monthly. Of course, that was merely nominal. The long-standing tradition of deductions, delays, and embezzlement within the Spanish army meant that the vast majority of soldiers received little to no actual pay. Nevertheless, even so, it was still far more than a mere tael and 5 cash. However, the silence did not persist for long. A buzzing murmur began to rise among the crowd. The first to stir were the more than 200 Japanese mercenaries. They were acutely aware that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Their remaining days would likely be spent swinging heavy hammers in this sweltering worksite. Their identities as mercenaries destined them to be discarded. The Spaniards regarded them as expendable, summoning them at will and dismissing them without hesitation. They would never consider paying even a single copper coin for their ransom. They could only await death amidst endless toil. Now, however, the Ming Emperor had offered them a chance. Although joining the Ming Foreign Legion might merely represent a shortcut to death, it still offered a glimmer of hope. If they could endure for 3 years, they would regain their freedom. Even if they perished during that time, it would be a release from the drudgery of labor. Among those who understood the gravity of the situation were numerous Spanish soldiers of the lower ranks. The Viceroyalty of New Spain? Ransom? What a jest! Among all the stationed troops across the territories governed by the Viceroyalty of New Spain, the garrison in Luzon was akin to a vast wasteland. The climate was humid and oppressive, rife with pestilence, and swarming with mosquitoes, while malaria loomed as an ever-present specter. No one desired to be assigned to this forsaken locale. Consequently, the Viceroyalty had no choice but to gather criminals from prisons and thugs from the streets, packaging them off en masse to Luzon. This was in every sense a forced conscription. While garrisons in other regions were rotated every 2 years, here, 5 years might pass without a single replacement. The officers might still hold some value, perhaps worthy of redemption, but these insignificant wretches would likely rot away in this desolate land. Rather than rot on the construction site. Why not? General, I wish to join. A hoarse voice shattered the stillness. General, I am also willing to serve His Majesty the Emperor of the Ming. Me too. Ultimately, among the over 500 Spanish captives, aside from more than 40 officers who opted to return to wield hammers and await the ransom from the Viceroyalty, the remainder chose to enlist in the Foreign Legion of the Ming Dynasty. Notably, 200 Japanese captives, without exception, made the same choice. Most surprising to Li Jinhua was the presence of Nickel. This former commander of the Manila Army and a Viscount of the Kingdom of Spain had also decided to become a member of the Ming Foreign Legion. Li Jinhua's gaze lingered on him momentarily, a hint of intrigue surfacing on his otherwise stern face. Quite interesting. 5 days later, deep within the rainforest, over 20 kilometers north of Manila, a group of soldiers clad in wrought-tan armor and bearing iron cannons struggled through the verdant hell. Utale, we've been wandering in this forest the entire day without catching even a glimpse of a ghost. Is that old mine truly around here? Fujiwara Akihiro hacked through a vine as thick as a bowl's rim, panting heavily, sweat trickling into his eyes, stinging and uncomfortable. He wiped his face hastily and turned to his companion Utale to complain. Fujiwara, do you want to die? Utale exclaimed, startled, dropping his voice to a hiss. Keep your voice down. If those words reach the ears of that terrifying general, you'll regret it. That map was personally bestowed by His Majesty the Emperor of the Ming. Do you dare question it? Just focus on finding your way. Upon hearing the term terrifying general, Fujiwara instinctively shrank back, nervously glancing behind him to ensure there were no Ming soldiers in sight before exhaling a sigh of relief. That general was no ordinary figure. Just yesterday, several Spanish soldiers had been punished with 30 lashes soaked in salt water for failing to cue properly during a meal. Their backs raw and bloody, a memory that still sent chills down his spine. Alas, Fujiwara Akihiro sighed, casting a disdainful glance at the damp surroundings. Once I endure these 3 years, I will return to Nagasaki, purchase a plot of land, marry a wife, and live a simple life. Never to return to this cursed place. Utale, what about you? Have you thought about what you'll do afterward? He turned to share his visions of the future with his friend. In the next moment, a swift shadow suddenly darted from the dense foliage to the side. Whoosh! Thud! The sharp sound of something slicing through the air shattered the humid atmosphere of the rainforest, followed by a dull thud and a short, chilling scream. Fujiwara Akihiro stiffly turned his head, his pupils constricting in an instant. His companion, Utale, now bore a bloodied wooden shaft protruding from his chest, a crude spear. He gaped, blood mixed with air gurgling from his throat, as the light in his eyes rapidly faded. It was clear he was beyond saving. Utale, damn it, enemy attack. There are assailants. Fujiwara Akihiro shouted hoarsely, alerting the 10 or so Japanese soldiers in their unit who hurriedly raised their weapons, forming a protective circle, scanning the surroundings anxiously. However, before they could identify the shadows of their attackers, a barrage of piercing sounds erupted from the dark forest on all sides. Whoosh, 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 ugh. The air was filled with piercing screams, as over half the soldiers were instantly struck by the rain-like onslaught of spears. The flimsy wrought-tan armor offering no protection against the remarkable piercing power of the projectiles. There, behind the grass. It's the natives. Fire. Quickly fire. As his comrades fell one by one, Fujiwara Akihiro finally spotted a figure hiding behind the grass. He roared, raising his iron cannon, and without hesitation pulled the trigger. Notably, the cannons they carried had originally been matchlocks. However, such weapons were prone to dampness and misfire in the humid rainforest. Thus, before their departure, Zhu Heyu had ordered the Foreign Legion's matchlocks to be converted into more reliable flintlocks. Although the materials at the armory were insufficient for mass production of mini rifles, merely modifying the firing mechanism was quite feasible. Bang! The gunfire erupted. Thick white smoke billowed, and the targeted native fell to the ground. However, this shot had stirred a hornet's nest. In an instant, countless natives surged from the shadows of the forest, brandishing rudimentary stone axes and bone spears, emitting earth-shattering howls as they charged forward. Run! Faced with the incoming horde of natives resembling a swarm of locusts, Fujiwara Akihiro did not hesitate to turn and flee. He still envisioned returning to Japan in 3 years with enough savings to live a good life, and he could not afford to perish here. Commander, there are gunshots in the direction of the Japanese troops. They must be in trouble. A Spanish soldier hurriedly reported to Nickel. Upon hearing this, Nickel immediately turned to a Ming military officer beside him. Chief of Staff Liu, the forward unit seems to have encountered the natives. Should we immediately mobilize to eradicate those damned natives? Liu Yuming, with a grave expression, gazed into the depths of the impenetrable jungle and slowly shook his head. Although His Majesty did not care for the lives of these Foreign Legion soldiers, even in death, they should die with value. Should they recklessly advance now and suffer significant casualties without any gain, it would be difficult to justify to His Majesty. Appointed as the Chief of Staff for this Foreign Legion, he bore the responsibility of preventing such scenarios. General, the enemy situation ahead is unclear. We should not act rashly. Let the soldiers construct defensive lines to guard against potential native ambushes. Nickel understood and turned to command the other soldiers. All units, immediately form a defensive line. Do not let those damn native monkeys exploit any gaps. Though the composition of the Foreign Legion was varied, they were all trained regular troops with decent military discipline. Upon receiving orders, the soldiers promptly sprang into action, swiftly arranging themselves into 3 orderly lines. Meanwhile, the sounds of gunfire and screams from the depths of the jungle grew increasingly distinct. Chapter 23. Is it time to recruit some palace maids? Behind him, the chilling screams abruptly pierced the air. Fujiwara Akihiro dared not turn fully around, casting a hasty glance with his peripheral vision. The last of his companions was impaled by a long spear, pinned to the ground like a rag doll, limbs twitching involuntarily. It was all over. The entire unit now had only him left alive. Fear gripped his heart, leaving no room for sorrow. He turned his gaze back, pouring all his remaining strength into his legs, and fled desperately. In the distance ahead lay the position of the main force of the Legion. Reaching there would ensure his survival. With a crash, he clumsily fell to the ground, rolling and crawling through a tangle of shrubs. His vision suddenly cleared. A row of orderly and imposing formations stood silently in the clearing among the trees. It was the main force of the Legion. He was saved. However, before he could catch his breath, the chaotic sound of footsteps and bestial howls erupted from the jungle behind him. In the next moment, countless dark-skinned figures wielding rudimentary weapons surged forth like a tide. Fire! Nickel decisively commanded. In the dense jungle, visibility was severely restricted, and the proximity of the combatants greatly diminished the long-range advantage of firearms. He could not afford to jeopardize his own advantage for the sake of a single soldier from the Wan Nation. Upon issuing the order, a chorus of gunfire erupted instantly. The indigenous people were unfortunate. They had anticipated a feast that night, but this dish was far too large for them to consume. Amidst the flying debris and leaves, dozens of indigenous warriors who had just emerged from the jungle were engulfed in clouds of blood mist, falling in droves to the ground. Accustomed to ambush and hunting in the woods, they had never witnessed such an efficient slaughter. In an instant, many were left dumbfounded, frozen in place, unsure of how to react. During this brief pause, The soldiers of the second row of the Foreign Legion stepped forward, raised their rifles, and aimed. Another round of dense gunfire erupted. Wang Chun, holding the battle report sent back by Li Jinhua, hurried into the study. Your Majesty, General Li has delivered news that the mine has been located. Several surrounding indigenous tribes have been cleared, capturing approximately 1,000 indigenous people. Our troops have suffered no fatalities, with only a handful sustaining minor injuries. He paused, his tone growing slightly somber. However, the Foreign Legion has suffered significant losses. Hundreds of soldiers from the Yuan nation have been killed or injured, and nearly 200 Spanish soldiers have also fallen. What? Zhu Heyu halted his writing with a quill, lifting his head with a furrowed brow. How could so many have died? He had indeed viewed the Foreign Legion as expendable, but expendables should not be used in such a manner. To suffer nearly half their numbers in just one engagement was unacceptable. If they engaged in another battle, would they all perish? Once these soldiers were gone, his own troops would have to step in. This was clearly not the outcome Zhu Heyu desired. Return to your Majesty, according to the battle report. While the Foreign Legion did suffer casualties in their frontal engagement with the indigenous people, it remains manageable. The primary losses resulted from the nighttime attack on their camp. Due to a lapse in vigilance at night, they were taken by surprise, leading to such devastating casualties. A bunch of useless fools. Zhu Heyu's expression soured. If they could not even manage basic camp security, what could he expect from such a military? He was thoroughly incensed by the Foreign Legion's outrageous performance. Tell Li Jinhua to leave over 1,000 captives there to mine, station 100 a guard, and withdraw the rest of the troops. Once they return, ensure that they receive proper training. Yes, Your Majesty. Wang Chun accepted the orders and departed, while Zhu Heyu watched him leave, his irritation unresolved. Rubbing his temples, he refocused on the documents before him. After a long while, he set down his pen and scrutinized the ink on the paper. For a soul accustomed to modern writing instruments, the quill, while easier than a brush, still felt somewhat distant. Perhaps he would see if the miracle market could refresh a fountain pen. Gently blowing on the still wet ink, he reviewed the military reorganization plan drafted according to modern military standards. Or rather, it was a near verbatim copy. The troops would adopt a 3-3 system, with 10 men per squad, establishing a leader and deputy leader for each squad. 3 squads would form a platoon led by a platoon leader. 3 platoons would form a company led by a company commander. 3 companies would form a battalion led by a battalion commander. And 3 battalions would form a regiment led by a regimental commander, including officers at all levels and logistical personnel. A fully staffed infantry regiment would comprise approximately 1,000 soldiers. As for the higher-level divisions and brigades, they would not be established for now due to insufficient manpower. Each infantry regiment would be uniformly equipped with mini rifles. Due to a temporary shortage of machine guns and artillery, these would be consolidated into a separate artillery regiment. This artillery regiment would tentatively consist of 500 personnel equipped with 10 M1857 12-pound field guns, 10 M1841 6-pound field guns, 5 Type 2082 mm mortars, and 6 M1865 Gatling guns. This artillery regiment would be split according to actual combat needs, ready to provide fire support to the infantry regiments at any time. This arrangement would also mitigate potential internal conflicts arising from uneven equipment distribution. In fact, they had confiscated some artillery from the Spaniards. However, those cumbersome, slow-firing, and lackluster antiques were of no interest to Zhu Heyu, so he ordered them all to be taken to the armory to be melted down for use as raw materials for the production of firearms and equipment. The armory had already commenced full operations. Although there was a shortage of raw materials, it could still manage for a few days. However, the production line for the mini rifles was not the fully automated assembly line Zhu Heyu had envisioned, but rather a large-scale manual workshop requiring significant labor. It was understandable. Without steam power or electrical equipment, how could full automation be achieved? Fortunately, the assembly line production method could still greatly enhance efficiency. Given the current circumstances, under the condition of not lacking raw materials, the armory could produce 2,000 mini rifles each month. This output was relatively acceptable. While the issue of firearms for the troops was on the path to resolution, the shortage of artillery remained a significant concern. Although the existing artillery was barely sufficient for the time being, the problem would become pronounced once troop expansion began. Even more troubling, the mortar shells were depleting rapidly without any means of replenishment. The metal cartridges for the Gatling guns could not be produced either. Sigh. Why were there so many vexing issues? Zhu Heyu shook his head lightly, putting away the military reorganization plan on the table as he rose to leave. After the governor's mansion was repurposed as a temporary imperial palace, he had not made any significant renovations, thus it still retained a strong Western manor style. He was too lazy to change it, as Zhu Heyu believed he would not be staying here for long. "Where is Her Highness the Princess?" Zhu Heyu inquired of a guard at the door. "Your Majesty, Her Highness is in the back garden playing with Granny Zhang." Upon hearing this, a gentle smile appeared on Zhu Heyu's face. This little girl had endured much hardship following the tumultuous journey of her past life. Now, she could finally enjoy a moment of peace, and her spirit was noticeably more vibrant than before. However, Granny Zhang was rather old. Several times, he had seen the elderly woman chasing after the energetic little princess, panting heavily. It was time to find her some companions and handmaidens of a similar age. Zhu Heyu mused to himself. Speaking of which, within this grand palace, aside from Granny Zhang and the little princess, there were no other women to be found. Chapter 24. Grenade. The following day, just as dawn broke, Zhu Heyu had yet to ponder where to find handmaidens of similar age for Zhu Heyu. Nor had he had time to check what treasures had refreshed in the miracle market for the new week when an exhilarating piece of news arrived from outside the city. The armory's first batch of mini rifles had come off the production line. Coincidentally, the troops dispatched to eliminate the surrounding indigenous people had also returned to Manila the previous night. Zhu Heyu immediately decided to summon everyone to the armory to inspect the first batch of newly produced rifles. In the outskirts, a newly constructed military factory sprawls across a vast expanse, with several towering buildings rising prominently. From the chimneys, a faint plume of black smoke ascends, and the air is thick with a subtle scent of charred coal. "Your Majesty," the factory overseer, Su Jingrao, hastens forward, his expression a blend of excitement and trepidation. In his hands, he carefully cradles a brand new rifle, respectfully reporting, "This is the first batch of mini rifles produced by our factory. However, due to the quality of the steel used for the barrels, its performance may not yet rival that of the original you graciously provided." Zhu Heyu's gaze settles upon the rifle. Upon taking in hand, he immediately notices its weight. Externally, this rifle bears a striking resemblance to the original mini rifle, albeit slightly heavier. His attention shifts to the barrel, which indeed is visibly thicker than that of the original. The added weight can be traced back to this modification. Although the system provided a complete production line for the mini rifles, it did not include steelmaking equipment. The forge, while capable of producing iron, fails to meet the high-pressure requirements for the rifle barrel. To prevent the risk of bursting, the barrel must be thickened. Fortunately, this increase in weight remains within acceptable limits, minimally affecting the overall usability of the rifle. Have the specific performance metrics been tested? Zhu Heyu inquires. "Your Majesty, we have only assessed the reliability of the barrel. The accuracy and range have yet to be evaluated," comes the reply. "Then let us arrange for that. Now, we shall put this new rifle to the test." With Zhu Heyu's directive, the group proceeds to the factory's shooting range. The range is open and desolate, the morning breeze stirring up a cloud of dust. 200 meters away, a solitary humanoid target clad in rudimentary steel armor stands alone. Zhu Heyu, brimming with enthusiasm, strides forward and picks up a rifle from the table, intent on testing it himself. This action startles those around him. Wang Chun, standing closest, sees the emperor grasping the rifle, and his expression shifts dramatically. He rushes forward to intervene, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, you must not." Li Jinhua, Su Tsui, and others also change countenance, quickly surrounding him. "Your Majesty, this new rifle is in its initial production phase, and testing entails risks. As the embodiment of our nation, it is imperative that you do not place yourself in harm's way." "Indeed, Your Majesty," Su Tsui adds, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Such trivial matters can be entrusted to me. There are still many brothers in my Imperial Guard eagerly awaiting these new weapons." His words are partly a plea and partly genuine concern, as the equipment of the Imperial Guard has long weighed heavily on his mind. Observing the anxious faces around him, Zhu Heyu lightly taps the table with his fingertips, a wry smile gracing his lips. He gently places the rifle back down, realizing that his impulse was merely a fleeting fancy. He did not truly need to fire a shot. Besides, the loading mechanism of the mini rifle is indeed cumbersome. Far less convenient than the two Mauser G98 rifles he procured from the Miracle Market. Very well. I see how anxious you all are. You may proceed, he concedes. With the Emperor's decision to forego the test, the group collectively exhales in relief. Su Tsui hastily steps forward to seize the rifle, his demeanor clearly reflecting his fear that Zhu Heyu might change his mind. He approaches the shooting position and skillfully prepares the powder and ammunition, pouring them into the barrel in succession. Although his Imperial Guard has yet to be equipped with the Minie rifles, the loading method is fundamentally akin to that of other matchlock and flintlock guns, posing no challenge for him. Bang! Bang! The crisp sounds of gunfire resonate across the range, dense white smoke billowing into the morning light. After Su Tsui fires the fifth round, Zhu Heyu gestures for the target paper to be retrieved. Soon, a soldier returns with the target paper and the twisted steel plate. Presenting the target, they see that all 5 shots have found their mark, with the steel plate grotesquely deformed and punctured by 5 outwardly flared holes. Su Qing, well done, Zhu Heyu exclaims, a smile illuminating his face as he claps Su Jingrao on the shoulder. Although the effective range of this rifle remains unknown, its accuracy and power within 200 meters are already deemed sufficient. The production of rifles is showing promise, while the issue with artillery remains unresolved. However, Zhu Heyu envisions an alternative. Surveying the crowd, he speaks gravely. With our current materials and technology, we are incapable of producing artillery that guarantees both lightweight design and firepower. To forcefully cast, such weapons would yield results indistinguishable from the clumsy bronze lumps we have melted down. Thus, we require a substitute to bolster our firepower. Having said this, he instructs someone to bring paper and pen, swiftly sketching a design resembling a handheld iron projectile. You may refer to this as a grenade or hand bomb, he explains, pointing to the sketch. The outer shell is crafted from cast iron, filled with black powder. To enhance lethality, iron nails and shards of pottery can be mixed with the powder. In combat, soldiers will throw it, resulting in an explosion that decimates the enemy. Thunderclap? Su Tsui tentatively suggests, observing the hammer-like grenade design on the paper. Zhu Heyu glances at Su Tsui, nodding in affirmation. It can be understood as an improved version of the thunderclap. General Su should be aware that our Great Ming Army's past thunderclaps suffered from the drawbacks of being unusable in rain and difficult to store, highly susceptible to moisture. This grenade, however, is free from such issues. He points to the wooden handle in the sketch. This grenade does not ignite via an open flame fuse, but uses a pull cord ignition. The pull cord is housed within the hollow wooden handle, operating on the principle of friction between a copper wire and glass powder inside, generating sufficient heat to ignite the fuse and sulfur, leading to the detonation of the powder within the projectile. As the pull cord is concealed within the handle and secured with a protective cap, the grenade remains operable even in inclement weather. As for controlling the explosion timing, that will depend on your adjustment of the fuse length. In Zhu Heyu's view, the construction of such a grenade is simple and lacks significant technical complexity, yet astonishes those around him, especially Su Jingrao, the technician recommended by Su Jingming, who now stares intently at the sketch, his eyes wide and mouth agape, as if spellbound. I had no idea it could be like this, he stammers, his lips trembling as he murmurs to himself. In the next moment, this overseer of the military factory unexpectedly kneels before Zhu Heyu, clutching the thin sketch. Your Majesty, your wisdom is profound and your foresight unparalleled. I am but a fool, unworthy of your grace. I humbly beg you to appoint someone more capable and relieve me of my duties as overseer of this military factory. Zhu Heyu chuckles lightly, finding a measure of merit in his words. He is uncertain whether Su Jingrao genuinely wishes to resign, but the flattery is notable. Extending a hand to assist him, he replies, "Please rise, Director Su. The mass production of rifles is imminent, and you must also oversee the trial production of the grenades. To wish to abandon your post at this moment would imply that you seek to be punished for idleness." In truth, as Zhu Heyu articulates, he is in dire need of personnel. Across military, political, civil, commercial, and educational sectors, resources are utterly strained. Particularly, talents like Su Jingrao, who possess technical expertise, are exceedingly rare. The city of Manila is home to over 10,000 Chinese, yet the population is too scant comprising mostly lower-class citizens, with very few possessing specialized skills. The solution to this dilemma, first, leads Zhu Heyu to consider immigration. Secondly, he envisions stimulating the economy and fostering development to render Manila attractive and vibrant. However, both of these strategies require time. Chapter 25, Spinning Machines, Steam Engines, a Prelude to the Industrial Revolution. After entrusting the research and production of rifles and grenades to Su Jingrao, Zhu Heyu did not pause in his endeavors. He led the group to continue inspecting several newly established workshops. Within the pharmaceutical factory, the purification process for sulfanilamide had begun to take shape. In the food processing plant, the enticing aromas of instant noodles and canned fruits filled the air. In the clock manufacturing facility, the first batch of imitation mechanical watches was being meticulously assembled. However, the situation at the cement factory troubled Zhu Heyu greatly. Its output had fallen far short of expectations. Inside the grinding mill, the air was thick and murky as if engulfed in dense fog. A fine layer of grayish-white dust pervaded the space, shrouding everything in a pallid hue. Dozens of indigenous workers toiled shirtless, covering their noses and mouths with damp cloths, their skin long since blended with the surrounding environment, rendering their original complexion indistinguishable. They huddled in small groups, bending their backs to push the heavy stone mill. The grating sound of stone against stone echoed harshly as the mill ground the baked cement blocks in a fine powder. Each push seemed to extract the last breath from their lungs. Standing at the factory entrance, Zhu Heyu instinctively furrowed his brow as dust swirled towards him. Of course, he was not concerned for the indigenous workers. The reason this cement factory employed only indigenous laborers was that he was acutely aware of the irreversible damage that prolonged exposure to such dust could cause to the human body. This almost barbaric method of production was, in itself, a trap of chronic demise. He simply found the efficiency appallingly low. Lu Zhu, how much finished cement can our factory produce daily? Zhu Heyu inquired, his brow still knitted. In response to your majesty, Lu Yongxiu stepped forward briskly. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a dust-covered sleeve, the current daily output of finished cement is approximately 10 tons. Only 10 tons. Although Zhu Heyu had anticipated that such primitive production methods would yield low output, he did not expect it to be so meager. A daily production of 10 tons could only be regarded as a small workshop in later years. Yet now, with the city of Manila in urgent need of development, road paving, house repairs, and fortifications, the daily consumption of cement was nearing 100 tons. The production speed was woefully inadequate to meet the demand. Were it not for the 1,000 tons of finished cement previously gifted by the system still sustaining the operations, construction sites throughout the city would likely come to a complete halt tomorrow due to a lack of cement. Your Majesty, please be aware, Lu Yongxiu's expression turned grave. There are no issues with the cement firing process. The true bottleneck in production lies within the grinding and milling process. As you can see, this procedure is time-consuming and laborious. To increase output, we must augment the workforce. Augment the workforce? Zhu Heyu shook his head slightly. Although it appeared that Manila had around 50 to 60,000 indigenous people, when accounting for the elderly, women, and children, there were barely over 10,000 able-bodied men left. These individuals had already been allocated to various construction sites throughout the city, with even the military factories clamoring for more laborers. Where could he possibly draw additional workers to send into this dust-laden hell? After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Heyu shifted his gaze beyond the factory. Lu Zhu, the city of Manila is in desperate need of manpower, and a cement factory has already employed nearly 2,000 indigenous workers. I cannot allocate more workers to you. Lu Yongxiu's countenance fell instantly. However, Zhu Heyu continued, yet, the shortage of labor can be compensated with water power. Water power? Lu Yongxiu was momentarily taken aback. Unable to respond immediately. Water wheels and mills. These should pose no challenge for you, I trust. This location is not far from the Basha River. You must immediately dispatch someone to select a suitable site along the riverbank to build a facility dedicated to grinding and milling. The block cement produced here can be transported directly to the new factory, utilizing water power to drive the stone mill for grinding into powder. Zhu Heyu's suggestion visibly brightened Lu Yongxiu's eyes. Indeed, labor shortages could be mitigated by employing water power. The mighty Basha River was right there. Your Majesty is wise. Lu Yongxiu's breath quickened, and his face flushed with excitement. He dropped to his knees, his voice trembling. This method is brilliant. Replacing human labor with water power will not only save immense manpower, but also increase grinding efficiency several times over, no, tenfold. I shall make the arrangements at once. As evening approached, Zhu Heyu concluded his day of inspections and returned to the palace. After dining with his sister, he hurried to his room, eagerly immersing himself in a deep consciousness, summoning the miracle market interface in the virtual space. After a day of bustling activity, he finally had time to peruse the surprises the miracle market had unveiled for the week. A spindle spinning machine with component blueprints priced at 800,000 taels of silver. A flying shuttle loom with component blueprints priced at 400,000 taels of silver. Upon seeing these two items, Zhu Heyu almost exclaimed in disbelief. It was not merely the exorbitant price of 800,000 taels for the spindle spinning machine, but rather the epic-making significance embodied in these two machines. The spindle spinning machine, the flying shuttle loom. This was no simple technological innovation. It was the key to the Industrial Revolution. Though the system had set the prices at 800,000 and 400,000 in terms of their true value, even adding 2 more zeros would still render these figures a bargain. His breath quickened. This was no longer just a machine. It was history itself. The Industrial Revolution that had ignited all of Britain and swept across the globe was now presented before him in the form of commodities. If he remembered correctly, at this moment, the British Empire was in the throes of the enclosure movement, a brutal transformation that would later be referred to as sheep-eating people. Just the previous year, the British government had issued decrees openly endorsing the enclosure movement. Almost half of the land in Britain had already been converted into pastures, with livestock and textile industries propping up half of the nation's GDP. Zhu Heyu was uncertain about the specific impact of his entry into the textile industry with these two advanced machines on Britain, but one thing was clear: when the high-quality, affordably priced fabrics from the Ming Dynasty entered the market, the British nobles who had just seized land, established textile factories, and dreamt of wealth would likely find themselves at a loss for words. But what did it matter to him, Zhu Heyu? With a mere thought, the long string of numbers in the national treasury fluctuated wildly, and in an instant, a significant portion diminished. Purchase successful. After acquiring these epic-defining machines, he suppressed the overwhelming joy swelling within him and continued to gaze downward, landing on the third item. Once again, his heart skipped a beat. An improved steam engine with component blueprints. Price 1,000,000 taels of silver. As he stared at this item, Zhu Heyu began to question whether the core function of his system was, in fact, this miracle mall, while the construction and recruitment functions of the palace and barracks were merely supplementary. The spinning machine, the loom, the steam engine. These three items had collectively assembled all the keys necessary to ignite the first industrial revolution. Once the clarion call of the Industrial Revolution was sounded, it would signify an accelerated iteration and upgrade of military technology, enabling the mass production of even more advanced weaponry. All of this was far beyond the capabilities of his current Level 1 system constructions. Now, due solely to the emergence of these three items, he possessed the potential for exponential advancement. Forcing himself to restrain the almost overwhelming excitement threatening to burst from his chest, Zhu Heyu decisively made another purchase. Purchase successful. Following the emergence of three extraordinary products of legendary caliber, the subsequent items finally appeared more accessible. A case of chilled beer was priced at 10 taels of silver. A small gasoline generator, which included 100 liters of gasoline, was offered at 1,000 taels of silver. A high-magnification Zeiss telescope was priced at 2,000 taels of silver. The cost of these three items seemed almost negligible compared to the earlier colossal offerings. Zhu Heyu did not hesitate to add them to his inventory, relieved that he would no longer need to visit Xiao Zhaoyu's room to enjoy the air conditioning. After clearing the market, Zhu Heyu reclined on his soft bed, lying in a star shape, gazing at the exquisite ceiling above, momentarily lost in thought. This week's miraculous market was truly an epic surprise. However, the expenditure of silver was equally astonishing and alarming. At this moment, only over 200,000 taels remained in the system treasury, instilling within him a strong sense of urgency. After all, He vividly recalled the regret of watching that armored cruiser vanish from sight during the first week due to his financial constraints. It was imperative to seize the opportunity to earn money swiftly. Chapter 26. New discoveries in Manila City. The sea breeze, laden with saltiness and humidity, rushed towards him. On the vast expanse of the ocean, a three-masted sailing ship bobbed rhythmically with the waves. Lu Chuanfu stood at the swaying bow, gripping the railing tightly. As he gazed ahead at the visible Manila Bay, his heart grew increasingly anxious. Just a month ago, he was a renowned textile merchant in Guangzhou, wealthy and blessed with a virtuous wife and filial children. Yet now, he was left with merely this three-masted vessel and the 10,000 taels of silver he had acquired by liquidating all his assets. The mysterious fire that had consumed his warehouse a month prior was too peculiar. They had just delivered a fresh batch of high-quality silk to the storage, only for the sturdy stone warehouse to be reduced to ashes in the dead of night. His lifelong efforts and exquisite fabrics had turned into billowing black smoke and scorched earth. He understood that this was no accident. It was too coincidental. Rivalry among peers and extortion by officials, who he had offended, no longer mattered. What mattered was that he was left with nothing. In his moment of desperation, contemplating self-destruction, a friend who frequently traveled to the South Seas brought him a glimmer of hope. It was a batch of fabric he had never encountered before. The texture was astonishingly smooth, surpassing any cotton he had ever felt. The patterns were novel and distinct, unlike anything seen in Guangzhou. Most crucially, the price was shockingly low, sending chills of excitement through this seasoned merchant of half a lifetime. He realized this was an opportunity, one that could allow him to rise again, perhaps even more splendidly than before. Thus, he embarked on this journey. He sold his ancestral home, settled his wife and children, and set sail with the remaining 10,000 taels of silver into the unknown. This was a gamble. If he lost, there would be no turning back. Yet he had no path of retreat. Captain Zhang, Lu Chuanfu, swallowed hard and turned to the robust man beside him, whose skin was weathered to a copper hue. Manila lies ahead, does it not? I have heard that it is the territory of the Spaniards, and those Westerners can be unpredictable. As newcomers, what should we be cautious of? We must not inadvertently offend them. The man known as Captain Zhang grinned, revealing teeth tinged yellow from betel nut. Dear sir, your information is likely outdated. I have heard from friends who navigate these waters that Manila is no longer under Western control. Now, it is governed by the Ming Dynasty. As long as we abide by the rules, no one should intentionally trouble us. Ming Dynasty? Lu Chuanfu was momentarily taken aback, a hint of confusion flickering across his brow. He did not immediately connect this dynasty with the long-fallen regime of decades past, subconsciously attributing it to some local daimyo from Japan. However, as long as they could conduct themselves safely, whose territory it was became irrelevant. As the sailing ship gradually entered Manila Bay, the sight before him astonished Lu Chuanfu. Masts stood like a forest, boats scuttled about, and the docks were bustling with activity. Lu Chuanfu noticed that many vessels displayed a flag he had never seen before. The flag, with a deep blue background, featured a central design that resembled a golden sun and a silver moon overlapping, radiating brilliance. Although intrigued, he quickly averted his gaze, as there were countless flags he had yet to encounter in this vast world, and now was not the time for exploration. Sir, we have arrived at the port. The sailing ship docked steadily under the guidance of a pilot. Captain Zhang disembarked promptly to engage with the port personnel regarding docking procedures, while Lu Chuanfu, accompanied by several close attendants, cautiously stepped onto this unfamiliar land. After drifting at sea for 7 or 8 days, returning to solid ground brought Lu Chuanfu a sense of reassurance. Yet this feeling was fleeting. Almost as soon as they established their footing, 7 or 8 dark-skinned natives in coarse short shirts approached them, chattering in a rapid, unintelligible manner. Lu Chuanfu's heart raced, and his expression shifted. His attendants reacted swiftly, drawing their blades in unison to shield him from the advancing natives. Hey, what are you doing? A clear voice with a Fujian accent rang out from a distance. Those natives only want to offer their services for transport. They mean no harm. Put your blades away. If the patrolling soldiers see that, you will all end up in jail tonight. Lu Chuanfu turned to the source of the voice and saw a middle-aged man in a short jacket hurrying towards them, appearing to be of Chinese descent. Offer services? Lu Chuanfu glanced curiously at the middle-aged man, then scrutinized the natives before him. He noticed that the native's eyes reflected urgency and eagerness rather than hostility. The middle-aged man quickly approached, assessing their attire, and urged again, "Put away your swords." The rules here are quite different from those in the Qing dynasty. If you draw your blades and cause trouble, not even a deity can save you. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuanfu, though still somewhat skeptical, gestured for his attendants to sheath their weapons. He cupped his hands in a respectful gesture towards the middle-aged man, striving to maintain a calm and humble tone. "My name is Lu Chuanfu from Guangzhou. As a newcomer to this place, I'm unfamiliar with many matters and my language is limited. Could I trouble you to convey to these indigenous brothers that I currently have no need for their assistance?" The middle-aged man nodded, then turned to the group of natives, gesturing as he spoke in the local dialect. The natives' faces fell with disappointment as they murmured among themselves before reluctantly dispersing. "Impressive. You can even communicate with these natives." Lu Chuanfu praised sincerely, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The middle-aged man waved his hand with a hearty laugh. "Oh, it's nothing. I can't really speak their language. I just gesture a lot, and they understand. By the way, my name is Hung Jingfu, and I am from Fujian. It looks like this is your first time in Manila, isn't it?" Indeed, it was Lu Chuanfu's first visit, and he did not expect to cause a scene upon disembarking. A hint of embarrassment crossed his face. "There's nothing to laugh about. Everyone has their first time." Hung Jingfu appeared quite genial. However, he added, "While this place won't deliberately make things difficult for us, just because we are from the Qing, it's best not to speak ill of the Ming Dynasty. At least, make sure to avoid it in public. I have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave." Upon concluding his remarks, Hung Jingfu clasped his hands in farewell and departed hastily, leaving Lu Chuanfu standing in place, engulfed in a sea of perplexity. Was he not a renowned figure? He gazed at Hung Jingfu's retreating silhouette, gently shaking his head, still unable to fully grasp the profound implications of his words. "Let us proceed into the city and explore." He gathered his thoughts and addressed his companions. The group advanced along the main thoroughfare of the harbor for several hundred meters when a formidable, imposing city wall suddenly came into view. The city gate stood ajar, with a continuous stream of pedestrians passing through. Lu Chuanfu straightened his attire and stepped forward to join the throng entering the city. "Ah, you there, wait a moment." A resonant voice called out from beside him. Lu Chuanfu halted in his tracks, turning in confusion to see a soldier clad in bright red military garb, adorned with scale armor and carrying a gleaming firearm. "Are you addressing us?" Lu Chuanfu inquired cautiously, a shiver coursing through him. "Indeed, it is you," the soldier replied with a serious tone, his gaze sweeping over Lu Chuanfu and his companions, lingering momentarily on his meticulously shaved head. "I take it this is your first visit to Manila? According to protocol, you must first fill out an entry registration form at that booth over there. Furthermore, civilians are strictly prohibited from carrying weapons within the city. Your knives must be temporarily surrendered to us and can be reclaimed upon departure. Additionally, remember that public urination and spitting are strictly forbidden, with penalties for violators. Do be mindful." Lu Chuanfu had initially assumed the soldier had summoned him to collect an entry fee, a common practice in the Qing territories. However, he was taken aback to find that the soldier merely relayed a series of regulations in an official capacity. This unexpected turn left him somewhat astonished. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing any further comments, recognizing that when one is abroad, adherence to local customs is paramount. After filling out the registration form and relinquishing their knives, the group finally entered the city. However, barely a step through the city gate, Lu Chuanfu froze in astonishment. It was as if an invisible bolt of lightning had struck him, rendering him motionless. What unparalleled craftsmanship is this? He stood dumbfounded, gazing down at the ground. Before him lay a road several yards wide, impeccably smooth, akin to a polished mirror devoid of even the slightest seam. While outside the city, he had not noticed the breadth of the road. Now, having entered the city, the expansive vista and the visually striking pavement utterly shattered his decades of perception. He was so overwhelmed that he could scarcely articulate a coherent thought. Chapter 27. A month of progress. Lu Chuanfu stamped his foot with force, the hardness of the pavement sending a jolt of pain through the soles of his feet. Stunned, he paused, crouching to touch the cold, even surface. He was uncertain what material had been used to pave the road, but the solid sensation beneath his fingertips felt as if it were a single slab of granite. Could it truly be made of massive stone? He quickly dismissed this absurd notion from his mind. Moments later, Lu Chuanfu gradually rose, directing his gaze toward this vibrant foreign city. It was remarkably clean. It exhibited an extraordinary tidiness, in stark contrast to the muddled chaos of Qing towns, where dust and livestock waste mingled in the air. Here, the buildings predominantly featured uniform, white exteriors, radiating a pristine quality under the sunlight. Along the broad avenues, rows of trees had been transplanted, casting dappled shade and providing a refreshing respite. What struck him most was the demeanor of the pedestrians. Regardless of age or gender, most were attired appropriately, their complexions rosy, and their strides infused with a spirited vitality rarely witnessed back home. He could not help but recall Guangzhou. In recent years, that ineffectual emperor had fervently promoted sweet potato cultivation throughout the realm, resulting in a notable decrease in starvation. Yet, the lives of the common folk had not improved significantly. Those who could not afford food remained in the same predicament. Walking through the streets, he observed countless emaciated, ragged individuals, their eyes reflecting numbness and exhaustion. Sweet potatoes might fill their stomachs, but consuming them day after day was a burden no one could endure. Let's explore further. Lu Chuanfu took a deep breath, suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, and beckoned to his companions, who were still in a state of astonishment. This initial glimpse had already instilled him with considerable confidence regarding their journey to the South Seas. It had been over a month since the last time he had drawn the scroll for the spinning machine and the improved steam engine. This month had been the most arduous period since Zhu Heyu's arrival in this new world. Each Monday, he could only watch in envy as the remarkable items in the miracle market appeared, one after another, passing before his eyes. Yet, due to his financial constraints, he could only select inexpensive trinkets. Although the miracle market did not conform to the adage that cheap goods are of poor quality, lower prices implied diminished influence. Acquiring such items would not significantly impact his grand vision of rejuvenating the empire. In his office, Zhu Heyu glanced at the miracle market's offerings for the week, particularly the Hailuan Na light cruiser, priced at an astounding 5 million taels of silver, feeling a twinge of helplessness before irritably closing the interface. The ship was indeed exquisite. Its streamlined hull and formidable turrets boasted specifications far surpassing those of the previous Prince Heinrich. The exorbitant price was justified. However, he could not afford it. Wang Chun, Your Majesty, I am here. Wang Chun entered quietly, bowing respectfully. What are your orders? It has been half a month since the first batch of goods was promoted. Have there been any responses in the market? Reporting to Your Majesty, the merchant vessels come and go, and news takes time to spread. However, in recent days, the number of ships entering port has noticeably increased. This morning, the food processing factory reported that a Dutch merchant has proactively approached, expressing great interest in instant noodles and canned goods, and discussions regarding procurement are underway. I anticipate that orders from various factories will soon come pouring in. The Dutch wish to purchase instant noodles and canned goods. Zhu Heyu was not at all surprised by this information. The Dutch East India Company, the largest corporation globally, had ships traversing the seas. Those Dutchmen who spent extended periods at sea would undoubtedly recognize the significance of easily portable and storable instant noodles and canned foods, compared to the hard, often worm-infested bread and the harsh rum they typically consumed. The instant noodles and various fruit cans produced by the Ming Royal Food Factory were indeed rare delicacies at sea. Upon hearing this news, the frustration stemming from his financial limitations began to dissipate, and his mood lightened considerably. He gestured for Wang Chun to withdraw and then reopened his system panel. Empire Ascendancy System. Empire Name. Ming Empire. Emperor. Zhu Heyu. Age. 18. Population. 38,457. Army. 6,012 troops. Navy. 4,835 troops. Foreign Legion. 647 troops. Equipment. 7. 100 mini rifles. 2 Mauser G98 rifles. 6 M1865 Gatling guns, 5 M20 Type 82mm mortars, 10 M1857 Type 12-pound field guns, 20 M1841 Type 6-pound field guns, 1 first-class battleship, 2 second-class battleships, 4 fourth-class cruisers, treasury, 56,000 taels of silver, unlocked buildings, Imperial Palace Level 1, Barracks Level 1, Blacksmith Level 1, Miracle Market, no level, Main Quest. A resplendent China cannot allow barbarian invaders. As a rightful heir of the Ming royal lineage, it is your inescapable duty to expel the barbarians and restore the Ming Empire. Quest requirement: reforge the Ming Empire, planting the sun and moon flag in every corner of the world. In the past month, the most valuable acquisition from the Qing market was undoubtedly the fruit canning production line, which cost a staggering 100,000 taels of silver. The rest of the items procured were mostly trivial goods, contributing little to the overall development of his power. Currently, all branches of the Ming army have been fully equipped with mini rifles. Even the foreign legion he had previously designated as cannon fodder now possessed a rifle each. Moreover, the most notable change on the panel was the increase in the population, alongside the addition of 10 M1841 type 6-pound field guns. A recent refresh from the Qing market 2 weeks prior. The population growth primarily stemmed from two sources. The majority was the result of Su Jingming's tireless efforts to recruit individuals from the Chinese communities scattered throughout Luzon. Through a combination of persuasion and deception, he managed to bring over 20,000 citizens to Zhu Heyu. A smaller portion, however, was contributed by the indigenous people within the city. Remarkably, just over 2 months since Zhu Heyu's conquest of Manila, some of the natives had begun to genuinely acknowledge him as their new lord. Perhaps it was due to the fact that most of the indigenous people were women, whose thoughts tended to be simpler. Or perhaps the stark contrast between the brutal Spanish rule and the relatively stable life under Zhu Heyu had led to this acceptance. In any case, some natives chose compliance. After all, although they still had to work, they were now able to eat their fill without the fear of being whipped at a moment's notice. Zhu Heyu found this surprising. He had not forgotten that just over 2 months ago, he had personally caused rivers of blood by slaughtering the fathers, brothers, husbands, and kin of these very people. Additionally, the main quest that could be completed in phases remained utterly silent, leaving him perplexed. It had been nearly 2 months since he ascended to the throne, yet there were no signs of progress on this quest. Inquiring with the system yielded no response whatsoever. He had initially believed this system to be an advanced artificial intelligence, only to discover it was merely a form of artificial stupidity. The prolonged inability to complete the main quest led Zhu Heyu to ponder whether the system intended for him to completely conquer the entirety of Luzon before he could consider the first phase of the task accomplished. Chapter 28. The marvelous products from Ming within a clean inn in Manila. Lu Chuanfu lifted a white porcelain bowl and slurped the last drop of rich broth, savoring it before reluctantly placing the bowl down and wiping his shiny lips with his sleeve. What a delight! After a lifetime in commerce, he prided himself on having tasted the finest delicacies of Guangzhou, from the grandest banquet dishes to the scraps of a full-course meal. Yet, never had he encountered a bowl of noodles as exquisitely flavored and conveniently prepared as the one before him today. All it required was to tear open a small paper package, dump the dry noodles and various seasonings into the bowl, pour in boiling water, cover it for a moment, and then, with a swift motion, unveil it to release an intoxicating aroma that soared to the heavens. The noodles were chewy, the broth rich, and despite the absence of any meat, it was more flavorful than the usual meat noodle soup. What astonished him most as a businessman was the price. It was astonishingly cheap. In Guangzhou, a simple bowl of plain noodles would cost at least 10 won. If one desired to add some beef or pork offal, it would start at 12 won. Yet, this bowl of instant noodles, far surpassing the taste of the former, was priced at merely 7 won. 7 won. This was even the retail price at the inn. The only downside was the portion size, which felt a tad insufficient. After finishing one bowl, he was left yearning for more, feeling it lacked a certain essence. Lu Chuanfu's entrepreneurial thoughts began to flourish. He instinctively calculated that if this product were transported back to the Qing, even at a selling price of 15 won per bowl, it would undoubtedly spark a frenzy among porters and merchants alike. It was time-saving. Diners would not have to wait, and restaurant owners would not have to cook, adding immeasurable value. If it were packaged in exquisite porcelain bowls and presented in elegant wooden boxes for the affluent, it could become a novel indulgence, potentially yielding profits that multiplied exponentially. Alas, he sighed internally. Most of the silver he had brought with him would be spent on purchasing fabrics. The remainder would hardly afford him much instant noodles. It appeared he could only bring back a few samples to let the dignitaries taste, while also scouting the waters. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks disrupted his reverie. Lu Chuanfu frowned, discreetly pushing the empty bowl aside before responding in a deep voice. "Come in." The door creaked open, and a young attendant stumbled in, pale-faced and trembling, struggling to articulate his words. "Master, it's bad. A great calamity has befallen us. This Deming is not the Deming of the Japanese pirates. It's the genuine Deming." Lu Chuanfu's expression darkened as he scolded. "Speak clearly. What nonsense is this?" The attendant gasped for breath, his throat bobbing as he nervously twisted his clothing, finally managing to compose himself. "Master, I just went to the streets and found out. The one who controls Manila now is the direct descendant of the late Ming Emperor Chongzhen. He has already proclaimed himself emperor here and restored the Ming Dynasty. Master, we must flee. This is the territory of the former Ming. If we're captured by the imperial army in our current attire, it would mean losing our heads." The attendant's voice trembled with uncontainable fear, nearly bursting into tears by the end. Lu Chuanfu stood frozen, his mind racing. The Deming, was it truly that Deming? In an instant, countless previously overlooked details surged into his consciousness. The flag fluttering in the port, deep blue at its base, with the sun and moon shining together, formed the character for Ming. The man at the dock, who called himself Hong Jingfu, had given him a veiled warning to not speak ill of Deming. The soldiers at the city gates, clad in scarlet uniforms with scales, bearing new-style firearms. How reminiscent they were of the Ming army's colors in his memory. And the street vendors with those familiar yet strange hairstyles. So, everything made sense. Lu Chuanfu, now 56, had truly lived through the transition from Ming to Qing. As a Han person, the two characters to Ming carried a weight far deeper and more complex than merely the name of a dynasty. Even though the late Ming was marked by tyranny and unrest, it was ultimately the realm of the Han people, their own court. And now, the throne had changed hands. The Manchus were in power, and oppression and discrimination were rampant. They had even forced Han men like him to shave the hair bestowed by their parents and adopt the humiliating Q hairstyle. Just earlier on the streets, seeing those pedestrians with their naturally coiled hairstyles stirred within him an indescribable pang of sorrow and envy. The body and hair were gifts from one's parents. To harm them was to disrespect filial piety. He had often contemplated how he would face his ancestors in the afterlife, bearing such a disgraceful appearance. He had thought that the once glorious dynasty had long since crumbled under the iron hooves of the Tartars, forever silenced in the annals of history. Yet who could have imagined that in this distant island in the southern seas, the Ming dynasty might be on the brink of revival? Moreover, judging by its demeanor, this overseas Ming seemed to possess even more vitality than the one he remembered. At the very least, the vibrant spirit radiating from the faces of the common folk on the streets is a sight rarely witnessed in the late Ming dynasty and even in the present Qing dynasty. With this thought in mind, Lu Chuanfu gradually composed himself, raising his head to glare fiercely at the visibly anxious young assistant. "What are you panicking about? If they truly intended to execute us, do you think we would still be able to enter the city unscathed and sit here in peace? Besides, both you and I are descendants of the Han people, sharing roots with the locals here. What is there to fear?" The young assistant, merely 17, had been born at a time when the Ming had dwindled to just Taiwan under the Zheng family, leaving no connection between the two. In his perception, he was born a subject of the Qing, naturally positioned against the Ming. At Lu Chuanfu's rebuke, the assistant paused, scratching his freshly shaven forehead awkwardly, and muttered, "That seems to make sense. So, what shall we do next, master? What shall we do?" "Why, we shall continue to procure goods." In a coastal white estate in Singapore, Count Gale was lost in thought, gazing out the window. The sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating his haggard visage, yet failing to bring any warmth. Just then, the butler Henry rushed in. My lord, young master John has awoken. He has come to." "What?" Count Gale sprang from his seat, disbelief flashing in his eyes, soon replaced by overwhelming joy. He pushed aside the documents before him and strode purposefully out of the study, heading straight for his eldest son's bedroom. Upon thrusting open the heavy oak door, he beheld his son, whom he believed he was about to lose, now lying on the sickbed with his eyes wide open. Though frail, there was a flicker of clarity in his gaze. "Oh God, praise you." The Count rushed to the bedside, his voice choked with emotion. "My little John, my child, you have finally awakened." After enduring months of torment from illness and the barbaric starvation and bloodletting therapies of the so-called elite British physicians, the young man on the bed had become nothing but skin and bones, his complexion as pale as paper. Yet now, miraculously, A faint blush appeared on his pallid cheeks. Count Gale extended his hand, trembling as he wished to caress his son's face. My lord, a doctor, clad in attire reminiscent of a beekeeper, interjected hastily from the corner of the room. Tuberculosis is highly contagious. For your safety, please ensure proper protection. Silence. Count Gale snapped, turning sharply, his gaze cold as steel, fixing the doctor with a look of unabashed disdain. Henry, immediately expel this wretched quack who only knows how to bleed and starve people from my estate. At once. No, my lord, you cannot do this. The doctor stammered, flustered. Young Master John's condition has just stabilized. He still requires my observation and treatment. The count, angered to the point of laughter, retorted, continue treatment? Is that to bleed John further or to starve him until he is sent to the grave? Get out. The doctor attempted to argue, but my lord, this wasting disease has always been treated this way. Count Gale, weary of further dialogue, waved his hand dismissively. Understanding the signal, Butler Henry summoned several robust servants who, disregarding the doctor's protests and struggles, forcibly removed him from the room. Finally, tranquility returned. Count Gale took a deep breath, suppressing the rage within, and turned back to the sickbed, gently caressing his son's gaunt cheek, his eyes filled with sorrow. His eldest son John had been captivated by the sea and adventure since childhood, dreaming of following in the footsteps of his ancestors to explore the unknown. However, the family's decline and the confiscation of their wealth rendered him unable to support his son's aspirations. Only this year, with the restoration of his title and fortune, had he finally embarked on a global voyage with his son. Yet fate had other plans. Upon reaching Singapore, young John had tragically contracted tuberculosis. In this era, it was akin to a death sentence. The sudden blow shattered the Count's heart, forcing him to halt their journey and remain in this land, once Dutch, now fraught with complexity. Leveraging his noble status, he rented the estate and summoned renowned physicians at any cost, all in pursuit of a glimmer of hope for his son. However, the so-called experts, exhausting every bizarre remedy, failed to improve young John's condition, which only worsened as he grew increasingly frail. In the depths of despair, a fortuitous turn of events occurred. He fortuitously acquired miraculous pills purportedly from the Ming Dynasty from the captain of a merchant ship returning from Manila. Chapter 29, Your Majesty. 1,000,000 Liang is not too much watching his son slumber soundly. Breathing steadily, Count Gale finally felt the tension of months begin to ease. He extended his hand, gently stroking a small white porcelain bottle on the bedside table. The bottle, entirely shimmering white, gleamed with the unique luster of Eastern porcelain. Its surface delicately inscribed in gold with the characters Daming Huangjia Jiao Jiu, sulfanilamide. Unfortunately, these mysterious characters were as inscrutable to him as a celestial script. He carefully tilted the bottle, allowing a few pale yellow pills, the size of fingernails, to tumble into his palm. The pills were finely textured with neat edges. He leaned in closer, feeling the coolness against his fingertips, yet gleaning no insight. Nevertheless, he understood that these seemingly ordinary pills harbored the potential to revolutionize the entire medical field. This miraculous remedy from the distant Ming would soon unleash an unprecedented storm across the globe. The only obstacle was its astonishing price. This small vial, containing 40 pills, had cost him a staggering 40 pounds. This implied that each pill was worth a pound, equivalent to a pound of pure silver or 12 taels of silver. Though he was certain the seller had made a handsome profit, the exorbitant price itself indicated that even at its origin, this medicine was no ordinary commodity. Henry, Count Gale's butler, entered his gaze, having just returned from expelling the wretched quack. Did that merchant mention this medicine can cure inflammation and malaria? Indeed, my lord, Henry replied, bowing. He did state that this medicine is effective against common battlefield wounds and the rampant malaria. However, he did caution that a few individuals might experience adverse reactions, with severe cases potentially leading to shock. Count Gale nodded. If this medicine could indeed treat such a multitude of ailments, the title of miraculous remedy was undoubtedly justified. As for the so-called side effects, since they only affected a minority, it meant that the vast majority would benefit. This hardly constituted a flaw. It was evident that once this medicine reached Europe, it would become a coveted treasure among the aristocracy, an essential item in every household. As for the issue of its high price, Who among the gentlemen and ladies residing in the clouds would truly care about money? For them, the very cost itself was the finest testament to their status and identity. The only ones truly burdened by price were the struggling farmers toiling in the dirt. It seems that once young John recovers, we must set sail for Manila. The Count's gaze turned to the window. I am eager to witness firsthand the extraordinary realm capable of producing such miraculous medicine. The Da Ming. Throughout this ordeal, Count Agail remained oblivious to the fact that his son's tuberculosis was, in truth, pneumonia. The elite physicians here had misdiagnosed from the outset, leading to a misguided treatment path that transformed young John's ordinary pneumonia into a severe lung infection. However, it is fortunate that the ailment afflicting Xiao Yuan is pneumonia. Had it been tuberculosis, the efficacy of sulfanilamide would likely have been severely limited. Almost simultaneously with Earl Argyle's determination to visit Manila, the various royal enterprises under Zhu Heyu began their first large-scale procurement of goods. Within the governor's office, Wang Chun, holding a hefty stack of purchase orders from numerous factories, was practically beaming with joy as he hastily entered the study to report to Zhu Heyu, "Your Majesty, the Dutch have purchased our entire stock of instant noodles and canned fruits in one fell swoop, with a total order amounting to 200,000 taels of silver. Additionally, they procured sulfanilamide tablets worth 400,000 taels. They also tentatively inquired about our willingness to sell Minie rifles, but the military factory has already declined their request. The Portuguese, too, have ordered instant noodles worth 100,000 taels and an equal value of sulfanilamide tablets. Furthermore, merchants from Fujian and Guangdong have collectively ordered fabrics amounting to 100,000 taels, as well as several tens of thousands of taels in instant noodles." Wang Chen's voice trembled slightly. With each figure he reported, he felt his heart dance with excitement. However, upon hearing the report, Zhu Heyu merely responded with a nonchalant "Only a little over 1,000,000 taels?" His understated remark instantly caused beads of cold sweat to form on Wang Chen's forehead, and his smile froze in place. "Just a little over 1,000,000 taels? Your Majesty, this is over 1,000,000 taels of silver." From the humble beginnings of a near-bankrupt sugar plantation to now commanding the entirety of Manila, it had taken merely over 2 months to achieve a trade volume exceeding 1,000,000 taels of silver. Such an accomplishment was a miracle he had never dared to dream of in the past. "Your Majesty, over 1,000,000 taels is not a small amount." Wang Chun hastily bowed and cautiously reminded him. Zhu Heyu glanced at Wang Chun and ultimately decided against elaborating further. To simply state that I could purchase items far exceeding this amount might frighten the old man into a state of distress. Nonetheless, these orders revealed that the true core of profit lay within the unassuming sulfanilamide tablets. He believed the pricing he set for the sulfanilamide was quite reasonable. Sold to foreign merchants, each tablet was priced at 1 tael of silver. For the subjects of the Ming, it was merely 10 won. Of course, this price disparity was not imposed as a tariff, as a 100-fold tariff would indeed be too shocking. Instead, a protective regulation, the Sulfanilamide Sales Control Regulation, was enacted. This regulation explicitly stated the preciousness of sulfanilamide, with the local price set at 10 won, intended to show compassion for the common people. However, if sold to foreign merchants, the original price must be maintained to highlight the value of the Celestial Empire's products. Simultaneously, to prevent hoarding and reselling of medicines to foreign merchants for exorbitant profits. The regulation mandated that local residents must present a prescription from a physician to purchase sulfanilamide. Pharmacies were also required to sell it strictly by the tablet, as per the prescription. Any instances of smuggling would not only incur criminal responsibility, but also face a hefty fine amounting to 10 times the profits gained from smuggling. At present, all goods had just begun to enter the market, and this batch of shipments could hardly be considered substantial. The highly anticipated watches, which represented exquisite craftsmanship, had not made a single splash. The largest order, the 400,000 taels of sulfanilamide tablets purchased by the Dutch, seemed considerable, yet in reality, if all those tablets were poured out, they would fit into merely 1 or 2 boxes. However, Zhu Heyu was confident that once the efficacy of sulfanilamide became widely known, a flood of orders would surely follow. Moreover, as a consumable, sulfanilamide would enable him to continuously generate vast amounts of revenue. The same could be said for other products. thanks to the bustling maritime trade in Manila Bay. Goods prefixed with the Ming royal title would swiftly reach every corner of the world, just as the factories were operating at full capacity, and goods began to flow out in abundance. Li Jinhua brought forth an unexpected piece of news. Your Majesty, according to intelligence reports, the indigenous tribes across Luzon seem to have united under a figure named Nimu. They are continually harassing the Spanish strongholds, creating chaos, seemingly intent on driving the Spaniards completely out of Luzon. Oh, Zhu Heyu raised an eyebrow at this news. When did these natives become so bold as to confront the Spaniards directly? He was unfamiliar with this Nimu. Yet the audacity of the natives to challenge Spanish dominance indeed surprised him, considering the Spaniards had ruled here for so long without significant resistance from the indigenous people. In reality, the reason the natives dared to confront the Spaniards stemmed from the historical disruption caused by Zhu Heyu. The Battle of Manila had resulted in the annihilation of the Spanish garrison, directly diminishing their military presence in Luzon by 3/5, severely wounding their morale. The current native leader, Nimu, was the one who had narrowly escaped during the Manila incident. Although he had evaded capture, he was nonetheless terrified by the might of the Ming forces occupying Manila. Thus, he did not dare to harbor even the slightest thought of provoking the Ming army, whose strength was unfathomable. However, the Spanish and other locales were different. During his time in Manila, he had led a band of thugs to defeat the Spaniards once, and now that the Manila garrison was but a memory, the Spaniards were in an unprecedented state of weakness. He was well aware that reinforcements from Spain would take at least several months to arrive in Luzon. This interval represented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Thus, he began to stir once more. Your Majesty, should we take action regarding this matter? Li Jinhua inquired. Zhu Heyu reclined in his chair, his long fingers gently tapping the smooth surface of the rosewood table. The natives are clashing with the Spaniards. This is truly splendid news. Action? Certainly, we must act. However, not against them. Issue my decree. From this moment forth, all departments shall expand their forces. Within the city, recruit able-bodied youth for military service, with no limit on numbers. Zhu Heyu had no intention of engaging in the conflict between the natives and the Spaniards. For the Ming, both the Spaniards and these rebellious natives were adversaries. The more the enemies clashed, the better. It would serve to clear obstacles for the Ming. There were still far too many natives in the Philippines. Although he indeed required these natives as labor, an excessive number would inevitably pose governance risks in the future. Now, the confrontation between the Spaniards and the natives could help diminish their numbers. Furthermore, regarding recruitment, Zhu Heyu did not plan to enlist ordinary soldiers from the barracks at this time, except for special forces. Utilizing the current first-level barracks to recruit soldiers would incur substantial costs, and retraining them was simply not cost-effective. He needed to reserve more silver in anticipation of high-value goods emerging in the miracle market, enabling timely purchases. As ordered, Li Jinhua responded solemnly. As dawn broke, Manila erupted into a frenzy. Overnight, the most prominent walls throughout the city had been plastered with vibrant yellow announcements. Besides the recruitment notice, 2 other announcements also drew considerable attention. One was for the recruitment of palace attendants, while the other sought to recruit administrative officials. The recruitment of palace attendants had been personally instructed by Zhu Heyu. He had previously expressed a desire to find some companions of similar age for his sister, Zhu Heyu, but this matter had been delayed due to various affairs. Thus, it was fortuitous to address it alongside the recruitment. The announcement for recruiting administrative officials, however, was a desperate measure taken by Su Jingming after countless sleepless nights. Zhu Heyu has burdened himself with the myriad of administrative affairs of Manila City. Even someone as spirited as Su Jingming finds it arduous to withstand such relentless demands day and night. He feels as though his hair is on the verge of falling out, if he does not recruit others to share the load soon. The old man may truly exhaust himself to the point of collapse. The notice has been posted. Let us hasten to take a look. News travels swiftly, spreading from 1 to 10 and from 10 to 100, and within less than half an hour, it has reached every corner of the streets. Upon hearing of the new imperial edict, the curiosity of the populace is piqued, prompting them to abandon their tasks and rush towards the notice board. In no time, the area around the notice board is thronged with people packed to the brim. Look, His Majesty is recruiting soldiers. The monthly pay is a full 3 taels of silver, exclaimed a sharp-eyed young man, pointing at the conscription notice with excitement. What? 3 taels? Instantly, someone nearby scoffed. Zhang Erlang, are you trying to deceive us? 3 taels for soldiers? The Tartar soldiers only receive 1 tael and 5 coins a month. Is this silver from the heavens? Yes, Erlang, be honest. How much is it really? Others chimed in, clearly skeptical of the exorbitant military pay. Initially, the monthly salary of the Ming official army was only 1 tael and 2 coins, and now the Qing court's green camp soldiers receive merely 1 tael and 5 coins. This 3 taels of monthly pay is a staggering 2 to 3 times higher. How could it not raise doubts? Seeing that no one believed him, the young man known as Zhang Erlang grew flustered, just as a well-dressed middle-aged man in the crowd spoke up. Please remain calm, everyone. What this young man says is not false. I can read a few characters, and the notice clearly states that the pay is indeed 3 taels of silver per month. Isn't that Wang Zhanggue? Someone recognized the speaker. It truly is Wang Zhanggue. If he says so, it must be true. Heavens! Can one really earn 3 taels a month by serving in the army? With the endorsement of a figure of some repute like Wang Zhanggue, the crowd's doubts largely dissipated, replaced by overwhelming excitement and desire. After a brief silence, someone immediately called out, Erlang, does the notice mention any requirements for joining? Where do we sign up? Yes. Could you please read out for us again? Clearly, the prospect of a generous monthly pay of 3 taels had ignited a fervor in countless hearts. Zhang Erlang, seeing that the crowd believed him, no longer minded the earlier misunderstandings. He scrutinized the notice and proclaimed, the requirements are quite simple. Any able-bodied male aged 16 to 28 will do. Registration will begin tomorrow. And the notice states that the military will set up several points in the city. We have to wait until tomorrow. A robust, middle-aged man sighed in disappointment. Someone nearby jested, Brother Ma, don't even think about it. If not tomorrow, then the day after will be no good either. At your age, you're nearly 50. His Majesty specifically seeks young men. Hey, can't I come to join in the excitement? Retorted the man named Ma, provoking a round of laughter. Erlang, what do the other 2 notices say? Could you read them for us too? Another curious voice inquired. Zhang Erlang shifted his gaze to the adjacent notices and responded. This one is for recruiting inner officials. His Majesty specified that only women are needed, no eunuchs. The other one is for Governor Su, seeking administrative officials. Inner officials. As soon as Zhang Erlang finished speaking, many in the crowd suddenly brightened with interest, their thoughts racing. Inner officials. Only women. Who does not know that the current emperor is in his prime, valiant and extraordinary, yet lacks a devoted woman to attend to him? This recruitment of inner officials is indeed a heavenly opportunity. If one has an eligible daughter to send to the palace, she could very well attract the emperor's favor, transcending from sparrow to phoenix. While aspiring for the position of empress may be far-fetched, securing a place as a consort is certainly within reach. Once their daughter becomes an imperial consort, their family would ascend to prominence, becoming relatives of the imperial family. In an instant, the previously noisy discussions in the crowd fell eerily silent, soon replaced by heavy breaths and the sound of eyes darting around. Oh dear, I just remembered that I left soup simmering on the stove. I must hurry back to check lest it burns dry. My old sow seems ready to give birth. I must return to see. This is her first litter. Today is the joyful day of my son's marriage. I must take my leave. Do enjoy your conversation. With time running short, various excuses poured forth, and the once crammed crowd rapidly dwindled. Everyone hurried away, their faces betraying an unmistakable urgency. Those who remained were mostly without eligible daughters, each lamenting and regretting not having born a beautiful girl. However, it did not take long for them to realize that while they lacked one, their relatives might have. Even if their relatives' daughters were selected, the primary benefits would naturally accrue to them, but as the introducers, they would certainly enjoy some advantage as well. With that thought, the remaining individuals could no longer sit idly and swiftly dispersed. Only Zhang Erlang stood there, bewildered, gazing at the suddenly empty street, utterly perplexed. What just happened? Perhaps even Zhu Heyu, the instigator, did not anticipate that his simple intention of finding companions for his sister would stir such a commotion. Leaving the recruitment notice for administrative officials, which should have garnered equal attention, utterly overlooked. Su Jingming's quest for assistance is fraught with obstacles. Chapter 31. Palace Maids? Talented Beauties. The next day, in Manila City, at the break of dawn, several newly established recruitment points for soldiers had already gathered long lines of people stretching beyond sight. Though the elders often admonish that good iron is not made into nails and good men should not be soldiers, the lucrative pay boldly displayed in black and white on the notice proved to be an irresistible temptation, stirring the hearts of many. Moreover, the resounding victory from 2 months ago had become the most popular tale among the storytellers in the city. They had personally witnessed the well-equipped and well-trained troops of the Shunji camp, achieving a decisive victory over the formidable Spaniards with minimal casualties, capturing the entire city of Manila. Who would not wish to join such an army? Serving in the military not only promises wealth, but also grants one a chance at life. Next, at the recruitment point, the clerk responsible for registration was diligently scribbling away, barely lifting his head. Chun Jiandong, a somewhat nervous voice called out. Age, 28. The clerk paused, instinctively looking up. Before him stood a man whose temples bore the marks of age, deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes that could crush a mosquito, and a face weathered by time. This man is 28. The clerk furrowed his brow, but patiently explained, You appear to be at least 48. The notice clearly states we are only recruiting young men aged 16 to 28. Please return and do not delay others. This was not the first time the clerk had encountered someone misrepresenting their age, and he had grown accustomed to it. I am indeed 28, Chun Jiandong exclaimed, his neck straining, his face flushed with indignation. I just look a bit older. Chun Jiandong, give it up. A sharp voice cut through the air, mercilessly revealing his true age. Your eldest son is about to marry. You still claim to be 28? Hurry up and have your son queue instead. Don't waste our time here. Exactly. Lao Chun, your face is thicker than a city wall. Ha ha. Having his secrets exposed in public. Chun Jiandong's face flushed red and then pale as he shot a fierce glare at the garrulous fellow before turning back to the clerk with a tone tinged with desperation. Military sir, I once served under Lord Zheng in Taiwan. I was a swordsman, a legitimate soldier of the Ming army. Why can't I be accepted now? Upon hearing the name Lord Zheng, the clerk's expression softened slightly, but he still shook his head. Brother, the times have changed. He set down his pen, looking at Chun Jiandong with a serious demeanor. In today's warfare, victory relies on firearms and strict discipline. When rows of guns fire, no matter how great a hero you are, you must lie low. Individual bravery holds little significance on a battlefield. He paused, speaking each word deliberately. What we need now are soldiers who will absolutely obey orders and follow commands. Ask yourself, can you do that? Chun Jiandong opened his mouth, wanting to say more. Yet, recalling his fiery temper, which made him feel like a mere wooden post obeying orders, he ultimately swallowed his words. He dejectedly shook his head and silently turned away from the line. Watching his forlorn figure, the clerk felt a pang of sympathy, but quickly regained his composure and raised his voice to the still restless crowd behind him. Fellow villagers, let me reiterate, we are only recruiting men aged 16 to 28. Those who do not meet the age requirement should not queue. Staying here merely wastes everyone's time. The conscription efforts were in full swing, yet within the governor's office, the scene was entirely different. Zhu Heyu gazed at the throng of young maidens before him, their laughter and chatter filling the air, and felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Wang Chun, he glanced helplessly at the elderly eunuch beside him, whose face was creased with mirth. I merely asked you to recruit some palace maids to attend to the princess. What is this? Are you selecting beauties for me? The nearly 200 young women before him, all meticulously adorned, appeared shy yet eager, a sight that left him somewhat overwhelmed. Your Majesty, Wang Chun leaned forward, urgency in his tone, lowering his voice. The royal bloodline is dwindling, with only you and the princess remaining. The princess is still quite young, and you have yet to continue the lineage. This poses a significant concern for the Ming Dynasty. Should something happen, the consequences are unimaginable. His words were clear, implying that the eunuch feared Zhu Heyu might unexpectedly pass, leaving the Ming throne without an heir. The prospect of the princess ascending the throne? While there had been precedents like Empress Wu, the idea of a woman ruling was still frowned upon by society. Even if the princess were to take the throne, to whom would she pass it? Wang Chun's loyalty and foresight were evident. Yet Zhu Heyu felt a twinge of frustration at being viewed merely as a vessel for producing heirs. I am only 18. My life is just beginning. Besides, I am a product of modern education, yearning for free love. Although, as a steadfast bachelor, he had never even held a woman's hand properly. Ultimately, After a mental struggle, the young Emperor Tianyun suppressed the urge to voice his grievances and acquiesce to the situation. It was certainly not because he wished to gaze upon the beautiful maidens for a longer duration. He cast his gaze upon the youthful maidens before him, unable to deny their captivating beauty. However, nearly 200 was far too many. In this temporary palace, the only true masters were himself and the young Zhaoyan. So such a multitude was unnecessary. Those of you who can read, step forward. Zhu Heyu cleared his throat and spoke in a solemn tone. Upon hearing his command, a rustling emerged from the line, and soon, 30 to 40 young women shyly stepped forward, a number far exceeding his expectations. This made matters even more complicated. Zhu Heyu was not adept at refusing, especially in front of such delicate young ladies. He looked up to see many of them gazing at him with wide, expectant eyes, which softened his heart. With an inward sigh, he thought to himself, "This truly is exhausting. Perhaps I should simply keep them all? While not all of them would serve as maids, they need not all be dismissed. I could establish a women's office or a clerical department. After all, it is rare to find women who can read and write in this era. Moreover, in the future, should we develop a broadcasting system, these ladies could prove invaluable. You all shall stay," Zhu Heyu decided, then turned to Wang Chun, saying, "The remaining girls should be sent back with 10 taels of silver, each as compensation for their travel." "Yes, Your Majesty," Wang Chun responded with delight, his voice quivering with excitement as he envisioned a future filled with playful princes and princesses in the palace. The selected maidens, overjoyed, gazed at Zhu Heyu with sparkling eyes, filled with anticipation. This young emperor was not only exceptionally handsome, but also of the highest status. To remain by his side, who would not harbor dreams of grandeur. The opportunity to soar to greatness seemed within reach. A total of 36 young women were selected, and Zhu Heyu chose 4 slightly older, composed ones to remain by his side, while selecting 10 for his sister, Zhu Zhaoyan, including 5 young girls like Ning Limeng, who still bore a hint of childishness at 13 or 14 years of age, perfectly suited to be companions. The remaining 20 were temporarily assigned to various tasks around the estate, as both the secretary office he whimsically mentioned and the nascent publicity department still existed only in theory, lacking even a framework. Meanwhile, in the northwest of Manila, 56 kilometers away in the city of San Fernando, the once serene atmosphere had been shattered. The sound of gunfire echoed intermittently, striking the nerves of every citizen within the city. Recently, the indigenous people seemed to have been infused with a frenzied spirit, and conflicts with the Spaniards had escalated. News of Spanish civilians being attacked frequently circulated as bloodshed and panic spread like wildfire. Nevertheless, the fall of Manila had sounded an alarm. The Spanish garrison in San Fernando heightened their vigilance, reinforcing the walls and increasing patrols within the city. They even forcibly expelled a number of so-called unstable elements from the city. Thanks to these measures, the Spanish losses remained manageable, with only a few innocent civilians suffering casualties and property looting, while their military strength had not yet sustained severe damage. However, this situation was enough to leave the administrative officer, Ikisai Kolasi, in a state of turmoil. Damn those Ming people! Damn those natives! Ikisai paced restlessly around the room as he listened to the gunfire echoing outside once more. In these accursed days, not a moment of peace can be found. As his words hung in the air, a man clad in a military uniform burst through the door, his expression grave as he reported, "Mr. Kolasi, there's been an incident on Undall Street. The unfortunate family of Anthony has been slaughtered by those indigenous marauders. We have apprehended the culprits. 5 resisted arrest and were shot on the spot, while 6 remain alive. Oh God, these bloodthirsty demons." Kolasi abruptly halted, his fists clenched so tightly that they turned white, his knuckles cracking ominously. Through gritted teeth, he snarled, "Hang them. Send those scoundrels to the gallows." A fleeting image of Anthony's alluring wife crossed his mind, stirring an inexplicable sorrow within him. "Sir," the officer stepped forward, lowering his voice, "the attacks by indigenous marauders have been increasing in frequency and brutality. I fear they may be plotting something far more sinister behind the scenes." Upon hearing this, Kolasi furrowed his brow and nodded. He was not oblivious to the situation. Over the past fortnight, assaults on Spaniards had spread like a plague, initially targeting unarmed civilians, but recently, those desperate criminals had audaciously begun to assault military encampments. This was utterly abnormal. Even when news of Manila's fall reached them, the city of San Fernando had only experienced a brief panic, never to this extent. Such a scene could only indicate that someone was manipulating events from the shadows, scheming malevolently. Indeed, as he suspected, the one stirring the murky waters of San Fernando was none other than the indigenous leader Nim, who had narrowly escaped from Manila. Although defeated in battle, he had inadvertently gained prestige among the indigenous tribes. After his escape, Nim did not lie low. Instead, he capitalized on his newfound notoriety, rapidly amassing forces within a mere 2 months. His contingent of indigenous warriors had swelled from a few hundred remnants to over 2,000. The escalating turmoil within San Fernando was orchestrated entirely by him. Nim's objective was unmistakable: to seize this city. However, he understood that mere bows and spears would be futile against the well-armed Spanish defenders fortified by sturdy city walls. Thus, he devised a plan of internal collaboration. By inciting chaos among the indigenous populace to attack Spaniards, he aimed to compel the defenders to split their forces to maintain order within the city, thereby weakening the wall's defenses and creating an opportunity for his larger army outside to assault the city. Having clashed with the Spaniards before, Nim knew that once his men breached the city and engaged in close combat, the advantage of firearms would be significantly diminished, tipping the scales of victory in their favor. Not far from San Fernando, within a dark grove, Nim was seated with several trusted confidants, deliberating the final details of their assault. At that moment, one of his informants hurried back, flushed with excitement, exclaiming, "Chief, your strategy has borne fruit. The Spaniards have indeed fallen for the trap. They have withdrawn nearly a third of their soldiers from the walls to patrol the city in an effort to quell the unrest. Moreover, we have contacted the tribesmen within the city, and they have promised that as soon as we launch our attack, they will strike from within to open the gates for us." Excellent. A glint of fervor sparkled in Nim's eyes as he sprang to his feet, a flush of excitement coloring his face. "Inform the warriors. We strike tonight. We will seize San Fernando." He had awaited this moment for far too long. The failure at Manila had remained a thorn in his side, for they had been so close to subjugating the Spaniards, only to be thwarted by the sudden intervention of the Ming forces. Now, the opportunity had arisen once more. He would use this city to prove his worth and erase the shame of the past. Although San Fernando was not as prosperous as Manila, it was a stronghold nonetheless. Securing it would elevate Nim to an undisputed position among all the indigenous tribes of Luzon. The mere title of a tribal leader could no longer satiate his ever-expanding ambitions. He aspired to become the king of all indigenous peoples on this land. At 3 in the morning, when the night was at its darkest and silence enveloped the world, the hour was at its most weary, with vigilance at its lowest. On the walls of San Fernando, a Spanish soldier stationed on guard struggled to keep his eyes open, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emanated from below the walls, piercing the stillness of the night and jolting the drowsy sentinel awake. Startled, he instinctively raised his torch, leaning over to peer into the abyss of darkness below. Whoosh! An arrow sliced through the night, accompanied by the whistle of death, shooting up from the shadows below and finding its mark in his eye. A blood-curdling scream erupted, shattering the night with a heart-wrenching cry. The soldier's torch slipped from his grasp, tumbling down the walls and illuminating the eager, sinister faces below. The agonizing scream instantly roused all the Spanish soldiers on the walls, some of whom had been asleep or dozing. "Oh God, it's the indigenous people. They've killed Antonio. Enemy attack. The indigenous are storming the city. Fire. Shoot down these bastards." Illuminated by the still glowing torch, the Spanish soldiers on the walls beheld a dark mass below, countless indigenous marauders surging forth like a tide, brandishing crude yet lethal weapons. After a brief moment of panic, they finally reacted, raising their firearms and unleashing a barrage of fire. Bang! 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 The deafening gunfire erupted, and flashes of light flickered in the darkness. Many of the leading indigenous attackers fell, groaning in pain, yet those behind pressed on, climbing over their fallen comrades or charging at the city gates. The Spaniards realized too late that the indigenous forces had surged to the very base of the walls, slipping into the blind spot of the cannon stationed atop. Having lost their most formidable weapon, the defensive firepower of the Spaniards was drastically weakened, Relying solely on their firearms would be insufficient to stem the overwhelming tide. Just as the fierce battle raged on the walls, a disconcerting creak suddenly emanated from the direction of the city gate. Not good. Oh God, someone has opened the gate. Despairing cries echoed on the walls. Mr. Kangxi, it's bad. An officer tumbled into the governor's residence. Panic and sweat etched on his face. The gate has been opened by the traitorous indigenous within the city. The marauders have broken in. Brothers, we can't hold out much longer. We must evacuate immediately. Damn it. Damn it. Kangxi's complexion turned ashen. The last vestige of color drained from his face. He slammed his fist on the table, engulfed by regret and fear. Had he known it would come to this, he should have ordered the extermination of all the indigenous within the city. But now, it was too late for such thoughts. The only path to survival lay in escape. Quickly, he forced himself to maintain composure, shouting orders to the officer, Major Hank, gather all soldiers and civilians capable of moving. We retreat through the south gate. The south gate? Major Hank hesitated for a moment. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Kangxi's eyes as he almost bit down on his words. Yes. To Manila. We go to Manila. Chapter 33. The miserable Spaniards at the Wildman Valley Mine, located a full 25 kilometers from Manila, in order to ensure a steady supply of, or to the munitions factory. Zhu Heyu ordered the construction of a road connecting the two locations after successfully capturing the mine. This road has now been completed, with a continuous flow of, or being transported daily to the factory, where it is transformed into instruments of death under the roar of machinery. However, due to the mine's considerable distance from Manila and the ongoing unrest on Luzon Island, to prevent any mishaps with the transport vehicles, Zhu Heyu mandated the establishment of a guard post every 5 kilometers along the route. Each post was manned by a squad of soldiers and equipped with a swift horse, ensuring that any disturbances could be reported immediately. Along the highway, at post number 4, here lies the nearest sentry post to the mine, where the fierce afternoon heat scorches the earth, and the air is imbued with a languid atmosphere. A few soldiers of the Ming army, clad in crimson uniforms, lean against the sandbag fortifications, engaging in idle chatter. The task of guarding the road is indeed quite leisurely, yet its monotony can drive one to madness. Why are there so few or transport vehicles today? A youthful soldier with a cherubic face stifles a long yawn, listlessly nudging a stone with his toe. You are rather uninformed, aren't you? A slightly older soldier chuckles beside him. There was a landslide at the mine early this morning, and I heard it claimed the lives of over a dozen indigenous miners. They are currently in the midst of cleanup, so we can expect to wait until tomorrow for operations to resume. Oh, the young soldier replied, feeling even more disheartened. Today is truly one of those days where one could rust from idleness. Let's endure it. Another soldier patted his shoulder. His Majesty is expanding the army, and once we secure the entirety of Luzon, we shall relocate. Then there will be ample battles to fight, and we need not endure this dreary post any longer. The soldier nodded thoughtfully, his gaze drifting once more to the horizon. Suddenly, a series of intermittent sounds, bang, 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 mingled with the wind, wafted through the air. The sound was faint, reminiscent of distant villagers setting off firecrackers. Yet, within the sentry post, the soldiers reacted as if pricked by a hot coal. The lethargy vanished from their faces in an instant. There's trouble. Sergeant Chen Ping's countenance darkened as he barked an order. With a clatter, all soldiers reflexively grasped their polished Minie rifles, their previously relaxed stances now standing tall and rigid. Fang Hongzheng. Chen Ping pointed towards a nearby stable, his voice sharp and commanding. Mount a horse and investigate the commotion. Yes, Sergeant. Without a word of hesitation, the soldier named Fang Hongzheng dashed towards the stable, unfastened the reins, and leapt onto the horse's back. The steed neighed loudly, kicking up a cloud of dust as it galloped towards the source of the gunfire. The remaining soldiers, under the sergeant's direction, swiftly sprang into action. They eschewed the traditional shooting formation, instead relying on the sentry post, rapidly transporting prepared sandbags to fortify their defenses. The heavy sandbags seemed weightless in their hands, hastily piled to form a chest-high barricade. Bring out the grenades and place them within easy reach. Chen Ping shouted as he maneuvered the sandbags. Remember, pull the pin and throw. Toss them far, then get down. Don't be foolish and endanger yourselves. Understood. The soldiers responded in unison, their movements growing more agile. The air felt as though it had solidified, leaving only the sound of their heavy breaths and the rustle of sandbags. Minutes later, the sound of hooves grew louder, and Fang Hongzheng's figure appeared at the end of the road. The horse was drenched in sweat, and his face bore an expression of urgency. Before the horse could come to a complete stop, he leapt down, stumbling a few steps to stand before the sergeant, his words tumbling out rapidly. "Sergeant, it's the natives. They are pursuing the Spaniards. There are over 600 indigenous people, while the Spaniards number only 400 to 500. With our soldiers, merely a handful, the rest being civilians, though some among them are Han. They are heading in our direction, and, at this pace, they will arrive in no more than 10 minutes. Upon hearing this report, the sergeant's expression turned grave. If there are Han among the civilians, there can be no retreat. His gaze swept over the sweat-drenched Fang Hongzheng, his voice firm. "Fang Hongzheng, you must return to the mine immediately. Report the situation here to the company commander at the utmost speed and request urgent reinforcements." "Yes." Fang Hongzheng accepted the command without hesitation. Remounting his horse and racing back towards the mine. Taking a deep breath, the sergeant turned to the remaining soldiers. "Everyone, load your rifles. Prepare for battle. The 4th sentry post is 5 kilometers from the mine. At a gallop, it could be reached in 10 minutes. Reinforcements marching from the mine will require at least 20 minutes. The pursuing natives will arrive at the sentry post in mere minutes. This means that the remaining 9 men must hold their ground like nails for at least 20 minutes. 9 men against over 600 assailants. This will not be an easy feat. Meanwhile, not far from the 4th sentry post, a large group of people is fleeing in disarray. Their clothing is tattered, their steps unsteady, each movement seemingly draining the last vestiges of their strength. Close behind, a horde of relentless indigenous assailants pursues them, brandishing crude weapons. Their faces twisted in a bloodthirsty grimace, inducing terror at a mere glance. These wretched demons, they have pursued us this far and will not relent. Kangxi gasped for breath, each inhalation akin to a bellows being pulled, fire raging in his throat. Regret washed over him. When fleeing from the city of San Fernando last night, he had not chosen to head north, despite the presence of several Spanish-controlled towns in that direction, as those places were lightly guarded and lacked proper walls. Though Manila had fallen to the Ming forces, Kangxi considered them at least somewhat civilized, adhering to certain codes. Perhaps under their control, he might preserve his life. However, he had underestimated the fervor of the natives. These marauders were relentless, and he could not shake them off. From last night until this moment, after a full night's flight, the original group of nearly 1,000 had dwindled to fewer than 500 remnants. Those who could not keep pace, old, weak, women, and children, had fallen victim to the pursuers' blades. Kangxi was grateful for his relatively sound health, having managed to escape thus far, yet he realized he could not endure much longer. His gaze lingered reluctantly on the large wooden box strapped to the horse beside him, containing all his possessions amassed over the past 2 years. If the natives closed in further, he would have no choice but to abandon the heavy box and flee on horseback alone. The fleeing crowd was nearing its breaking point, while the pursuing natives were equally exhausted. These destitute souls had no horses, relying solely on their legs to run. A night of pursuit had rendered these so-called warriors pale and heavy-footed. Hama, with a sinister glare, fixed his eyes on the faltering crowd 200 meters ahead. As Nim's trusted aide, he had initially felt a thrill at the prospect of pursuing the Spaniards, knowing that the fleeing individuals must be carrying substantial wealth, especially that of the Spanish civil officer. Yet these damned white devils were remarkably fleet of foot after a night of chase. The only spoils had been the lagging old and infirm, yielding no bounty. The true prize lay ahead among that crowd. Warriors run. I will reward 10 silver coins for each of you who capture anyone from that group. Hama roared hoarsely, hoping to ignite a spark of determination within the natives. 10 silver coins. For those impoverished souls, it was a veritable fortune. In an instant, the natives appeared to forget their fatigue, their throats rumbling with bloodthirsty growls as they quickened their pace. This sudden surge and primal roar struck the hearts of the fleeing crowd like a thunderclap. "Oh God, they're upon us again. Help! Someone pull me along. I can't run any longer. My child. Please take my child. He is still so young." A mother cried in despair, attempting to thrust her infant into the hands of those beside her, only to be met with fear and pushed away to the ground. My foot is twisted. No, I do not want to die. Who will help me?" The cacophony of cries, pleas, and desperate screams melded together, plunging the crowd into chaos and despair. Each individual was solely focused on their own escape, shoving and trampling one another, disregarding the cries for help around them. As the boundless despair threatened to engulf everyone, at the forefront of the group, a Han man named Wang Li felt as if his lungs were about to burst. His legs too heavy to lift. He was on the verge of surrendering, just as his vision blurred and he prepared to collapse. He suddenly spotted a flicker of red in the distance along the road. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he looked again. It was not an illusion. Before him stood a small outpost, where a flag emblazoned with the sun and moon was fluttering in the wind. Behind the outpost, several figures stood, their striking crimson uniforms unmistakably marking them as soldiers of the Ming Dynasty. An indescribable force surged from the depths of his heart, and with every ounce of strength he could muster, he let out a heart-wrenching cry. "Look, up ahead. It's a Ming outpost. There are Ming troops. We are saved." Chapter 34. The Ming army in the eyes of the Spaniards. "Look, up ahead. It's the Ming outpost. We are saved." The crowd erupted in joyous shouts. As if infused with a potent elixir, countless weary eyes struggling to lift and fixate on the direction indicated by his finger. Ahead on the road, a solitary outpost stood amidst the heat waves. Behind the rudimentary sandbag fortifications, a few soldiers clad in vibrant red Ming uniforms held muskets, vigilantly watching over the disheveled escapees. For the first time, Cleister found the Ming army to be endearing and amiable. Just yesterday, he had been cursing these Eastern marauders who had seized Manila from the comfort of his own residence. "Quick, let's approach. The Ming troops are well equipped. They will not indiscriminately slaughter civilians. They can save us." The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. Those Ming soldiers became the sole beacon of hope in this crimson hell. With a resounding shout, the refugees seemed to forget the agonizing pain in their lungs and the leaden weight in their legs, mustering their final strength to stumble toward the small outpost. They scarcely had the capacity to ponder how a mere handful of soldiers could possibly withstand the overwhelming horde pursuing them. "Squad leader, the refugees are coming," a young Ming soldier shouted, his grip on the rifle slightly dampened by perspiration. "I know." Chun Ping did not divert his attention to the approaching refugees. He raised his wrist, glancing at the military watch produced by the Royal Clock Factory, before his gaze shifted back to the dust-laden horizon where the native pursuers drew ever closer. 20 minutes. Can we hold out? At that moment, the natives also noticed the Ming outpost by the roadside and involuntarily slowed their pace, eventually coming to a complete halt. "Hama, it's a Ming army. What should we do?" A native leader trembled, pointing at the distant crimson figures. Hama's expression darkened, as one who had narrowly escaped from Manila with Nimu. The formidable might of the Ming army had long etched an indelible fear in his heart. Confronted once more, the terrifying images from the battlefield surged back to his mind. "Do not attack yet," Hama commanded hoarsely, suppressing the unease within. "Send a few men to spread out and scout the area for any other Ming forces." Despite the scant number of Ming soldiers before them, Hama could not afford to be careless, fully aware of the Ming's cunning. Who knew whether additional troops lurked nearby, waiting to ambush them? It was imperative to ascertain the truth before making any decisions. The native's caution provided a slight respite for Chun Ping within the outpost. What he needed most was time. Seizing the opportunity while the natives hesitated to scout, the weary refugees finally reached the outpost's vicinity. Having temporarily escaped peril, many felt their taut nerves suddenly relax, their legs giving way as they collapsed to the ground, their chests heaving as they gasped for breath. Chun Ping swiftly located a Chinese among the refugees who was fluent in Spanish and instructed him to summon Cleister and the equally beleaguered Spanish officer. "I am Chun Ping, squad leader of the 6th Platoon, 3rd Regiment, 1st Group of the Ming Army." He spoke rapidly, cutting to the chase. "The situation is urgent, and I will be brief. I have dispatched a call for reinforcements, which will arrive in 20 minutes at the earliest. Until then, we must hold off the natives. However, I am severely outnumbered and require your men to assist us in defense." Cleister exchanged a glance with the Spanish officer, both recognizing the gravity of the situation reflected in each other's eyes. Upon confirming that the outpost housed only a single squad of Ming soldiers, they understood that such a meager force stood no chance against the hundreds of frenzied natives trailing behind. But thankfully, there was still hope. 20 minutes. If we can endure until then, when the Ming reinforcements arrive, we shall survive. Sir, Major Hank stood a little straighter, exerting effort to make his voice sound steady and resolute. My soldiers and I will do our utmost to fight alongside you. The terrain in this area was relatively open, providing little concealment for a large force. About 10 minutes later, the scouting natives returned with news. Chief, we have checked the surrounding area and found no trace of other Ming forces. So, the Ming only have these few men. The last shred of hesitation vanished from Hama's eyes. He fixed his gaze on the distant outpost, as if he could devour the few crimson figures with a stare. Warriors! Hama suddenly drew his dagger and pointed it at the outpost. It is time for revenge. The Ming are but a few pests. Charge! Cut off their heads. Smash their bones. Kill! In the next moment, the mob let out a deafening roar and surged toward the small outpost. Here they come. Chun Ping's eyes narrowed. Open fire at will. Bang! 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 The instant the command was issued, the 9 Ming soldiers unleashed their mini rifles almost in unison. The whirring bullets tore through the air, piercing the charging crowd hundreds of meters away. The first few natives in the forefront fell silently, their bodies crumpling to the ground without a sound. However, for the more than 600-strong native force, these casualties were negligible. The natives showed no signs of hesitation, leaping over their fallen comrades and continuing their ferocious charge toward the outpost. The Ming soldiers, expressionless, calmly and efficiently repeated the motions of loading, aiming, and firing. With each shot, they claimed the lives of one or even several natives. This efficient and ruthless slaughter was second nature to the Ming soldiers, but the nearby Spanish, who had just picked up their weapons to engage, watched in terror. Oh God, what devilish weapons are they using? One Spanish soldier murmured, his voice trembling. They had long heard of the Ming's powerful firearms and extended range, but witnessing the precision of their long-range shooting firsthand made them realize that their old flintlocks were nothing more than sticks for kindling in comparison. Many Spanish soldiers began to feel a sense of relief that they were now on the same side as the Ming. Although it was likely they would become prisoners of war after this battle, at least they would no longer have to face such terrifying firepower as enemies. The 9 Ming soldiers kept firing, and the charging natives fell one after another. When the natives reached within 100 meters of the outpost, their casualties had already approached 100, and at that moment, they finally entered the firing range of the Spanish muskets. Fire! The Spanish officer bellowed hoarsely. Over 40 flintlocks simultaneously erupted with thick white smoke, and a barrage of projectiles swept toward the charging natives, unleashing a chorus of wails amidst the chaos. Compared to the mere 9 soldiers of the Ming army, the coordinated volley of over 40 Spanish soldiers was undeniably more formidable. However, the inherent flaw of the matchlock musket's loading speed was now glaringly evident. After firing only 2 rounds before they could complete the third loading, the foremost indigenous warriors had already surged forth to a distance of 30 to 40 meters. Through the smoke, they could distinctly see the contorted, menacing faces of the natives and catch a whiff of the foul odor emanating from them. A wave of sheer terror seized the hearts of the Spaniards. Some began to fumble in panic, while others even discarded their heavy firearms, turning to flee. With no time to concern himself with the disarray of the Spanish forces, Chun Ping gazed at the approaching natives and issued a stern command. Grenades! Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he swiftly seized a grenade that had already been prepared atop the sandbags, deftly pulled the pin, and hurled it forward with all his might. The other 8 soldiers followed suit, launching their iron projectiles into the surging throng of indigenous warriors. The grenades, trailing smoke, arced gracefully and landed amidst the dense crowd of natives. What is this? A hammer? One of the leading natives, spotting a smoking cylindrical iron object rolling to his feet, instinctively bent down to pick it up. Having never encountered such a thing, he curiously raised it to his eyes for inspection. Yet in the next instant, his vision was consumed by a rapidly expanding, blinding red light. Boom! As the fuse sizzled and ignited the detonator, the accumulated power within the grenade was explosively released. The cast iron shell shattered, and a violent shockwave engulfed countless searing metal shards, sweeping through the densely packed crowd. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the explosion was deafening, with smoke and flames shooting skyward. The natives fell like wheat cut down by a scythe, their severed limbs mingling with a spray of blood. To enhance the grenade's lethality, Zhu Heyu had not only ordered the addition of iron fragments within the casing, but also incorporated a measure of white phosphorus. At the moment of detonation, brilliant white flames erupted forth. This infernal fire, once it made contact, clung to the flesh like a parasite, searing mercilessly, and no amount of writhing or wailing could extinguish it. A native who was splashed with white phosphorus on his face let out a chilling scream. He frantically clawed at his face, only to spread the horrific flames further. In an instant, his entire visage was engulfed, reduced to a charred mass amid violent convulsions. This hellish spectacle abruptly halted the natives' charge, as the initial fervor seemed to be doused by a bucket of icy water, instantly cooling their ardor. However, before they could recover from the initial onslaught, another 9 lethal iron projectiles whistled in from the direction of the outpost. Boom, boom, boom. Another series of intense explosions ensued, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished cries. The relentless barrage shattered the natives' comprehension. In their limited experience, the most potent explosives were merely the black powder of the Spaniards. Yet, the scene before them revealed that the objects hurled by the Ming army were no ordinary weapons. They began to doubt whether this army truly possessed the thunderous power of the gods as legend suggested. The Spanish forces, already teetering on the brink of collapse, unexpectedly found their footing due to the horrific destructive power of the 2 rounds of grenades unleashed by the Ming army. They stood aghast, their eyes fixed on the gruesome battlefield, their backs drenched in cold sweat. They could not afford to confront such a Ming army. In truth, even the Ming soldiers who had launched the grenades felt a lump in their throats as they beheld the carnage they had wrought. They had not anticipated that the grenades they carried daily would possess such devastating power, inflicting such terror upon the natives. In training, even when using live ammunition, they had never witnessed such a demonstration of lethal effect on real human beings. Hama, we must retreat. The Ming army wields divine weaponry that we cannot withstand, urged a terrified indigenous leader as he trembled before Hama. Silence. No retreat. Hama bellowed, his face contorted with fury. The Ming army is outnumbered. They cannot have many of those firebombs left. Warriors, spread out and charge. We will surely annihilate them. Despite the staggering casualties inflicted by the Ming army's grenades, the distance between the 2 sides had now closed to less than 50 meters. If they charged once more, if they pressed forward with all their might, victory would still be theirs. All those opposing them would become lambs awaiting slaughter. Indeed, Hama's assumption was correct. Each Ming soldier carried only 4 grenades, and having thrown 2, they now had but 2 remaining. Warriors, fear not. Hama rallied once more, summoning all his strength to roar. They have little of such weaponry left. Charge! Slay them. 20 silver coins for each Ming soldier killed. 10 silver coins for each Spaniard. Rewards based on enemy heads are always the most direct and effective incentive within an army. Upon hearing the promise of such a substantial bounty, the remaining flickers of fear were swiftly consumed by unbridled greed. 20 silver coins. That was enough to ensure several years of comfortable living. Kill. Slaughter them. Seize their possessions. Faced with the surging tide of indigenous warriors once more, Chun Ping's expression was as still as water as he unhesitatingly hurled his final grenade. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous detonations once again sent blood and dismembered limbs flying among the ranks of the natives. However, this time, the specter of death seemed unable to halt the frenzied mob completely driven by avarice. They trampled over the bodies of their fallen comrades, stepping through the viscous blood, and continued their charge with wild screams. The grenades had run out. The enemy was now upon them, their distorted, menacing faces clearly visible. Chun Ping's expression hardened like iron, his voice resolute. Brothers, fix bayonets. Clack! The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated as 9 gleaming bayonets were firmly affixed to the muzzles of their firearms. The Spaniards beside him, with no retreat left, trembled as they gripped their weapons tightly, preparing for the final bloody confrontation. Just as the 2 sides were about to engage in close combat, a sudden cacophony of machine gun fire erupted from the side and was followed by a barrage of rifle shots. Rat-a-tat-tat. Reinforcements had finally arrived. The natives on the flank, caught off guard, found their bodies exploding in a mist of blood. Bullets tore through flesh, the tremendous force even lifting the struck individuals off their feet, sending them crashing to the ground. The Gatling machine gun once again showcased its terrifying efficiency as a killing machine. In just a few breaths, a vast and horrifying vacuum was carved out in the ranks of the natives. Ming Army. The Ming Army has ambushes. Save yourselves. Flee. The Ming Army will slaughter us all. Although the natives had already sustained grievous losses, they had believed that with their overwhelming numbers, they could still secure victory with a final push. However, the sudden emergence of a large contingent of Ming soldiers shattered their psychological defenses. Already battered and bruised, they could no longer withstand the onslaught. Without hesitation, the natives abandoned their assault on the outpost and turned to flee. This time, Hama made no attempt to halt the rout. He recognized a monstrous contraption that belched fire. It had been this very weapon that had turned their charge of thousands into a one-sided massacre in Manila. Before such an efficient slaughtering machine, the so-called numerical advantage was but a farce. Moreover, at this moment, his own right arm had been struck by a stray bullet. The excruciating pain accompanied by the blood that flowed freely, rapidly draining his strength. His countenance was as pale as paper, cold sweat trickling down his brow, and the uncertainty of his own survival loomed heavily upon him. The indigenous forces retreated like a tide, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation before the outpost. The refugees, having escaped death, erupted with a myriad of complex emotions. Some sat on the ground, laughing maniacally. Others clasped their hands in prayer, continuously thanking God and the celestial army of the Ming, while many wept bitterly, embracing one another or kneeling in grief for their departed loved ones. We have been saved. The natives have fled. We need not perish. Thank God. Thank the great Ming army. Damn those natives. My poor Lilia. After enduring this chain of events, they had come to realize that, in the face of the Ming army, the laughable combat strength of the Spanish forces would yield no different a fate than that of the current indigenous people, should they engage in battle. The surviving Spanish soldiers exhibited an intense will to survive. At the moment of the natives' rout, they hastily discarded their weapons, behaving as obediently as fledglings, crouching on the ground with their hands clasped above their heads, awaiting the Ming's reception. Their commander, the civil official Claysite, quickly straightened his attire, forced a sycophantic smile, and hurried to the Ming commander leading the reinforcements, bowing deeply. Esteemed commander of the Ming, I am the civil official Awakens Claysite of Shangfilan Duo. On behalf of all surviving officials and soldiers of Shangfilan Duo, I surrender to the mighty and benevolent Ming Empire. Chapter 36. The flag ceremony. The conflict at Yerengo Outpost had not significantly impacted the Ming Empire under Zhu Heyu. After all, the Ming army suffered minimal losses, with only 2 fatalities and 6 injuries, alongside some ammunition expenditure. In stark contrast, the indigenous forces left behind over 400 corpses and provided 100 laborers free of charge. Yet, Zhu Heyu was determined not to let the matter pass lightly. The Ming was not to be trifled with. When attacked, they must retaliate. He intended to make all potential coveters and provocateurs acutely aware that daring to provoke the imperial tiger's whiskers would exact a bloody toll, even if the losses were to be borne by the adversary. Convey my decree. Prepare the entire army. In 3 days, I shall personally lead the expedition. He had initially planned to sit back and watch as the Spaniards and natives battled each other, hoping to deplete the surplus of natives. However, it now seemed more expedient and satisfying to take action himself. Your Majesty, that is enough. Zhu Heyu waved his hand, weary of the incessant repetition since morning. My ears are nearly calloused from your words. Wang Chun fell to his knees, his aged face awash with anxiety and concern. Your Majesty, you must not do this. You are a treasure of the realm. How can you expose yourself to arrows and stones? They are but a rabble of native curs. There is no need for your personal involvement in this expedition. Let General Li and his men handle it. That will suffice. Zhu Heyu raised his gaze from the documents, regarding the loyal yet obstinate old man before him, feeling a twinge of exasperation. Wang Chun rise. His tones softened somewhat. I understand your concerns. However, I must lead this battle. He stood, walking to the window, hands clasped behind his back. This is the first proactive campaign since the revival of the Ming, a foundational battle for our nation. I want the soldiers to see their emperor standing with them. I want all Han people to witness that the Ming has returned. I must also show the world that this land has a new master. He slowly turned, his gaze intense, locking eyes with Wang Chun. Moreover, do you believe those natives armed with wooden sticks and stone spears can inflict any harm upon me in the presence of my army? Yet, this matter is already settled and cannot be reversed. Zhu Heyi's tone turned stern. Wang Chun, I do not wish to hear another word of dissent. This time, Wang Chun dare not speak further. An additional word would be perceived as a slight against the imperial authority. He was merely a courtier, not a minister who dared to voice his disagreement. Furthermore, the current Ming had long since lost such advisors. 3 days later, at noon, outside Manila, on the newly leveled vast parade ground, an atmosphere of solemnity permeated the air. Over 6,000 soldiers stood in large formations, their postures erect. Under the blazing sun, the polished spear tips and armor glimmered, creating a dazzling sea of steel. Zhu Heyu donned a specially tailored dark military uniform, adorned with golden thread embroidered with the sun and moon insignia. He stood atop a high platform, surveying the silent forest below, forged from steel and flesh. This was his army. In his past life, he had been merely a technical officer, lacking experience in commanding thousands. Yet today he stood here, capable of determining the fates of countless lives with a single command, his thoughts alone capable of unleashing a torrent of blood. Taking a deep breath to quell the tumult within, he commanded in a deep voice, "Play the music." The instant his words fell, a resounding and powerful melody erupted from nowhere. It was the March of the Iron Flood. Simultaneously, a detachment of 96 flag bearers, marching in perfect unison, advanced towards the platform, bearing 3 brand-new banners. This soul-stirring music emanated from a sound device he had exchanged for at the Miracle Market the previous week. As the music played, countless spectators present for the ceremony were taken aback by the sudden celestial sound. They looked around in fear, attempting to locate the source of the melody. Yet, their eyes fell only upon fluttering banners and gleaming armor. Not a single musician was in sight. Gradually, a blend of awe and curiosity converged upon the tall, heroic figure upon the platform. A miracle! This is indeed a miracle, someone in the crowd exclaimed, and soon, large numbers of citizens began to kneel towards the platform, their foreheads touching the ground, erupting in fervent cries. "Long live your majesty! Long live! Long live!" While the crowd reacted thus, the soldiers stationed below maintained their rigid stance, though their hearts too were stirred by the overwhelming music. Flag ceremony, led by Li Jinhua, representing the army, along with Su Tsui of the Imperial Guard and Nicol, the newly appointed commander of the Foreign Corps, they marched forth. Standing tall as they ascended the platform, Zhu Heyu personally approached, accepting the first banner from the hands of the flag bearers. This flag differed from the national flag he had previously established. Its surface was a fiery red, bordered with golden fringe, featuring a golden dragon encircling a large character from Ming at its center. This was the flag of the Royal Army of the Ming. Zhu Heyu raised the military flag, his voice resonating like thunder. The flag signifies the boundaries of Ming interests. Li Jinhua received the flag. The flag indicates where the interests of the Ming lie. Li Jinhua, with a solemn expression, stepped forward and respectfully accepted the flag, holding it high. Next came the second banner, similar in design with a red base and golden fringe, yet its central totem transformed into a silver dragon, shimmering and resplendent, symbolizing sanctity and majesty. This was the flag of the Royal Imperial Guard of the Ming. Zhu Heyu proclaimed once more, "The flag points to the well-being of the Ming people." Su Tsui received the flag. The flag signifies the interests of the people. With unwavering resolve, Su Tsui accepted the flag, his movements steady and powerful. Finally, it was time for the Foreign Corps flag. Initially, Zhu Heyu had not intended to bestow a banner upon this complexly composed unit, which he regarded more as expendable. However, upon reflection, realizing that this flag ceremony was a public event, with the Army and the Imperial Guard both receiving flags, it would seem unjust to exclude the Foreign Corps. Thus, he decided to treat them equally. This banner also bore a red background with yellow characters, but its totem was vastly different. The dragon, as a symbol of the Huaxia people, was unsuitable for the Foreign Corps. Hence, it was replaced by a mighty tiger, wings sprouting from its sides, embodying courage, strength, and invincibility in Western culture, making it a fitting choice. Nicol. Zhu Heyu turned to the Spanish veteran, his gaze laden with scrutiny. "This is the banner of the Ming Foreign Legion. Furthermore, I hereby promote you to the rank of Brigadier General in the Ming Army and restore your title of Viscount. I trust that you will not betray my expectations henceforth." Upon hearing these words, Nickel trembled violently, tears streaming down his murky old eyes. General, this was the dream of his life, the glory he had longed for during his years in the Spanish army, which had eluded him even as he grew old, was unexpectedly achieved after becoming a captive of his former enemies. He trembled as he extended his hands, solemnly accepting the crimson flag adorned with the image of a fierce tiger with wings. In his still clumsy Mandarin, he resolutely exclaimed, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Nickel vowed eternal loyalty, vowing never to disappoint His Majesty's lofty expectations. Zhu Heyu conferred the honor in Spanish, while Nickel pledged his allegiance in Mandarin. This extraordinary scene exuded an ineffable sense of magic. After the flag presentation, Zhu Heyu delivered a brief and impassioned address. Finally, amidst the increasingly soaring melody of the March of the Iron Flood, he raised his arm high and shouted the long-silenced, yet never forgotten slogan, "Long live the Ming Army." Below, 6,000 soldiers exerted all their strength, responding with a resounding fervor, "Long live the Ming Army. Long live! Long live!" The flag presentation ceremony concluded amidst the roars of "Long live the Ming Army." Without a moment's delay, Zhu Heyu personally led the Grand Army northward, their sights set directly upon the lands occupied by the natives. It is worth noting that the naval forces did not participate in this flag presentation, not due to Zhu Heyu's oversight, but rather because the naval forces were not to partake in this military endeavor, with the main forces having moved north. Only newly trained recruits remained in Manila, necessitating the presence of a garrison. Moreover, engaging the natives did not require naval intervention. Thus, the naval forces would simply have to wait for a separate flag presentation once the conflict concluded. Although the Grand Army had departed, discussions within Manila intensified, especially among the surviving European expatriates. Inside a tavern, several white merchants huddled together, still bearing the remnants of shock upon their faces. "My God, this army is terrifying." A Dutch merchant lifted his glass, his hand trembling slightly. Their discipline, their equipment, and that overwhelming presence, although they remain small for now, given time, they will surely make the world tremble. "They are already quite formidable, my friend," another English merchant countered. "Have you forgotten how, just over 2 months ago, the Spanish army appeared as fragile as paper before them? How many were they then? My mind is filled with that music. I cannot find the words to describe it. It was too magnificent, too shocking. It felt as if my soul was quaking." A young Portuguese man murmured, his eyes glazed. At that moment, a Dutch merchant leaned in, lowering his voice. "Have you not realized? That music, it was not played by a band. It materialized from thin air. The entire city of Manila heard it distinctly. What else could it be but a miracle? Only a deity possesses such power." As he spoke, the others fell silent in unison, the clamor of the tavern seeming to fade away in an instant. They slowly turned to gaze at one another, each seeing the same chilling thought reflected in the other's eyes. Could it truly be divine? Chapter 37. The Crown of Nimu in the city of San Fernando. The former residence of the Spanish officials had now become Nimu's royal palace. On the opulent Persian carpet lay remnants of half-eaten animal bones and fruit peels, the air thick with the pungent scent of sweat and the sourness of fermented alcohol. The newly ascended conqueror, Nimu, reveled in the ecstasy of power's pinnacle. He waved away the painted dancers beside him, carefully lifting a crown from the silk cushion. This crown had been hastily crafted from the melted crosses of Spanish churches and noble utensils. Its golden sheen was mottled, the embedded gems varied in size, and the craftsmanship was laughably crude. Yet Nimu cared not. He had heard that those kings of white nations across the ocean wore such crowns. Now, as the king of all tribes in Luzon, he too deserved one. This was the taste of power. However, his good mood did not last long. Bang! The palace doors were violently thrust open. A trusted subordinate stumbled in, covered in dust, his expression one of panic. Nimu's face darkened instantly, and he seized a ceramic wine jug, hurling it toward the entrance without a glance. "Nuha, you should now call me your king." The jug narrowly missed Nuha's scalp, shattering against the wall. The man named Nuha trembled in fear, his legs giving way as he fell to the ground, his forehead pressed firmly against the dirty carpet. "Speak," Nimu growled. "That fool Hama could not even capture a group of scattered Spanish pigs?" No, your majesty. General Hama did catch up with the Spaniards, but he also encountered the Ming. General Hama ordered an attack on the Ming's outpost, and the result? Nuha's voice grew increasingly faint. What was the outcome? Nimu barked. A disastrous defeat. Over 600 warriors returned with only a handful. General Hama, he was killed. What? Nimu sprang to his feet, the cherished golden crown clattering to the ground. A surge of furious blood rushed to his head, and the flames in his eyes threatened to erupt. His anger was not over Hama's death. He was merely a trusted aide. One could easily replace him. His fury stemmed from the fact that the incompetent fool Hama had dared to provoke the Ming. It was one thing to provoke them. Had he executed it cleanly, eliminating those Ming soldiers without a trace, Nimu might have even personally hosted a grand celebration in Hama's honor. But what now? This fool not only failed to silence them, but also suffered heavy losses, sacrificing his own life in the process. Now, the Ming know it was they who did it. Given the ruthless vengeance demonstrated by that army in Manila, a bloody retaliation is surely on its way. Useless. Fool. His chest heaved violently, his face ashen, as he paced restlessly around the room. After a long while, Nimu forced himself to halt. Fear would not resolve the issue. He had to regain his composure. With a grim expression, he turned to the still prostrated Nuha, hoarsely inquiring, "How goes the task of contacting the tribes? How many tribes are willing to submit to their king?" "Reporting to your majesty," Nuha replied, sensing the cold aura emanating from Nimu, increasingly cautious in his words. "Upon hearing that you defeated the Spaniards and captured San Fernando, several prominent neighboring tribes have already sent envoys, expressing their desire to acknowledge you as their king. The more distant tribes have not yet reported, but I believe they too will respect your majesty's wisdom and valor and be eager to accept your leadership." In concluding, he added a flattering compliment. This remark finally eased the tension on Nimu's face somewhat. Very well. He picked up the crown from the ground and brushed off the dust. "Including these newcomers, how many capable warriors do we have now?" "Your majesty, the warriors gathered both inside and outside the city have exceeded 20,000. Moreover, new tribal warriors arrive daily, and within a few days, the number will only increase. Over 20,000. This figure was like a potent tonic, completely relaxing Nimu's furrowed brow. He straightened his posture, a predatory grin returning to his face. More than 20,000 of the finest warriors, and the numbers continue to swell. Such a colossal army imbued him with newfound confidence. What a Ming army! Despite their prowess, during the last encounter in Manila, their numbers were rather limited. Even should they deploy their entire force, we possess an undeniable advantage in manpower. Nuha's eyes glimmered with a fierce determination. "We have seized over 100 muskets from the Spaniards. You shall select the strongest and bravest 500 warriors and equip them with these muskets. We shall establish our own musket regiment. I want them to stand in formation like the soldiers of the Ming and tear our enemies to shreds with their firepower." After witnessing the might of lined-up executions, Nim decided to emulate it. "Yes, your majesty." Nuha was elated to hear this. It was indeed a splendid opportunity to seize real power, and he promptly accepted the command. Additionally, Nim's voice turned colder. "Dispatch our finest scouts to keep a vigilant watch to the south day and night. I must be informed of the first sign of any movement from the Ming." Under the scorching sun, the air felt thick and viscous, reminiscent of boiling grease. On the rugged mountain paths, a long procession struggled forward. Zhu Heyu sat atop his horse, feeling as though he might be roasted alive. He gazed at the seemingly endless line of soldiers behind him and felt a twinge of regret about his decision to lead the charge in person for the first time. After passing the Yeringgo mining site, the smooth terrain had come to an abrupt end. What lay ahead was a treacherous network of earthen roads winding through the mountains. In some areas, there were no roads at all. The engineers were laboriously clearing paths with their shovels and axes. The arduous journey was compounded by the relentless sun, which seemed intent on scorching them. Even more distressing was the painfully slow pace of the army's advance. They departed from Manila at noon yesterday, hastily setting up camp that evening only to have just crossed the Yeringgo mining site. After half a day, they had hardly traversed 20 kilometers. Today, as they plunged into the mountainous region, their speed plummeted dramatically. The artillery units struggled to progress due to a lack of sufficient horses. The heavy 12-pound Napoleon cannons and 6-pound field guns were nearly being dragged by the soldiers themselves, inching forward with the horses straining to pull them. Zhu Heyu was grateful it had not rained recently. Otherwise, the artillery would have become nothing more than a heap of rusted metal stuck in the mud. Li Jinhua urged his horse to Zhu Heiyu's side, casting a glance at the artillery unit trailing at the rear, nearly disconnected from the main force. He suggested in a low voice, "Your Majesty, the road ahead grows increasingly perilous, and the artillery's slow movement severely hampers the army's progress. To avoid missing the opportunity for battle, should we not order the main force and the Foreign Legion to advance more swiftly and head north first? The artillery could follow afterward." In Li Jinhua's view, even without artillery support, the elite soldiers of the Xinji regiment, armed with their superior Minie rifles and rigorous training, could easily defeat the disorganized indigenous forces. No need for haste. Zhu Heyu wiped the sweat from his brow and shook his head. In this battle, we're not pressed for time. According to reports from our scouts, the natives have gathered tens of thousands outside of Qingfei City, an unprecedented scale. To ensure absolute certainty and minimize our casualties, the artillery's fire support is of utmost importance. He paused, looking at Li Jinhua with a serious expression. Each of my soldiers' lives is more precious than time. If we take an extra day to position the cannons, we may save dozens, even hundreds of brothers on the battlefield. This calculation is worthwhile. The army, moving at a snail's pace, trudged through the day once more. Finally, on the evening of the third day, as the setting sun painted the horizon in magnificent shades of orange and red, the indistinct outline of Qingfei City appeared on the skyline. In the open fields before the city, over 40,000 native soldiers were already poised for battle. A formidable army of 10,000, boundless and unyielding. When the sight of this colossal formation came into view, even Zhu Heyu, bearing the soul of a future generation, felt the weight of oppression. Yet, that was all there was to it. Modern warfare has never been won merely by numbers. The superiority of equipment, the efficacy of tactics, and the strictness of discipline are the true determinants of victory. In this era, the army under his command could indeed be deemed modernized. Li Jinhua, Su Tsui. Zhu Heyu shifted his gaze to the two generals beside him, regaining his composure. The frontline command is entrusted to you. Professional matters must be handled by professionals. He understood that his command abilities, enhanced by the system, were more theoretical than practical. The battlefield experiences of these seasoned veterans far surpassed his own. His primary role on this expedition was to serve as a banner to inspire morale. Here I stand, and that is your greatest assurance. He tightened the reins and pointed toward the dark mass ahead. Go forth. Let those ignorant natives witness the grandeur of the Da Ming's military might. Chapter 38. The terrifying lethality of artillery. Tang Tianmingho gripped his Minie rifle tightly. The clammy sweat seeping from his palms made it feel as though he might drop this cold, iron weapon. He swallowed nervously, his atoms apple bobbing, his gaze fixated ahead. On the horizon lay a dark mass, stretching infinitely. It was an army composed of tens of thousands of indigenous warriors. Their chaotic shouts and primal battle cries converging into a wave of sound that sent chills down his spine. Having drifted from the Wodeo to Luzon, Tang Tianmingho had fought numerous battles, both large and small. However, those engagements had merely involved a few hundred, at most 1,000 men. This was the first time he stood on the battlefield, facing an overwhelming force of tens of thousands. He forcefully suppressed his trepidation, instinctively glancing back at the more disciplined and menacing red-hued formation of soldiers behind him. Further away, on the hilltop, beneath the banner of the sun and moon dragon, their young and valiant emperor observed the scene intently. With the heavenly troops of Da Ming behind him and the emperor's gaze upon him, what was there to fear? He recalled the fierce battle at Yerengo mining site. When Commander Nike ordered the firing, amidst the chaos, he instinctively dropped to the ground. It was this very action that allowed him to narrowly escape the deadly hail of bullets, suffering only a graze that severed half of his left middle finger. Now, the wound had nearly healed, leaving behind an unsightly remnant, but it did not hinder his ability to pull the trigger. Because of that battle, Tang Tianmingho had been promoted from the front line to the rank of squad leader in the Foreign Legion, proudly wearing a heavy black medal for combat injuries on his chest. His pay had doubled, amounting to 3 taels of silver. The supplies provided were even more generous, and he now sported a sturdy military watch on his wrist, which he need not return even after retirement. He had discreetly inquired, and discovered that the ordinary Western watches sold to the red-haired merchants were worth at least 100 taels of silver. His military version was not only waterproof, but also featured luminous hands and markings that glowed faintly in the dark, allowing him to tell time without a flame. Valued at a staggering 300 taels. 300 taels, based on his current pay of 3 taels per month. It would take over 8 years of frugality to save that amount. The emperor had not only equipped them with new rifles, but had also provided him with a watch worth 300 taels of silver. Mingho mused that if he were to leave after 3 years of service, it would be a betrayal of the emperor's benevolence. Stand straight, everyone. Align the ranks and heed the commands. Tingtian Mingho barked at the new recruits in his squad. The great Daming Tianyan emperor is watching us from behind. Anyone who falters in battle and brings shame to the legion will face my wrath upon our return. Most of these new recruits had only recently been enlisted. After the battle at Yerengo mining site, the war mercenaries had suffered heavy casualties, necessitating the recruitment of new soldiers from among the Japanese in Manila. The newly recruited soldiers also received a meager pay of only 1.5 taels of silver, half that of the regular Daming troops. Even so, the 500 recruitment slots were filled within a single day by the eager Japanese volunteers, influenced by the memories of later generations. Zhu and Yi harbored a profoundly unfavorable impression of the Warren. In Manila, apart from the indigenous population, the number of Warren ranked second only to the Han people. Despite sharing the same yellow complexion, their social standing was only slightly superior to that of the natives and even fell short of the Spaniards. If the Warren aspired to work in factories, they were barred from those prefixed with the prestige of the Ming Dynasty, relegated instead to minor private workshops. Provided they had connections. Even in these smaller establishments, they were relegated to the most menial, laborious, and perilous tasks, earning wages significantly lower than those of other workers. Consequently, the Warren in Luzon generally lived in dire straits. Enlisting in the foreign legions of the Ming Dynasty offered a meager monthly pay of 1 tael and 5 cash, which, though paltry compared to the enviable 3 taels of silver received by the Ming's regular forces, was sufficient for a family to barely subsist. This fundamental reason accounted for the influx of applicants once the conscription announcement was made. It is notable that these new recruits from Waigwa had yet to complete their basic training. His Majesty the Emperor explained that warfare serves as the finest crucible, and through combat, true elite forces are forged. However, the new recruits of the Ming's regular army were still in the barracks of Manila, diligently undergoing the most rigorous training. Ensure that all artillery shells are brought up. Infantry divisions, be mindful of gaps. The natives have a small cavalry presence. Guard your flanks. Commanded Li Jinhua, the frontline commander, as he observed the distant movements of the natives. In pursuit of optimal firing angles, the artillery positions were deployed at the forefront of the entire battle line. 20M 1841 6-pounder field guns and 10 1857 12-pounder field guns were lined up, their dark muzzles aimed menacingly forward. Meanwhile, 5 more powerful Type 20 mortars, capable of greater range, were stationed behind the troops. Ammunition was precious and could not be resupplied for the time being. Thus, like the Gatling gun, they would not be hastily engaged in battle until absolutely necessary. Perhaps sensing the adjustments in the Ming army's positions, the impatient native forces finally sprang into action. Amidst the throng, a surge of approximately 10,000 began to advance slowly toward the Ming lines. They did not immediately charge. With a distance of still a kilometer separating them, a full sprint would merely exhaust their energy, rendering them ineffective upon engagement. The native commanders evidently understood this strategic principle. Yet, this sluggish advance appeared to the Ming artillery as nothing less than a target practice opportunity. Whether it was the Napoleon cannon with a range exceeding 1,300 meters or the larger Napoleon cannon capable of hurling shells to 1,900 meters. This massive vanguard of natives had already entered their effective firing range. Artillery Brigade Li Jinhua seized the moment, decisively issuing commands. All crews, load solid shot. Target the advancing enemy crowd. The artillery commander, stripped to the waist, brandished his command sword, vociferously repeating the orders. Even the artillery pieces procured from the marketplace, both large and small Napoleons, primarily utilized solid shot, for explosive shells were still plagued by insufficient power and unreliable fuses. Thus, in conventional combat, solid shot remained the optimal choice, barring naval engagements. Fire! With a swift motion of his arm, the next instant, the cannon roared in unison. Boom! 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 The deafening sounds obliterated all other noises on the battlefield. 30 heavy, solid iron balls broke free from the cannons, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle, viciously plunging into the densely packed native crowd. The dull thuds of cannonballs striking flesh produced a nauseating sound, transforming the unfortunate victims into clouds of blood and dismembered flesh. Yet this was far from the end. The superior penetrating power and ricocheting capability of solid projectiles rendered them more devastating than explosive shells. After obliterating the first few ranks of natives, the cannonballs crashed violently into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust as they rebounded, continuing their deadly advance with alarming speed. Striking torsos, they either cleaved through bodies or pierced them directly. Hitting arms, entire limbs were ripped from their sockets. Grazing heads resulted in gruesome explosions akin to watermelons being smashed, showering the area with gore, leaving behind headless corpses twitching on the ground. In a mere instant, the dense formation of natives was cleaved open, revealing 30 horrifying channels of carnage. Many advancing native soldiers suddenly felt themselves splattered with warm, viscous liquid. As they bewilderedly wiped the crimson and white off their faces and turned to look, they were horrified to find their erstwhile companions transformed into mere puddles of twitching flesh. Witchcraft! Witchcraft! The Ming possessed sorcery. Some native soldiers, pale as ghosts, screamed in terror. Not all had witnessed the might of cannon fire. Witnessing comrades turned into heaps of mangled flesh in an instant instilled sheer terror in many, causing them to soil themselves and collapse to the ground. However, the Ming gunners paid no heed to their sentiments. They swiftly cleared the cannon breeches, loaded powder bags, inserted cannonballs, attached firing tubes, and pulled firing cords. Boom! Limbs flew, blood sprayed, and the wails of anguish echoed as another 30 channels of carnage were carved. In just 2 rounds of cannon fire, the native front line was littered with corpses, casualties numbering in the hundreds. While they had only advanced less than 100 meters, still a daunting 900 meters from the Ming positions. At this rate, even if these 20,000 could reach the front lines, they would likely lose more than half their lives. Not to mention that the Ming infantry had yet to fire a single shot. However, the next moment arrived. All infantry divisions, prepare for battle. Li Jinhua's cold voice resounded once more. Chapter 39. The Native Army's Full Assault, a One-Sided Slaughter. The effective range of the Minie rifle exceeded 900 meters. At this distance, an individual target shrank into a vague black dot in the field of vision, nearly impossible to discern clearly by the naked eye. Yet, when the target comprised a mass of over 20,000 individuals, precise aiming became a farce. All divisions, 3-phase firing. Li Jinhua's command was swiftly relayed by the signal soldiers to every corner of the formation. Fire at will. Bang, bang, bang. The moment the order was given, a continuous plume of white smoke erupted from the front of the Ming army, and the sound of gunfire fell like a torrential downpour upon the battlefield. At the extreme range of over 900 meters, the hit rate of the Minie rifles was naturally low. Most bullets either burrowed into the earth or soared overhead. However, the sheer number of natives was overwhelming. The vast population base artificially inflated the low hit rate to a terrifying level. Among the advancing ranks of natives, individuals continually fell to gunfire. How could the Ming's firearms shoot so far? Nim's pupils dilated in horror from atop the walls of San Fernando City. He abruptly turned to his confidant. Nuha, what is the maximum range of your riflemen? Your Majesty, perhaps only 150 yards. 150 yards compared to nearly 1,000. This chasm of disparity sent a chilling dread through Nua's core. His riflemen had yet to see the battlefield. Yet he could already foresee the one-sided slaughter they would face when their turn came against an enemy with such terrifying range. On the battlefield, the cacophony of cannon and gunfire intertwined, never ceasing. With each cannonade, the Ming forces carved dozens of deadly pathways through the dense native crowd. Every volley of musket fire was inevitably accompanied by the thud of hundreds of native soldiers collapsing to the ground. The casualty figures are escalating at a terrifying pace. Amid the chaotic indigenous lines, some have finally reacted. Several tribal leaders are hoarsely shouting, attempting to disperse their troops to avoid becoming living targets for the Ming army's firepower. However, the open ground outside the city of Shengfei Erlan Duo is ultimately limited in size. faced with the overwhelming firepower of the Ming forces. Where can they retreat? Your Majesty, King Nim, this cannot continue. A tribal leader on the city wall, his face as pale as a sheet, pointed at the hellish scene below, his voice trembling uncontrollably. If this continues, before our warriors can reach the Ming army, they will likely suffer catastrophic losses. This can no longer be called combat. It is a thorough slaughter. Since the onset of the battle, their side's casualties have already surpassed 3,000, with the bodies of the fallen piling thickly upon the earth. In stark contrast, the Ming positions show not a single injured soldier in sight. The casualties remain at 0. King Nim stood beside the parapet, his body slightly stiffening. He struggled to maintain the composure befitting a king. But the fine beads of cold sweat trickling from his brow had already betrayed the terror within him. He had thought that with a vast army of tens of thousands under his command, he could easily crush this invading Ming force. Yet, he could never have imagined the terrifying might of their firearms and artillery. This far exceeded his understanding of warfare. Your Majesty, at last, someone summoned the courage to cautiously suggest, the situation is dire. Should we consider a retreat? Retreat. To where? Nim abruptly interrupted, his eyes flashing with ferocity as he roared. Luzon Island is not that large. If we retreat today, the Ming's cannons and muskets will be at our doorstep tomorrow. Do you wish to be driven like slaves by those damned Spaniards? No. Today. Here. We must defeat them. His words were charged with fervor, yet deep within, he feared another truth. He had only just donned the crown and ascended to the throne. If he suffered a disastrous defeat in his first battle, which tribe would truly pledge allegiance to him? He had struggled tirelessly to reach this position and would not allow it to dissolve into nothingness. We still have a chance. Nim forced himself to calm down, scanning the faces of the equally frightened leaders around him. Our numbers far exceed theirs. We still have cavalry. If we commit our entire force, they cannot withstand us. The Ming have muskets, and we do too. They have cannons, and we have captured the Spaniards. The cavalry he spoke of was merely a motley assembly of over 100 riders from various tribes, with their riding skills barely sufficient to keep them from falling off their horses. As for the firearms and artillery seized from the Spaniards, they were outdated and lacked train gunners. Yet at this moment, Nim had become a desperate gambler, no longer considering the odds. Oh, has impatience already set in? On the high ground, Zhu Heyu lowered his telescope, a cold smile creeping across his lips. The resilience of these natives was even weaker than he had anticipated. After enduring this firepower suppression for such a short time, they opted for a reckless, all-out assault. However, the enemy's offensive would also mean an immediate increase in pressure on his front lines. Guomei informed Li Jinhua that the machine gun and mortar units need not hold back any longer. The remaining ammunition for his machine guns and mortars was limited, over 10,000 rounds for the machine guns and only about 300 mortar shells. But since the enemy had revealed all their cards, he had no reason to hold back. As the order for a full-on assault was given to the indigenous forces, the previously demoralized vanguard, struggling under the artillery fire, suddenly erupted with astonishing momentum. They disregarded the fallen comrades and the cries of agony, roaring as they quickened their pace towards the Ming lines for a desperate charge. The cavalry unit, which Nim had high hopes for, veered away from the main infantry formation, attempting to flank the Ming army and carve open a breach. The speed of the indigenous cavalry was remarkable, quickly surpassing the infantry's charge, making them particularly conspicuous on the open battlefield. However, this undoubtedly made them the primary target for the Ming's firepower. Flank alert. Enemy cavalry approaching. Adjust the cannons. Quick. Move the Gatling guns into position. Amidst the officers' shouts, the muzzles of 4 6-pound field guns swiftly adjusted their aim, and 2 Gatling guns covered with canvas were hastily pushed to the forefront of the flank. Fire! With the commander's signal for solid cannonballs roared out of the barrels, plunging into the rushing ranks of indigenous cavalry. Although the cavalry was relatively dispersed, resulting in fewer direct casualties than the infantry bombardment, the scene was far more gruesome. Cavalrymen struck directly by the shells were obliterated, becoming a gruesome mixture of flesh and bone. Horses, with their legs shattered, shrieked in agony, while riders were violently thrown off. And even those fortunate enough to survive would be trampled into pulp by the oncoming horses. This bloody onslaught, however, did not halt the charge of the indigenous cavalry. The remaining riders continued to scream and surge forward. In the rear of the battlefield, Zhu Heyu captured the scene through his telescope. 100 cavalrymen think they can break through my machine gun and artillery flank? Indeed, the next moment, the distinctive and rapid sound of the Gatling guns echoed from the flank. It was like the roar of death. The dense hail of bullets wove a metallic storm, instantly enveloping the charging indigenous cavalry. Horses collapsed with anguished whinnies, and riders tumbled from their mounts, blood spilling into the air. Nim on the city walls witnessed this scene as if struck by lightning. He watched helplessly as his cavalry, which he had regarded as a trump card, fell in droves before the terrifying firepower of the Ming army, as if his heart had been cruelly carved out, leaving him nearly breathless. But this was not the end. Just as the cavalry was being slaughtered, a fierce blaze suddenly erupted among the indigenous infantry charging head-on. Accompanied by deafening explosions, the ground shook and dirt, stones, and mangled human remains were hurled into the sky. What on earth is that? The series of heavy blows made Nim's eyes turn bloodshot. He dashed to an old Spanish bronze cannon, bellowing at several clumsy indigenous soldiers. Fire! Fire now! Aim at those Ming soldiers. Blast them to pieces. The terrified indigenous gunners, frightened by Nim's frantic demeanor, clumsily stuffed gunpowder and shells into the cannon, trembling as they lit the fuse with a torch. Boom! A deep, thunderous sound erupted as the bronze cannon belched smoke and fire. Nim's face showed a glimmer of hope. However, in the next moment, his expression froze. The shell that held his hopes arced low, failing to reach the distant Ming positions. Instead, with a splat, it plunged into the very crowd of his own charging warriors, carving a tragic path paved with the blood and flesh of his compatriots. Chapter 40. The successful self-destruction of His Majesty the King. The Spanish old-fashioned cannon did not have a fixed charge, which meant that those hastily assembled indigenous gunners had no idea how much powder to load. As expected, the first shot, due to insufficient charge, produced a heavy iron ball that arced low and feebly, flying only a few hundred meters before splashing down into the midst of their own advancing ranks. Fortunately, the amount of gunpowder in this cannon was exceedingly minimal, resulting in limited kinetic energy that merely toppled a few unfortunate native soldiers. Yet, even this was sufficient to incite the ire of Nim atop the city walls. Incompetent fools, a bunch of worthless wretches. His face, a shade of iron, bellowed at the bewildered gunners. All cannons increased the charge. If you miss the Ming army again, I shall cast each of you into the sea to feed the fish. The twisted visage of Nim, coupled with his unabashed, murderous intent, sent shivers down the spines of all the gunners. No one doubted the veracity of his words. Trembling, the gunners filled the cannon barrels with black powder spoonful by spoonful under Nim's bloodthirsty gaze. The sound of the wooden spoons scraping against the powder barrel resonated eerily, each scrape akin to a torment upon their very hearts. More, add more. Nim's roar lashed at their nerves, cold sweat trickling from their brows and cascading down their cheeks. They were not seasoned artillerymen, yet they understood that overloading gunpowder could lead to catastrophic explosions. Finally, one gunner could no longer bear it. Shaking, he summoned all his courage, his voice quaking in desperation. Your Majesty, we cannot add any more. Truly, we cannot. If we do, the cannons will burst. Nim whirled around, eyes ablaze with fury, fixating on the audacious gunner. The latter recoiled, his neck retracting, face as pale as parchment, knees buckling as he nearly collapsed. In the urgency of battle, Nim temporarily suppressed the urge to execute this coward on the spot, yet he had already sentenced him to death in his mind. Once the Ming army was repelled, he would personally toss this man into the sea to feed the fish. Fire! Open fire! Annihilate those Ming bastards! At last, the row of cannons on the city wall was fully loaded. Gazing down at the battlefield, ravaged by the firepower of the Ming, Nim's eyes sparkled with a mad glint, his impatience boiling over as he issued the command. Ever since the siege of Manila, he had lived under the shadow of the Ming army. He yearned to win, to witness the scene of the Ming being mercilessly battered by cannon fire. The native gunners, trembling in fear, ignited the fuses. The hissing fuses, sending sparks racing towards the cannon mouths, contorted Nim's expression. He leaned forward, eager to witness the cannonballs tear apart the Ming positions. At last, the fuses burned out. Boom! A sound far mightier than before erupted suddenly, not from the cannon's mouth, but from the cannon itself. The cannon, loaded with an excessive amount of powder, disintegrated with a thunderous roar. A violent shockwave, accompanied by searing flames and metal shrapnel, instantly consumed everything in its vicinity. The first to fall victim was Nim himself. His already diminutive frame was effortlessly hurled into the air, soaring over the parapet, tracing a brief arc before crashing down with a heavy thud over 3 meters below the city wall. His limbs twisted at unnatural angles. Dark red blood mingled with fragments of his innards poured from his mouth and nose. In his final moments, agony and boundless regret filled his fading consciousness. He should not have loaded so much explosive powder. Nim met his end, the native king who had barely held power for a few days, succumbing to his own folly. The unexpected event atop the walls of Shangfai drew the attention of Li Jinhua. However, it was not the self-detonating cannons that captured his focus, but rather the simultaneous impact of several cannonballs that fortuitously landed within his own ranks, resulting in the immediate casualties of dozens of soldiers. Order the mortar unit to adjust their targets and take out the cannons on the wall. Li Jinhua commanded his nearby guards. At this moment, he remained unaware that Nim had just been sent to his demise by the cannon's explosion. Neither did the natives below comprehend this. Amidst the choking smoke and fire from the simultaneous cannon explosions, none noticed that King Nim, who had been shouting moments ago, had now been blasted off the walls, lifeless. Chaos erupted atop the walls, while outside, the attacking Ming forces felt a surge of excitement, despite the apparent malfunction of their own cannons. The sight of dust rising from the Ming ranks ignited a flicker of hope in the native soldiers who had borne the brunt of the assault for so long. After enduring countless deaths, they had finally struck the Ming, and the Ming line was now within reach. Charge, warriors! Rush forth and slay these Ming. The surviving native soldiers let out earth-shattering roars as they launched an even fiercer assault towards the nearby Ming defenses. After suffering casualties exceeding 10,000, the vanguard of the native army finally charged within 200 meters of the Ming front lines. All cannons switched to buckshot. Rapid fire. The calm voice of the officer rang out from the Ming artillery position, with the command given. The gunners skillfully cleaned the cannon barrels and swiftly retrieved large iron cylindrical shells from the ammunition boxes, loading them into the cannons. Boom! The iron cylinders, packed with hundreds of iron pellets, ruptured upon exiting the cannon due to the immense pressure differential, scattering their contents in a fan-shaped barrage. The sickening sound of penetrating projectiles rang out as waves of natives fell amidst their mournful cries. The instantaneous lethality of this buckshot surpassed that of a Gatling gun. The 30 cannons lined up in formation unleashed a dense hail of projectiles, effectively erasing the front ranks of the native army in an instant. Simultaneously, the mortars released their crisp shells. Several grenades traced delicate trails through the air, soaring towards the walls of Shangfai, and then, to the shock of the native gunners, they descended upon them. Boom! 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 The explosions resonated like summer thunder, the flames bursting forth, with shrapnel penetrating the barrels laden with gunpowder. Boom, boom, boom. Another series of continuous detonations. In truth, of the 5 shells fired by the mortar unit, only 2 accurately struck the walls, while the remaining 3 either landed in open ground outside or fell within the city. Yet, these 2 shells precipitated a chain reaction of explosions among the stacked gunpowder on the walls, transforming the entire structure into a spectacle akin to a festival of firecrackers. Enveloped in smoke and flames amidst a cacophony of detonations. On the heights, Zhu Heyu gazed at the smoke-shrouded walls with a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated that merely one round of bombardment could so effortlessly incapacitate the enemy's artillery position, yielding results beyond expectation. The thunderous detonations atop the walls captured the attention of the native army. As they turned back in terror, they beheld the artillery position, once filled with promise, now entirely obscured by smoke and flames. The Ming forces did not grant the natives a moment's respite to ponder their existence. With synchronized gunfire, Gatling machine guns sweeping the field artillery unleashing buckshot, and mortars raining down grenades, a torrential downpour of projectiles relentlessly claimed the lives of the natives. For the inadequately equipped native army, the Ming's offensive was akin to a dimensional strike. At a distance of 200 meters, the bodies of the natives rapidly accumulated. "We cannot fight. I surrender. I surrender. Please stop. I surrender. Please stop." "Mama, I want to go home." In the face of this one-sided slaughter, the mental defenses of the native soldiers finally crumbled. It was uncertain who first discarded their rudimentary weapon, crying out and collapsing to the ground, but soon more followed suit. A chorus of desperate surrenders echoing throughout. Many others chose to flee, attempting to escape this hell on earth. Yet, under the assault of the Ming's long-range weaponry, where could they possibly flee? Chapter 41. The shock of a 1-to-100 casualty ratio in Zhu Heju's eyes, this large-scale battle, involving nearly 50,000 troops combined on both sides, concluding in such a brief span of time, seemed almost surreal. Yet, it had undeniably transpired. The results of the battlefield statistics were swiftly presented, and the exaggerated casualty figures left both Zhu Heyu and his companions momentarily dazed. The Ming army suffered over 40 casualties, while the indigenous people incurred over 20,000 deaths and nearly the same number of captives. The casualty ratio reached an astonishing 1-to-1,000. Your Majesty, the indigenous chief, known as Nimu, has been captured, but he is already deceased, apparently succumbing to cannon fire. Here is his severed head, reportedly Genhua, stepping forward with a bloodied cloth bag in hand. Zhu Heyu glanced disdainfully at the bag, displaying little interest in the trophy of death. However, the Ming soldiers' eagerness for enemy heads posed a concern. He noticed many soldiers were already prowling among the heaps of indigenous corpses, their eyes glimmering with greed, hands instinctively reaching for their blades. The practice of counting military merit based on severed heads had long been an important standard in ancient military calculations, tracing back to the Liangzhu culture over 5,000 years ago. Yet, in this era of firearms, such methods have become outdated. Zhu Heyu found this gruesome practice of beheading quite distasteful. He issued a command to prohibit soldiers from collecting heads. In this battle, all participating troops will be credited with collective merit. Henceforth, military achievements would no longer be gauged by the number of heads. Under the volley fire tactics, individual kills are difficult to verify, and collective achievements will be determined by the completion of unit tasks. Only those who made outstanding contributions to the campaign will be recognized for personal military merit. Understood. Li Genhua and Su Chui exchanged a glance, immediately bowing to accept the command. Zhu Heyu nodded, his gaze returning to the battlefield strewn with corpses and the moans of the wounded. He promptly ordered the captives to dig pits and bury all the bodies. Pausing, his cold gaze fell upon the severely wounded indigenous individuals still struggling in the pools of blood. As for the gravely injured, they were to be dealt with by the foreign troops. The humid climate of Luzon would quickly lead to a horrific epidemic if more than 20,000 corpses were left to decay here. And what of the moaning indigenous soldiers? Zhu Heyu had little regard for the indigenous people of Luzon and would never squander valuable medical supplies and resources on them. Furthermore, even if healed, most would be left maimed. Zhu Heyu was not a charitable benefactor. He would not spend money to care for a group of unproductive individuals. The Battle of Sheng Fei Lan Duo City was not the terminus of the northern campaign. Continuing northward, there were several small towns under Spanish control and countless indigenous tribes scattered throughout. However, the forthcoming battles would not concern Zhu Heyu. As the first expedition of the Ming resurgence against rebellion, his presence held more symbolic significance than practical importance. The victory at Sheng Fei Lan Duo City had already crushed the only significant and threatening group of indigenous insurgents in its cradle. The subsequent actions would merely be mop-up operations. Thus, Li Genhua would lead the main Ming forces further north, while Zhu Heyu, under the pretense of escorting captives and stabilizing the rear, would lead the Imperial Guard with over 20,000 captives back to Manila. What? 6,000 elite troops defeated 40,000 enemies, decapitated 20,000 and captured 20,000, with only 40 casualties on our side? When the swift messenger delivered the frontline victory report to Manila, Wang Chen's hands trembled slightly as he held the battle report, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Having experienced the darkest times of the late Ming Dynasty, he recalled a time when the Ming army would be celebrated for 100 severed heads after a single battle. Already deemed a great victory, the staggering achievement of annihilating 20,000 enemies and capturing the same number surpassed his wildest imagination. In the past, even the boldest generals would not dare fabricate such outrageous claims. Of course, by now, his trust in Zhu Heyu was unquestionable. If the emperor said it was true, then it was undoubtedly true. Lord Wang, His Majesty commands us to immediately establish a camp to accommodate 20,000 captives. Su Jingming approached, his face reflecting a mixture of astonishment and doubt as he scrutinized the numbers in the battle report. Had they truly captured such a multitude of indigenous people? Although the Ming army had demonstrated their terrifying prowess of defeating larger forces in the Battle of Manila, the panic among the indigenous people had played a significant role in that encounter, and only a handful had truly faced the Ming forces head-on. Now, achieving such an unfathomable victory in a fair field battle left him shocked and somewhat incredulous. Sensing the skepticism in Su Jingming's words, Wang Qin's expression darkened instantly. His sharp voice tinged with displeasure. Governor Su, this is a direct report from His Majesty. How can it be doubted? I advise you to quickly allocate personnel and finalize the arrangements for the prisoner camp. With that, he swept away, leaving Su Jingming standing there, stunned. Su Jingming shook his head with a bitter smile. He had not anticipated that a mere hint of doubt would provoke such a reaction from Wang Chun. However, he was not concerned that Wang Chun would speak ill of him before the emperor. After over 2 months of interaction, he understood that Wang Chun was merely protective of the emperor and could not tolerate any questioning of His Majesty. Casting aside his chaotic thoughts, Su Jingming began to contemplate where to site the vast camp capable of housing 20,000 indigenous captives. The news of the frontline victory swiftly spread throughout the city of Manila. The astonishing achievement of 6,000 defeating 40,000 plunged the local Chinese populace into a sea of ecstasy. Cheers erupted, and some even ignited firecrackers in the streets. The crackling sounds echoing the long-suppressed joy of a century. We won. Our Ming Dynasty has triumphed. Long live the Ming. Long live His Majesty. For 100 years, the Chinese in Luzon had endured oppression and humiliation. The arrival of Emperor Tianjin liberated them from their dire straits. Now, with the Ming army sweeping through the indigenous people with such overwhelming force, the citizens of Manila felt an unprecedented sense of security, firmly believing they would never return to the days of subjugation. However, not everyone believed the news of the Ming army's victory. In a newly opened tavern in the southern part of the city, several Spaniards dressed in coarse linen were wiping down tables and chairs when they overheard the raucous voices from the street, their faces displaying unabashed scorn. 6,000 against 40,000? 20,000 slain, 20,000 captured, and only over 40 casualties on their side? Humph, those Ming people really dare to say such things, scoffed a bearded Spaniard. Although the Ming army had defeated their forces, earning his respect, he could not accept the notion that they could achieve such exaggerated results. We know better than anyone how troublesome those indigenous people can be, another tall Spaniard chimed in. During our rule, they caused several uprisings, each time requiring substantial effort to suppress. 40,000 indigenous troops? Finished in a single day? God bear witness, that's more absurd than any myth I've heard. Perhaps that young emperor enjoys embellishing victories as well. After all, it seems to be a tradition among these Easterners, the bearded man concluded. Once proud Spanish citizens, they now found themselves reduced to tavern workers, and the stark contrast only fueled their bitter resentment toward the Ming army. Just then, a drunken shout echoed from nearby. Hey, you slowpokes, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and bring me some wine. As the shout rang out, the two previously scornful Spaniards suddenly changed their expressions, panic flickering in their eyes, quickly replacing it with a humble, professional smile. Please wait, esteemed guest, your wine will be here shortly. Chapter 42. The captives returned to the city. Zhu Heyu initially intended to lead the 20,000 captives on a grand tour through the city, showcasing a ceremony of surrender. However, after much contemplation, he ultimately abandoned the idea. The reasoning was simple. There were simply too many prisoners. Over 20,000 individuals, even arranged in tightly formed 4 columns, which stretched from the east city gate of Manila to the west city gate. Yet, the escorting force he commanded consisted of only 1,000 imperial guards. The narrow streets and towering buildings within the city created a far more complex environment than the open terrain. With 1,000 men to oversee 20,000 captives, any attempt at escape or incitement could easily spiral out of control. At that point, what was meant to be a grand display of military prowess could devolve into an embarrassing farce. As a result, Zhu Heyu ultimately decided against entering the city, opting instead to lead the army around it, directing all captives to a temporary camp that Su Jingming had been tasked with constructing outside the city. Yet, He underestimated the fervor of the townsfolk. When the news of His Majesty's resounding victory over the enemy spread, the entirety of Manila erupted in excitement. Countless citizens spontaneously poured out of the city gates, crowding the streets along the army's path to the point of saturation. "They're coming. Look, they're here," a voice shouted out, drawing the attention of the crowd to the end of the road. There on the horizon, a colossal line composed of countless gray figures was slowly advancing. The captives, their hands bound behind their backs with hemp ropes, were linked by thicker mane ropes, every few dozen individuals, shuffling forward dejectedly under the watch of over 100 Ming soldiers. The length of the procession was truly beyond sight. The crowd erupted in astonishment. "Heavens! How many captives are there?" exclaimed a merchant who had only recently arrived in Manila. His mouth agape. "Not just many. I have heard that His Majesty, with 6,000 heavenly soldiers, utterly defeated 40,000 enemies. This is a feat worthy of the gods." Next to him, a local elder, his face flushed with excitement, straightened his back. These barbaric natives are truly courting death. Our Ming has yet to turn its attention to them, yet they dare to deliver themselves to us. I say, His Majesty is too benevolent. All of these ruffians should be executed, not a single one spared, not even those within the city. A man, as he spoke, began to tear up. "My poor brother. A family of 4 was killed by these beasts." Instantly, someone beside him patted his shoulder, attempting to console him. "Brother, take heart. However, if they're all killed, who will do the dirty work in this city? They are a ready source of labor. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill them? Your brother, if he knows of their current plight, would surely rest in peace." The townspeople pointed and murmured at the disheveled native captives. Naturally, some had prepared rotten eggs and spoiled vegetable leaves, hurling them at the captives with abandon. The line of captives was so long that the prisoners at the front were quickly covered in filth, reeking horrendously. As the crowd exhausted their ammunition, they resorted to mixing mud with water, unabashedly continuing to bombard the incoming captives. God, the Ming really captured so many natives. Could the reports be true? In a corner of the crowd, 2 Spanish laborers, who had previously scoffed at the battle reports within a tavern, now clung tightly to the shoulders of those in front of them, their necks craning forward, staring at the seemingly endless and winding line of captives. They felt their eyes were about to burst. They could not fathom how that exceedingly youthful Ming emperor managed to achieve such a near-mythical victory with such disparate forces. It was no wonder they were baffled. The Spanish kingdom, once claiming to be an empire on which the sun never set, had colonies spread across the globe. Yet how many regular troops could they muster in their overseas territories? Even the viceroyalty of New Spain, which governed a vast region of Central America, would likely struggle to assemble 40,000 regular soldiers, though the fighting capability of these natives could not compare to that of a regular army. They understood the principle that a multitude could overwhelm a giant. A force of 40,000 had been so easily defeated by a mere few thousand Ming soldiers. Had the Spanish forces of similar size faced the situation, it would be uncertain whether they could even secure a victory, let alone achieve such an astounding casualty ratio. These Spaniards, confined to their corner, knew far too little about the ancient and distant civilization of Huaxia. Had they been aware of the numerous instances throughout their long history where the few triumphed over the many, they might have had different thoughts. "Look, is His Majesty. The one riding the white horse is His Majesty." Another gasp erupted from the crowd, and thousands of eyes instantly focused. Zhu Heyu appeared, mounted on a magnificent white steed, flanked by a retinue of Jinui clad in flying fish robes, all adorned with embroidered spring blades, as he rode forward at a leisurely pace. Today, Zhu Heyu donned resplendent armor, intricately designed with golden thread and dragon patterns. Clad in military attire, he appeared even more handsome and spirited. His remarkable presence immediately captivated many young maidens by the roadside, causing their cheeks to flush and their hearts to race. As soon as the citizens glimpsed the emperor, they instinctively knelt down to perform a deep bow. However, just as their knees bent, they were swiftly pulled back up by those nearby. "Hey, old Zhang, have you forgotten? His Majesty has decreed that we, the subjects of the Ming, are exempt from kneeling when meeting him." "Oh, right. What was I thinking?" The man slapped his forehead as he suddenly remembered. Now, even ordinary citizens need only perform a respectful gesture, hands clasped over their chest, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Of course, the act of kneeling was not entirely abolished. As descendants of Yin and Huang, propriety and music were part of their heritage. Kneeling to heaven, the earth, and one's parents was an essential aspect of human relationships in a cultural tradition that had been cultivated over thousands of years. Zhu Heyu would not recklessly abandon his nation's cultural practices, yet as a soul from the modern era. He could not bear the sight of everyone prostrating themselves before him. The Ming would not treat their citizens like mere servants to be scolded at will. Thus, he transformed the act of kneeling to mean literally kneeling to heaven, rather than to him, the Son of Heaven. Of course, this decree applied only to the subjects of the Ming. For foreign nationals and criminals, the old customs remained in effect, requiring them to bow and kneel. Respecting the distinctions of rank and the boundaries of internal and external relations, such rules could not be disregarded. At that moment, foreign individuals mingling within the crowd, upon seeing the emperor's retinue approach, though filled with reluctance, instinctively knelt down to avoid being mistaken for spies and imprisoned. Some might argue this was a double standard. However, the Tianyan emperor would readily admit, "Indeed, I am one of double standards." As the emperor's retinue gradually receded from view, a middle-aged man, his face round and fleshy, smacked his lips and lamented with a hint of regret. "His Majesty is truly young and talented. Alas, it's a pity that my daughter was not selected during the last palace recruitment of maidens." Instantly, someone nearby burst into laughter. "Come on, old Wang. With your daughter's looks, you think she would make it into the palace? If anyone even wants her, you should be thanking the heavens." "What did you say?" The middle-aged man's face flushed with anger as he puffed up his chest. "Are you saying my daughter is ugly? Isn't she? Oh, you dare insult my daughter's honor. Today, I'll have it out with you." Su Jingming, tasked with overseeing the construction of the prisoner camp, found the site still incomplete due to the rushed timeline. By the time Zhu Heyu arrived with over 20,000 captives, the camp consisted merely of a leveled ground surrounded by high fences made of wooden stakes and barbed wire. However, this batch of captives could serve as ready labor. As for constructing shelters to shield them from the wind and rain, they would be left to fend for themselves. After entrusting the matters of the prisoner exchange to Su Jingming, Zhu Heyu returned to the temporary imperial palace. "Brother, you are back." The moment he stepped through the palace gates, a petite figure joyfully dashed towards him. It was his younger sister, Zhu Heyu. "Sisterly Meng said you want to deal with the bad guys." Zhu Heyu's expression softened as he crouched down and affectionately ruffled Zhu Xiaoyun's soft hair. He cast a glance at the group of graceful maidens who followed closely behind the little girl. "We, your humble servants, pay our respects to your majesty." The young ladies hastily arranged their garments and bowed, their voices melodious like the song of orioles. Zhu Heyu smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "Our little princess, what brings you out of your cool chamber today? Just the other day, you were lamenting how hot it was outside, like a steam room." "Humph, that's not true." Zhu Xiaoyun pouted, earnestly explaining. "It was the sisters who said that the big machine called the generator is running low on oil. Once the oil runs out, that iron box called the air conditioner won't blow out cool air anymore. So, Xiaoyun must conserve." "I see," Zhu Heyu chuckled. "Well, brother has some gasoline in the storeroom. I will have someone bring it to you." "Really?" The little girl's eyes sparkled instantly. "Brother is the emperor. The emperor does not lie." Zhu Heyu playfully pinched her little nose, silently adding, "At least, I hope so." "That's wonderful," Zhu Xiaoyun exclaimed joyfully, tiptoeing to plant a quick kiss on Zhu Heyu's cheek before turning and racing back to her room with the maidens. It was evident that if it weren't for the dwindling gasoline, the young girl would not have willingly left her cool and pristine chamber. After all, who would wish to return to the past's humid and sticky days after being accustomed to a comfortable environment? Even he himself had frequently sought excuses to sneak into the girl's room to enjoy the air conditioning. Watching Zhu Xiaoyun's jubilant figure retreat, Zhu Heyu smiled and gently shook his head. However, the issue of gasoline was indeed a concern. In fact, the matter of electricity posed a significant challenge. Not only could the air conditioning not be maintained, but the batch of wires and a staggering 10,000 light bulbs he had purchased from the Miracle Market were also gathering dust in the warehouse due to insufficient power supply. As it stood, the only hope for resolving the electricity issue lay with the Miracle Market system. Chapter 43, New Products. Perfume Production Line. The humble servants have seen His Majesty. May His Majesty be blessed with longevity. Upon stepping into the office, Zhu Heyu was greeted by a waft of serene sandalwood fragrance, intertwined with faint hints of the unique sweetness that lingered on the young maidens. For elegant and graceful palace maids, Yin Xiang, Cici, Liani, and Shu Wen had been waiting for him. Upon his entrance, they all bowed in unison, their voices so tender that one could almost squeeze water from them. Surrounded by these four enchanting beauties, Zhu Heyu could not help but feel a twinge of unease. In his previous life, he had not even held the hand of a single maiden. Now, he found himself thrust into the decadent life of a feudal emperor. Alas, what a fall from grace! Yet how delightful it was! With the young lady's diligent assistance, the resplendent armor was finally removed, while it exuded majesty when worn. The struggle to don and doff it was truly daunting. Without several attendants, he could not manage it alone. A thought crossed his mind, and he summoned the system interface. Empire Rise System. Empire name, the Ming Empire. Emperor, Zhu Heyu. Age, 18. Population, 45,835. Army, 8,710. Land, 4,835. Navy, 1,021. Foreign Legion. Equipment, Treasury, 1,456,000 taels of silver. The numbers did not lie. As the Ming's reputation in Luzon grew, the influx of Han people seeking refuge increased. Recently, the population recognized by the system had surged rapidly, and the treasury was swelling due to a surge in factory orders. Of course, this treasury displayed by the system should more accurately be termed his private coffers, as it truly belonged to him. Once it entered the system, it cannot be retrieved. As for the tax revenues from Manila, Zhu Heyu did not include them in the system. The operation of an empire required a vast amount of genuine wealth for sustenance. He was not short-sighted enough to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Skillfully accessing the miracle market, Zhu Heyu examined the newly refreshed goods. One perfume production line, one spray nozzle production line, bundled with 10 bottles each of various perfume scents, priced at 500,000 taels of silver. Upon seeing the first item, Zhu Heyu's eyebrows lifted. The system was once again nudging him to reap the wallets of the European nobles. Moreover, it was quite considerate of the system to bundle a spray nozzle production line, knowing that atomized perfume would yield optimal effects. In ancient Rome and Greece, bathing culture was remarkably advanced, with public baths flourishing everywhere. However, the water supply pipes laid by the Romans contained substantial amounts of lead and long-term bathing in water with dangerously high lead levels, combined with their penchant for engaging in unspeakable activities in public baths, led to a significant decline in the health of the Romans, with various ailments emerging. At the time, the prevailing technology could not explain this phenomenon. Thus, the once glorious bathing civilization faded away, and Europeans embarked on a long history of not bathing for several centuries. Even in this era, Europeans had yet to adopt the habit of bathing. Particularly among the lofty royal nobles, they stubbornly believed that hot water would expand the skin's pores, allowing deadly germs to invade their bodies more easily. It is well known that the body odor of Caucasians is the strongest among all races, and combined with their long-standing avoidance of bathing, the scent could be likened to a moving cesspool. It is precisely for this reason that their demand for various powders and ointments reached a near pathological level, relying heavily on the dense fragrances to mask the nauseating stench. Now, with the advent of this groundbreaking atomized perfume, Zhu Heyu could almost envision the frenzied demand that would arise when this revolutionary product graced the courts of Europe. The lightweight, delicate, and evenly distributed fragrant mist would outshine those heavy, greasy powders that clogged the pores. A splendid find. I shall purchase it. Zhu Heyu unhesitatingly confirmed the transaction, and 500,000 taels of silver were swiftly deducted from the treasury. He continued to peruse the offerings. One medium-sized hydraulic generator set, priced at 200,000 taels of silver. Upon seeing this item, Zhu Heyu's eyes brightened instantly. Just moments ago, he had been fretting over the electricity issue, and now the miracle market had presented him with a solution. With this, the Knights of Manila would no longer be shrouded in darkness, and Her Highness, the Long Princess of the Ming, would no longer worry about the lack of electricity preventing her from enjoying the air conditioning. All future electrical appliances emerging from the miracle market would find their utility. Furthermore, with stable lighting at night, could he arrange for the factories to operate on 2 shifts? This idea was immensely tempting, and as soon as it sprouted, it proliferated wildly in his mind. More output, faster accumulation, and stronger national power. However, after contemplating for a few seconds, he suppressed this thought. After all, he, the benevolent emperor of the Ming, could not initiate the exploitation of the common folk through methods employed by future capitalists. Of course, this definition of common folk was limited to those recognized as subjects of the Ming by the system. As for the indigenous people, the system previously deemed them to be only half-people. Half-people could not be considered subjects of the Ming. I have always respected the system's professional assessments. Zhu Heyu stroked his chin, his gaze becoming somewhat nuanced. The emergence of electricity also prompted him to ponder the potential of electric motors. Unlike the steam engine, which has tangible blueprints to reference, the electric motor exists only as a vague recollection of middle school physics in his mind. Transforming theory into reality is likely not a task to be accomplished in a day or two. Suppressing this thought for the moment, he shifted his gaze to the next item for sale, a wired broadcasting system set, including a high-frequency speaker and wiring, priced at 10,000 taels of silver. This immediately reminded him of the loudspeakers that dotted the rural landscapes of China during the 1960s and 70s. Although these devices ultimately faded into the annals of history with the rapid advancement of communication technology in this current era where information dissemination largely relies on shouting, broadcasting is undoubtedly a miraculous tool, whether for issuing government decrees, promoting achievements, or guiding public opinion. It is vastly more efficient than posting notices or sending people to beat drums. Moreover, the lovely young women he had previously recruited now had a practical application for their sweet voices. A detailed global nautical chart, 10 sextants, and accompanying blueprints priced at 10,000 taels of silver. Nautical charts, sextants. Though these items are not exorbitantly priced, they are indeed valuable. While the age of exploration has largely concluded, there remain countless regions of the vast ocean that have yet to be touched by human presence. Take the continent of Australia, for instance. Although Dutch navigators had discovered its western coast as early as 1606, they were unaware of the continent's vastness and potential at that time. It was not until Captain Cook of Britain landed on the eastern shore in 1770 that it was officially claimed for Britain. This means that this expansive and fertile continent remains unclaimed to this day. With these two tools in hand, he could easily seize the opportunity to lay claim to the independent land before the British. Aside from these remarkable items in the weekly miracle market, the remaining offerings were rather mundane. A box of cookies, 100 Yinling knives, and a human-shaped inflatable toy. This time, Zhu Heyu did not empty the market, but opted to purchase only the box of cookies. The Yinling knives could be mass-produced at the armory at a significantly lower cost, making it unnecessary to waste money. As for the inflatable toy, for the sake of the empire's decorum, it was best to forego that. With the advent of the hydroelectric generator, Zhu Heyu felt a surge of impatience. After a brief discussion with several lovely young women, he rose from his office. He needed to expedite the generation of electricity. However, upon arriving at the banks of the Basha River with several officials from the Ministry of Works for an on-site inspection, he quickly realized that hydroelectric power was not as simple as he had hoped. Hydroelectric power requires two essential conditions: sufficient water flow and a significant water level drop. As the only drainage river for Bay Lake in Luzon, the flow of the Basha River, while not considerable, was barely sufficient. The critical issue lay with the drop in elevation. Manila is situated on a plain with a flat terrain, and naturally, the Basha River exhibited little to no elevation change. In other words, to activate the hydroelectric generator, he would need to build a dam. While the Basha River is not a major waterway, constructing a dam is no small feat. Fortunately, Manila now produces its own steel and cement. The more than 20,000 indigenous people captured from outside San Fernando also provided ample cheap labor for this monumental project. Chapter 44. The pricing of perfume lacking specialized talent. The task of selecting a dam site ultimately fell to him, the emperor, to oversee personally. 2 days later, upstream of the Basha River, more than 10 kilometers outside Manila, Zhu Heyu stood on a steep riverbank, squinting at a section of the river where the mountains on both sides converged, causing the water to accelerate dramatically. Behind him stood a contingent of loyal guards, one of whom unfurled a large sheepskin map, while another secretary held paper and pen, ready to record. "This is it," he declared, extending his finger to trace an imaginary line in the air. "Do you see the protruding rock across the river? Use it as a reference point to construct the main dam across the waterway. The accompanying officials quickly marked the location on the map, murmuring, "Your Majesty." The water flow here is rapid, and the riverbed is deep. The construction difficulty may be significant. I am aware, Zhu Heyu interrupted. Therefore, before officially constructing the dam, you must first undertake another task. He pointed to the mountains flanking the river. On both sides, excavate 2 channels for drainage. We must drain the main river to expose the riverbed for construction. He paused, adding, however, the drainage channels need not be excessively wide. They should suffice. Otherwise, once the dam is completed, if the channels become blocked, it will pose a tremendous problem. The secretary rapidly jotted down notes, the pen scratching across the paper. In truth, Zhu Heyu understood that using tunnels for flood diversion would be far more convenient than open channels. Once the project was completed, calculating the amount of explosives needed to collapse the tunnel entrances would provide a permanent solution to blocking them. However, given the current technological capabilities, excavating 2 tunnels within the hard rock capable of accommodating the flow of the Basha River would likely be even more daunting and time-consuming than constructing the dam itself. Thus, a compromise was necessary. Digging 2 channels to divert the flow would also alleviate future pressure during the blockage process. Your Majesty, for such a monumental undertaking, should we still entrust it to Governor Su for oversight? An official inquired. No need. Zhu Heyu waved his hand dismissively. I will allocate troops from the army to supervise the construction. As for labor, we will utilize the 20,000 indigenous captives. Days later, with a sharp whistle piercing the sky, the Basha River Water Conservancy project officially broke ground. The 20,000 recently captured indigenous people, having been well fed for 2 days, began wielding tools under the watchful eyes of Ming soldiers, toiling day and night to excavate the mountains and soil. Meanwhile, within Manila, the planning and preparation for the foundational power grid came to the forefront. As the system did not provide electric wires, and the previously purchased finished wires were insufficient to cover the entire city, the issue of wires still needed resolution. There were limited choices regarding wire materials. Iron wires had poor conductivity and were excessively heavy, suitable for short-distance indoor transmission but inadequate for long-range electrical transfer. Copper wires, though expensive, were currently the only viable option. Thus, copper-stranded wires or steel-core copper-stranded wires would be employed for high-voltage long-distance transmission, with plans to eventually produce pure aluminum through electrolysis as an alternative. Recently, a copper mine had been discovered. Although its reserves were modest, it would suffice for initial supply needs. As for insulation and outer wrapping, for outdoor basic lighting, insulation is unnecessary. Who could possibly touch the wires suspended high on poles? Even in later times, high-voltage transmission lines are rarely insulated. For indoor use, factories intending to operate in 2 shifts would initially utilize the previously acquired batch of wires. Common households wishing to bring electricity into their homes for lighting could wrap the wires in cotton or linen, using resin or wax as filler, while key areas could even be protected with ceramic tubes. In summary, insulation layers are not solely dependent on rubber. However, to ensure every household is illuminated by electric lights, the previously purchased 10,000 light bulbs would not suffice. This necessitated advancing the technological development of light bulbs. Yet, how were tungsten filament bulbs created again? In his office, Zhu Heyu picked up a bottle of pale blue liquid from his desk and gently shook it in the light streaming through the window. Inside, fine golden sand swirled with the liquid, delicately emitting glimmers of light. It must be said that the aesthetic appeal of this perfume is truly remarkable. Even he, a grown man, found this small object to be strikingly beautiful. He turned his head, and, as expected, the gazes of the 4 maidens were firmly captivated by the exquisite, translucent bottle in his hand. It seems that regardless of the era, women have always found it difficult to resist such dazzling and crystalline objects. Observing the somewhat enamored expressions of the maidens, Zhu Heyu couldn't help but smile. They seemed to be lost in reverie, their eyes nearly glued to the bottle. At his remark, the 4 young ladies were jolted back to reality, their cheeks flushing a rosy hue as they hurriedly bowed their heads and expressed their apologies. We have acted inappropriately. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. Enough. There are no outsiders here, so there is no need for such formality. Zhu Heyu waved his hand casually as he settled back into his chair. The youngest among them, Yin Xiang playfully stuck out her tongue, while the three slightly older maidens blushed and quietly lowered their gazes. Having spent considerable time together, they had gradually come to understand the temperament of their emperor. He was amiable in private, devoid of the aloofness that usually characterized the powerful, and thus they felt less constrained and more at ease around him. Of course, this camaraderie was limited to private moments. The royal steward had reminded them more than once to always maintain the decorum of the court and to uphold the dignity of the royal family. Even as mere maidens now, who could predict their future fortunes? Zhu Heyu paid no heed to the subtle shifts in the maiden's expressions. As his thoughts remained on the perfume in his hand, he inquired, "What do you think would be an appropriate price for this bottle of perfume if sold to those Europeans?" The maidens pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps it could be priced at 10 taels of silver per bottle? The most composed among them, Shi, was the first to respond. "When my father was alive, my monthly allowance was 10 taels. This perfume is so exquisite. I believe those noble ladies from the West would be willing to pay that." Zhu He nodded slightly, though he thought to himself, "This girl, Shi, comes from a well-to-do family. A monthly allowance of 10 taels nearly matches the salary of a regular soldier in the Ming army for over 3 months. 10 taels? That seems quite expensive." Yin Xiang pouted, her face filled with concern. "Your Majesty only gives us 5 taels a month. Wouldn't that mean we cannot afford it?" The little girl's adorable expression made Zhu Heyu chuckle. Unable to resist, he reached out and affectionately tapped her petite nose. "Stop being cute. Don't worry. You won't have to buy it. From now on, each of you will receive a bottle as a monthly reward." Zhu Heyu's affectionate gesture caused Yin Xiang's face to instantly turn crimson. Though she did not comprehend the meaning of being cute, she resembled a startled quail, her head nearly buried in her small chest, with her little hands nervously fidgeting with her garment's hem. He was surprised that this usually lively and spirited girl was so easily flustered, observing the rapid blush spreading to her snow-white ears. Zhu Heyu smiled and decided not to tease her further. "Your Majesty, I believe this item could be priced at 1,000 taels." The one who spoke this time was the usually quiet and composed Xuewen. Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. The room fell silent in an instant. Yin Xiang, Shi, and Lien Yi turned their heads almost simultaneously, gazing at their sister with incredulity. 1,000 taels? The 4 words echoed in the room, creating an atmosphere of stunned silence. Shi and Lien Yi's eyes widened in shock, their mouths agape, forgetting even to breathe. Even the typically vivacious Yin Xiang felt as though she had been choked, unable to utter a sound. It was well known that Manila was currently in a state of rebuilding, and although prices fluctuated, 1 tael of silver could still procure 250 pounds of fine rice. 1,000 taels represented 25,000 pounds of rice, sufficient to feed an ordinary family of 5 for several centuries. To spend such a sum on a mere bottle of perfume? That was not just expensive. It was akin to highway robbery, sheer madness. "Sister Xuewen, you can't be serious, can you?" Lien Yi's voice was so faint it resembled a mosquito's buzz. 1,000 taels is simply she wanted to exclaim how outrageous it was, but the words caught in her throat, and she had to swallow them back. Zhu Heyu remained silent, his gaze fixed curiously on Xuewen's serene and elegant face. This price had exceeded his expectations as well. He had initially thought it would be around 100 taels, yet Xuewen had multiplied that figure by 10. He was intrigued as to what gave this usually quiet woman such confidence. Sensing the collective gaze upon her, a fleeting shadow of nostalgia flickered across Xuewen's tranquil eyes. It was as if she had been transported back to those days of blood and fire. Her family had been rooted in Luzon since the era of Zheng He's voyages, thriving in trade for generations. She had grown up amidst pearls and wealth, her insights into human nature and profit far exceeding those of her peers. Yet that sudden upheaval had shattered everything. The savage native marauders stormed into her home, and those who had once cherished her, her father, mother, and brothers, fell one by one in pools of blood. When the jagged blade was poised to strike her neck, it was that striking crimson that descended from the heavens. The cacophony of gunfire tore through the despair. She could not recall the emotions that compelled her to inscribe her name on the notice-seeking palace maids. Was it gratitude? Was it dependency? Perhaps it was merely a desire to draw closer to the emperor who could bring peace to this land. Her tumultuous thoughts surged like a tide, only to be forcefully suppressed. Steeling herself, Shuewen lifted her gaze, clarity returning to her eyes. Your Majesty, I did not misspeak. You once mentioned in casual conversation that Europeans, particularly those so-called nobles, have peculiar body odors and rely on perfumes and powders to mask it. This is one reason, and it is a necessity. Furthermore, you have also stated that the European aristocrats place great importance on lineage and status, engaging in constant comparisons to uphold their ridiculous vanity and dignity, spending lavishly as a matter of course. They even use the prices of goods to signify their status. The more expensive the item, the more they covet it. This is the second reason, for the sake of ostentation. She paused, her voice remaining steady. Therefore, I believe that whether priced at 100 taels or 1,000, there is no essential difference for those truly at the pinnacle of nobility. As long as it is sufficiently unique, rare enough to signify status, they will flock to it. We could even emulate the hierarchy of court officials, categorizing the perfumes by rank. Different styles and scents corresponding to the titles of Duke, Marquis, and Earl, each with its own price. She concluded, of course, this all hinges on their recognition of the value of the item. Shuewen's gaze returned to the iridescent bottle of perfume in Zhu Heyu's hand, a faint smile gracing her lips. In my opinion, this is not a difficult task. While I cannot represent all women in the world, I can honestly say that very few can resist the allure of the stars contained within this bottle. Her words flowed slowly, but struck precisely at the heart of the matter. Zhu Heyu's expression of approval deepened. He realized he had underestimated these young women. Shuewen's insights were akin to the strategies of luxury branding in the future, positioning as high-end, creating scarcity, tying identity, and tiered harvesting. With these tactics, the vanity-driven European aristocrats would surely be ensnared without a doubt. He re-evaluated the perfume in his hand. Indeed, as early as the 14th century, the Hungarians had created what was known as Hungary water, considered a precursor to modern perfume. However, even today, European perfumery remained rudimentary, plagued by issues such as short-lasting scents and limited varieties, primarily relying on heavy and greasy powders and ointments. This was why such products still dominated the market. In comparison, the product I hold in my hand from Qiji Shichong boasts overwhelming advantages. It features dozens of unheard-of complex fragrances, far surpassing the contemporary long-lasting scent technologies. Not to mention the nozzle that, with a gentle press, transforms the fragrance in a fine mist, evenly dispersing it across the body. Each of these aspects represents a significant disruption to the current European fragrance market. Moreover, Zhu Heyu's gaze is fixated on the golden flowing sand within the bottle, swirling slowly with each movement. In a previous life, this substance was synonymous with cheapness. No self-proclaimed high-end brand would dare to incorporate it into their perfumes. Yet, for these naive Europeans who have never seen the world, this flowing stardust, this galaxy within the bottle, undoubtedly serves as a lethal temptation that could shatter their psychological defenses. Monopoly signifies the possession of absolute pricing power. While Europeans can produce inexpensive perfumes, they cannot replicate this petite spray nozzle. Nor can they master the dreamlike golden sand contained within this bottle. In light of this, Zhu Heyu struck the table and laughed heartily, declaring, "Let it be according to Shuewen's plan. This perfume shall be designated as a royal treasure of our Great Ming, named Long Xianxiang." Simultaneously, at the northernmost tip of Luzon Island, in the city of Santa Ana, this small fortress, isolated along the coastline, is the last stronghold of Spanish colonizers north of Manila. At this moment, behind the city walls, a Spanish soldier trembles as if shaken by a sieve. He cautiously peeks out, only to recoil in terror after a fleeting glance. "Commander, the natives are all dead." "What?" Major Adelaide spun around abruptly, seizing the soldier by the collar. "What did you say?" "All dead." "How long has it been?" "Just over 10 minutes. Those thousands of shouting natives outside are gone just like that?" "Why, yes, Commander. All dead." The soldier swallowed hard. Just moments ago, the demise of those natives seemed a boon. However, now Major Adelaide felt a chilling dread surge through him. The native insurgents were indeed enemies. Yet the Ming forces outside were equally, if not more, menacing adversaries. Their ability to so effortlessly annihilate thousands of natives surpassed his comprehension. Without the natives shielding them, they would now confront these eastern harbingers of death. "Listen up, Spaniards in the city. Open the gates immediately and lay down your arms. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." Outside, A clear and resonant voice in Spanish urged their surrender. "Commander, they are calling for us to surrender," a nearby soldier whispered. "My ears are not deaf." Major Adelaide growled irritably. He had indeed heard, but what was going on? Not a single shot fired, not a cannon discharged, and they were already calling for surrender? If he were to open the gates in such a cowardly manner, how would his colleagues perceive him when the news reached Madrid? His military career would likely come to a bitter end. Adelaide inhaled deeply, forcing himself to suppress his unease as he ventured out again to scrutinize the deployment of the Ming forces outside. In the open ground, not far from the city, the bodies of natives lay sprawled in disarray, their dark red blood glaring under the sunlight. A Ming soldier stood amidst that sea of corpses, robustly calling out to the city. Further away, approximately 700 to 800 meters distant, hundreds of Ming soldiers clad in crimson uniforms formed several neatly aligned ranks, their military demeanor imposing and silent. In front of the ranks, several dark cannons were already aimed at the relatively flimsy walls of San Ana. Thankfully, their numbers were not overly daunting. Upon discerning the general scale of the Ming forces, Major Adelaide's taut nerves relaxed slightly. He still commanded over 200 soldiers, perhaps. With the advantage of the walls, they could manage to confront the Ming troops, even if it were merely for show. Engaging in battle before discussing surrender would preserve some semblance of dignity. He thought this way not out of some misguided sense of military honor, but purely for his own sake. His standing within the military was precarious, with rivals eager to see him fail, which was why he found himself relegated to this desolate outpost. If he surrendered without a fight, news of it would inevitably reach back, and his adversaries would ensure he faced a military tribunal, condemning him to a lifetime of imprisonment. He had to fight for his future. However, this decision, which he believed to be well considered, would soon leave him regretting his choices deeply. "Commander, it seems the Spaniards in the city have no intention of surrendering." "Commander, those Spaniards in the city appear to be unwilling to yield." The city walls remained silent, and the Japanese officer, Xiao Yuan Jianghua, hurriedly approached Ming Army Commander Wu Yucheng, bowing deeply, his posture humble to the extreme. "Not surrendering?" A bloodthirsty smile cracked upon Wu Yucheng's hardened face. "Perfect. It saves us the trouble of hauling these cannonballs back." As the highest commander of this troop, his frustration had been building for some time. Since His Majesty returned to Manila, General Li Jinhua had divided the main forces into smaller units to expedite the eradication of the remaining factions in northern Luzon. The cataclysmic battle outside San Fernando had utterly shattered the final vestiges of courage among the natives and Spaniards. Over the past 2 months, the campaign had progressed so smoothly that it bordered on tedious. Whether facing native tribes or Spanish strongholds, upon seeing the banner of the rising sun and moon dragon, they either fired a token shot before hastily raising the white flag or fled without a second thought, abandoning their cities. The speed of their advance was virtually limited only by the marching pace of their soldiers. Arriving at San Ana, the northernmost target on Luzon Island, they had not expended a single cannonball. Now, they had finally encountered a stubborn foe unwilling to open the city gates. Those heavy cannonballs, which had been jostled around during the journey, finally had a purpose. "Send word to the artillery," Wu Yucheng exclaimed, turning sharply toward the artillery position behind him. "Fire all the cannonballs we brought. After such a long journey, I don't want to return having to help you push the artillery." "Rest assured, Commander. Just watch." The artillery commander responded with a hearty laugh, revealing a bright smile. The soldiers had long been itching for action. No one wanted to return with those iron balls intact. The orders flew like the wind, quickly relayed. The 3 6-pound cannons and 3 12-pound field guns assigned to the regiment immediately began adjusting their firing angles. The gunners, bare-chested with sun-kissed muscles glistening under the scorching sun, moved with a fluidity born from familiarity, loading, adjusting, aiming like a well-rehearsed dance. The gaping cannon mouths were all trained on the slightly frail walls of San Ana. "All crews, solid shot, 3-charge powder. Target the enemy's walls. Fire at will." The orders continued, and the bombardment did not cease. Against such a masonry structure, explosive shells were far less effective than the straightforward kinetic impact of solid shots. He unhesitatingly chose to maximize the powder charge, determined to shatter the enemy's spirit along with their walls in the most brutal manner possible. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous cannon fire resounded in succession, shaking the very earth. 6 heavy iron balls tore through the air, accompanied by a piercing shriek, crashing violently into the walls of San Ana. In an instant, the walls trembled violently, debris and dust erupting like a fountain. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, 6 gaping, jagged craters appeared on the wall. The thunderous vibrations of the city walls echoed beneath his feet, sending a wave of terror through the Spanish soldiers behind them, many of whom trembled with fear, clutching the wall as parapets, petrified at the thought of being violently dislodged. "Steady! Everyone steady!" Major Adelaide bellowed, suppressing the frantic beating of his heart. "Do not fear. The Ming artillery cannot harm us. They cannot maintain this barrage indefinitely." His voice quivered slightly, yet his words had some effect. According to his outdated European military doctrine, the artillery of this era could not fire continuously for long due to barrel overheating. Although the cannon fire from outside was fierce, he believed that if they could withstand the initial onslaught, it would eventually cease. As long as they could prevent the Ming forces from approaching to plant explosives, fortified by the city's defenses, they could hold out for a time and negotiate a dignified surrender. Unfortunately, he was up against the Ming army, equipped with revolutionary Napoleon cannons. These advanced artillery pieces not only boasted astonishing firing rates, but also unleashed an almost frenzied barrage of firepower, far surpassing any artillery in Europe at that time. Adelaide's rationale had utterly failed on this battlefield, and he remained blissfully unaware of his ignorance. "Humph, let us see how long that turtle shell can endure," Wu Yuqing sneered, observing the billowing smoke rising from the distant walls through his telescope. The artillerymen offered no respite. They continued to clear the cannon barrels' load and fire one heavy solid shot after another, relentlessly bombarding the same section of the wall. The sturdy stone structure began to emit groans of distress under the unremitting assaults. Cracks, resembling a spider's web, spread across the surface at a visible pace. Major Adelaide, hidden behind the wall, finally sensed the impending doom. His eyes widened in horror as he stared down at the once solid parapet, now marred by grotesque fissures, with fragments of stone visibly crumbling away. Oh God! His insides turned to ice. Just then, another round of artillery fire commenced. "Quick! We must leave this place. Now!" Adelaide's face turned ashen. However, his warning came too late. As the nearby Spanish soldiers snapped out of their stupor and frantically turned to retreat, a new volley of 6 cannonballs had already hurtled toward them. Boom! A deafening roar, far exceeding the previous blasts, echoed like the very collapse of the heavens. The battered section of the wall could no longer withstand the assault, and, amid a chorus of desperate screams, it crumbled with a thunderous crash. The wall, stretching several dozen meters, collapsed like a tower of blocks toppled by a giant debris earth, and bodies cascading down like a waterfall. The choking smoke and dust formed a massive gray wave, engulfing the area entirely. "Ah! Help! Someone help me! My leg! My leg is trapped! Oh God! Wallace has been reduced to a pulp. Major! Where's the Major? Has anyone seen the Major?" At the breach, cries of despair, screams, and curses melded into a cacophony of chaos. Moments later, a bloodied and dirt-streaked Major Adelaide struggled to rise from the rubble that was half his height. His head buzzed, rendering him almost deaf to the surrounding sounds. "Major, thank heavens you're alive." A soldier who had narrowly escaped joyfully spotted him, only to be overtaken by fear as he pointed toward the outside, shouting, "Sir, the Ming forces are charging." Adelaide's ears still rang, preventing him from comprehending the soldier's cries. Yet instinctively, he followed the direction of the soldier's finger. In his line of sight, a tide of crimson began to surge forward. At the forefront was a group of fierce-looking soldiers wielding gleaming sabers, howling as they rushed toward the newly breached wall. "Xiao Yuan Jinha." Wu Yuqing lowered his telescope and patted the shoulder of the Japanese officer beside him. "Is your time to shine? If you can maintain this ferocity, I shall personally advocate for your citizenship application once the Luzon campaign concludes." These words sent a thrill through Xiao Yuan Jinha. A surge of warmth rushed from his chest to his head, igniting a fervent flush across his face. He suddenly bowed deeply. "Hi, thank you for your guidance, sir. I shall serve with my life." Although both held the rank of major, Xiao Yuan Jinha understood the vast chasm separating his position in the Foreign Legion from Wu Yuqing's status in the imperial army of Ming. The address of sir was filled with genuine respect, devoid of hesitation. In the next moment, he abruptly turned, drawing his katana and pointing it forward. For the Ming, for his majesty, charge! With all his might, he let out a beastly roar, leading his fellow Japanese soldiers in a fervent charge toward the breach in the wall. Japan, indeed, was a peculiar nation. They were bloodthirsty and brutal, marked by a fierce aggressiveness. Yet simultaneously, their deeply ingrained subservience influenced their actions at all times. When faced with a stronger adversary, they displayed perversion and bloodlust. Conversely, when thoroughly subjugated by absolute power, they transformed into the most loyal of dogs, wagging their tails in submission. A five-star general once remarked that once conquered, the Japanese would wholeheartedly revere you as their emperor. This was indeed the case after Japan's defeat. During General MacArthur's 7-year occupation, he effectively became the de facto emperor of Japan. The Japanese soldiers in this foreign legion were no different. In the battle for Manila, they had been utterly routed by the Ming army. Subsequent engagements only deepened their awareness of the Ming's formidable strength. Now, even the lives of the common people in the Ming visibly flourished, reflecting on their own circumstances and the families back in Japan who were struggling for sustenance. The stark contrast, paired with an instinctive submission to the powerful, along with the tantalizing allure of citizenship into Ming to alter their fates, ignited within them an extraordinary desire to fight. They yearned to prove their worth and loyalty with the blood of the Spaniards. Moreover, seeking the favor of the strong posed no psychological burden for them. After all, centuries ago, their ancestors had already clung to the leg of the Tang dynasty, reverently referring to it as the Celestial Empire. However, the path to true citizenship into Ming was not so straightforward. Zhu Heyu had grown up under the Red Banner, witnessing the numerous atrocities committed by the Japanese in later generations. In his subconscious, he believed that only the dead Japanese could be deemed good Japanese, though the horrific acts had yet to transpire in this world. Zhu Heyu had already mentally branded the Japanese with a label demanding their extinction. Nonetheless, this was a gradual process. The annihilation of their nation did not necessitate the complete extermination of every individual. For instance, it was essential to first present these Japanese soldiers with a tantalizing prospect. Then at the opportune moment, offer them some rewards and establish role models. Only then could these useful dogs be made to serve the Ming with unwavering loyalty. Chapter 47. Want to surrender? There's no window. Quick, block their advance. At the breach in the city wall, witnessing the horde of Ming soldiers charging forward like demons from hell, Major Adelaide's military instincts compelled him to issue a command for resistance. Yet, as soon as he uttered the words, a realization struck him. No, wasn't his original plan to offer a token resistance and then surrender with dignity? Now that the walls had collapsed, wasn't that enough to maintain some semblance of honor in their surrender? To continue fighting would mean risking their lives. Adelaide's complexion drained of color as he abruptly changed his order. Quick, bring a white flag. We surrender. Lay down your arms. Move. The fleeting command rendered the already frightened Spanish soldiers near the breach utterly bewildered. All stood frozen in place, paralyzed by indecision. Should they resist or surrender? Commander, what on earth do you want us to do? While the Spaniards were in a daze, the front line of Yamato soldiers had already pulled the trigger. The air was thick with smoke at the breach, accompanied by the dull thud of bullets penetrating flesh and the anguished cries of the wounded. Several Spanish soldiers were engulfed in a bloody mist, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Blood instantly stained the rubble beneath them. Quick, raise the white flag. Seeing his men fall, Adelaide's heart ached, and he urged once more, his voice sharp with urgency. This time, no one hesitated. In their frantic haste, there was no time for a proper flag of surrender. One Spanish soldier, in a moment of inspiration, tore off his relatively clean white shirt and hastily affixed it to the end of his musket, shaking it with all his might towards the advancing Yamato soldiers. He even shouted at the top of his lungs in Spanish, "We surrender! Don't shoot! We surrender!" However, the gunfire from the opposing side merely paused for a fleeting moment. In the next instant, a more intense barrage of bullets came whistling in. Bang, bang, bang. The soldier holding the makeshift white flag was instantly riddled with bullets. In disbelief, he looked down to see the bloody holes in his chest before collapsing weakly into the pool of his own blood. In his final moments, only one question lingered in his mind. Did they not see it? Of course, Xiao Yu and Jianhao saw it all. He witnessed everything clearly. When that makeshift white flag was raised, A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, but it lasted only a moment. This fleeting uncertainty was swiftly replaced by an overwhelming surge of fury. He cursed vehemently in his heart. Bakayuru, these Spaniards have truly lost their conscience. They dare to surrender. If you surrender now, what will happen to my accomplishments? When will I, Xiao Yu and Jianhao, finally join the ranks of the Great Ming Dynasty? After waiting so long for a chance to lead the charge and achieve glory, you think of surrendering? Not only will I deny you that, I will seal every window of opportunity. After ordering the execution of the flag bearer, Xiao Yu and Jianhao felt a twinge of guilt and instinctively glanced back towards the Ming army's main formation. Fortunately, Commander Wu Yuqing was far enough away that he seemed unaware of the unfolding drama. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. The surrendering service was transformed into a sieve. This scene shattered the remaining hopes of the Spanish defenders. Each soldier's face turned pale, and a chill ran through them. Oh God, they killed Service. They killed the one who raised the white flag. They do not accept our surrender. They absolutely do not accept our surrender. Demons. These Easterners are demons. They want to exterminate us. A profound terror morphed into frenzied madness following a brief silence. Let us fight to the death. We're doomed anyway. We'll take on these Eastern devils. In despair, the remaining Spanish soldiers ignited with a bloodthirsty ferocity, resolutely rearming themselves for a final desperate struggle. Major Adelaide surveyed the completely out-of-control situation, tears of regret mingling with the blood on his face. Had he known it would come to this? Why had he insisted on holding out? If only they had surrendered immediately, everything would have been fine. Now it was too late. They were no longer wanted. The Spanish soldiers, due to their earlier fleeting intention to surrender, had irrevocably lost the best opportunity for a counterattack. Meanwhile, the eager Xiaoyun Jianhao surged forward with his contingent of Yamato soldiers at an alarming pace. By the time the Spaniards finally realized and began to organize their counteroffensive, Xiaoyun Jianhao had already led his men to within 200 meters of the breach. Boom! Boom! Just then, several cannons on the intact city wall let out an angry roar. Flames erupted, and heavy solid cannonballs whistled through the air, crashing violently into the advancing Yamato ranks. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. As the cannonballs struck, over a dozen Yamato soldiers were instantly torn to shreds, their limbs and bodies soaring into the sky in a gruesome spectacle. Despite the loss of his men, Xiao Yu and Jianhao showed no sign of faltering. He pointed his sword forward, continuing to lead the charge. However, the Spanish could only unleash that one round of cannon fire. Due to the angle of fire, those cannons could no longer pose a threat to the Yamato soldiers closing in, forcing them to cease fire. At this moment, the distance between the two sides had shrunk to less than 100 meters. This range had now entered the effective firing range of the Spanish soldiers' antiquated matchlocks. Fire! Fire! Send these damned Ming soldiers to hell. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire erupted sporadically at the breach, dense clouds of acrid smoke enveloping the area. The accuracy of the old matchlocks at this distance was questionable, with bullets flying erratically, but the sheer number made up for it. A hail of bullets swept through the charging Yamato ranks, causing another dozen soldiers to fall. Return fire! Xiao Yu and Jianhao commanded sharply. All Yamato soldiers obeyed without hesitation, almost simultaneously halting, raising their weapons, and aiming. Bang, bang, bang. The distinctive crisp sound of the Minie rifles resonated in unison. Their power and accuracy far surpassed the outdated firearms held by the Spaniards. This precise volley instantly felled a number of stubborn Spanish soldiers defending the breach. Quick! Drag the cannons down. Bring the falconet over. The remaining Spanish soldiers cried out in desperation. A dozen soldiers scrambled to drag 2 falconets to the breach. Seeing the enemy drawing closer, they hastily grabbed the debris and iron scraps from the ground and stuffed them haphazardly into the cannon's muzzle. Boom! Boom! With 2 thunderous roars, the cannons belched forth thick clouds of smoke and fire. Countless shards of stone and iron rained down upon the now-closed Yamato soldiers like 2 massive fans. This time, Xiao Yu and Jianhao's losses were significant. The distance had narrowed to less than 50 meters. At this range, everyone was completely exposed to the deadly spread of the falconet shot. After 2 shots, a large portion of the charging ranks was decimated. Over 40 Yamato soldiers lay bloodied on the ground, screaming in agony, either dead or severely wounded. Even Seiyun Jianhao, at the forefront, was struck by a high-velocity iron shard, tearing through his brow. Blood instantly smeared half of his face. The intense pain did not deter Seiyun Jianhao. Rather, it ignited a primal madness within him. Warriors of the Foreign Legion, for the Ming, follow me. Annihilate these red-haired beasts. He roared, his left hand reaching for a wooden-handled grenade from his waist. This was a true treasure. Normally, the Foreign Legion had no right to such equipment. Only in actual combat were they temporarily issued 2 grenades each, which would be reclaimed if used after the battle. At this moment, Seiyun Jianhao was roughly 40 meters from the breach. This exceeded his usual training distance for throwing grenades. Yet seeing the Spaniards preparing to reload the damned falconet, he could no longer hesitate. This was a life-or-death moment. He bit off the tab of the wooden handle with his teeth, his arm muscles tensed. And with all his might, he hurled the smoking grenade towards the breach. The hand grenade traced a graceful arc through the air, covering a distance of several dozen meters, landing precisely at the feet of a group of Spanish soldiers who were attempting to operate the flanker cannon once more. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending plumes of smoke and debris soaring into the air, engulfing the ruins. Amidst the orange flames, the Spanish soldiers flailed their arms like tattered dolls, violently hurled away by the ferocious shockwave. Although the grenade did not completely annihilate the Spanish soldiers at the breach, it afforded their Japanese counterparts a crucial opportunity. They advanced a few steps forward, swiftly reaching the optimal position for throwing grenades, a mere 30 meters from the enemy. In the next moment, dozens of grenades, emitting wisps of smoke, were hurled in rapid succession. The continuous explosions reverberated across the battlefield, while the billowing smoke and flames consumed the entire gaping breach. Witnessing the surge in casualties among the Spanish soldiers from the relentless barrage, Wu Yuqing furrowed his brow, instinctively preparing to order his main forces to advance. However, upon seeing Kohara Kingo throw a grenade over 40 meters to topple the Spanish, he reconsidered his command. Kohara Kingo indeed displayed impressive strength and courage. At last, the cacophony of detonations ceased, and the acrid smoke mingled with the stench of blood gradually dissipated. The breach in the city wall had transformed into a charred battlefield. Where once a line of Spanish soldiers stood, now lay a grim tableau of twisted and incomplete corpses, dark crimson blood flowing silently like streams amidst the rubble. This was the weapon of Satan, the flames of hell. In the aftermath, a surviving Spanish soldier trembled uncontrollably, his eyes wide with despair as he let out a mournful wail. Regardless of the origins of this lethal weapon, it had utterly obliterated their last line of defense. The breach was wide open. Countless pairs of red-eyed, frenzied Japanese soldiers roared as they surged forward, trampling over the bodies of both comrades and foes alike. The urban combat had begun. Until this moment, the remaining Spanish soldiers within the city finally beheld the true visage of their adversaries at such a close range. Their pupils constricted in shock and humiliation. The foes with whom they had been locked in a bloody struggle, suffering heavy losses, were not the feared regulars of the Ming Dynasty, but rather those Japanese they had once regarded with disdain on the island of Luzon, who had groveled for survival. The Spanish could recognize these Japanese soldiers for 2 reasons. Firstly, their ludicrous armor. Despite donning the Ming Dynasty's standard crimson military attire, these enemies were clad in rudimentary wicker armor, a far cry from the finely crafted equipment of the Ming army. This flimsy protection was as fragile as paper against the Minie rifle and was only worn by those conscripted as cannon fodder. Secondly, their notably short stature was striking. In this era, the Japanese were generally diminutive. While the Spaniards were not tall by later standards, they appeared towering when compared to the Japanese. The shogun Tokugawa Tsuneyoshi measured 156 centimeters, his father Tokugawa Iemitsu 157 centimeters, and his grandfather Tokugawa Ieyasu even shorter at 155 centimeters. If even the ruling elite were thus, how tall could the impoverished commoners possibly be? Historical evidence suggests that the average male height during the Edo period was merely around 155 centimeters. In contrast, the regular soldiers of the Ming army, largely drawn from systematic conscription, rarely fell below 170 centimeters. By comparison, these Japanese soldiers seemed like little dwarfs before the Ming troops. However, their physical disadvantage did not diminish their ferocity. Emboldened by the barrage of grenades, These Japanese soldiers unleashed a remarkable lethality as they brandished their katana, charging recklessly through the narrow streets. Spanish soldiers fell in droves, severed limbs, and splattered flesh decorating the scene, while the rubble soon became stained with crimson and chaos. Surrender. We surrender. Please spare us. The cries for mercy filled the air. In this close-quarters combat, the slaughter was overwhelmingly one-sided. Even though the Spaniards harbored contempt and disdain for these Japanese soldiers, the instinct for survival eclipsed all else. They could no longer concern themselves with their wounded pride. Casting aside their weapons to kneel in supplication, hands raised high as they begged for their lives. Yet, the bloodthirsty Japanese soldiers showed no inclination to relent. Glory, citizenship, the opportunity to change their fates lay before them. They paid no heed to the enemy's pleas for mercy, their katana continuing to slice mercilessly. Heads flew into the air, and the desperate cries abruptly ceased. Amidst the chaos, a few soldiers succumbed to their basest instincts. They seized trembling white women hiding in corners, leering as they prepared to assault them in the street. Kohara, Kengo, control your men. Just as the soldiers' depraved actions were about to unfold, a voice rang out from the breach in the city wall. All movement froze in that instant. The palpable bloodlust and fervor were instantly quelled. Kohara Kengo abruptly halted his attack, rigidly turning his head toward the source of the voice, locking eyes with Wu Yuqing's cold gaze. A chill of dread coursed down his spine. He vividly recalled the ironclad decree issued by His Majesty. Any soldier daring to violate women would face execution by gunfire. Regardless of rank, with no mercy granted, this was the ultimate boundary. If even this could not be restrained, how was it different from beasts that thought only with their loins? Wu Yuqing might have turned a blind eye to Kohara Kengo's tolerance of the massacre of surrendered foes. For in the chaos of battle, there are always instances of collateral damage. However, the violation of women in public was a direct affront to the red line established by His Majesty. Wu Yuqing's eyes glinted like blades as they swept over the Japanese soldiers still atop the women. In that moment, Kohara Kengo understood. An overwhelming fury surged to his head. These fools, intoxicated by lust, had nearly ruined his prospects for glory and citizenship in the Ming Dynasty. Bacallero! He cursed these disgraceful soldiers, striding forward with purpose. As he approached them, he raised his katana high. With a swift flash, a bewildered and terrified head was severed from its body, blood gushing forth in a fountain. The remaining two soldiers watched in horror as their comrade's head rolled away, their souls fleeing in terror. They scrambled off the women, attempting to flee. But could they escape? Though surrounded by their countrymen and comrades, all eyes turned coldly upon them, parting to create a path toward Kohara Kengo while simultaneously blocking every avenue of escape. Realizing their inescapable fate, the two men collapsed to their knees, tearfully pleading with Kohara Kengo, "Commander, please spare us. We will never dare again. Kohara-sama, we are fellow countrymen. Please let me go this once." Fellow countrymen? They were wasting his opportunity for recognition. They were diminishing his standing in the eyes of the revered Ming, impacting his prospects for citizenship in Ming. Not to mention compatriots. Even if my own father were here today, he would die. In a surge of fury, Xiao Yuan Jiangua exhibited not a trace of hesitation upon his countenance. The katana in his hand was once again raised high. With a swift motion, the blade glimmered, and two terrified heads tumbled to the ground, rolling a few times in the pool of blood before finally coming to rest. After dispatching those three reprobates, Xiao Yuan Jiangua cast not a glance at the lifeless bodies on the ground and immediately sheathed his sword. He jogged to Wu Yuqing's side and abruptly bowed deeply, burying his head low. "Commander, I, your subordinate, have failed in my duties, resulting in a breakdown of military discipline. Please, Commander, impose punishment." Wu Yuqing remained expressionless, coldly regarding Xiao Yuan Jiangua before surveying the surrounding Japanese soldiers. "Punishment will be determined by the military law officers of the military law department. I have no authority to dispense it. Although the Foreign Corps does not belong to my command, I too bear responsibility for the oversight during this joint operation, given the disgraceful incident that has transpired. I shall report this matter to the military headquarters in full detail. Hi, I am deeply sorry. I have caused trouble for you, Commander." Xiao Yuan Jiangua bowed at a 90-degree angle, his demeanor supremely humble. Following this incident, The Spaniards who had already laid down their arms could no longer continue their assault. At Wu Yu Cheng's indication, the Ming soldiers advanced to accept the surrender of the Spaniards and confiscate their weapons. This sudden turn of events left those Spaniards, who had initially believed their demise was inevitable, utterly bewildered. The remnants of fear from the imminent death lingered on their faces, now compounded by a profound sense of confusion and the surreal relief of having survived. Moments later, someone finally grasped the reality that they had been saved, and the saviors were none other than the very Ming army that had been observing from a distance. Many Spaniards gazed upon the approaching, impeccably disciplined Ming soldiers and burst into tears, exclaiming, "Why didn't you arrive sooner? If only you had come a quarter of an hour earlier. No, even a minute earlier. How many of our companions could have been spared?" Chapter 49, Palace Upgrade. Main quest completed. Within the office, the air was thick with the fragrant aroma of sandalwood, and the atmosphere was serene. Zhu Heyu reclined against the broad armchair, his fingertips idly toying with a strand of hair that fell gracefully from the fragrant tresses. The young maiden's cheeks glowed with a lovely blush, her head bowed, long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings as she allowed him to entwine and release the silken strands. A hint of sweetness permeated the air. Suddenly, two crisp, icy electronic notifications rang out in his mind without warning. Zhu Heyu's fingers abruptly halted. How long had this thing been dormant? Since the last installation of the system buildings, it had been as if it had fallen silent. To his astonishment, today there were two notifications at once. In Xiang. His voice regained its usual calm, yet his profound gaze flickered with an undeniable brilliance. "You may go play with Li Meng and the others. I have some matters to ponder." In Xiang obediently acknowledged, rising to her feet, performing a graceful curtsy, and lightly stepping out of the room, carefully closing the door behind her. As soon as the soft click of the closing door resounded, Zhu Heyu could no longer contain himself. With a flicker of thought, he eagerly summoned the holographic interface that only he could perceive. Empire Ascendancy System. Empire name. The Ming Empire. Empire Emperor. Zhu Heyu. Age. 18 years. Population. 104,493. Army. 8,462 troops. Navy. 4,835 troops. Foreign Corps. 829 troops. Equipment. Treasury. 895,000 taels of silver. Unlocked buildings. Level 1 palace, upgradable. Level 1 barracks, non-upgradable. Level 1 blacksmith, non-upgradable. Miracle Market, no level. Main quest. As a rightful heir of the Ming royal bloodline, it is your inescapable duty to expel the barbarian invaders and restore the Ming realm. Quest requirements. Reforge the Ming Empire. Planting the sun and moon flag in every corner of the world. Phase 1 completed. Quest reward. 1 production line for mercuric fulminate and 1 set of radio technology. Already dispatched to the system warehouse. Please check. Zhu Heyu was not perpetually attentive to the system interface, but he had previously noted that as the troops commenced the purge of Luzon, the acknowledged population by the system had continually increased. To his delight, it had now surpassed the threshold of 100,000, precisely meeting the requirement for upgrading the palace. Even more exhilarating was the fact that a phase of the main quest, which had previously eluded his understanding, had now been completed. Regardless of the criteria for this quest evaluation, the rewards alone were enough to set his heart racing. First, the production line for mercuric fulminate, which was the key to unlocking the realm of modern firearms. With it, the stable and mass production of reliable firing caps became feasible. Once equipped with firing caps, the long-dreamed of metallic cartridge ammunition would no longer be an unattainable fantasy. Furthermore, the moment he possessed metallic cartridges, the image of the 2 Mauser G98 rifles quietly resting in the warehouse sprang to his mind. The elegant and lethal lines of the rifle. The pinnacle of an era represented by the rotating bolt action. If he could replicate it, even if only in appearance, its performance would render the currently equipped mini rifles of the Ming obsolete overnight. At that time, his army would truly possess the capital to dominate this planet. And then there was the radio technology. Its strategic value was on par with the former. Intelligence, communication, in an era where information was primarily transmitted through shouting. Whoever mastered radio technology wielded absolute initiative in warfare. It enabled armies separated by thousands of miles to coordinate their operations in an instant. It allowed overseas colonies to maintain real-time communication with the homeland, considering that it had been over 4 months since they took Manila. Whether the Spaniards had received any news remained uncertain. Had the Spaniards possessed this technology, he would now be facing a formidable Spanish naval fleet. Zhu Heyu exhaled deeply, forcing himself to quell the turmoil within. His gaze finally settled upon the upgrade option illuminated behind. Level 1 Palace. Level 1 Palace upgradable. Upgrade requirement 100,000 populace. Achieved. Upgrade cost 100,000 taels of silver without any hesitation. Ding! There was no protracted wait, no extravagant light effects. The moment he confirmed the upgrade, the designation Level 1 Palace instantly ascended to Level 2 Palace. Simultaneously, 2 new system notifications followed in rapid succession. Ding! Congratulations, Your Majesty. The system building shipyard has been unlocked. Ding! Congratulations, Your Majesty. The system building machinery factory has been unlocked. The system interface refreshed once more. The previous Level 1 barracks and Level 1 blacksmith, with their non-upgradable labels, had now transformed into upgradable status. At the bottom of the building list, 2 brand new options appeared: Level 1 shipyard constructible and Level 1 machinery factory constructible. In that instant, Zhu Heyu felt an overwhelming urge to click on every available upgrade and construction option. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. The barracks and blacksmith were not like his office. At this moment, new recruits were training in the barracks, and craftsmen were laboring diligently in the blacksmith shop. Upgrading system buildings always resulted in immediate, dramatic changes to their internal structures. He harbored no doubt that, given the cognitive capacity of the populace in this era, even if they were to witness buildings miraculously materializing from thin air, they would merely kneel in reverence, exclaiming marvels and hailing him, the son of destiny, adding an aura of enigma to his persona. However, he pondered the unfortunate possibility that during the upgrade, some hapless soul might be leaning against a wall, only to be entombed within the newly formed structure. Or perhaps, a craftsman could be vigorously hammering at an anvil, only for it to vanish and be replaced by a steam hammer. Such a vision was too fantastical for him to contemplate. Human life was of paramount importance, and there could be no room for negligence. It would be prudent to wait until nightfall, after clearing all personnel, before proceeding with the upgrade. Nevertheless, while he could not upgrade at the moment, he could still examine the functionalities available after the upgrade. He gently directed his thoughts to the option labeled Level 1 Barracks Upgradable. Level 2 Barracks Newly Recruitable Units. Riflemen, 400 men. Artillery, 2,000 men. Cavalry, 1,000 men. New functionality. Recruitment of specific talents, limited to First Industrial Revolution technology. Upon seeing the exorbitant recruitment costs, Zhu Heyu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. An artillery unit required an astounding 2,000 taels of silver. This price was nothing short of extortionate. It seemed the system still dissuaded him from employing such a simplistic and crude method of mass recruitment. This path was only suitable for urgent situations or for cultivating core personnel. The latter functionality regarding the recruitment of specific talents intrigued him. With the limitation to First Industrial Revolution technology, although the System S buildings had advanced to the second level, the technology being utilized remained entrenched in the pre-industrial age. However, the steam engine and spinning machine he previously acquired were undoubtedly products of the First Industrial Revolution. The targeted recruitment of talents from this era indicated that the system preferred he initiate the First Industrial Revolution manually. Although the specific costs remained unknown, they would undoubtedly not be cheap. Yet, this could significantly alleviate his current dire shortage of talented individuals, provided he could afford it. Next was the Level 2 Blacksmith Shop. Level 2 Blacksmith Shop. Upgraded internal forging equipment, providing more advanced material formulas, capable of producing some early firearms and artillery. Early firearms and artillery? Zhu Heyu scoffed and dismissed the option. With the advent of the lead Mercury production line, who would still be interested in such antiquated artifacts? His aspirations soared toward the stars and seas, nay, toward breech-loading rifles and machine guns. Finally, there were the 2 newly added buildings. Level 1 Shipyard Constructible. Level 1 Machine Factory Constructible. These 2 buildings currently existed only as concepts, in a constructible state without physical form. It appeared that he first needed to find suitable structures in reality to house them. That is, to construct the corresponding factory buildings to truly unlock their potential. After digesting all the information, Zhu Heyu slowly closed the system interface. The azure light dissipated, and the scene in the office returned to clarity. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, yet his mind was already awash with grand visions. Lead Mercury, radio technology, level 2 barracks. Machine factory, a gateway to a new world had been flung wide open. Chapter 50. Your Majesty, the electricity is connected in the palace, the simultaneous upgrades of the blacksmith shop. Barracks, alongside the establishment of 2 new factories, caused the treasury balance on Zhu Heyu's system panel to plummet like an avalanche. Swiftly plummeting below, a figure that sent shivers down his spine. The cost for the first 3 upgrades were relatively restrained, but the bills for the latter 2 colossal edifices were somewhat terrifying. The machine factory cost 200,000 taels of silver. The shipyard soared even higher, reaching 300,000 taels. In the span of merely a stick of incense, the treasury had diminished by nearly 700,000 taels of silver. Alas, spending flowed like water. Zhu Heyu leaned back in his chair, observing the rapidly shrinking digits with a pang of anguish in his heart. However, pain aside, tasks still needed to be accomplished. The newly constructed machine factory was directly situated on the former site of the cement factory. Since the transition to a more efficient hydraulic grinding technique, the main structure of the cement factory had already been relocated to the banks of Bashi River to save on material transportation costs. The enormous factory space and land that had been vacated conveniently spared him the hassle of replanning and constructing anew. As for the shipyard, that was somewhat ludicrous. When Zhu Heyu selected it on the system map, the massive blue silhouette representing the building almost engulfed the entirety of Manila Harbor. There was no existing structure within the city that could accommodate such a monumental edifice. Fortunately, the system promptly provided a solution. This shipyard was classified as a special building, requiring no physical foundation, and could be directly placed in a designated open area. Even more delightfully, the system indicated that this shipyard came equipped with its own workforce. This revelation eliminated the burden of scouring the world for skilled shipwrights. To avoid causing unnecessary panic and commotion, Zhu Heyu refrained from situating the shipyard in the bustling Manila harbor. Instead, he turned his gaze southward on the map, ultimately selecting a location approximately 20 kilometers from Manila City, known as Cavite. This area was a natural deep-water bay surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, with a concealed terrain that was easy to defend and difficult to attack, making it perfectly suited for constructing a secret naval base. The next day, at Cavite Bay, Zhu Heyu stood atop a high vantage point, confirming the coordinates. System, deploy the shipyard. The moment the words left his lips, the ground beneath him trembled slightly. A thick fog had mysteriously risen above the bay, enveloping the entire area. Amidst the fog, numerous massive shadows soared skyward, the sounds of metal clashing, wheels turning, and tools striking intertwined, forming a grand industrial symphony. As the sea breeze dispersed the mist, a colossal industrial marvel materialized before him, suffocating in its grandeur. Continuous docks, towering cranes, and a series of factories stretched along the coastline, extending as far as the eye could see. Just as Zhu Heyu was still absorbing the breathtaking sight before him, a middle-aged man garbed in a green official robe, adorned with a white egret emblem on his chest, approached briskly, leading a group of overseers, and bowed before him. I am Zhang Hongfang, the director of the military ship office, Your Majesty. Please rise, Zhang Qing. Zhu Heyu raised his hand slightly, his gaze settling upon Zhang Hongfang. Military ship office? I have brushed up on the Ming Dynasty's bureaucratic structure, yet I do not recall this office. However, observing his blue robe and white egret insignia, he deduced that his rank should be comparable to that of the Salt Administration or the Maritime Trade Office, undoubtedly at the 5th rank. Zhang Qing, please enlighten me about this shipyard. As you command, Your Majesty. Zhang Hongfang straightened up, pointing toward the vast expanse of the immense factory complex, his voice tinged with an unmistakable pride. Your Majesty, this factory spans 1,500 acres, divided into 2 main areas, military ships and merchant vessels, with a current workforce of 4,000 skilled shipwrights. Given sufficient material supply, We are capable of simultaneously constructing 5 Level 1 sailing battleships and 5 Level 3 sailing battleships. 1,500 acres. The capacity to construct 10 battleships at once. Zhu Heyu's heart trembled violently. Such scale, even in the modern world, would be considered a large shipyard. In this age of sail, it undoubtedly ranked as the foremost in Asia, perhaps even the world. A mere 300,000 taels of silver not only secured such an expansive shipyard, but also came with 4,000 top-tier craftsmen. This transaction was an undeniable windfall. Zhang Tiju, Zhu Heyu suppressed his excitement and posed the most pressing question. Can a shipyard commence construction immediately? At this, the pride on Zhang Hongfang's face instantly transformed into a hint of difficulty. Your Majesty, the slipways, equipment, and craftsmen are all in place. However, we are regrettably lacking the materials for shipbuilding. Once again, it was the materials. Zhu Heyu had come to a realization. His system of construction indeed required only funding at the outset. However, to produce tangible results, he would need to devise a means to procure the necessary raw materials. The dilemma lay in the fact that obtaining the materials for shipbuilding was far from straightforward. In fact, one could assert that the timber required for constructing ships was significantly more challenging to acquire than the metals needed for crafting guns and cannons. As a former naval technology officer from a past life, while his knowledge of these antiquated sailing warships was limited, he possessed the fundamental understanding that immediate commencement of work necessitated a resolution to the issue of ship materials. Among these, the most crucial component was the keel. While the wooden planks in other parts of the vessel could be somewhat inferior, compromising only on protective strength, a flawed keel would render the entire ship susceptible to disintegration once it set sail. Presently, the most suitable woods for a warship's keel were oak and teak. Oak was sourced from far-off lands in the Americas, effectively eliminating that option. Teak, while available in the land beneath his feet, could not be utilized immediately. Not to mention, the requirements for the keel of a battleship regarding the age, diameter, and curvature of the wood were exceedingly stringent. Moreover, the wood needed to be air-dried in a ventilated area for 4 to 5 years before it could be employed, which effectively closed that avenue. Goodness! Would it truly take several years just to prepare for the construction of a ship? One might think they were constructing an aircraft carrier. Others returned to ancient times to build guns, cannons, and aircraft carriers with relative ease. But for him, it had become a matter of inadequate materials and insufficient technology, rendering him incapable of producing anything. Zhang Tiju, Zhu Heyu pondered for a moment, a bold thought flashing through his mind. If, hypothetically speaking, steel were to replace wood as the keel and ribs of the warship, would such a vessel be within your capabilities to construct? This question momentarily stunned Zhang Hongfang, who, after a lengthy contemplation, cautiously raised his head to respond. Your Majesty, replacing wood with steel is unprecedented. I dare not make any presumptions. However, if you could provide steel of adequate strength, we might attempt it. Iron ribs with a wooden hull for a warship? Zhu Heyu calculated quickly in his mind. Compared to the purely wooden structures of the present, the advantages of an iron-ribbed wooden hull ship were evident. Greater structural strength, lighter weight at equivalent strength, and a shorter construction period. However, to produce this type of vessel, which was not expected to appear for over a century, in the present day was no simple task. The steel required for a qualified keel needed to be repeatedly hammered with a heavy forging machine to eliminate internal impurities and stress. The most feasible means of operating such a heavy forging machine was to utilize steam power. While he already possessed a steam engine, he had never attempted to use it to power such a massive machine. Fortunately, these technical challenges held the potential for resolution. This was certainly preferable to waiting several years for a batch of timber to arrive. Excellent. Zhu Heyu nodded. Before the suitable steel was prepared, you shall first construct warships using wood. When the city of Manila was captured, a batch of fine timber was seized from the Spaniards. Utilize that for now. He then added, however, do not use this batch of timber to construct battleships, allocated entirely for building level 4 and 5 cruisers. This subordinate shall obey. Came the response. The construction of medium and small-sized cruisers was less complex and could be completed more swiftly, making it the most cost-effective choice for the currently sparse fleet of the Ming Royal Navy. Furthermore, Ming held a definitive advantage in artillery technology. While navies around the world were still hurling solid iron balls at each other, The Ming Navy had already begun to equip itself with explosive shells. A cruiser capable of launching explosive shells could potentially match, if not surpass, the combat effectiveness of a battleship firing solid projectiles. As he returned from the Cavite shipyard to Manila, the sky had begun to darken. Upon entering his office, he had barely settled in when Wang Chun burst in like a gust of wind. "Your Majesty, the electricity has been connected. The power station just informed us that the electricity is now operational. We can run a test of the machinery tonight." "Oh." Zhu Heyu's expression reflected surprise. The progress of the project from initiation to completion had occurred in mere months, exceeding his expectations. Chapter 51. Zhang He and the ever-bright lanterns located near the equator. The dusk in Luzon lingered, reluctant to yield to the night. Even at 8 o'clock in the evening, the sky remained dim, still holding onto remnants of twilight. The clang of factory bells echoed, their heavy copper tones resonating through the humid air. Subsequently, the massive factory doors swung open and a torrent of workers surged out, filling the once sparse streets with a cacophony of voices. Zhang he was among the last to exit the workshop. He was in no rush, methodically removing his work uniform, which bore the scent of food, folding it neatly, and placing it in his locker before changing into a brand new indigo short-sleeve shirt. After completing these tasks, he retrieved the benefits allocated by the factory that day from the innermost part of his locker. A vibrant piece of floral fabric, a package of instant noodles labeled braised pork, and a can of heavy yellow peaches adorned with illustrations of plump peaches, promising sweetness. He found a clean cloth bag and carefully wrapped these treasures, clutching them tightly. Such items were indeed a gracious gift from His Majesty. He felt an overwhelming sense of contentment, his face breaking into an involuntary smile. He planned to take these to Sanyang, allowing her to savor them and share in the blessings of the household. He couldn't help but reminisce about the days several months prior. Back then, he was merely a runner at a local inn, rising before dawn to chop wood and fetch water, only curling up in a pile of straw in the woodshed late at night. The food he had was always the leftovers of the guests. Each day, he was at the beck and call of the innkeeper and the patrons, running until his legs felt weary, earning a meager salary of merely a few coins of silver at the end of the month. But now, he stood tall, the leader of Production Line 3 at the Duming Royal Food Processing Plant. The factory not only provided meals and housing, but also ensured that each meal was rich with oil, with occasional generous servings of meat. During festivals, new clothes and fabrics were provided. His monthly salary had even risen to 2 taels and 8 coins. Not to mention that he also received special benefits bestowed by His Majesty for those in positions of responsibility at the grassroots level. While it may only be a package of instant noodles and a can of fruit, these were imperial gifts, incomparable to the ordinary products available in the market. "Ah, Zhang Banzhang, you are the last to leave again?" As Zhang he reached the factory gate, a familiar security guard poked his head out of the booth, teasingly greeting him. The guard's gaze shifted from the cloth bag he held to his brand new attire, his smile growing increasingly suggestive. "Good for you. I heard you've gotten close with old Li's daughter. I hope you won't forget to invite me for a drink at your wedding." Cough, cough, cough. The weathered face of Zhang he flushed with embarrassment as if caught off guard, and he hurriedly waved his hands. "Brother, please don't speak carelessly. If this gets out, it would tarnish the young lady's reputation. That would be terrible." Though his words denied it, a sweet feeling lingered in his heart. Yet, upon thinking of old Li, that sweetness was swiftly overshadowed by bitterness. His countenance shifted, and he sighed heavily. "Besides, old Li wouldn't approve of me. He has long made it clear that without a bride price of 100 taels of silver, I stand no chance of marrying his daughter." His current income was undoubtedly among the top tier of Chinese expatriates in Manila. However, to save up a full 100 taels of silver, even if he refrained from eating or drinking a single cent, would take him a full 3 years. 100 taels. The guard's eyes widened in disbelief, his tongue clicking in astonishment. "My goodness, is that old fellow out of his mind? Does he even know how much money that is? You could buy a small house with a yard on the outskirts of the city for that." As Zhang appeared despondent, the gatekeeper patted him on the shoulder in a comforting manner and said, "Zhang Banzhang, do not lose heart. The emperor has just promulgated new laws advocating for marriage autonomy. Men and women may marry freely, without parental coercion. If that old man Li is truly obstinate and harasses you with exorbitant bride price, go to the yamen and lodge a complaint. I assure you this tactic is effective." Just the other day, it happened with Wang Tuho's family on E Street. His daughter fancied a lad from the Chen family, but Wang Tuho adamantly opposed and insisted she marry a wealthy old widower. In the end, the brave girl went straight to the Yamen and reported her father. Guess what? The Yamen ruled against Wang Tuho. He was even compelled by the Yamen's officers to apologize to Chun heir. I refuse to believe that old man Li's audacity surpasses the emperor's decree. The gatekeeper's words rekindled a glimmer of hope in Zhang Er's dim eyes. Indeed, in his previous life as a waiter, he had never dared to dream of marriage. Now, after finally gaining a glimpse of hope, he found his path obstructed by this exorbitant bride price. If pressed too hard, perhaps he would indeed have to venture to the Yamen. After bidding farewell to the gatekeeper, Zhang Er's steps became considerably lighter as he headed towards Li Sanyang's home. Along the way, the murmurs of neighbors filtered into his ears. Have you heard? The palace just announced that tonight they will test that so-called Nevernight Lantern. Nevernight Lantern? What is that? Those newly erected iron poles by the street, with the glazed lanterns hanging from them. Haven't you seen? They say they can illuminate themselves, making this pitch-black night as bright as day. Wow, illuminate themselves? Wouldn't that be akin to a fist-sized night pearl? Goodness, how much would that be worth? Nonsense. It's not a night pearl. I heard from my distant cousin who works at the governor's office that our emperor possesses immense powers, having captured the thunder god and the lightning mother from the heavens, sealing their bolts of lightning in those lanterns. My heavens, the emperor possesses such celestial abilities? Capturing thunder and lightning? Nonsense. We mere mortals cannot achieve such feats. But who is the emperor? He is the true dragon son of heaven, moving mountains and filling seas, commanding wind and rain. What can he not accomplish? Indeed, the whispers of the passers-by did not disturb Zhang Er's thoughts. His heart and mind were solely filled with the enchanting figure of Li Sanyang. Finally, he halted in front of a quaint courtyard. Sanyang, Sanyang, are you home? Zhang Er called out, clearing his throat and raising his voice slightly. I brought something from the factory for you. With a soft creak, the courtyard door opened a crack, revealing the delicate and clean visage of Li Sanyang. Upon seeing Zhang Er, a blush instantly graced her cheeks. Shang Dei, you are off work. Please come in, take a seat, and have some water to rest. Zhang Er's heart warmed at her words. Just as he was about to smile in agreement, a coarse and harsh voice erupted from behind the door, interrupting her. Sit, drink. All you know is to flirt with some ne'er-do-well man at the door. Do you have no shame? Do you still wish to marry in the future? As he spoke, the courtyard door was abruptly flung open. Old man Li, with a grim expression, blocked the entrance like a guardian deity. His murky, triangular eyes scanned Zhang Er from head to toe, ultimately landing on a cloth bag he held, a smirk of disdain curling his lips. I say, Zhang's lad, have I not made myself clear enough? If you cannot produce a bride price of 100 taels of silver, do not even think about marrying my Sanyang. You might as well give up and stop loitering around my door. If you tarnish my daughter's reputation, I will report you to the authorities and have you thrown into prison. Uncle Li, I truly care for Sanyang. Zhang Er pressed down his rising anger, clenching his fists in a bid to reason with him. Care? Huh? Old man Li scoffed, his eyes brimming with contempt. What is your care worth? Can it be eaten or worn? Go ask your parents if they were truly in love when they married. His words struck a painful chord in Zhang Er, who had lost both parents at a young age and had grown up reliant on the kindness of others. His fists tightened, knuckles turning pale. Uncle Li, he inhaled deeply, nearly grinding his teeth as he spoke. I am now the production line leader at the food factory, and my wages will increase. Please grant me some time. I will find a way to gather the 100 taels for the bride price. Oh, Old Manly squinted, re-evaluating him, seemingly taken aback. Then, with a glint of mockery in his eyes, he continued, Zhang's lad, do not say that I am unkind. You youths always talk about unwavering love and sincerity. Do you not? Very well. Today, I shall give you an opportunity to prove your sincerity. He extended a bony finger towards the now completely darkened sky. Listen well. If heaven opens its eyes and turns this pitch-black sky back to daylight within a quarter of an hour, I will agree to this marriage. Otherwise, he elongated his voice, emphasizing each word. You might as well give up on this hope and never again pursue my daughter. Day turned into night, and night into day. Such a demand was unreasonable, a mere dream. Even Li Sanyang, who had been silent, now furrowed her brows in anger at her father's absurd condition. Father, how can you? Zhang's lad, what is the matter? Unable to... Old man Li was about to gloat when suddenly, the world was illuminated. A blinding white light, indescribable in its brilliance, cascaded from the night sky, instantly engulfing every inch of darkness. The radiance revealed every brick of the street and every patch of moss in stark clarity. Old man Li's words caught in his throat. The pride and mockery on his face froze, replaced by sheer astonishment. He struggled to lift his gaze, mouth agape as he stared at the dazzling sky above, his lips trembling, unable to articulate a coherent sound. Day had truly dawned. Simultaneously, in Manila City, countless voices filled with shock, joy, or reverence erupted after a brief silence, merging into a chorus like a volcanic eruption, soaring into the heavens. A miracle! This is a miracle! Praise our Lord! God have mercy! A fervent believer in the Catholic faith, bathed in this light, trembled with excitement, kneeling and fervently crossing himself, tears streaming down his face. Nonsense! This is the divine power of our great Ming Emperor. A nearby Han citizen retorted loudly, unyielding. Did you not hear? The Emperor sealed the thunder within these glazed lanterns. You dare blaspheme our Lord! You heretic! You shall go to hell! The believer's face flushed with rage, pointing at the Han citizen, his words tumbling over one another. This is the East, the realm of Great Ming. Does your Western God hold sway here? The Han citizen stood tall, refusing to back down. Similar debates erupted in every corner of Manila, while many citizens had already prostrated themselves towards the governor's office, earnestly praying. Shouts of "Long live the Emperor! Long live Great Ming!" rose in waves. As for the indigenous people, utterly bewildered by this phenomenon that shattered their understanding of reality, they cowered on the ground, trembling, fervently bowing and imploring the unknown deity for mercy. Atop the palace, the scene unfolded. Zhu Heyu leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance as the evening breeze gently caressed the corners of his garments. Bathed in the brilliance of the day, he had ignited himself. He was enveloped by the thunderous cheers and reverence resonating throughout the city. A subtle smile graced his lips, revealing a hint of satisfaction. It seemed that this hydroelectric power station was proving to be quite effective. In Chapter 52, Erligayer, Deming, I have arrived. Considering that the tungsten filament bulb was still in the experimental testing phase, and the batch of finished products acquired from the miracle market was rather limited, electric lighting could not yet benefit every household. Currently, it was primarily supplied to the governor's mansion, major factories, and several main thoroughfares within the city. However, it was precisely this limited supply that inadvertently created a unique spectacle in Manila. As night fell, the streets where residences stood remained shrouded in darkness, while the broad main streets, illuminated by the everlasting lights, shone as brightly as day, bustling with activity. The streets were, in fact, brighter than one's own home. Some astute vendors, almost immediately upon the activation of electricity, seized this opportunity. Gulme, freshly fried meatballs, crispy on the outside, tender within, a delight to the taste buds. Sugar paintings, shape a dragon, paint a phoenix. If it's not sweet, it's free. Fresh coconut juice, refreshing and thirst-quenching, a large bowl for just a few coins. They either sought out prime locations to set up rudimentary stalls at the roadside, with pots of hot oil sizzling as meatballs were dropped in, releasing a savory aroma that boldly invaded the nostrils of every passerby, or they carried burdens, calling out loudly as they walked. Their loads filled with everything from sewing needles and threads to straw sandals and earthenware, from children's rattles to women's cosmetics, a veritable cornucopia. The once quiet Manila transformed into a bustling hub, even more lively than during the day. Zhu Heyu found this spectacle pleasing. This was the essence of a city's vibrant life. Days later, with the new week's miracle market refreshed, Zhu Heyu eagerly opened it. Unfortunately, nothing particularly striking caught his eye. Aside from a few old-fashioned cannons engraved with Portuguese inscriptions, the other goods were merely ordinary provisions, leaving him somewhat disappointed after such long anticipation. However, it mattered little. With the numerous vital items procured earlier, the Ming Empire was steadily finding its footing, its foundations growing increasingly solid. The mercury fulminate factory had begun initial production, and the corresponding bullet production line was under construction in the machinery factory. The Mauser G98 rifles and the Min 20 mortar had been handed over to the arsenal for meticulous replication. The development of new artillery and radio equipment was entrusted to two special talents he had recruited from the secondary barracks for a sum of 100,000 taels of silver. It was foreseeable that once these projects were completed, the military strength of the Ming army would reach a truly formidable height. Additionally, the forces led by Li Jinhua and Su Tui had returned to the city 2 days prior. Of the 5,000 troops that set out, after Zhu Heyu had taken 1,000 men for the escort of prisoners, only about 2,000 soldiers returned. Naturally, the missing 3,000 were not casualties. Following Zhu Heyu's orders, they remained stationed in the various captured cities and towns, ranging from dozens to hundreds. They were like nails securing the rule of the Ming deeply into this land. Throughout the campaign, due to overwhelming training and equipment advantages, the Ming army suffered minimal losses. Even when accounting for the foreign legions, who were often placed at the forefront of battles, the total casualties did not exceed 1,000. In contrast, the targets of the Ming army's campaign, the indigenous people of Luzon, suffered direct fatalities exceeding 100,000, with countless more injured. The significant casualties among the natives were largely attributable to the Japanese soldiers, who, though lacking the combat effectiveness of the regular Ming forces, were merciless in their slaughter of these poorly clothed natives, even taking pleasure in their cruelty. The situation for the Spaniards was somewhat better, as their population was already small, and after witnessing the might of the Ming artillery, they surrendered with remarkable speed, resulting in total casualties of just over 1,000, half of whom fell victim to the frenzied indigenous mobs during their retreat. Upon the army's return, there were no prisoners to escort. Following Zhu Heyu's previous directives, the indigenous laborers captured along the way were immediately put to work on the construction of the Circum-Island Road. Zhu Heyu firmly believed in the adage that to become wealthy, one must first build roads. Although the current production capacity of the cement factory was insufficient to cover the entire island with roads, this did not hinder the use of these inexpensive laborers to solidify the roadbed and smooth the surface. Once the cement output increased in the future, concrete could be laid atop it. While the army returned without prisoners, the spoils of gold and silver acquired from the campaign had been transported back in full. However, compared to the wealth of Manila, the gains from these remote areas were considerably less. Despite capturing numerous territories, the total amount of gold and silver seized merely increased his treasury by 200,000 taels. As for those jewels, ivory, spices, and other sundries that could not be accounted for in the state treasury, they would have to be sold to European merchants when the opportunity arose. Speaking of which, the last batch of treasures seized from the governor's mansion in Manila still lay quietly in the storerooms. After the troops reassembled, Zhu Heyu did not issue further orders for them to continue southward to eradicate the remaining Spanish and indigenous forces. Continuing southward, there were no longer any significant opposition forces. The scattered indigenous tribes within the vast rainforests were no longer worth the deployment of elite Ming troops. As a crucial supply point for the northern shipping routes, Manila Harbor saw a multitude of merchant ships arriving and departing daily. The docks were adorned with the flags of Portugal, the Netherlands, France, and England, fluttering in the sea breeze. On yet another ordinary morning, amidst the bustling activity of the docks, a somewhat distinctive British merchant ship slowly approached. To be precise, it would not be entirely accurate to call it extraordinary. The vessel itself was merely a common armed galleon, with ordinary lines and a hull weathered by the elements. Its distinction lay in the family crest hanging from the main mast, a deep blue background featuring a roaring golden lion at its center, with a broken silver sword beneath its claws. As the ship docked and a group of individuals disembarked, one of them, a well-dressed Earl of Agayr, stepped onto the pier, removing his triangular hat and placing it against his chest as he gazed at the vibrant and orderly port before him, uttering an exclamation of genuine admiration. His attire was exceedingly luxurious, a deep purple velvet coat adorned with intricate golden embroidery, and a lace trim at the collar and cuffs was pristine and crisp, starkly contrasting with the ragged, dark-skinned indigenous people at the docks. After such a long wait, he had finally arrived. During his days in Singapore, tending to his eldest son's illness, he had heard countless tales of this overseas Ming from the merchant ships. He had also personally witnessed numerous miraculous products bearing the Ming Royal Manufacturing label. The longer he waited and the more rumors he heard, the more fervently he longed for this mysterious realm. At last he had come. "Father, this place is unlike Singapore and entirely different from London." Beside him, a young man, still bearing traces of illness, surveyed his surroundings with curious eyes. The sights at the docks captivated him. Unlike the foul stench that pervaded the docks of London, or the humid air of Singapore tainted by spices and rotting fruit, this port was a refreshing revelation. In the air, there lingered only the faint, briny scent carried by the sea breeze, accompanied by the subtle aroma of food wafting through. "There will always be something different, my child." The Earl of Aigle gently patted his son's shoulder, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Prepare to embrace an entirely new world. Just as the Earl was reflecting, a pair of sharp eyes within the nearby crowd had already taken notice of them. There was no way to avoid it. In the bustling dock area teeming with sailors, natives, and small vendors, the noble demeanor of the Earl and his entourage was strikingly conspicuous. Moreover, the Earl was followed by a formidable retinue of dozens of attendants, each standing tall, their vigilant gazes betraying their training as skilled guards. A man clad in a plain indigo shirt, unremarkable in appearance, produced a piece of charcoal and a small roll of paper from his bosom. His gaze briefly lingered on the family banner fluttering in the wind as his fingers moved swiftly across the paper, sketching the outline of a lion and a broken sword with just a few strokes. After completing his task, he tucked the paper and charcoal back into his clothing, lowered his stature, and vanished into the throng of bustling humanity. Chapter 53. Ba the Pauper. As an expensive troop whose conscription costs amount to 2,000 taels of silver, the Jinyui's role in the Ming Empire extended far beyond merely serving as the emperor's ceremonial escort during outings. Naturally, Zhu Heyu had no leisure like his ancestors to send men daily to eavesdrop on ministers or pry into trivial domestic affairs. Currently, 500 Jinyui were summoned from the secondary barracks, which he divided into two groups with a wave of his hand. 400 were undergoing grueling physical and tactical training at a secret camp outside the city, following the Special Forces Devil Training Manual personally compiled by His Majesty, the Tianyin Emperor. The remaining 100 were engaged in the Jinyui's primary duties. They infiltrated the streets and alleys of Manila like droplets of water, permeating every corner of Luzon Island. Their eyes and ears were weaving an all-encompassing intelligence network, gathering every whisper of news pertinent to the interests of the Ming Dynasty. At this moment, within the palace office, Zhu Heyu twirled a thin piece of paper between his fingers, upon which a hastily drawn design was sketched in charcoal. He gazed at the drawing, unable to suppress a smile as his shoulders quivered with amusement. The curious Xiaoyin, standing nearby, leaned in, her large, sparkling eyes initially puzzled by the hasty design before she glanced at her sovereign's barely contained laughter, a colossal question mark seemingly appearing above her head. "Your Majesty, is there something special about this drawing? It looks rather crooked, not nearly as good as that of Princess Xiaoyu." Zhu Heyu turned his head, his warm fingertips lightly brushing against Xiaoyin's delicate, upturned nose, deepening the mirth in his eyes. "Ah, this is no ordinary drawing. It signifies the arrival of the god of wealth." "Oh dear." Xiaoyin puffed her cheeks adorably, cupping her little hands around her nose and playfully rubbing it, resembling a disgruntled little hamster. She grasped the meaning behind her sovereign's metaphor, particularly the term god of wealth. Instantly, her eyes widened with curiosity, and she eagerly inquired, "Is this drawing worth a lot?" "The drawing itself is worth nothing," Zhu Heyu replied, spinning the paper between his fingers. "However, the emblem depicted represents the Campbell family, a prominent noble in England. This individual is the Chancellor of the Exchequer, a position roughly equivalent to our Minister of Revenue in the Ming Dynasty. He wields substantial power as a high-ranking official and belongs to a top hereditary nobility, overseeing a population of hundreds of thousands under the Campbell clan. His estates, castles, and mines are countless, rendering him wealthier than nations. In simpler terms, Zhu Heyu paused, summarizing with a more colloquial phrase, rich beyond measure. Come and fleece me." In truth, Zhu Heyu had miscalculated several aspects. The current Archibald Campbell was merely an earl, and he would have to wait another decade before being granted the ducal title or the office of chancellor. Nevertheless, it was indisputable that the earl was exceptionally wealthy. But what relevance does another's wealth hold for us? Xiaoyin grasped the crux of the matter, her charming little face suddenly turning serious. brow furrowing as if pondering an exceedingly profound philosophical question. Suddenly, she seemed to have an epiphany. She lifted her gaze to Zhu Heyu, subtly gesturing with her small hand along her fair neck, then mimicking a downward slicing motion, her big eyes gleaming with determination akin to a righteous crusader against injustice. Zhu Heyu was both amused and bewildered by her fierce demeanor, reaching out to gently flick her smooth forehead with his finger. "Ah, what nonsense fills your little head all day?" Zhu Heyu feigned sternness, chiding her. "I am a benevolent ruler through the ages, understand? Such coarse acts as murder and pillaging tarnish my illustrious image. They are beneath me." He shifted his tone, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "However, I must indeed contemplate how to properly entertain this distant benefactor. Since he had arrived on our territory, it would be remiss not to make him feel at home, to allow him to experience the hospitality of the Ming Dynasty, and to send him away laden with gifts. It would be a disservice to ourselves, would it not?" On the street, in a modest, unremarkable restaurant, the Earl of Aigle and his eldest son, John, were awkwardly grasping two slender bamboo chopsticks, their heads nearly buried in the porcelain bowl before them. The two had long since disregarded the decorum befitting nobility, slurping the steaming noodles with abandon. The noodles slid smoothly down their throats, producing satisfying sounds of contentment. A rich and peculiar fragrance, mingled with the scalding steam, wafted through the cramped and crowded establishment. "Henry!" The Earl suddenly lifted his head, golden broth clinging to his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he called out to the old steward standing at the door. "Quick! Let everyone come in and taste this. This noodle dish, oh my God, is simply divine. Thank you for your generosity, my lord." The steward Henry bowed, his nostrils twitching slightly at the intoxicating aroma that was undeniably mouth-watering, even for one who was accustomed to culinary delights. Moments later, a throng of attendants, clad in servant attire, surged into the already cramped restaurant, filling it to capacity. The restaurant owner, a lean man, was busily stirring in the kitchen. Hearing the commotion, he poked his head out, initially taken aback, but then his face broke into a broad smile as he hurriedly rubbed his hands on his apron and approached. He quickly waved to a blonde, blue-eyed assistant struggling to clean a table in the corner. "Hey, Pedro, stop wiping. Quickly, go ask what these foreign gentlemen wish to eat." The assistant named Pedro nodded eagerly and dashed over. In present-day Manila, most of the waitstaff in restaurants and inns were likely to be white. Zhu Heyu had confiscated all their possessions, leaving these Spaniards destitute overnight. They could not even afford a ticket back to Europe and were left stranded in despair. However, they needed to eat, to find a place to sleep. Everything revolved around money. Aside from the half-bag of grain the emperor graciously bestowed upon them, they had not a single coin to their name. Driven by necessity, they were forced to abandon their former roles as colonizers and take on the very menial tasks they had once scorned, working to survive. Unfortunately, the factories established by the Ming royal family only hired citizens with Ming household registration, making the barriers exceedingly high. In the small factories and workshops run by ordinary Han people, they welcome all who come. However, with so many seeking work and so few opportunities available, the language barrier and lack of skills leave the white foreigners with limited options. Consequently, the choices left for these former colonizers are reduced to the menial tasks that the citizens of Daming have already deemed undesirable. These include positions such as waitstaff in restaurants, delivery personnel, hotel cleaners, street sanitation workers, and dock laborers. The wages for these jobs are significantly lower compared to factory work, and naturally, the citizens of Daming would not deign to accept them. Among these, dock laborers earn the highest pay, as it is purely a matter of physical strength. Logically, this work would suit the relatively tall Spaniards best. Yet, in reality, the dock labor market is firmly controlled by the short, dark-skinned natives. Any Spaniard foolish enough to attempt to seize a job at the dock would be immediately met with a fierce onslaught from a horde of natives wielding clubs. The natives are exceedingly exclusionary. Driven by the harshness of their own circumstances, their employment prospects are far narrower than those of the Spaniards. The Han citizens of the city, burdened by deep-seated animosities and entrenched prejudices stemming from past grievances, harbor a profound disdain for the natives, leaving them with little hope of being hired. The natives either join government-sanctioned roadwork teams or enter certain specialized factories, where they receive food and shelter but no wages. Alternatively, they can only rely on their shoulders to carry heavy loads at the docks, earning a few meager coins. Dock work has become nearly their sole means of earning a meager income. However, the available work is limited, while the native population is vast. They must queue and take turns to carry loads at the dock, going today and returning tomorrow. Under such circumstances, how could they tolerate the Spaniards encroaching upon their last remaining source of sustenance? Before long, the white worker Pedro hurried back, an odd expression on his face. "Boss, they want instant noodles." "All right, instant noodles, what else?" The boss, pulling out a small notebook and readying a charcoal pencil to note down a large order, casually inquired. "That's it, boss." Pedro shrugged, explaining that they all demanded instant noodles. "What nonsense is this?" The boss abruptly raised his head, nearly dropping his charcoal pencil in disbelief, suspecting a problem with his hearing. "They said they all want instant noodles." Pedro reiterated, his tone firm. "Did you misunderstand, or can you not speak their language?" The boss, growing anxious, grabbed Pedro by the collar. "Boss, I may be Spanish, but I spent 2 years in London. My English is better than yours." Pedro protested loudly, feeling wronged. "They specifically ordered instant noodles. The nobleman in charge said so." Upon receiving confirmation, the boss's expression fell, a chill spreading in his heart. Instant noodles. What profit could he possibly make from that? Purchasing in bulk from the Royal Food Factory, the cost per pack is 5 won. He sells it for 8 won a bowl. After deducting expenses for fuel, labor, and shop losses, he barely makes a single copper coin per bowl. Common folks would never eat this in a restaurant. They buy it from a neighboring grocery store, prepare it at home, and save 2 or 3 won. He stocked instant noodles only to accommodate hurried travelers or occasionally as a side dish for stir-fried meals. When he witnessed a throng of well-dressed, imposing foreigners enter, he thought he had struck it rich. Instead, they were all there for instant noodles. Now, he had neither made substantial earnings, nor could he serve other customers, as every table in his shop was occupied. This was a deal that would surely lead to losses. Yet, he dared not chase them away. If the city patrol happened to see this, or if a meddlesome individual reported him to the authorities, he would be forced to close his shop for good. The boss cast a resentful glance at the corner, where the culprit, Kangxi, was enjoying his meal. It was he who had summoned this swarm of locust-like servants, dressed impeccably and exuding an air of grandeur. Yet, what a pauper! The boss spat in his heart. Chapter 54. A bitter loss, my heart aches. Chinese cuisine has long emphasized the harmony of color, aroma, and taste. Instant noodles, as a convenient food, may not excel in every aspect, but they certainly achieve perfection in aroma and flavor. Kangxi tilted his head back, reverently savoring the last drop of rich broth from his bowl. Closing his eyes, he relished the bold and complex flavors that blossomed on his palate, filling him with profound satisfaction. A divine delicacy. He exhaled deeply, reluctantly placing down the now empty, pristine white porcelain bowl. His throat involuntarily swallowed, the warmth in his belly still lingering, yet the craving on his tongue was reignited. "Excuse me, sir. Please bring me another bowl," he called out to the nearby white worker. At that moment, 4 empty bowls had already stacked on the table before him, resembling a small, pure white tower. There was no helping it. The taste was simply addictive. In England, a land devoid of culinary delights, the food served is renowned worldwide for its monotony and unpalatability. Those repeatedly stewed chunks of meat, the sauces that offer nothing beyond saltiness. Merely glancing at them is enough to extinguish any appetite. As the sharp-witted philosopher Voltaire once remarked, England has 100 religions, but only one sauce. Now, when Kangxi faced instant noodles for the first time, an item crafted from an abundance of chicken essence, MSG, and flavor enhancers, the explosion of flavor was akin to a seismic shock to his taste buds. The Spanish worker, hearing him, quickly approached with a professionally trained smile, slightly bowing. "I sincerely apologize, sir, but we have sold out of instant noodles. If you wish to taste them, you can purchase them at the grocery store across the street." Available at the grocery store? A flicker of surprise crossed Kangxi's eyes. Such a delicacy could be easily obtained at an ordinary street shop? This seemed illogical to him. "Yes, sir," the worker confirmed, nodding. "Grocery stores throughout the city should have them in stock. If you wish to place a bulk order, you may go directly to the Royal Food Factory." The mention of the Royal Food Factory left Kangxi even more astounded. Having lived most of his life, he had never before heard of ordering noodles from a factory. Moreover, this food factory was graced with the royal title. Yet, amidst his astonishment, The joy on his face could not be concealed, bubbling forth like spring. What did ordering from a factory mean? It signified a stable supply. It meant he could regularly indulge in such culinary delights. More importantly, it indicated that this food called instant noodles was a commodity with boundless potential and astonishing profits. As long as he could transport this food back to England, those noble gentlemen tormented by bland food, the sailors at sea gnawing on hard bread, and the laborers toiling in factories would surely be willing to part with their shillings for this fleeting yet exquisite culinary pleasure. At that time, countless pounds would flow like a golden river into his pockets. The Earl of Argyll, entrusted with the esteemed role of Chancellor of the Exchequer after several years, is far from being a mere figurehead. His business acumen, as sharp as a hound's sense of smell, detected a substantial opportunity to double his fortune from mere snippets of conversation. Unbeknownst to him, prior to his realization, there were already astute merchants who had been transporting instant noodles and canned goods en masse to various locales in the South Seas. The only distinction lies in the fact that, until now, none had been audacious enough to undertake the perilous endeavor of shipping such inexpensive sustenance back to the distant shores of Europe, a journey that would consume 3 to 4 months. "Thank you for the invaluable information, sir," the Earl expressed with a buoyant spirit, turning gracefully to his venerable steward, Henry, and gesturing elegantly. "Please bestow a tip of £1 upon this attendant. Additionally, do settle our expenses. £1. This sudden generosity left the Spanish attendant momentarily dumbfounded, his mind blank as if he were experiencing an auditory hallucination. £1. That was a weighty gold coin, equivalent to 12 taels of silver. It represented nearly a year's worth of his arduous labor. "Sir, O merciful master, I cannot thank you enough. May the Lord bless you." Trembling slightly, he accepted the coin from the stewardess' hand, carefully tucking it into his bosom. Amidst his repeated expressions of gratitude, he finally recalled his duties and hurriedly proceeded to tally the bill for the Earl and his entourage. "Esteemed sir, the total expenditure for your party amounts to 401. After a brief calculation, he kindly added, "If you lack copper coins, it may be settled in pennies," approximately equating to 7 pennies. 7 pennies? The Earl glanced at the 4 empty bowls before him and nodded in satisfaction. This price, in his estimation, was exceedingly reasonable. It is noteworthy that at this time in England, a common hen was sold for 4 pennies. Thus, for 4 bowls of such delectable noodles, 7 pennies was quite justifiable. He further remarked, "They are all my servants. Kindly settle the accounts for everyone." Upon hearing this, the attendant's expression turned peculiar, and he hastily waved his hands in clarification. "Noble sir, I did not mean that your 4 bowls cost 7 pennies. What I meant was that the total cost for you and your entire retinue for this meal is 7 pennies. What? Ah, yet another soul captivated by instant noodles. In the palace, Zhu Heyu, fiddling with the secret report just received from the Jinhui, bore a rather grim countenance. A miscalculation, influenced by the inertia of past thinking. Zhu Heyu had initially categorized instant noodles as a low-end, high-volume product. However, he severely underestimated the allure of this delicacy, meticulously crafted by modern food technology, which possessed an indescribable appeal for the palate of Europeans still entrenched in primitive tastes. Today, as the port of Manila flourished and an increasing number of merchant ships docked, instant noodles, with their unique flavor and scandalously low price, had emerged as the most astonishingly popular product. Yet, high sales did not translate into high profits, due to the initial focus on the low-end market. While instant noodle sales soared, the profits were as thin as paper. Worse still, the substantial quantity of flour required for production was almost entirely reliant on imports, further eroding the already meager profit margins. Zhu Heyu's fingers drummed impatiently on the rosewood table. This situation could not persist. In the formative years of the Ming Dynasty, amidst a plethora of challenges, the entire administration was highly militarized, and there was a significant shortage of civil officials. Many matters required Zhu Heyu's personal attention, and issues such as tariffs had regrettably slipped his busy mind. Fortunately, the royal factory's flagship products had yet to make a significant impact. Sulfanilamide, under the stringent sales regulation of the Sulfanilamide Sales Control Act, was sold at exorbitant prices to foreign merchants, yielding impressive profits, thus rendering the absence of tariffs inconsequential. Watches, although positioned in the high-end market, had dismal sales with only a few pieces sold, thus having limited repercussions. Fabrics, although also imported, were inexpensive and not priced high, intended for market penetration through price competitiveness. Even the imposition of offshore tariffs would only be nominal. Yet, it was the canned fruits and instant noodles, particularly the latter. Such colossal sales accompanied by such meager profits, continuing without taxation, was tantamount to an affront to wealth. It was a flagrant insult to the commercial acumen of His Imperial Majesty, adhering to the principle that even a single coin lost equated to a significant loss. A glimmer of benevolence crossed Zhu Heyu's eyes. "Proclaim my decree," he declared in a solemn tone. "From this day forth, all instant noodles and deep-processed canned fruit products exported shall incur a 100 offshore tariff." Chapter 55. The priceless gift from the Earl of Argyll. The Earl of Argyll followed closely behind an official clad in a scarlet court robe, traversing the remarkably polished corridor. Beneath his feet lay a material unlike any stone he had encountered before, formed into massive blocks seamlessly interlocked. Its surface was astonishingly smooth, with faint cloud patterns beneath the glaze, reflecting his slightly anxious visage in the shadows cast by the columns. What extraordinary craftsmanship was this? Suppressing his bewilderment, he dared not divert his gaze, fixating intently on the back of the leading official's head. Flanking the corridor, every 10 paces stood a statue. No, they were sentinels. Clad in crimson war jackets and reinforced with scale armor, they stood as tall and resolute as pines. In their hands, they wielded not spears or swords, but a type of firearm he had never seen before. The soldier's eyes, devoid of focus, seemed to pierce through him like nails, creating an omnipresent sense of vigilance. The discipline and presence of this military far surpassed any royal guard he had ever beheld in Europe. An intangible pressure permeated the air, weighing heavily on the shoulders of this British noble accustomed to grand occasions, compelling him to hold his breath and tread cautiously. "My lord, please wait here." The leading official finally halted. "Thank you," the Earl of Argyll replied with a slight nod, his throat involuntarily swallowing. He instinctively adjusted his exquisitely tailored velvet attire, smoothing out a wrinkle in the sleeve in an attempt to appear more composed. Prior to this encounter, the Ming official responsible for his reception had amiably acquainted him with the protocols for an audience with the emperor, particularly the kneeling rites. To be frank, he found it quite disconcerting. Were he in Europe, even before the King of England, he would only need to elegantly remove his hat and bow. Yet here, to kneel on both knees and prostrate himself, it was an affront to his dignity, a desecration of noble honor. He cast a furtive glance at the expressionless Ming official beside him, resembling a wooden statue, and then looked toward the distant sentinels. Their demeanors so grave they seemed ready to pounce and tear him to shreds, ultimately suppressing the remnants of his dwindling noble pride. One must bow their head when under a roof. Moreover, he was not there to safeguard his dignity. He sought collaboration, the prospect of profiting immensely, enough to double his family's wealth. He silently clenched his teeth. Whether it required merely kneeling or even kissing the toes of this Eastern emperor, he would consider it negotiable, provided the price was right. The envoy of England, Argyll, seeks an audience. Just as he was lost in thought, a high-pitched, elongated voice resonated from within the hall. The leading official turned, expressionless, and gestured for him to enter. The Earl of Argyll took a deep breath and stepped over the high threshold. Entering the hall, the governor's grand chamber. The interior was well lit, bright as daylight, yet not illuminated by natural light filtering through windows. The source of radiance emanates from several delicate glass lanterns suspended from the vaulted ceiling, casting a gentle white light. The floor shines like a mirror, reflecting both his silhouette and the luminescence of the palace's lamps, creating an illusion of walking upon water. At the far end of the grand hall, a figure sits regally upon a high platform, dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe, adorned with a black silk cap. His youthful visage is somewhat unexpected, yet his gaze is profound and tranquil. Undoubtedly, he is the son of heaven of the Ming Empire, Zhu Heyu. His Excellency, the Earl of Argyll, seeks an audience, announced the attendant loudly. The Earl of Argyll steadied himself, recalling the meticulously rehearsed gestures, lifting the front of his robe. With a somewhat stiff motion, he knelt, bowing his head in reverence. "Your servant, Archibald Campbell, Earl of Argyll, pays his respects to His Majesty the Emperor of the Ming." A warmth flushed his cheeks as his knees struck the hard floor, feeling as though they might fracture, yet he hesitated not for a moment. Silence enveloped the grand hall, save for the sound of his somewhat hurried breaths echoing through the vast space. "Rise!" A gentle voice descended from above, shattering the suffocating stillness. The Earl felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, rising slowly and discreetly flexing his stiff knees. He lifted his gaze to meet Zhu Heyu's. Bowing once more, "Your Excellency, I, Archibald Campbell, Earl of Argyll from the distant Kingdom of England, extend my most sincere greetings." Earl? Zhu Heyu had thought it was a duke who came. Had he misremembered? Maintaining an impassive demeanor, Zhu Heyu gestured with his hand. "The Earl has traveled far. Your efforts are appreciated. Please be seated." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Earl complied, sitting at the side on a rosewood chair, only half sitting, his posture respectful. "It is an honor for an outsider to be summoned by Your Majesty." The Earl lowered himself further, gathering his composure, and began to speak according to his prepared remarks. "Your Majesty, I have come to Manila during my circumnavigation, seeking a physician for my ailing eldest son. Unexpectedly, I beheld the magnificent scene under the governance of the Ming, deeply moved. Your nation's cities are pristine, the streets well-maintained, far surpassing the muddy cobblestones of London. At night, the lights shine brilliantly, as bright as day. Such sights appear miraculous. Moreover, the miraculous medicine has snatched my son from the jaws of death." His voice carried the right amount of fervor, as if still immersed in the joy of that moment. "And the instant noodles, with exquisite flavor and affordable price, are truly a rare delicacy." The Earl became increasingly animated, his face alight with genuine admiration. Yet, within that admiration, how much was true reverence? And how much was the shrewd calculation of a merchant? Only he himself could discern. He paused briefly. "In gratitude for my son's life, I have prepared a humble gift." With that, he signaled to his steward, Henry. Henry stepped forward promptly, presenting a finely crafted wooden box with both hands, respectfully offering it to Wang Chun. Wang Chun received it, carefully opening the box to confirm its contents before presenting it before Zhu Heyu on the imperial table. As Zhu Heyu gazed upon the two familiar items nestled in red velvet within the box, his pupils imperceptibly constricted. Wasn't this the very gift he had originally intended for the Englishman upon his ascension? Hadn't he said it was meant for William III and Mary II? So those individuals had sold the watches upon reaching Singapore, and now they had returned to him, having been purchased by Earl Abel as a treasure. How absurd! After finally deciding to ensnare others, this very thing had circled back to him. Was this fate? Was heaven destined for him to be a magnanimous and virtuous ruler throughout the ages? Striving to calm his emotions, he raised his gaze to Earl Argyll. His tone even. "These timepieces are indeed quite exquisite. Pray tell, from whence did the Earl acquire them?" Noticing Zhu Heyu's apparent interest in the gift, the Earl felt a surge of excitement, his voice trembling slightly with pain. "Your Majesty, these items were procured at great expense from a remarkable merchant I encountered in Singapore. I spent a full £100,000. £100,000? Upon hearing this figure, Zhu Heyu could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. How audacious! £100,000, according to the current exchange rate, equated to approximately 120,000 taels of silver. This amount was nearly half of the annual fiscal revenue of the Ming Dynasty at the end of Chongzhen's reign. If this watch were truly worth £100,000, having previously gifted it without a second thought, his frugal ancestor, Chongzhen, would likely rise from his grave to chastise him. It seemed this Earl was not only a shrewd businessman, but also possessed a remarkable audacity. He composed himself, closing the box and nudging it slightly aside. The genie Wei had diligently reported the Earl's every movement during his days in Manila. From his astonishment at the instant noodles to his inquiries about the sources and prices of sulfanilamide and cement, culminating in his arrival today, laden with generous gifts for an audience. The Earl's interests extended beyond mere instant noodles. He was keenly interested in numerous commodities. This Earl harbored grand ambitions. Since he had come to offer his hand so openly, why waste breath in unnecessary discourse? Zhu Heyu leaned forward slightly, a warm smile gracing his face. "Earl Argyll, you have traveled a great distance, extolling the virtues of our Ming products and presenting such generous gifts. It appears you harbor a keen interest in our treasures." He paused, his gaze sharpening as he looked directly at Earl Argyle, asking pointedly, "Speak plainly, what is it that you desire? Or rather, what can my Ming dynasty offer your Campbell family?" Chapter 56. The price of perfume rises again, influenced by traditional customs. The manner of speech of the Westerners is often far more direct than that of the Easterners. Now that His Majesty the Emperor of the Ming has expressed his willingness to provide assistance, Earl Argyle wasted no time in revealing his intentions. "Your Majesty." He leaned slightly forward, his eyes gleaming with uncontainable eagerness. "The extraordinary treasures of the Ming shine brilliantly. They ought not to be confined to this place, but should traverse broader horizons to showcase their true worth." He paused, his voice taking on a tone of inquiry. "Might the Campbell family have the honor of becoming the exclusive distributor of Ming goods in Europe? To sell these marvels to the Western nations and return mountains of gold and silver to your Majesty?" Goodness! Zhu Heyu had initially thought that Earl Argyle merely sought the agency for instant noodles. He never anticipated that his ambitions were so grand. This was not merely seeking agency rights for all his products, but an outright attempt to seize the entire European market. He must now concede that he had underestimated this Earl. Zhu Heyu lightly tapped the imperial table with his fingertips, maintaining a smile. "Your ambitions are commendable, my lord. However, what you have witnessed over these past few days is merely the tip of the iceberg of our Ming treasures. The royal brocade, instant noodles, and canned imperial medicines are but common items. Though remarkable, they do not encapsulate the true essence of our royal industry." His gaze lingered on Earl Argyle, the emphasis in his voice growing. "What truly represents the pinnacle of Ming craftsmanship lies elsewhere, and its price may exceed what an ordinary merchant can readily bear. If you wish to grasp the entirety of the situation, you must possess the financial means." Though his words remained unspoken, the implication was unmistakable. Zhu Heyu gestured, and two inner attendants emerged, each carrying a wooden box wrapped in fine silk, presenting them before Earl Argyle. The boxes were exquisitely crafted, exuding an air of distinction. Earl Argyle was pricked by the unspoken challenge in Zhu Heyu's words. He yearned to retort, yet his gaze was drawn to the two boxes. He restrained his impatience, deciding to first discover what treasures could be deemed the royal essence by the Emperor of the Ming. Wang Chun stepped forward, and after a nod from Zhu Heyu, he opened the first box. As the lid opened with a swift motion, the breath of Count Agilbert caught momentarily in his throat. Inside lay a soft, bright yellow velvet lining, cradling a row of intricately designed watches, their metallic sheen glimmering, and their hands clearly visible. Although the embellishments paled in comparison to the two exquisite pieces he had gifted, the familiar shapes and meticulous craftsmanship unmistakably indicated that both originated from the same source. The color drained from Count Agilbert's face in an instant. A priceless treasure worth 100,000 pounds. The rare gifts he had just boasted about were, in fact, mere mass-produced items from the Ming imperial household. Suddenly, he recalled a time-honored law of the Eastern Empire. Treason against the emperor is punishable by death. Fear enveloped him instantly, cold sweat breaking out across his brow. Zhu Heyu observed the quick change in Agilbert's expression. This was a fortune offered on a silver platter. He could not afford to frighten him away. "Your Excellency need not fret." Zhu Heyu's gentle voice dispelled the invisible pressure. "I have accepted and greatly appreciate your gift. However, this item is indeed a celebrated masterpiece of our Ming imperial industry. While I am unaware of the exact sum you spent on those watches, I can surmise that it was not a trifling amount. The official price of this watch in our Ming court is 500 pounds each." Zhu Heyu exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Chun, who understood the cue and retrieved a uniquely shaped glass bottle from another box. The bottle's deep blue hue seemed to encapsulate the profound darkness of the night, with fragments of stars swirling within, rippling dreamily as Wang Chun moved. He presented the glass bottle to Count Agilbert. "Oh my God, this is simply too beautiful. It is nothing short of divine craftsmanship." Count Agilbert, who had just been in a state of panic, was immediately captivated by the bottle of perfume, gazing at the moving starlit sky within, his eyes becoming somewhat entranced. "Your Excellency, this is a new creation from our Ming Imperial Dragon S-Tier's perfume workshop, named Starlit Romance." Zhu Heyu's voice resonated at the perfect moment. "This fragrance is crafted from 81 rare flowers and herbs, complemented by the essence of Tianshan Snow Lotus, a millennium-old Ganoderma, deep valley cordyceps, and human-shaped Isho Wu, blended with rootless water and refined through a secret method over 49 days, resulting in this one exquisite bottle. Noticing Count Agelbert's eyes brightening with intrigue, Zhu Heyu shifted his tone slightly, a note of pride woven into his words. Its rarity is evident, and so is its price. Each bottle is a bargain at 2,000 pounds. Indeed, Zhu Heyu had raised the price. After a barrage of extravagant claims and a plethora of rare medicinal names that could only be transliterated into English, he decided on this significant price hike, 24 times the original. After all, having extolled the virtues of this perfume to the heavens, it would be remiss not to match the price accordingly. Your Majesty, may I request a sample? Count Agelbert's voice was filled with urgency, his gaze fixed intently on the starlit romance bottle. Clearly, the exorbitant price of 2,000 pounds had not deterred him. The array of incomprehensible yet impressive terminology only served to heighten his eagerness. Zhu Heyu nodded. Wang Chun stepped forward to demonstrate the delicate pressing mechanism on the bottle's top. Count Agelbert extended his wrist, adorned in velvet, and took the petite glass bottle, mimicking Wang Chun's actions to gently press down. A fine, misty blue spray erupted, settling softly on his wrist. An unprecedented and enchanting fragrance instantly wafted through the air. Complex and alluring, layered beyond description. Count Agelbert's eyes widened in astonishment, not only due to the effortless spray mechanism, but also because of the captivating scent that enveloped his senses. "Oh my God!" he exclaimed, leaning closer to inhale deeply from his wrist. "How marvelous! How fragrant! Your Majesty!" Count Agelbert suddenly looked up, his cheeks flushed with excitement. "This perfume, along with the watches, please grant the Campbell family the rights to distribute them in England." As a leading British noble, he understood well the storm these items would unleash within the aristocracy once they graced English shores. As for the entire continent of Europe, just these two exorbitantly priced items were enough to compel him to exert all his efforts. He dared not dream of exclusive rights across Europe at this moment. The smile at the corners of Zhu Heyu's mouth became more pronounced. The fish had taken the bait. However, he did not rush to acquiesce. Instead, he leisurely picked up several other differently colored perfume bottles from the box. "Your Excellency, the 2,000-pound Starlit Romance is indeed a remarkable item, destined to belong only to a select few at the pinnacle of the social pyramid." He lifted 2 bottles of deep crimson to allow more individuals to experience the fragrance of the Ming Dynasty. I have also commissioned our workshop to refine other options. This Crimson Romance and the Rose Affection are priced at 1,000 pounds, with slightly diminished scent longevity and fewer ingredients. He then picked up a bottle of Ocean Blue. This is the heart of the ocean, priced at 500 pounds. Finally, he held up a simpler Celadon bottle. "Moreover, we have this Amber Essence, which, while lacking the dazzling allure of the glass, retains a refined elegance in its fragrance." "What is its price?" He glanced at Count Agelbert, smiling gently. "Only 10 pounds. For just 10 pounds, an ordinary citizen could savor the elegance that hails from the East." The price of 10 pounds was carefully considered by Zhu Heyu. Due to the enclosure movement in England, many commoners lost their lands, becoming workers in pastures and textile factories, with an average annual wage of around 40 pounds. A bottle of perfume priced at 10 pounds was not entirely out of reach for those willing to tighten their belts. Moreover, during this period, the income of the lower classes in England was already several times that of the common people in the Ming and Qing dynasties. With such a substantial amount, Zhu Heyu felt uneasy if he did not find a way to recoup some of it. This beggar's version of the Amber Essence would serve as an effective tool to unlock the pockets of the masses. Chapter 57. The pricey contract emerges after nearly 2 hours of negotiations. The dust finally settled. The Campbell family secured the exclusive distribution rights of Ming imperial perfume in England with a substantial deposit of 200,000 pounds. Simultaneously, the first procurement order amounted to 300,000 pounds. The profit-sharing arrangement was a 60-40 split, regardless of whether Count Agelbert sold the perfume at the official Ming price. Zhu Heyu would receive 60%, while the Campbell family would receive 40%. Such profit-sharing, if placed in modern terms, would likely incite a flurry of exclamations. However, here, Dragon's Tears stood unrivaled, with no challengers. Moreover, this was merely the profit-sharing. When Count Agelbert took delivery from the Royal Perfume Workshop, Every penny of the required payment was non-negotiable. Due to the hefty guarantee and procurement costs, Count Agilbert found himself lacking the funds to take on other products, forcing him to relinquish the rights to distribute additional items. Yet, not taking on distribution did not equate to foregoing purchases. Instant noodles, canned fruits, sulfanilamide medicines, Ming brocade, and watches constituted an additional contract worth 50,000 pounds. As Count Agilbert departed from the palace, Zhu Heyu even noticed the nobleman's legs trembling uncontrollably. It was no wonder. A contract totaling 550,000 pounds could make anyone's heart race. Converted to future purchasing power, that equated to roughly 3.9 billion in modern currency. This calculation did not even account for offshore tariffs. A smile played at the corners of Zhu Heyu's lips as he calculated. With this one contract, the wealth painstakingly amassed by the Agilbert family over decades would likely become the labor of Zhu Heyu. Furthermore, he had also instructed Count Agilbert to take away the exquisite watches that had made their way back around. These were still intended as gifts for the King and Queen of England. Given Count Agilbert's status and position, this arrangement was all but secured. After bidding farewell to Count Agilbert, Zhu Heyu could no longer contain his excitement and strode back to the imperial study with fervor. At that moment, Xu Wen was bowing her head, diligently organizing documents, her lips nearly stretching to her ears when Zhu Heyu approached and took her small hand with fervor. We have struck gold. Xu Wen, we have made a fortune. 550,000 pounds. This immense sum translates to 660,000 taels of silver, coupled with the existing treasury reserves. Our liquid assets are on the verge of surpassing 10 million. In all my days as the Emperor Zhu, I have never experienced such affluence. Though the Earl of Argyll had yet to remit the payment, Zhu Heyu was unperturbed by the prospect of default. The Earl was no fool. Having the audacity to sign such a lucrative contract, he must have foreseen the wealth it would bring to his lineage. Moreover, while the pirates of this era were notorious for their heinous deeds, they were far more reliable in honoring contracts than the unscrupulous Westerners of the past. In an age where piracy could receive official endorsement, moral constraints had become a mere jest, leaving only the binding nature of the contract to govern their actions. When Zhu Heyu suddenly grasped her wrist, Xu Wen's petite visage turned crimson, akin to a boiled shrimp. Flustered, she cast a fleeting glance at the exuberant emperor before forcefully withdrawing her hand and avoiding his gaze. Your Majesty, I have heard that the propaganda department has set up a broadcasting room. I shall go investigate. Her words barely escaped her lips before she fled the scene, not daring to look back. Hey, where are you going? Zhu Heyu observed her retreating figure, momentarily lost in the ecstasy of newfound wealth, feeling somewhat dazed. However, he was not the sort of petty monarch to hold a grudge. The following day, the promised sum of 550,000 pounds arrived as expected. A dozen heavy wooden chests were carried into the storage room by guards. With a resounding creak, the chest lids were pried open, revealing a dazzling array of golden coins that momentarily blinded all onlookers. The coins were poured onto the floor, forming a resplendent mound in the center of the chamber. Zhu Heyu picked one up, feeling its cold, weighty presence in his palm. The coin bore the profile of the King of England, reflecting a captivating sheen in the candlelight. He found himself intrigued by the audacity of the Earl, who dared to carry such an immense fortune while traversing the globe. Did he not fear storms or the pirates who would be drawn to the scent of gold? The potential loss in such an event would be catastrophic. In truth, the Earl of Argyll's actions were born of necessity. In recent years, England had not been a bastion of stability. The rivalry with France, the Glorious Revolution, and the continuous wars of the Holy Augsburg Alliance had unfolded relentlessly. The Earl's family wealth had only just been restored this year, and to avert further calamity during his global voyage, he had no choice but to carry the bulk of his fortune with him. When an ordinary individual suddenly acquires a substantial fortune, they're likely to engage in impulsive spending. Although Zhu Heyu now reigned as the emperor of the Ming Empire and possessed a system as an auxiliary, he had once been a mere commoner in his previous life. Thus, upon seeing the 7-digit balance beginning with a 9 in the System S treasury, he did not hesitate to enter the construction interface. The miraculous market had yet to refresh for the new week, rendering purchases impossible. However, his system offered more avenues for expenditure than just the miraculous market. The recruitment cost for riflemen stood at 400 taels, artillerymen at 2,000, and cavalry at 1,000. If he were to recruit 1,000 of each type, the cost would be staggering. With over 9 million in savings, Zhu Heyu initially considered a surge in military recruitment. However, upon closer calculation, he was taken aback by the exorbitant expenses. Recruiting just 1,000 soldiers from each branch would amount to 340,000 taels. 3,000 soldiers would cost 340,000. Were these soldiers made of silver? Furthermore, given the system's tendencies, soldiers recruited from the barracks would likely possess only training memories and would not come equipped. That meant the artillerymen would be without cannons, the cavalry without horses, and the infantry without rifles. He would still need to provide them with equipment. The riflemen were somewhat manageable. The munitions factory had been producing Minie rifles at full capacity, and there were currently over 5,000 in stock, ready for immediate equipping upon recruitment. However, the issues with cannons and war horses were significant. The development of artillery at the factory had only just begun, and its progress was uncertain, implying that mass production of cannons would require time. As for the warhorse dilemma, the army, numbering over 10,000, had only 100 or so warhorses, all currently designated for communication purposes. Reallocating some for cavalry use was simply impossible. Thus, purchasing additional warhorses was the only solution, but this would inevitably require time. After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Heyu ultimately resolved to temporarily recruit 3,000 riflemen from the barracks, postponing the recruitment of the other two branches until their equipment was secured. The crux of the matter was that costs were too high. Although he had recently acquired a modest fortune, he could not sustain the exorbitant recruitment fees for technical troops. It appeared that in the future, technical troops would need to be recruited in small numbers from the barracks, serving as the backbone, while the majority of personnel would be drawn from the common populace for training. Chapter 58. The Reaction of the Kingdom of Spain in Madrid, Spain. On the hillside of the left bank of the Manzanares River, the ancient Alcazar Palace loomed like a colossal beast, silently surveying the city below. Within its depths, in the council chamber, flickering candlelight illuminated the Habsburg double-headed eagle emblem on the walls, casting a vibrant glow. Yet beneath this splendor, the air was thick with tension. Your Majesty, Her Majesty the Dowager. The naval minister, Dredang Griffiths, had a flushed neck, his robust veins pulsating beneath his skin, and saliva sprayed from his fervent rhetoric. We must, at once, dispatch a fleet to the Far East. With a resounding thud, his massive fist slammed onto the ornately carved oak table, causing the silver ink pot to jump. Those despicable yellow-skinned monkeys must witness the wrath of the invincible Spanish fleet. They must pay a bloody price for their arrogance and folly. His voice echoed through the empty council chamber. However, seated opposite him, the finance minister, Micheleopold, could hardly muster the energy to lift his eyelids. Michele was leisurely smoothing out a wrinkle in his velvet coat sleeve, his focused demeanor akin to that of an art connoisseur admiring a rare masterpiece. Only when Dredang's roar subsided did Michele finally speak. Lord Dredang, allow me to remind you that your invincible fleet would likely struggle to contend with the French Navy at our doorstep. Furthermore, the Philippines are far too distant from our homeland, given the kingdom's current financial state. We can no longer support any sizable fleet to venture across the ocean for an unprepared war. You coward! Dredang shot up from his seat like an enraged bull, glaring at Michele with eyes ablaze. If my great kingdom of Spain is filled with timid souls like you, then how can we hope to reclaim our former glory? When will the sun shine once more upon our empire that never sets? The finance minister, Michele, continued to ignore him, not even deigning to offer a reaction. He merely shifted his gaze slightly upward to the regent, Dowager Queen Maria Anna, seated upon the elevated throne. As for their true king, the one who sat beside the dowager, curled up in the enormous throne, hardly resembling a human, King Carlos II? Best to leave that aside. With hollow eyes, a jaw askew, and a glistening droplet of saliva trailing down from his unsealed lips, this perfect example of the consequences of inbreeding bore irrevocable and severe flaws in psyche, physiology, and appearance. All present were acutely aware that had he not been born into royalty, he would likely have been regarded as the spawn of a devil and met with a grim fate immediately upon his arrival into this world. Ma Chi cleared his throat, pulling his thoughts back to the matter at hand, and addressed the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, the fall of Manila occurred several months ago. We cannot ascertain how the situation in the Philippines has evolved over such an extended period. Furthermore, we possess scant knowledge regarding the sudden emergence of the Ming Empire. He paused, surveying the assembly of noble ministers. If memory serves me correctly, that vast empire known as the Ming was extinguished by the Tatars from the north decades ago. We remain utterly ignorant of the forces behind this current military. Moreover, even if we were truly to dispatch a grand army, how many should we send? 5,000? 10,000? The journey from our homeland to the Philippines spans several months, and by the time our forces arrive, what changes might have occurred? All of this remains uncertain. He emphasized his final words, enunciating carefully, the kingdom's finances are depleted and can no longer sustain such a gamble. Machi's remarks transformed de Layton's countenance from crimson to violet, then to a pallid hue. His lips moved, but no words emerged. He was half enraged, half humiliated. The finance minister's composed and professional analysis rendered him, the naval minister, akin to a mere amateur jester, given to mere shouting. Many ministers present began to whisper among themselves. Lord Machi speaks wisely. De Layton remains unchanged, merely clamoring for bloodshed over a savage land, which hardly seems worth the cost. De Layton could not discern their precise words, but the mocking and disdainful glances cast in his direction spoke volumes. Gentlemen, please maintain decorum. At last, the aged voice of the Empress Dowager Maria Anna broke through, carrying an unmistakable weariness. I believe we are all well aware of the kingdom's current predicament. I contend that we should not establish an entirely unknown enemy in the distant east. The kingdom can scarcely endure further turmoil. She sighed. We should not instigate an unknown war for the sake of that savage land, the Philippines. Our energies should be directed towards New Spain, which can yield tangible wealth. The Dowager's intention was unmistakable. Abandon the endeavor. In her eyes, the Philippines, aside from its spices and timber, offered little else of value. The governor's incessant pleas for increased military funding were akin to pouring resources into a bottomless pit. Losing it hardly seemed regrettable. As for how to handle the Philippines, I invite your opinions, she said, regarding the gathered ministers with a measured gaze. A portly earl stepped forward, his eyes glinting with a calculated idea. Your Majesty, I propose we dispatch a modest fleet to the Philippines. If this so-called Ming Empire lacks strength, we could swiftly eradicate it and reclaim our colony. Conversely, if they prove formidable, we could negotiate and sell the Philippines to them. At this, the assembly fell silent for a moment, before nearly every eye brightened with interest. Even the Empress Dowager, seated regally, found merit in this strategy. Although she regarded the Philippines as expendable, preserving the colony without bloodshed would be ideal, for it pertained to the dignity of the Spanish Habsburg dynasty. It appeared that there were no objections to Earl Thomas's proposal. The Dowager scanned the room, nodding in satisfaction. Now, which gentleman shall undertake this significant responsibility? As the words left her lips, the previously animated ministers fell into an abrupt silence. Each bowed their noble heads, eyes cast downward, suddenly captivated by the intricate patterns on the ancient floorboards. What a farce! To forsake the opulent life of indulgence at home and endure months of hardship in that desolate land. Who would willingly volunteer? Witnessing this, the Empress Dowager's expression darkened palpably. Her gaze returned to Earl Thomas, who had just suggested this brilliant idea. My Lord Thomas, as it was your suggestion, I trust you have thoroughly considered the implications. It will require your personal involvement. Upon feeling the weight of her gaze, Earl Thomas's heart sank. By the time she concluded her statement, his face had fallen. He wished he could slap himself. Why could he not have remained an invisible observer? While the Kingdom of Spain and distant Europe engaged in its own political machinations regarding the Philippines, Governor Zhu Heyu's attention had shifted southward to the Bataan Peninsula. The indigenous people of the South did not warrant the full might of the elite troops. However, the 3,000 infantry recently conscripted from the barracks, along with the 2,000 recruits nearing the completion of their basic training, could serve as an excellent opportunity for honing their skills. The sharp, piercing sound of the assembly whistle suddenly shattered the tranquility of the training camp. All personnel, emergency assembly. Soldiers engaged in physical and drill training immediately abandoned their wooden rifles and sandbags, converging towards the central meeting point. Soon, 2,000 recruits stood in formation, arranged into several massive squares. General Su Chu raised his wrist to check his watch, precisely 5 minutes. Not bad. He lifted his head, scanning the youthful faces before him. They glistened with perspiration, the aroma of sweat mingling with dust hanging in the air. Yet, each soldier stood at attention with unwavering poise, solemn expressions etched upon their faces. Su Chui nodded. Their military bearing was impeccable, though perhaps they lacked the seasoning of true combat experience. By order of His Majesty, the training for new recruits is hereby concluded. All shall be integrated into combat units. Immediately, march southward to reclaim the Bataan Peninsula. Upon the issuance of the command, no one raised a question, nor was there any unrest. We obey the sacred command. The response from the 2,000 soldiers resonated powerfully, devoid of any dissonance. Although their training period had not yet reached the 3-month standard stipulated in the manual, the Emperor's was the direction of their pointed rifles. Discipline, obedience, the supremacy of royal authority. The issuance of orders was their sacred duty. In the aftermath of the troop reorganization, Zhu Heyu disbanded the newly received 3,000 riflemen and the 2,000 recruits, mixing and reassembling them into 5 new infantry regiments. Following several days of adaptive training, the new expeditionary force was soon prepared. This campaign would be commanded by Su Chui, overseeing 5 newly formed infantry regiments and an artillery regiment. Naturally, the gallant and fearless Foreign Legion would also be involved in the battle. However, due to the losses incurred during the last campaign, the Foreign Legion was now reduced to just over 800 men. The commanding officer remained Major General Nickel, though the composition of his troops had shifted somewhat, with the numbers of Spaniards and Japanese now evenly matched. Initially, following the recruitment of new soldiers, the Japanese had constituted a larger proportion within the Foreign Legion, with their numbers approaching 600. However, the soldiers from the Wa country fought with such ferocity that they could not be stopped. In the last campaign, they suffered losses amounting to half their forces, while the Spaniards incurred only a few hundred casualties. Upon closer examination, it appeared that the initial batch of Wa mercenaries had already diminished significantly. The army soon set forth southward. This time, Zhu Heyu refrained from impulsively leading the charge himself. After all, the opposing forces on the Bataan Peninsula were not particularly formidable. The remnants of the Spaniards had long retreated, and the indigenous tribes mostly consisted of disorganized fighters. The purpose of this expedition was twofold: to reclaim lost territory and, moreover, to train the troops. As for our Emperor Tianyun, he naturally had more pressing matters to attend to. For instance, the latest updates from the Miracle Market had just arrived. Comprehensive textbooks for middle and primary school students. Zhu He raised an eyebrow. The Miracle Market seems to encompass everything, even basic education. The system's grand design is indeed quite expansive. With a mere 10,000 taels of silver, it was purchased. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, several stacks of newly printed textbooks, exuding the fresh scent of ink, materialized on the imperial desk, forming a small pile. Zhu He's gaze shifted, and he pulled out a history textbook, flipping through it rapidly. Ah, the system was indeed attentive. The history covered only up to the late Ming and early Qing dynasties before abruptly halting. Confirming that the history textbook was satisfactory, he nodded with contentment and returned it to the pile. However, during this process, another textbook caught his eye. First grade English textbook. He furrowed his brow. In the future, all within the realm shall learn the refined language of Huaxia. All nations shall come to pay homage, fluent in our Han language. With this thought, he seized the stack of English textbooks, disregarding them entirely, and unceremoniously tossed them into a nearby wastebasket, the pages scattering with a soft rustle. Having endured the torment of English proficiency tests, Emperor Zhu had quietly resolved that one day, when the sword of his army pointed in their direction, he would ensure that those foreign students would also experience the dread of the Ming Dynasty's language proficiency examinations. Nevertheless, the issue of education truly warranted attention. A great man once said that education must begin with the young. Presently, there were 3,000 to 4,000 young children within the city of Manila alone, and the number would be even greater if considering the entirety of Luzon. Unlike the Central Plains, Luzon lacked a multitude of private academies. The education of children here was predominantly managed by family-run schools, which was nearly a privilege reserved for the wealthy. For ordinary families, accessing education was exceedingly difficult. Moreover, there were those indigenous children who spent their days running around naked and rolling in the mud. Thus, the agenda for universal education must be prioritized immediately. However, Zhu Heyu was still uncertain about how to treat these indigenous children. Should he subject them to the same oppression as their forebears, treating them like livestock? He questioned whether he could commit such a heartless act. Yet, to treat these indigenous children on par with the children of Han families was also a source of inner conflict for him, making it hard to accept. This matter could only be approached step by step, gradually. Suppressing his thoughts on education for the moment, Zhu Heyu's attention quickly shifted to the next miraculous item. Complete early cinema equipment. Includes camera, projector, and blank film. Comes with classic film reels such as Journey to the West, Legend of the White Snake, and the grandeur of the Ming. Upon reading this product description, Zhu Heyi's expression transformed from calm to astonishment, then to ecstatic joy, ultimately settling into a smile that gradually bordered on madness. Cinema projection equipment. In a world where cameras were still a rarity, this film projection apparatus would undoubtedly be deemed a miraculous artifact. Not to mention it came with over 100 classic film reels. In his past life, Hollywood's cultural blockbusters swept the global box office, raking in immense profits. Now, with the establishment of the Ming Dynasty royal cinema, it seemed unlikely that mere profit would be the sole outcome. Perhaps it would be more fitting to describe it as a cultural harvest. In an instant, Zhu Heyu envisioned mountains of gold and silver, rivers of wealth flowing toward his treasury. Of course, the value of this equipment extended far beyond mere financial gain. It was an exceptional vessel for disseminating Ming culture to the world, a cultural invasion without bloodshed. He did not wish to hear tales of how, in later years, Sun Wukong's mere hair clone was mistaken by a group of uneducated foreigners as a technique of shadow duplication. With these hundreds of classic films as a foundation, he aimed to let the stirring melody of Dare Ask Where the Road Is resonate across the seas and lands. He yearned for the noble ladies of Europa to be captivated by the love story of Bai Nyangzi and Su Xian, to revere the overwhelming might of the great sage, and gradually forget about that god who, apart from proclaiming "Let there be light," was of little use. He wished to engrave the belief that the mountains and rivers of the sun and moon would endure, and the Ming Dynasty would stand firm. Deeply imprinted in every heart through the flowing images of film. 100 sets, 1 million taels of silver, all purchased. With this cultural dissemination weapon in hand, Zhu Heyu felt as though the path ahead had been illuminated, his heart at peace. Kelluoban printing press, priced at 1,000 taels of silver, limited to 10 sets. This was yet another powerful tool for cultural dissemination. With it, and in conjunction with the camera included in the film equipment, illustrated printed materials would be readily available. Previously pondering how to resolve the issue of illustrations in textbooks, this challenge was now effortlessly overcome. Furthermore, based on this foundation, the establishment of a richly illustrated Ming daily was also just around the corner. Soap production line, complete with a box of assorted scented soaps, priced at 100,000 taels of silver. Under normal circumstances, the appearance of this production line would undoubtedly delight Zhu Heyu for an entire day. However, today, he felt little excitement. The brilliance of the cinema and the printing press overshadowed the soap production line, making it seem rather ordinary. Following the unveiling of several heavyweight items, the remaining ones appeared rather mundane. A box of Alps lollipops, a case of soda, and a refreshing ultra-thin. After purchasing the lollipops and soda, Zhu Heyu exited the miracle market. "Come here," he called out, summoning Governor Su to an audience. Shortly thereafter, Su Jingming hurriedly arrived, bowing in greeting. "Your subject." Su Jingming pays his respects to your majesty. "I am unaware of the reason for your majesty's urgent summons. What are your orders?" "Ah, Su Aiching, please rise." Zhu Heyu gestured, unable to conceal his excitement. "Tell me, is there sufficient vacant land in Manila City for planning? I wish to establish schools. Additionally, find me a spacious area. I intend to build a cinema." Su Jingming was momentarily taken aback. These two entirely new terms sounded quite unfamiliar to him. "Yes, schools and cinemas." Zhu Heyu nodded vigorously, his eyes glimmering with visions of the future. Chapter 60. The Voice of the Ming Dynasty during the Spanish colonial period. The urban planning of Manila City could only be described as a disaster. Aside from the main street, which was barely adequate for the colonizers and wealthy merchants, the vast majority of the area was occupied by dense clusters of lowly shanties. Now, Manila City had a new master. Zhu Heyu could not tolerate the continued existence of such a cityscape that tarnished the dignity of the Ming Dynasty. Thus, 3 months prior, a demolition order had been issued, targeting the Shanty areas inhabited by indigenous people for generations. Of course, it was unreasonable to expect Emperor Zhu to expend gold and silver for demolition compensation. However, he had indeed prepared housing for the indigenous people. Outside the city, nestled by mountains and rivers, a collective villa designed for seasonal comfort had been set up. Furthermore, to ensure their safety and security, Zhu Heyu generously provided this new villa area with armed security guards on 24-hour patrol duty. Such generous welfare benefits are beyond the imagination of the ordinary citizens of Daming. Thanks to the revolutionary application of reinforced concrete as a building material and the abundant voluntary labor provided by indigenous captives, the once filthy and mosquito-infested shantytown has undergone a remarkable transformation within just a few months. Your Majesty, this place is now overcrowded. There seems to be no available space left. Governor of Luzon, Su Jingming, followed closely behind Zhu Heyu as they surveyed the newly planned urban area, searching for a suitable location for the upcoming school and cinema. The cement pavement beneath their feet was smooth and clean, flanked by rows of brand-new 2-story buildings. Their white walls and green tiles showcasing a blend of Southern Asian charm and elegant Chinese architectural style. Every household displayed vibrant potted plants on their windowsills, with lush greenery providing a picturesque backdrop, making the entire neighborhood remarkably tidy and imbued with vitality. Compared to the affluent district that still retained its European style, the aesthetics and scenery of this area were undoubtedly of a higher caliber. However, beauty brings its own challenges. After a thorough exploration of the city, both men had to reluctantly acknowledge an awkward truth. There was indeed insufficient space within the city to accommodate the 2 large buildings he envisioned. Very well. If there is no room within the city, we shall build beyond its confines. Zhu Heyu waved his hand in resignation. With the constraints of city space lifted, the scale of the architecture could be bolder. Zhang Aiqing, take a look at this. Is it possible for you to construct it? Zhu Heyu inquired, presenting 2 sketches he had drawn to the architectural talent he had summoned from the military camp. Zhang Tianxiu accepted the blueprints, and, upon a mere glance, beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. One was a design for a school, the architectural style unprecedented, featuring several white-walled, green-tiled buildings of varying heights, with a clear structural layout. Yet, is it not a tad too tall? The highest palace in Manila is only 3 stories. This design appears to be 5. The other sketch, depicting a cinema, was even more alarming. Its peculiar shape resembled overlapping sails or a massive seashell. The construction of this cinema would prove far more challenging than that of the school. Your Majesty, Zhang Tianxiu's voice was somewhat dry. These 2 buildings are of great significance and will require an immense amount of manpower and resources, particularly steel, which must be used in substantial quantities to ensure stability. He wiped the sweat from his brow and continued. Once completed, its height may indeed exceed that of the royal palace, which raises concerns regarding propriety. Zhang Tianxiu's warning momentarily tempered Zhu Heyu's excitement. Height exceeding that of the royal palace? He was unconcerned. What he contemplated was its economic viability. Labor was not a concern. Having nearly secured all of Luzon, Zhu Heyu had an abundance of black laborers at his disposal. However, steel posed a significant issue. Although the blacksmith's workshop had been upgraded to a secondary level, steel production remained limited, primarily allocated for the manufacture of firearms. Diverting too much for landmark constructions would inevitably decrease weapon production. Very well. Zhu Heyu waved his hand dismissively. The school shall be built as per usual. 2 stories will suffice, and we shall construct several more within the urban area. As for the cinema, redesign it as you see fit. Do not feel constrained by my sketches. Prioritize sturdiness and maximize the internal space to accommodate more people. I shall obey your command. Zhang Tianxiu exclaimed, relieved as if granted a reprieve, and let out a long breath. As the morning sun bathed the land and a gentle breeze caressed their faces, the sweet melodies of birds echoed in the air and vibrant flowers blossomed in greeting. A new day had begun, and this is the voice of Daming. I am your host, Qing Yu, wishing all citizens of Daming a good morning. On the streets, the footsteps of pedestrians abruptly halted. The calls of vendors ceased instantly. The lively children looked up in astonishment. The atmosphere seemed to freeze under an invisible force, and in the silence, a clear and melodious female voice flowed from the iron loudspeaker atop the street corner, resonating through the city. Today marks the inaugural broadcast of the Voice of Daming. Let's first listen to some good news. Under the leadership of General Zhu Heyu, the Royal Army of Daming and the Royal Guard successfully captured the heavily fortified city of Basid on the Bataan Peninsula yesterday. In this battle, our brave soldiers of Daming exhibited unparalleled valor, defeating and wounding thousands of enemies and seizing countless spoils. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted with suppressed gasps and whispers. Excitement and pride illuminated the faces of the Han people. Additionally, from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, it has been announced that tonight, at Eastern Street Square, Bin Street Square, in the center of Chuanhe District, the trailer for Daming Fenghua will be simultaneously screened. What is a trailer? What is Daming Fenghua? You will find out soon, and there will certainly be surprises. The people exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with curiosity. The propaganda department also conveyed news that in a few days, the Daming Daily Times will be launched, providing the latest news and intriguing stories daily. Contributions are welcome. Those whose submissions are accepted will not only receive credit, but also monetary compensation. Among the crowd, several scholars dressed in long gowns and possessing refined manners brightened at the news, already mentally calculating their potential contributions. Finally, we announce a recruitment notice from the Royal Navy of Daming to safeguard our maritime borders and restore our homeland. The Navy is currently recruiting sailors from among all citizens of Daming. Any male aged 16 to 28 with good physical health, no bad habits, and some proficiency in swimming may apply. Once hired, the monthly salary is 4 taels. Interested individuals may inquire further at the Navy office. For taels, this figure undoubtedly represents an exceptionally high salary. Instantly, countless vigorous young men felt a surge of excitement, their breaths quickening. That concludes today's brief news. Let us now enjoy a song titled True Heroes, performed by an unnamed musician. I am your host, Qing Yu, and we shall meet again in the next broadcast. As the stirring and powerful melody began, a captivating male voice emerged, singing of the battlefield, of hushed cries, and of a world filled with radiant beauty. The song echoed through the streets, and the people, momentarily entranced, gradually regained their senses. Although the authorities had previously posted notices informing the public of today's broadcast to prevent panic, the sudden and crystal-clear voice still evoked a profound sense of awe deep within everyone's souls. This is indeed a miracle. Your Majesty is truly destined by heaven. The Son of Heaven has descended. An elderly man whispered, his voice trembling, his murky eyes filled with reverence. Such a miraculous instrument of sound could only belong to one chosen by fate. That young lady named Qing Yu has a truly enchanting voice. The melodious tune continued to flow through the city, with some citizens still immersed in the shock of the music, while others marveled at the emperor's seemingly endless array of miraculous methods. Naturally, a portion of the crowd's attention was drawn to the various pieces of information conveyed through the broadcast. Have we won another victory? Did you hear that clearly? General Zhu led the troops to capture that place, called Basid. But where's Basid? Who cares where it is? It's just another part of Daming's territory. That's enough. Makes sense. What is this cinema for? It sounds intriguing. I know about the academy, but what the emperor is building must be extraordinary. That makes sense. And what about the trailer for Daming Fenghua tonight? What is it? Didn't they say there would be surprises? Let's all go see it together tonight. That makes sense. And there's that daily newspaper where we can submit articles for money. That makes sense. The Han citizens in the city generally displayed expressions of shock and excitement, while the reactions of the scattered white residents were far more complex. After the initial astonishment, deeper feelings of fear and bewilderment settled in. The methods of this Daming emperor were simply unfathomable. The incessant emergence of novel phenomena has utterly surpassed their comprehension. These once noble individuals, what direction will their future take in this land? Chapter 61. The Jinyui in action. Taiwanfu, Taiwan County. The night enveloped the city, which had been forcibly pacified, in a profound silence. The stifling air mingled with the briny sea breeze, clinging oppressively to the skin, making it difficult to breathe. Within an inconspicuous courtyard, Xiao Wu sat before a rickety wooden table, illuminated by the dim glow of an oil lamp, once again feeling the top of his head. It was a slick and humiliating sensation. He bore a money rat tail. The hair around his head was shaved, leaving only a small tuft the size of a coin on top, braided into a slender braid. Disgusting. He abruptly seized a coarse porcelain bowl from the table and downed the murky, inferior liquor in one gulp. The fiery liquid scorched his throat, akin to swallowing a ball of searing coal, provoking a fit of violent coughing. Once, he was a commanding general of the Ming Navy, commanding thousands of boats and soldiers. And now, he was merely a caged stray dog, unable to even preserve his hair. Bang! He slammed his fist onto the table, the decaying wood groaning under the strain. That wretched Shirlang! Xiao Wu's eyes burned red, his jaw clenched, each word forced out through gritted teeth. You submitted to the Qing, and as if that were not enough, you invited the wolf into your home, destroying our Ming dynasty and severing the roots of the Han family. I hate it. I hate it. His suppressed roar echoed within the small courtyard, filled with boundless sorrow. At that moment, General Xiao, your temper remains as fiery as ever. Who is it? The dullness brought on by alcohol evaporated in an instant. Xiao Wu's body sprang up. Instinct honed over decades of military life, prompting him to react without thought. Clang! A crisp sound resonated as the Yanling knife, hidden beneath the table, was now in his grasp. The blade glimmered coldly in the lamplight, pointing directly into the shadows of the courtyard. From the darkness, a figure emerged leisurely. The person wore a wide straw hat that obscured most of their face and donned a simple blue short shirt, resembling an ordinary night traveler. There is no need for General Xiao to be anxious. I am not your enemy. Who are you? A dog sent by the Qing court to test me? Xiao Wu's face turned ashen, his body slightly crouched, right hand gripping the knife's hilt tightly. Since the defeat at Penghu, Zheng Ketuan surrendered to the Qing. And although Shirlang publicly promised that the Qing army would not harm a single soul of the Zheng family, nor any officials or soldiers, nor the common folk of Taiwan, how laughable. I, Xiao Wu, trust neither the fickle Shirlang nor the mercy of the barbarian emperor. This so-called no harm is merely a ploy to pacify the populace. Once the fangs of these former Ming soldiers are thoroughly ground down, it will be time for reckoning. In response to Xiao Wu's inquiry, the young man beneath the straw hat did not rush to answer, but slowly raised his hand to remove the hat. Under the dim light, his long, black hair was gathered back with a simple wooden hairpin, tidy and neat. Xiao Wu's pupils constricted violently in that instant. There was no sign of that humiliating money rat tail. How could this be possible? When the Qing army entered Taiwan, the first decree was the hair-shaving order. To keep the head, one must lose the hair. To keep the hair, one must lose the head. Under the blade. For the sake of survival, aside from the hermit priests in the mountains, where could one find another Han man daring to wear his hair long on this island? Is this person a priest? General Xiao, please look at this item. The young man seemed pleased with Xiao Wu's reaction, leisurely retrieving a copper medal from his bosom and handing it over. Xiao Wu suppressed the tumult within him, accepting the copper medal with suspicion. It felt slightly heavy, bearing the characteristic chill of metal. He held it up to the oil lamp. As he discerned the characters inscribed in seal script, his hand trembled violently, nearly dropping the medal. Jini Kanshan du Zi U Si, Manila Kienusu, Beu. You are from the Jinui. Xiao Wu's expression transcended mere shock. It was a tumult of horror, ecstasy, and utter incredulity. The Jinui, the emperor's personal troops, the Jinui. But the Ming Dynasty, had it not perished many years ago? Why would the Jinui still exist? The young man, who introduced himself as Ling Yun, nodded slightly, straightening his posture. I am Ling Yun, affiliated with the Jinui's Manila Qianhu Su, serving as a Baihu. The Manila Qianhu Su? Xiao Wu's brow furrowed, recalling Manila in Luzon. He certainly remembered that place, a prosperous land, yet dominated by the Spanish. Ling Baihu, do not blame Xiao for being suspicious. Xiao Wu tightened his grip on the copper medal and asked solemnly, as far as I know, Manila in Luzon has always been under Spanish control. How could there be a Qianhu Su of our Ming dynasty? Ling Yin smiled. General, this is a different time. Today's Manila has long returned to our Ming's embrace. He paused, then dropped a heavier piece of news. Before long, the entire Luzon island will be completely restored. Each of Ling Yun's words struck Xiao Wu's heart like a heavy hammer, causing his mind to buzz. The Ming has not perished. Now, it is on the verge of reclaiming the entirety of Luzon. He recalled the time after the defeat at Penghu when he and Generals Zheng Dexiao, Huang Liangji, and Han Gongzhu knelt before the Yinping Wangfu, weeping as they petitioned to abandon Taiwan and launch a full-scale expedition to Luzon, with the might of the Ming Zheng Navy. Defeating the Spanish would be as easy as pie. At that time, with Luzon as a base, backed by the South Seas, they could recuperate and plot a resurgence. Perhaps there would be a day to restore the homeland. Alas, alas, Feng Shifan, that spineless coward, chose to surrender alongside Lu Guixian for his own glory and wealth. Everything turned to dust. Luzon, that was the last unfulfilled dream in the hearts of those of us who refused to submit to the Qing. Xiao Wu's throat constricted violently. He felt parched, his voice turning hoarse and dry. May I ask, Ling Bai who is the current sovereign? It is His Majesty, the Tianyin Emperor. Ling Yin straightened his back abruptly, his tone imbued with near-reverent fervor. The grandson of the late Emperor Chongzhen, the legitimate son of Prince Yong. The grandson of Chongzhen, the legitimate son of Prince Yong. The royal bloodline of legitimacy. These 8 words echoed like thunder, resounding in Xiao Wu's mind. His eyes suddenly sparkled with unmatched brilliance. This name bore far greater legitimacy than that of the sidelined Yongli Emperor. The tumult within him surged relentlessly. The Wei's token could be forged, but this title, more importantly, a voice deep within him fervently cried out, yearning for all of this to be true. Xiao Wu inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. Ling Bai who? The Jinyui's nocturnal visit must pertain to a matter of great significance. I am but a commoner now. It seems you are overly modest. Ling Yin interrupted him. His Majesty has decreed. Our Ming royal army will soon arrive to restore Taiwan. We hope General Xiao can take the lead in contacting and reorganizing the old forces, preparing for the King's army's landing as internal support. He observed Xiao Wu's suddenly grave countenance and added, of course, provisions and military supplies have already been prepared by His Majesty and will be fully provided when the time comes. Xiao Wu's gaze instantly sharpened, as if he had once again become that formidable Navy general of yore. When will the army land? General, you are putting me in a difficult position. I am merely a Baihu. Such military matters are not within my knowledge. However, rest assured, you will receive advance notice before the royal army lands. Xiao Wu fell silent for a moment, his gaze lingering on the youthful visage of Ling Yun. Ultimately, he nodded solemnly. Very well, I shall acquiesce. He then inquired, how shall I contact you? Rest assured, General, there are channels, Ling Yun replied with a smile. It may be me, or perhaps another, but you will know in due time. He glanced outside at the fading light. The hour is late. I must take my leave. My visit today was merely to inform you in advance, allowing you to prepare. As he spoke, he retrieved a small wooden box from his breast pocket and extended it forward. This is a military watch bestowed upon the generals by His Majesty, capable of precise timekeeping, along with a guide for reference. Additionally, here are 100 taels of silver for your daily expenses. I implore you to accept it. Xiao Wu accepted the box, feeling its weight in his hands, while a fervor ignited within him. Then, General Xiao, I bid you farewell. Ling Yun clasped his fists in salute, turning to depart without the need for an escort. Thank you, Ling Baihu. Xiao Wu returned the gesture, watching him leave. Ling Yun donned his bamboo hat once more, his figure swaying slightly before vanishing into the night beyond the courtyard. At that moment, the door to the inner hall creaked open, and Xiao Wu's wife emerged, cradling a small sack of grains. She caught sight of the retreating figure and curiously asked, Who is that, dear? Xiao Wu slowly turned to the direction of the gate, his eyes rekindled with a spark of hope. A dear friend. Oh, what is in that box? His wife, keen-eyed, immediately noticed the additional wooden box on the table and approached it with curiosity. Oh, she exclaimed softly, there is so much silver. And this shiny, peculiar object, was it given to you by that person? Xiao Wu regained his composure, waving his hand dismissively. Why do you ask so many questions, my dear? If there is silver, take it and spend it as you wish. Meanwhile, in Luzon, Manila City, the clock had struck 9 and the night was deeply entrenched. Yet, in several newly established vast squares, throngs of people gathered, an uproar of excitement filling the air. Everyone craned their necks, eagerly anticipating the grand surprise mentioned in the morning's miraculous broadcast. Although no one knew precisely what the Deming Fenghua entailed, the commanding name and the ethereal nature of the broadcast had ignited their curiosity to its peak. At the forefront of the square, A temporary stage constructed of scaffolding rose high, upon which a massive white cloth, spanning several yards, was slowly elevated, taut against the night breeze. The crowd stood on tiptoe, murmuring in excitement. Hey, what is the purpose of this enormous white cloth? Surely it's not just for us to look at, is it? What is the hurry? The gentle voice from the broadcast assured us it's a surprise. Surely they wouldn't deceive us. Indeed, let us wait and behold the spectacle. Amidst the buzzing conversations, numerous foreign faces were also present, drawn in by the lively scene. The horn that could transmit sound across distances had left them in awe. What could tonight's so-called surprise be? Gradually, the murmurs subsided. All eyes were fixated on the enormous white cloth. Suddenly, an uncontrollable gasp erupted from the crowd. Look, it's shining. It's shining. A beam of light pierced the darkness, casting a precise projection upon the taut white cloth, where four bold characters emerged. De Ming Fenghua. After a brief silence, the entire square erupted as if a stone had been thrown into a lake. Voices rising in a cacophony of excitement, countless arms pointing towards the front, and exclamations intertwining in a fervent chorus. Look, my goodness! The characters appeared out of thin air. It's De Ming Fenghua. I recognized those characters. A youth, resembling a scholar, blushed with excitement. This must be a divine miracle bestowed by His Majesty. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, trembled all over as tears streamed from his aging eyes. He fell to his knees, bowing repeatedly in the direction of the palace. May the heavens bless De Ming. May the heavens bless our Han Dynasty. For the common folk of the 17th century, this miraculous spectacle was far beyond mere surprise. It was akin to a celestial phenomenon, a technique that seemed to belong only to the realms of myth and legend. Just as the crowd's fervor was about to transform into an ecstatic reverence, the sound of that melodious female voice echoed once more from the speakers scattered across the square. Good evening, dear audience. I am your old friend, Qing Yu. Please remain calm. Do not become overly excited. A gentle reminder that our screening has not officially commenced yet. The true surprise lies ahead. Qing Yu paused, her tone growing more serious. Moreover, the forthcoming visuals may exceed your expectations. Therefore, for your safety and that of others, I implore you to maintain your composure and refrain from panicking. This was a precaution advised by Zhu Heyu, for he understood the overwhelming impact a groundbreaking visual phenomenon could have on those encountering it for the first time. Without prior preparation, a large-scale panic could ensue, leading to chaos. Of course, mere words were insufficient. Outside every screening site, rows of soldiers clad in red uniforms stood ready, arranged by Zhu Heyu to uphold order. A soft sound echoed as the bright lights illuminating the square dimmed significantly, plunging the area into a sudden darkness. All gazes were drawn to the solitary source of light, now the sole beacon amidst the gloom. Thanks to Qing Yu's prior warning, the crowd maintained a semblance of calm, collectively holding their breath, thousands of eyes wide open, unblinking, fixated on the front. Shadows began to dance upon the white screen, morphing and shifting. Suddenly, a vibrant, animated tableau unfolded without warning. Life is fleeting. Such a realm is worth cherishing. You must prioritize the well-being of the people above all else. If heaven grants me 10 years as your ruler, I shall carry the hearts of the populace as my own. Images flowed, revealing the countenances of the late emperors of the Ming Dynasty, majestic, kind, and lifelike. The crowd was left utterly spellbound, mouths agape, eyes round with astonishment, fixated on the moving imagery. This unprecedented spectacle seized the very essence of their souls. Abruptly, the scene shifted as the iron cavalry of the Ming army surged like a tidal wave across the land. The clash of swords and the thunderous roar of cannon fire seemed to tear through the white screen, crashing upon them. The hearts of the audience raced in tandem with the battle unfolding before them, gradually breaking free from their initial shock, fully immersing themselves in the grandeur and brutality of the battlefield. Zhu Zhangji's figure appeared, his countenance resolute. The sun and moon, the mountains and rivers shall endure. The Ming Dynasty shall endure. His proclamation resounded through the heavens, striking deeply within the hearts of all present. Amidst the throng, suppressed sobs began to emerge, emotions building silently. Until the end of the film, a line of blood-red characters froze upon the screen. The sun and moon, the mountains and rivers endure. do not weep. The pent-up emotions finally burst forth. Many elderly individuals, unable to contain themselves, wept openly, their tears flowing freely, while they stubbornly attempted to wipe them away with calloused hands. "Grandfather, do not cry. Did not Emperor Xuanzong say, the sun and moon, the mountains and rivers endure? Do not weep." Yes, the Ming mountains and rivers endure. Do not cry. The elders, despite their age, found themselves the subject of jest from the younger generation. The old man wiped his tears, forcing a smile. The youth among the audience, lacking the experience of that era, find it difficult to empathize as deeply as their elders. Yet, the vivid imagery of the Ming soldiers bravely fighting, wrapped in horsehide after death, remains indelibly etched in their minds. A grandpa, a young man, suddenly clenches his fist. "Tomorrow, I shall enlist in the army. I will help His Majesty reclaim the Ming Dynasty." "Good boy." The elder nods vigorously, his eyes shimmering with pride. "Go ahead. Grandpa will not stop you." As the trailer concludes and the light fades, the vast white screen returns to its blank state, and the lights in the square reignite. However, not a single soul departs from the expansive square. Intermittent sobs intertwine with a rising tide of discussions lingering in the air. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, someone, summoning all their strength, bellows out the resounding oath that reverberates throughout. "The sun and moon, the mountains and rivers shall endure. The Ming Dynasty shall endure." This cry is akin to a spark falling into a cauldron of oil, instantly igniting the volcano of passion in the hearts of all present Han people. Thousands of citizens, at that moment, seem to be infused with a singular soul. Their faces flushed, arms raised high, they exert their utmost strength, merging into a voice powerful enough to shake the heavens. "The sun and moon, the mountains and rivers shall endure. The Ming Dynasty shall endure." The sound waves crash like a tidal wave, piercing the sky, echoing throughout the night in Manila, as if to overturn the deep blue canopy above. Meanwhile, atop the palace, Zhu Heyu has just accompanied his younger sister to watch the revamped first episode of De Ming Fenghua. Princess Zhu Heyu turned around, her curious and adoring eyes glistening as she gazes up at Zhu Heyu and inquires, "Brother, so this is what Emperor Qingzu looked like. How majestic." Zhu Heyu finds himself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to reveal to the young girl that those were actors from later generations portraying the roles, as it would severely undermine her reverence for their historical ancestors. "Well, brother has never seen Emperor Qingzu either," he cautiously states, choosing his words carefully. "However, since this miraculous device can capture his likeness, perhaps, just perhaps, he looked somewhat like this." Just then, the thunderous roar of the crowd outside penetrates the room like rolling thunder. Zhu Heyu rises, moving to the window to gaze upon the dazzling, bustling city of Manila. It seems that the city is due for a more illustrious name. "Brother, brother, what are they shouting? It's so loud." Princess Xiaoyu, equally curious, tugs at Zhu Heyu's sleeve. Zhu Heyu smiles gently, turning to affectionately ruffle her fluffy little head. He says, looking out at the night sky, alive with the fervor of the masses, are calling for the future of the Ming Dynasty. In truth, after Zhu Heyu drew the revamped De Ming Fenghua from the Miracle Market, he immediately reviewed it. The original series had too many flaws, which could entertain modern audiences. But in this era, certain plots and scenes were entirely unsuitable for public viewing. This was not merely an issue of artistic embellishment. It concerned the dignity of the Ming royal family and the stability of his rule as the Tianyun emperor. Fortunately, the powerful capabilities of the revisionist system exceeded his expectations. Overall, the modified De Ming Fenghua presents a tightly woven narrative with clear logic, continuously revolving around the core idea of the monarch sacrificing for the state and the emperor guarding the realm. Even the once criticized Ming war god, Zhu Qizhen, is reimagined, revealing a more nuanced portrayal of his helplessness and sorrow amidst chaos, rather than the simplistic, foolish image previously depicted. The dramatic palace intrigues and the sensationalized conflicts of the harem, widely criticized in the original, have been entirely excised. The fabrications by Sun Ruowei and Su Bin have vanished without a trace. It can be said that this is a superb promotional production tailored for the Zhu Ming Dynasty, brimming with positive energy. What? You say this differs from historical records? What a jest! Would you dare trust the heavily altered and abridged Ming history from the Manchu invaders? What is true? The genuine images presented by me, a direct descendant of the Zhu family, or the fabricated history crafted by the Manchus to vilify the previous dynasty? In any case, Zhu Heyu is exceedingly satisfied with this revamped de Ming Fenghua. Though the brief trailer has concluded, the crowd in the square remains. They gather in clusters, their expressions varying as they discuss the heart-stirring scenes they have just witnessed, some excited, some sorrowful, and others passionate. In the corners of the crowd, a few European faces stand out. My God, stand back. Were those scenes truly real? A Spanish man named Chapman clutches his companion's arm, trembling with disbelief. Oh, for heaven's sake. Chapman, you nearly startle me to death. Stanbeck, taken aback by his companion's grip, shakes off Chapman's hand in irritation. Just moments ago, he was savoring the grand scenes of warfare, but now he is rudely interrupted. But I think it must be true, he muses, stroking the stubble on his chin, gazing uncertainly at the enormous white cloth in the distance. Did you not hear? After the trailer ended, the female host mentioned that the miraculous device called Luing only has the capacity to record. It cannot create images out of thin air. It truly defies imagination. The shock and bewilderment in Chapman's eyes deepen as he wonders how the Ming royal family managed to create such a tool capable of capturing and reproducing images. Could it truly be a divine gift? He lowers his voice. I hear those Han people say daily that their emperor is the true dragon's son. Do you think it's possible that a deity has descended? Stanbeck remains silent for a moment, refusing to answer, for even he begins to waver. Seeing his companion's silence, Chapman leans in closer, lowering his voice further. I've heard that some damned Japanese, in order to gain citizenship in the Ming, are joining that foreign legion. Do you think they would accept us if we also enlisted? Stanbeck abruptly lifts his head, gazing at the Han people still animatedly discussing and chanting slogans in the distance. Then glancing at the complex mix of hope and fear in Chapman's eyes. Perhaps he finally concedes, we could give it a try. Chapter 63. Tribute from Vassal States. Zhu Heyu had never anticipated that merely releasing a promotional video would resonate with such profound impact. By dawn the next day, as the first light broke, Governor Su Jingming, sporting two conspicuous dark circles under his eyes, hurriedly approached for an audience, his official hat askew. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. It's terrible. Su Jingming burst into the room, scarcely pausing to bow, his tone urgent as if pursued by a horde. The Navy, the Army, the Imperial Guards, all recruitment centers in the city are nearly being trampled. The citizens wishing to enlist. My heavens, it's an ocean of people. The main streets are completely choked, making it impossible for vehicles to pass. The clerks responsible for registration are about to write their hands off, their voices hoarse. Yet the crowd keeps surging in. He drew a deep breath, gesticulating with excitement. When I arrived, I roughly estimated that the number of applicants from last night to this morning has likely exceeded 10,000. Su Jingming paused momentarily before adding, moreover, the Foreign Legion is also surrounded by various foreign nationals. They are inquiring, wishing to know if joining the Foreign Legion could eventually grant them the nationality of our Great Ming Dynasty. Zhu Heyu nodded in acknowledgement, his expression tranquil. I understand. He raised his gaze to Su Jingming and commanded, regarding the recruitment, I shall immediately issue an order to the military department, instructing them to allocate more personnel and establish additional recruitment points within the city to disperse the crowd. You, on the other hand, must promptly arrange for staff to maintain order and facilitate traffic. We must not allow any disturbances. As for the matter of nationality, he pondered for a moment. His gaze profound. I have my considerations. As you decree. Su Jingming, sensing the emperor's resolve, bowed and swiftly exited. He needed to expedite the arrangements. If the congestion persisted, the factories in the city would likely cease operations due to workers' inability to report for duty. The hall fell silent once more. Zhu Heyu slowly rose, pacing back and forth in the spacious office. The enthusiastic enlistment of the populace is a clear indication of their allegiance, and the Ming banner resonates deeply within the hearts of the people, which is undoubtedly a positive development. However, the Chinese populace in the entire city of Manila amounts to merely over 50,000. To conscript 1/4 or 1/5 of them into military service would create an untenable ratio of soldiers to civilians. Furthermore, if the labor force is conscripted, what will become of the factories? Can we rely solely on the indigenous inhabitants? He momentarily envisioned those dark-skinned figures with vacant stares. No, the thought was immediately extinguished. Those simple-minded individuals, lacking in physical prowess, could perhaps manage rudimentary labor such as road construction or quarrying, but placing them in factories to operate intricate machinery would be disastrous. Zhu Heyu could almost envision the catastrophic scene. Those individuals might curiously insert their fingers into rapidly spinning gears or use precious lathes to grind coconut shells. Absolutely not. Handing the factories over to them would result in chaos within 3 days. Ultimately, the crux of the issue lies in the insufficiency of trustworthy and capable Chinese citizens to undertake the monumental task of industrialization. It is evident that plans for large-scale immigration from the Ming homeland must be urgently prioritized. Not a day can be delayed. Regarding the foreigners seeking citizenship, this presents a matter worthy of thorough contemplation. Although the notion of nationality has been acknowledged, there has never been a clear set of regulations or standards. Thus far, no foreigner has genuinely acquired the nationality of the Ming Dynasty. Perhaps a service period of 3 or even 4 years could be established. Anyone who joins the Ming Foreign Legion and serves a complete 4-year term shall automatically gain permanent residency in the Ming Empire upon completion of their service. They would enjoy nearly equivalent benefits to those of Ming citizens, but would not truly be considered subjects of the Ming. To attain genuine citizenship and shed the label of foreigner, they must achieve sufficient merit during their 4 years of service and, upon completion, receive recognition and recommendation from the highest-ranking officer of their unit to qualify for citizenship application. Yes, this shall be the course of action. Zhu Heyu's eyes brightened as clarity surged through his thoughts. Wishing to bask in my imperial favor? Very well. Then prove your loyalty to the Ming through 4 years of blood and fire. Exchange the heads of our enemies for the honor of becoming Ming subjects. Of course, the rules must not be overly rigid. Should there be significant contributions during the service period, such as salvaging a crisis or technological innovations, they may also be considered for early qualification for citizenship. In this manner, we can identify loyal and valiant individuals while maximizing the combat effectiveness of the Foreign Legion through the allure of Ming nationality. Perfect. Meanwhile, at the port of Manila, a small, battered sailing vessel, ancient in design, trembled as it docked under the peculiar gaze of the pilot. As the ship stabilized, a group of oddly dressed, weather-beaten individuals poured forth. Each bore an unmistakable fatigue, carefully supporting a middle-aged man whose complexion was waxen, akin to yellowed parchment, and whose breath was faint. Your Majesty, a younger man in the crowd anxiously assessed the middle-aged man's condition. We have arrived in the Celestial Empire. Please hold on. The Emperor of the Celestial Empire will surely take care of us. Upon hearing these words, the man referred to as the monarch managed to muster a flicker of vitality in his previously listless eyes. Have we arrived? His lips, cracked and voice hoarse, urged quickly, "Take me to meet the Emperor. Your Majesty, your injuries are severe. We should first enter the city and find a physician to attend to you. You cannot endure much longer." Another attendant expressed with concern. "No." The middle-aged man raised his voice sharply. "Immediately, take me to meet the Emperor. If I cannot present our nation's grievances before him, I shall not rest in peace." The onlookers exchanged glances, ultimately sighing in resignation. "As you command." Shortly thereafter, within the royal palace, Wang Chun gently tapped on the office door. "Your Majesty, a group has arrived at the palace gates, appearing to be natives from the southern seas. They claim to be envoys from the Sulu Kingdom, and the leader insists on meeting you." The Sulu Kingdom? Zhu Heyu set aside his documents, his brows slightly arching. What do they seek? Are they perhaps following the old customs of the former Ming to pay tribute? Let me be known, I do not accept tribute from vassal states. My custom is to return double. The Sulu Kingdom rang a bell in his mind. Located south of Luzon Island, it consists of a cluster of small, dilapidated islands scattered between Mindanao and Borneo. Legally, it is considered a vassal of the Ming Dynasty, perhaps due to its small size and lack of strength. This nation has historically displayed extreme deference towards the Central Plains dynasty. He recalled that during the Yongle period, the old king of the Sulu Kingdom had made a long journey with over 300 followers to pay tribute to the Ming. However, upon receiving gifts, he indulged in revelry near the capital, ultimately meeting his demise in Dezhou, Shandong, through sheer negligence. Later, when the Manchu entered the pass, the Sulu kingdom swiftly changed its tune, even petitioning Emperor Qianlong to integrate their nation into the Qing dynasty. Regrettably, the indifferent Qing dynasty, unconcerned even for its overseas subjects, had no regard for this minuscule nation hidden in some far corner. Thus, it was unsurprising that they were summarily rejected by the Emperor Qianlong. Now, the people of the Sulu kingdom have come to see me. What could their intentions be? Are they eager to align themselves with a new master, seeking support? Or has some upheaval occurred within their nation, prompting them to seek assistance? Perhaps they hope that I, as the new Ming sovereign, will generously offer aid to alleviate the plight of their people. Your Majesty, Wang Chun observed Zhu Heyu's silence and softly suggested, after all, they are still nominally our vassal state. Perhaps we should meet with them. It would also showcase the dignity of our Ming dynasty to the nations of the southern seas. Zhu Heyu contemplated briefly before nodding. Very well, let's grant them an audience. Arrange for their entrance. Regardless of the circumstances, this is the first vassal state to proactively seek an audience with the new Ming emperor. For the sake of face and authority, this formality must be observed. Before long, within the grand hall, Zhu Heyu donned a splendid new dragon robe and sat regally upon the dragon throne, gazing down at those below. Wang Chun stood solemnly to the side, his eyes sweeping over Zhu Heyu before he took a breath, and, with a slightly high-pitched voice, proclaimed, "The envoy from the kingdom of Sulu requests an audience." In the next moment, the palace doors swung open, revealing a gaunt, dark-skinned middle-aged man clad in an obviously ill-fitting python robe. Supported by his attendants, he shuffled forward, trembling as he reached the steps of the throne. He dared not lift his gaze, but, with a sudden burst of strength, broke free from the support and collapsed to his knees. With a resounding thud, he struck his forehead against the cold, hard floor and cried out in a somewhat fluent Mandarin, his voice hoarse and desperate, "Your humble servant. The ruler of the kingdom of Sulu, Jilang Guba, pays homage to His Majesty the Emperor of the Celestial Empire. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" Chapter 64, The Opportunistic Dutchman. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! The high-pitched, raspy cries, imbued with a sense of despair, reverberated through the vast hall. Zhu Heyu, seated upon the dragon throne, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he listened to the tone. Indeed, the Mandarin was pronounced impeccably, quite standard. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, one might have thought it was a Han official bowing in reverence below. As for the man's appearance, Zhu Heyu cast a glance at the face that had briefly lifted before quickly falling again. In that fleeting moment, even Zhu Heyu felt a chill in his heart. What a visage it was! The sallow skin stretched tightly over prominent cheekbones, thin as paper. The eye sockets were deep-set, resembling two black voids. The lips were cracked and peeling. The entire figure appeared as though drained of vitality, leaving only a shaky skeletal frame. It seemed as if he were on the brink of being buried. Enough of this. Business is paramount. Zhu Heyu composed himself, his expression regaining the gravitas befitting an emperor as he intoned, "Ji Aiqing, rise." He naturally bypassed the awkward name. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Jilang Guba, with the aid of his attendants, tremulously stood upright. "Aiqing has traveled a great distance. What is your purpose?" Zhu Heyu asked directly and succinctly. This question seemed to drain the last vestige of strength from Jilang Guba. The spirit he had just mustered collapsed abruptly. "Your Majesty, please save my small nation." He suddenly dropped to his knees again, his frail head banging against the ground as he wailed, "Your Majesty, the wicked Dutch red-haired barbarians invaded over 2 months ago. My people in the kingdom of Sulu are weak and unable to resist, suffering terrible slaughter. Our homeland lost to the enemy. I myself was captured by them. Fortunately, brave warriors in my country risked their lives to rescue me. We endured countless hardships to reach the Celestial Empire. I implore Your Majesty, the Emperor, to bestow your grace and save Sulu from calamity, to rescue my innocent subjects from impending doom." Upon hearing these words, Zhu Heyu's expression grew cold. He had initially thought it was merely a vassal state following protocol to pay tribute. Little did he know it was a tale of a nation devastated, seeking blood-soaked aid. However, why would the Dutch launch an attack on the desolate Sultanate of Sulu? What was there besides wood and pearls? And were these not common throughout the entire Nanyang region? His tone deepened as he interrupted Ji Lang Guba's lamentations. Cease your cries. I ask you, why did the Dutch attack your nation without reason? It was unlikely they would march to his presence merely because this Ji Lang Guba had come to weep. The Dutch were not like the Spanish. Although both had suffered defeat at the hands of the British, the Dutch had only just begun their decline, and their strength and influence in the Nanyang region far surpassed that of the Spaniards. Even if Batavia was merely the governor's office of the Dutch East India Company, their power remained formidable. Hearing the emperor's inquiry, Ji Lang Guba ceased his sobbing and, after a moment to gather himself, responded, Your Majesty, ever since your divine forces descended and liberated Luzon, defeating the Spanish rebels, the Dutch in Batavia have grown restless. 3 months ago, they launched an attack on the state of Brunei, which, lacking strength, could not withstand them, and now it is no longer a state. Subsequently, the Dutch dispatched troops to Mindanao, eradicating the remaining Spanish forces on the island. My Sulu lies between Brunei and Mindanao, and thus fell victim to their treachery. He inhaled deeply, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes, and added, Your Majesty, we have also heard that the Dutch fleet has captured Palawan Island, and the remnants of the Spanish fleet stationed at Puerto Princesa have been defeated. As Ji Lang Guba finished speaking, Zhu Heyu's expression darkened entirely. The Dutch were remarkably swift. Just after he had crushed the main Spanish forces in Luzon, the Dutch began to capitalize on the aftermath. Brunei and Sulu were originally buffer zones between the Dutch and the Spanish. Mindanao and Palawan were areas under Spanish control. Now, with the Spanish influence suddenly crumbling, these territories had been seized by the Dutch. He had been focusing his attention on Luzon and Taiwan, completely overlooking the more ferocious wolf lurking to the south. Had it not been for the arrival of the King of Sulu in Manila, he might have discovered the Dutch only when the entire Philippine archipelago was left barren save for the desolate Luzon. I understand your predicament, Zhu Heyu said, regaining his composure. You may withdraw and rest. Allow me time to ponder. I shall address the matter of the Dutch. Upon receiving the emperor's promise, Ji Lang Guba was overwhelmed with emotion, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Thank you for your great kindness, Your Majesty. Thank you for your great kindness. However, perhaps due to the weight lifted from his heart, combined with his injuries and the arduous journey, after a few fervent bows, he suddenly rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground, motionless, looking at the King of Sulu, who had just been bowing in gratitude, now sprawled on the ground. Zhu Heyu's first reaction was to assume the man had succumbed from excitement. Someone, see what has happened to the King of Sulu, Zhu Heyu commanded. Before long, a physician summoned from the barracks arrived, examined the prone Ji Lang Guba, and reported, Your Majesty, the King of Sulu has fainted due to a gunshot wound to his posterior. The lead ball remains lodged within. The wound is festering, resulting in a high fever. Immediate surgery is required to extract the bullet and treat the wound if there is to be any hope. Zhu Heyu nodded, but suddenly inquired, Physician Wang, do we have any anesthetics or similar substances? Your Majesty, we do not possess such medications, Physician Wang replied candidly. Zhu Heyu felt a tightness in his chest. Inhaling sharply, then we must act swiftly while he is still unconscious. Once the physician and the attendants of Sulu had carried Ji Lang Guba away, Zhu Heyu fell into deep thought. Initially, he believed the King of Sulu had come to pay tribute, yet it turned out he had brought a significant dilemma instead. Fortunately, it was this very dilemma that afforded him the opportunity to avert a greater crisis in the future. Mindanao and Palawan, these regions had originally been under Spanish control, which Zhu Heyu had assumed to belong to him. He had planned to wait until the construction of new vessels was complete before claiming them. Now, he had not anticipated that the Dutch would seize the opportunity and take the lead. They had encroached upon the territory of the Ming Dynasty. Could Zhu Heyu possibly tolerate this? Let it be known whether the Dutch East India Company was merely a company or if the Dutch naval forces were to come. I would still take a bite out of you. This could also serve as a test of the combat prowess of the Ming Royal Navy, which had only made a fleeting appearance. As Zhu Heyu contemplated how to deal with the Dutch, a heart-wrenching scream echoed faintly from the direction of the side hall. Zhu Heyu shook his head slightly, knowing without needing to guess that it was the unfortunate King of Sulu who had been awakened by the pain. The ruler of the barbarians indeed faces a series of calamities. However, The more pressing concern at present is how to respond to the relentless advance of the Dutch. The tempests of the South Seas appear to be inescapable. Chapter 65. This is the territorial sea of the Great Ming. Please leave immediately from the North Sulu Sea. In the vicinity of the Cagayan Islands, a fleet of the Dutch East India Company, comprising a fourth-rate cruiser, a fifth-rate cruiser, and 4 armed merchant vessels, sails northwestward toward its destination, Puerto Princesa on Palawan Island. On the flagship, the Formosa, 2 naval officers languidly indulge in canned fruit atop the mainmast lookout, their shadows elongated by the sun. Siha Emerson savors the last spoonful of pineapple chunks, along with the sweet syrup, and exhales a sigh of satisfaction. He shakes the empty tin can, glancing longingly at his companion. "Hey, Ramsden, do you have any pineapple left? This is my last one. Share one with me. Will you?" "Emerson, do not covet my precious goods," Ramsden replies, protectively gathering the few cans at his feet behind him, his expression vigilant. "Since last month, when those greedy Ming officials imposed that damned exorbitant tariff, the prices of these delectable items have skyrocketed, and the delightful instant noodles. I cannot believe they dare to impose a 100% offshore tariff. My salary barely covers that now. If only I had stocked up earlier." Ramsden laments, thumping his chest in irritation, creating visible ripples. Emerson glances at Ramsden's increasingly portly form, nearly bursting out of his uniform, wisely refraining from further comment. While others indulge in 1 or 2 packets, this fellow can consume 5 in a single sitting, leaving not a drop of soup behind. Does he not comprehend why his salary is insufficient? "Captain," a multitude of sails spotted to the northwest. Suddenly, an observer from the lookout to the left raises a voice in alarm. Upon hearing this, Emerson and Ramsden exchange glances, both equally perplexed. The North Sulu Sea is hardly a busy thoroughfare. It is typically scattered with only indigenous tribes and small sultanates, with passing vessels being solitary little sailboats. How could there suddenly be a multitude of sails? Ramsden swiftly raises his telescope, looking in the direction indicated by the observer. In the next moment, the color drains from his face, and his pupils constrict to pinpricks. There, at the horizon where sea meets sky, a dense cluster of masts is slowly rising from the surface. It is the Ming. It is the naval fleet of the Ming. Good heavens, they're all large warships. Ramsden's voice trembles with shock as he comprehends the sight. At the tops of those towering masts fluttering in the sea breeze are the bright red flags emblazoned with golden dragons and blue and white stripes, unmistakably marking their identity. As the presence of the Great Ming in the South Seas grows increasingly formidable, the design of their military flags has become well known among neighboring powers. Although the Ming Navy rarely makes public appearances, and the design of their flags slightly differs from that of the army. The imposing dragon totem and the conspicuous characters proclaiming Ming serve as an irrefutable identifier. Ramsden nearly drops the telescope in a flurry, leaning over the railing. He shouts hoarsely to those below deck, "Ming fleet." A Ming fleet spotted to the northwest. On the bow, Captain Mallory hears the shouts from the mast and immediately takes his telescope to look northwest. His brow furrows into a knot, and his countenance darkens. Foredecked, a first-rate battleship. Moreover, there are 2 second-rate battleships and 4 fourth-rate cruisers. Where on earth did these Ming obtain such monstrous vessels? Mallory mutters to himself, filled with dread. At this moment, the most formidable ship of the Dutch East India Company is the Hector, a lightweight third-rate battleship. However, the Dutch battleships differ significantly from their English and French contemporaries. Their third-rate vessels are smaller, typically featuring only 2 decks and armed with far fewer guns than their English and French counterparts, possessing only 50 or fewer. Nevertheless, the artillery aboard is all heavy guns exceeding 32 pounds, a configuration typically reserved for first- and second-rate battleships of other nations. With the power of their large-caliber cannons and the maneuverability afforded by their lighter weight, Dutch third-rate battleships can effectively suppress vessels of equivalent class from other countries, and even contend with larger first- and second-rate battleships. Yet, the fleet Mallory commands consists of the Formosa, a fourth-rate cruiser equipped with 24 12-pound cannons, the most powerful vessel in his fleet. The other fifth-rate cruiser carries a mere 20 cannons, while the 4 armed merchant ships are equipped with only 12 small guns for self-defense. Compared to the suddenly appearing Ming fleet, Mallory's prideful vessels resemble a group of children wielding slingshots amidst giants armed with firearms. Weak, laughable, and helpless. "Captain, what should we do?" the first mate inquires nervously. Approaching Mallory. "Let us observe the situation," Mallory replies, forcing down the tremors of his heart, his voice grave. "Once we draw closer, signal them to inquire about their intentions." Although the Dutch have covertly seized parts of Palawan Island and Mindanao during the Ming's engagements with the Spanish and indigenous peoples, thus far, there have been no actual conflicts between the two parties, with trade between them remaining relatively frequent. Hence, Mallory hesitates to give the order to evade, still harboring a glimmer of hope. As the two fleets draw nearer, the sailors aboard the Dutch warships stare blankly at the colossal figures emerging from the horizon, their breaths quickening involuntarily. When the distance between the two fleets narrows to about 800 yards, Mallory finally commands, "Signalman, inquire about the intentions of the opposing fleet." "Aye, Captain." The signalman promptly rushes to the ship's side, vigorously waving his signal flags toward the silent, approaching fleet. Moments later, he returns at a brisk pace, his face pale. "Captain," they did not respond. This outcome plunges the last vestiges of hope in Mallory's heart into despair, a sense of foreboding creeping upon him. "Ask again," he bellows. Just then, from the massive Ming fleet, a clear and resounding voice suddenly echoes across the sea. It is a repeated bilingual announcement in Dutch and Chinese. "This is the Royal Navy of the Great Ming Empire. You have invaded the territorial sea of the Great Ming. Please leave at once." "This is the Royal Navy of the Great Ming Empire. You have invaded the territorial sea of the Great Ming. Please leave at once." This unexpected proclamation sends the Dutch sailors into a frenzy, with visible commotion erupting aboard several vessels. How did they produce such a loud sound? One sailor crouches on the ground, clutching his head, trembling in terror. "I heard that the Ming possess a peculiar device that amplifies sound. Perhaps that is it." Another sailor, more informed, whispers, his eyes filled with awe. The sailors, unsettled by the reverberating warning, begin to chatter, and disorder ensues. Meanwhile, Captain Mallory stands at the bow, his face ashen. When did this become the territorial sea of the Ming? How could he not know? "Signalman." Mallory, suppressing his rising anger, barks, "Tell those arrogant Ming. Inform them that we are the fleet of the Dutch East India Company, conducting operations in international waters, and request that they do not interfere." He still hoped that the illustrious name of the Dutch East India Company would deter the opposing forces. However, judging by the skilled bilingual warning, it was evident that this Ming naval fleet harbored no benign intentions. The signalman waved the command flag once more, conveying Mallory's message. After a brief silence, the shouts from the Ming fleet indeed changed. Yet, the new content rendered Mallory's complexion instantly pale. "This is the territorial waters of the Great Ming. I repeat, this is the territorial waters of the Great Ming. If your side does not change course immediately and return, our fleet will consider this an invasion and take all necessary measures, including opening fire." The warning paused for a second, and then a colder voice resonated. "If you do not turn immediately, our fleet will commence firing." Chapter 66, The Battle of the Cagayan Islands. The flagship of the Great Ming Royal Navy, the Luzon. Fleet Commander Xie Xingxing stood on the bridge, arms crossed behind him, steadfast as a mountain. He even deemed it unnecessary to raise his telescope, relying solely on the naked eye to observe the particularly frail Dutch fleet not far away. "Commander." The Dutch signal back states that this is international waters and requests that we do not interfere with their freedom of navigation, reported the communications officer in a low voice. "International waters?" Xie Xingxing repeated softly, his tone filled with unabashed dominance. "Inform those red-haired barbarians that wherever His Majesty desires is the territory of the Great Ming. Turn around immediately and leave this place. Otherwise, bear the consequences." Once again, the ultimatum echoed from the flagship. However, emboldened by the formidable Dutch East India Company behind him, Captain Mallory clearly dismissed this threat. The Dutch fleet maintained its original course, unwavering, with no intention of retreating. Obstinately defiant. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Xie Xingxing's eyes. One does not feast on a toast without tasting the bitterness of cannonballs. He abruptly waved his hand. "Signal all ships to converge towards the Dutch fleet. Since they refuse to leave, then today, none shall escape." Xie Xingxing's tone was harsh. Zhu Heyu had commanded him to be courteous before resorting to force, to drive them away if possible, but if that failed, then do not spare the Dutch any face. He was inherently decisive, and in the face of these brazen red-haired barbarians coveting the territory of the Great Ming, he did not even wish to give them a warning. Having issued a warning, all decorum was exhausted. If the Dutch sought death, then he could not be blamed. "Commander, the Ming fleet is closing in," a sailor on the Fuermosa ship exclaimed as he watched the 7 massive vessels adjust their course simultaneously towards them. "My God!" Captain Mallory's face turned ashen. In the age of sailing ships, the effective combat range was approximately 500 yards, while the distance required to penetrate a ship's hull was around 200 yards. At this moment, the Ming fleet suddenly surged full speed towards their fleet, and their intentions were unmistakably aggressive. He had not anticipated that these Ming people would be so fiery. Did they truly not fear the might of the Dutch East India Company? Did they not dread the wrath of the United Provinces of the Netherlands? Madmen, these Easterners are utterly insane. Yet, he had no time to ponder further. "All hands, immediately take battle positions. Gunner's mate, keep a close watch on your soldiers. Quartermaster, arrange for personnel to bring all ammunition from the hold up here. Signalman, notify all ships to avoid direct fire with the Ming fleet. Our firepower is inferior. All vessels, adjust your hulls. We will advance with fire attack." Captain Mallory bellowed, nearly exhausting himself with the effort. The Netherlands could indeed be regarded as a maritime power. The dignity of the Navy would not permit him to retreat without a fight. Moreover, it was not without a chance of victory. During the era of sailing warships, fire attacks were the best strategy for the disadvantaged to turn the tide. The once mighty Spanish Armada faltered against the much weaker British fleet due to this very tactic. Today, Mallory would create a miracle for the Netherlands in this unfamiliar eastern sea with fire. Watching the Dutch ships, which were not retreating but rather charging headlong towards them, Xie smirked. Did they think we were using those cumbersome, solid iron projectiles as well? He commanded in a deep voice, "Order all ships to turn with this vessel. Heading 045, full port helm. Maintain the line of battle. All artillery units, switch to high explosive shells. When the enemy ships enter range, open fire and give them a lesson they will never forget." At once, the flagship's command flag waved, and the formidable Ming fleet traced a graceful arc on the sea. With 7 warships swiftly adjusting their positions, hundreds of dark cannon mouths aimed squarely at the charging Dutch fleet. In the distance, on the Fuermosa, Mallory's expression was tense. The Ming fleet had completed its maneuver in such a short time. This level of training was anything but trivial. But he had no time for further contemplation. The distance between the two sides had rapidly shrunk to 500 yards. Fire! Boom! 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 Accompanied by Xie Xingxing's icy command. The perfectly lined-up ships of the Great Ming Royal Navy unleashed their fury first. The sudden cannon fire erupted like thunder, and in an instant, flames shot forth. Dense smoke billowing from hundreds of cannon mouths, obscuring half the sea. The Great Ming Royal Navy, with 7 warships, possessed a total of 490 cannon. With broadside against the enemy, they still had 217 cannons at their disposal, faced with the Dutch East India Company's naval fleet, which could only retaliate with 12 small guns at the bow. The disparity in firepower was overwhelmingly lethal, even more deadly. What erupted this time were not merely solid projectiles relying on kinetic impact. The dense cannonballs tore through the air, emitting sharp, piercing whistles as they swept across the sea, hurtling towards the advancing Dutch fleet. At 500 yards, the precision was still inadequate for naval combat of this era. Most of the cannonballs missed their targets, crashing into the sea and sending towering spouts of water skyward. Yet, a considerable number of cannonballs struck the Dutch vessels. Boom! 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 Blinding orange fireballs erupted violently upon the hulls and decks of the Dutch warships. Countless searing shrapnel, mixed with splintered wood and severed ropes, scattered widely, instantly mowing down the exposed Dutch sailors on deck. The piercing screams and agonizing wails drowned out the sound of the sea wind and cannon fire, filling the entire Dutch East India Company naval fleet. Explosive shells? Mallory's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly believe what he was witnessing. The Ming Imperial Navy had equipped itself with such mature and powerful explosive shells. He had heard rumors of such projectiles, but they were generally considered to have limited power and unstable fuses, making mass deployment unlikely. Yet the hellish scene before him bore no resemblance to a weapon of limited power and unstable fuses. This was undoubtedly a terrifying weapon capable of altering the rules of naval warfare. Mallory gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the bite. At this point, there was no retreat. Only a fight to the death remained. Return fire. Gimme return fire. He shouted hoarsely. Boom, boom, boom. The Dutch fleet's bow cannons finally began to fire sporadically. However, compared to the earth-shattering volleys from the Ming fleet, the Dutch counterattack appeared feeble. Moreover, among the 6 Dutch ships, only the Fuermosha and the Salebu had 12-pound cannons at the bow. The other 4 armed merchant vessels boasted merely 6-pounders. At this distance, it is not only the 6-pound cannon, but even the 12-pound cannon firing solid shots that poses a significant threat to the robust hulls of the Ming fleet's battleships. Such a counterattack, rather than being a true retaliation, seems more akin to a desperate attempt to embolden oneself. Unsurprisingly, the initial barrage inflicted no damage upon the Ming fleet. The projectiles either fell feebly into the sea or struck the sturdy oak hulls, ricocheting off with ease. Mallory's expression grew increasingly grim, his heart sinking to the depths of despair. Just then, the Ming fleet completed a rapid reloading, and a second volley followed. The chilling whistling of the incoming shells pierced the air once more. This time, as the distance closed, the accuracy of the bombardment significantly improved. Over 20 high-explosive shells struck their targets with precision. The rising flames were more ferocious, and the sound of explosions was deafening. The upper structures of the Dutch ships were shattered, masts splintered, canvas ignited, and the decks were once again drenched in scalding shrapnel and splintered wood. Yet, this was not the end. Just as the smoke from the second round of bombardment had not yet dissipated, an armed merchant vessel, the Bari, positioned at the edge of the Dutch formation, suddenly erupted with a thunderous roar. The entire ship seemed to experience an internal volcanic eruption. A thick column of fire, mixed with smoke, fragmented hull, and indistinguishable human remains shot skyward from the vessel's midsection. The ship's magazine had detonated. The cataclysmic explosion instantaneously sealed the fate of the Bari. The raging flames consumed the broken masts and remaining deck, while surging seawater rushed into the hold through the gaping breach. The Dutch sailors, fortunate enough to survive, cried out in despair, leaping into the sea like dumplings. Relatively speaking, they were fortunate. Although many were burned by the fierce flames, they at least had a chance to save their lives. In contrast, those unfortunate souls trapped in the lower quarters lacked even the opportunity for a final struggle, perishing alongside the rapidly sinking vessel. The Bari was lost. Gazing at the armed merchant ship disintegrating and being engulfed by flames and water, Mallory gripped the ship's railing, his face etched with rage and sorrow. In merely 2 rounds of bombardment, his fleet had already lost 1 ship, with the remaining vessels also suffering grievous casualties. Meanwhile, the opposing Ming fleet remained virtually unscathed, maintaining their formidable battle line. From the outset, this encounter was destined to be a massacre marked by an insurmountable disparity in strength. Chapter 67. The Sulu Sea is the inner sea of the Ming. It is truly said that misfortunes never come singly. Just as Captain Mallory was still grieving over the sinking of the Bari, a heart-wrenching cry reached him from behind. "Commander, the mainsail is on fire." He turned to see the towering mainmast, with its canvas billowing in the sea breeze, now greedily licked by orange flames. The fire swiftly spread along the edges of the canvas, crackling loudly as charred fragments fluttered like black butterflies amidst the thick smoke. At the mast's peak, in the narrow crow's nest, a young sailor peered down in despair. The flames had sealed his only escape route, and the searing heat scorched his face. The deadly flames approached with visible speed. "Quick, lower the mainsail," Mallory shouted. In the combat principles of sailing warships, fire attacks had always been a last resort for close-quarters engagements. Everyone was accustomed to hurling heavy iron balls from a distance, competing in the thickness of their hulls and the number of cannons. No one could have anticipated that someone would ignite the towering sail with cannon fire from hundreds of yards away. This was entirely illogical. Yet today, they had encountered the illogical Ming Royal Navy. On deck, the surviving sailors frantically drew their knives, desperately hacking at the thick ropes. However, the tar-soaked ropes were incredibly resilient. Each strike merely frayed the outer layer. Clang, clang, clang. The knife blades clashed against the ropes, producing a dull sound. Yet, the footsteps of death were always faster. Another round of cannonballs tore through the air with a piercing shriek, descending upon them in overwhelming numbers. As the distance between the two sides closed to within 300 yards, the accuracy of the Ming artillery reached a despairing level. This time, a continuous series of violent explosions nearly covered every inch of the remaining Dutch vessel's decks. Boom! Boom! Each dazzling flash of light was accompanied by a wave of terrifying heat. The thick oak hulls, under the impact of the explosions, crumbled like brittle cookies. Countless sharp splinters, broken deck fragments, and searing metal shrapnel transformed into a deadly storm, wreaking havoc upon the Dutch ships. In an instant, the decks were a gruesome scene of blood and flesh, reminiscent of slaughterhouse. This time, Captain Mallory was not spared. An explosion erupted not far from him, and a sharp splinter pierced his left eye. Mallory screamed in agony, his vision instantly consumed by a sea of crimson and blinding white light. His legs buckled, and he staggered to his knees on the foredeck. He bore the pain that would have caused an ordinary person to faint, clutching his bleeding eye socket with one hand while tremblingly grasping the embedded splinter with the other. With a sudden exertion, he yanked it out. The sound was a sickening crunch as the splinter was violently extracted. Mallory barely had time to register the emptiness before tearing a piece of cloth from his bloodstained garment and clumsily wrapping it around the wound. Commander! At that moment, a blood-soaked naval officer stumbled towards him. The casualties are severe. There's no one left at the gun positions. We can't fire anymore. Mallory struggled to prop himself up, using his remaining eye to scan the Furimosa. The deck was strewn with dismembered corpses and groaning wounded. Flames raged and thick smoke billowed. He looked 200 yards away. The 7 Ming warships maintained their rigid battle formation, their hulls steady, their formation unbroken. In that moment, the remnants of his pride and fortune as a maritime charioteer were utterly shattered. Raise the white flag. We surrender. This battle is utterly unwinnable. The disparity in strength is insurmountable, and the enemy is equipped with powerful explosive shells. After just a few rounds of bombardment, my men have already suffered over half casualties. If we continue, we will become nothing more than a ship of dismembered flesh before we even reach the Ming fleet. Life is one's own. Profit belongs to the company. As for naval honor, as an employee of the East India Company, what honor in the Navy does he possess? Moreover, he had already paid the price of one eye. This cost was far too great. Surrender. Quickly. Raise the white flag. Upon hearing the captain finally order a surrender, the officer felt as if a great weight had been lifted and immediately turned to shout at the remaining sailors on deck. A fortunate Dutch soldier, hearing the command, swiftly tore a relatively clean piece of white lining from a corpse, using a broken wooden pole to raise it high, wildly waving it towards the Ming fleet. The other Dutch ships, already battered and broken, seeing the flagship Furimosa raise the white flag, lost all will to fight and followed suit. Various white cloths fluttering in the wind. On the flagship Luzon, Xie Xingxing observed the frantic waving of white flags on the distant sea and, with a calm demeanor, issued a solemn command. Signal all ships to cease fire. Order the Dutch to lower their sails and stop their vessels. Dispatch boarding teams to take control of all ships and personnel. Move quickly and extinguish the fires. These vessels now belong to my esteemed Ming Imperial Navy. He paused momentarily and added, by the way, bring their commander to me, if he is indeed still alive. Although the Ming Imperial Navy boasts formidable individual ship combat capabilities, its numbers are regrettably limited. It currently comprises a mere 7 vessels. In such circumstances, there is a legitimate fear of the enemy launching a suicidal assault using numerous small incendiary ships and explosive vessels. This is precisely why Zhu Heyu has refrained from initiating an attack against the Manchus. The Qing Navy may not possess heavy warships akin to those of the Ming Imperial Navy, yet it does have a considerable number of medium and small vessels, such as Guangchuan, Niaochuan, Fuchuan, and Shachuan. Under the command of the rogue Shirlang, there are no fewer than 300 various ships. If such a formidable fleet were to charge simultaneously, the current Ming Imperial Navy might struggle to withstand the onslaught. Thus, every single warship is of paramount importance for the future of warfare. Signalman, dispatch a telegram to His Majesty at once. Inform His Majesty of our current situation. Xie Sheng called out. Indeed, the radio technology upgraded as a reward by the palace has already been developed. Although only a few experimental units have been produced thus far, it is believed that mass production will commence shortly. On this occasion, the flagship of the southern-bound Ming Imperial Navy fleet, the Luzon, is equipped with this high-powered radio station. The smoke over the sea gradually dissipated, leaving behind only the remnants of sunken ships and struggling survivors in the water. The battle had temporarily subsided, and the Ming fleet began to regroup, lowering small boats to rescue captives and manage the battlefield. Shortly thereafter, Captain Mallory, now a one-eyed figure with a bloody bandage wrapped around his head, was brought before Xie Sheng under the escort of a contingent of Ming sailors. This Dutch captain, who had been commanding his fleet just moments ago, now appeared disheveled and distraught. Upon seeing the calm Ming commander standing at the bow as if merely enjoying an outing, the pent-up rage within him erupted. "Commander, why have you attacked us without reason?" He bellowed in Dutch. "You are declaring war against the Great Republic of the United Provinces of the Netherlands. My God, do you have any idea how many of our brave young men have perished under your damned cannon fire?" Xie Sheng cast a cold glance at him. "Allow me to introduce myself." He spoke in fluent Dutch, his tone steady. "I am Xie Sheng, commander of the Ming Imperial Navy Fleet. I am on a southern inspection mission, tasked with asserting and consolidating the sovereignty of our Ming territorial waters. Prior to opening fire, I explicitly warned your side that this is Ming territory and ordered you to withdraw immediately. It was you who disregarded our warning. Ming territorial bateros." Mallory seemed to have heard the best joke of the century, his lone eye widening in disbelief as he shouted, "This is the Sulu Sea. When did it become your Ming's territorial waters? This sea has always been open waters for free navigation. You are clearly provoking war." At this moment, Xie Sheng did not immediately respond. He slowly approached Mallory. "You have stated that this is called the Sulu Sea. Since it is the Sulu Sea, it naturally belongs to the Sultanate of Sulu. And this Sulu state has, since ancient times, been a vassal of our Ming Empire. Your Dutch East India Company has unlawfully invaded our vassal state of Sulu and brazenly destroyed another vassal, the Brunei state. Such actions are tantamount to directly declaring war on my Ming Empire." Before Mallory could retort, Xie Sheng lightly added, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention. The sovereign of Sulu, Sultan Kiran Gaba, recently traveled to Manila to submit to our Ming Emperor, requesting the incorporation of Sulu into the Ming territory. His Majesty has graciously approved this. This means that from now on, this Sulu Sea is part of the internal seas of my Ming Empire." Mallory's remaining eye bulged in disbelief, his mouth agape, his face a canvas of absurdity and shock. His mind went blank, leaving only one thought echoing wildly. Is it truly possible for the Sulu Sea to be regarded in such a manner? Chapter 68. Manila? Ding Tian Fu Mallory was taken aback by Xie Sheng's words. If it is called the Sulu Sea, then it belongs to Sulu. What the Indian Ocean? Should the entire ocean be allocated to the Indians? The English Channel? Must it only permit vessels from England? What sort of logic is this? This is not logic at all. This is the most brazen declaration of a robber. Ridiculous and absurd. However, when the term vassal entered his ears, the absurdity and ridicule in Mallory's heart were instantly replaced by a chilling realization. Sulu, Brunei, these two small nations that had just been easily crushed by the forces of the Dutch East India Company, with their rulers captured, were indeed vassals of the Ming Empire? What does this imply? The Dutch East India Company had brazenly attacked the territory and vassal states of the Ming without any knowledge. In that instant, Mallory felt as if the world was spinning around him. The complexity and danger of the situation had far exceeded his worst expectations. Xie Sheng coldly regarded the disheveled one-eyed captain, weary of further dialogue. What is there to discuss with a captive who is about to be sent off to mine or await ransom from the company? He waved his hand, summoning several sailors, and ordered in a deep voice, "Take him away. Have the military doctor tend to his eye. Ensure he does not perish. His life, along with those of his men, is worth a considerable sum." Xie Sheng paused, casting his gaze over the distant Dutch wounded being rescued, their cries echoing in the air. The remaining Dutch wounded should also be treated and carefully monitored. The merchants in Batavia have plenty of money. These individuals are worth boxes of silver. Understood. The sailors swiftly lifted the limp Mallory and dragged him away. Luzon, Manila. No, it is Luzon Ding Tianfu. Zhu Heyu had decreed the renaming of the Manila region to Ding Tianfu. This was to be the newly established central hub of the Ming Empire in the South Seas, encompassing the core area of Luzon Island north of the Ding Highway Naval Base. The emperor's residence should have a royal title. Thus, Ding Tianfu shall also be referred to as the new capital, befitting the auspicious land of the Dragon's Rise. The Ding Highway Naval Base was formerly the Cavite Naval Shipyard, and accordingly, all Western-style place names on the island were abolished and replaced with Han names. For instance, the city of San Fernando was renamed Yongxin County, and the city of Santa Ana became Ian County. The afternoon sun was somewhat harsh, yet Judah Huangdi, nestled in his air-conditioned room, felt entirely at ease. He reclined on a soft sofa, leisurely enjoying a slice of cream cake. The cake melted in his mouth, the sweet yet not cloying cream enveloping the fragrance of fresh fruit spreading across his palate. Beside him, a chilled, sparkling sweet drink bubbled and fizzed, the crystalline ice cubes producing a crisp sound against the glass. He occasionally used a silver fork to break off a small piece of cake and offered it to the young maidens standing nearby. These girls, around 14 or 15 years of age, clad in matching light green palace attire, smiled and giggled like silver bells as they accepted the emperor's generous offerings. Just then, 3 rhythmic knocks echoed from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Zhu Heyu swiftly set down his dessert, adjusted his clothing, and regained his usual demeanor of authority. Enter. A young female officer from the communications department, approximately 16 or 17 years of age, with delicate features, pushed the door open. She approached with a document in hand and performed a standard curtsy. I am Yen Mei, here to greet your majesty. May your majesty enjoy eternal peace and prosperity. General Xie from the Southern Fleet has sent an urgent telegram, which has been translated. Zhu Heyu nodded, and the maid Inxiang stepped forward to respectfully receive the document and present it. Unfolding the telegram, Zhu Heyu's eyes swiftly scanned the contents, and a smile crept onto his lips. A Dutch fleet has been defeated, 5 ships captured. It seems that the combat effectiveness of our Royal Navy is indeed assured. The news from the naval fleet brought a sense of satisfaction to Zhu Heyu. He set aside the documents and raised his gaze towards Yen Mei, who remained bowing attentively, and commanded, immediately send a telegram to Xie Xingsheng, instructing him to seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the port of Puerto Princesa in Palawan. We must inflict pain and fear upon the Dutch who are entrenched there. I aim to compel them to sit at the negotiation table and face reality. After a brief contemplation, he added, furthermore, has the message been sent to Su Chuyi Station? If it has been delivered, instruct him to withdraw his troops for rest after eliminating the remnants on the Bataan Peninsula. Zhu Heyu understood that engaging in full-scale war with the Dutch at this juncture would be unwise. Although the Great Ming's army and navy had confidence in defeating the Dutch in direct confrontation, naval warfare differed from land battles, while victory might be attainable. Total annihilation was a different matter. The Dutch possessed a multitude of ships, and in this era devoid of radar, once they took to the sea and concealed themselves among the scattered islands, they would be as elusive as fish in the vast ocean, difficult to track. At that point, the Dutch could exploit their naval superiority to harass the coastline of the Great Ming. This scenario was one Zhu Heyu was determined to avoid. Moreover, his true adversary remained the Manchu Qing, who were firmly entrenched in the north. The primary objective moving forward was also the Manchu Qing. He could not afford the luxury of exhausting efforts with the Dutch in this small pond of the southern seas. The decision to delay Su Chuyi's southern advance was driven by the same rationale. After securing the entirety of Luzon Island, the next target would be the Central Islands. With over 100 islands to clear, the time required was unacceptable to Zhu Heyu, especially considering that those islands were largely uninhabited except for some uncivilized indigenous tribes and dense jungles. In the current period, it would be a grave miscalculation to expend precious military resources on regions that could not be developed in the near term. Your servant obeys. Yen Mei bowed and exited promptly. Taiwan County. The night was deep, enveloping the unremarkable and modest courtyard. Xiaowu once again received the enigmatic Jinui Baihu. Ling Yun remained clad in inconspicuous blue cloth, donning a wide straw hat that concealed his face in shadow, as if he could merge seamlessly with the night. General Xiao, how have you been? Ling Yun's voice retained a hint of mirth. Thanks to Bai Hu Ling's blessings, I am well, Xiao Wu replied, clasping his fists in salute. Having waited with growing impatience, he cut to the chase. Might I inquire if Bai Hu Ling bears new orders from His Majesty? Ling Yan nodded, producing a neatly folded piece of paper from his robe and handing it over. This is a list of military supplies and provisions bestowed upon you and your soldiers by His Majesty. All materials have been secretly transported to the fishing village dock outside the city. When you arrive, there will be someone to assist you. He paused, his tone becoming grave. His Majesty hopes that General Xiao can swiftly draft a detailed defensive map of the Qing naval forces in Penghu, including the number of ships, docking positions, patrol routes, and the locations of coastal artillery. Xiao Wu accepted the thin paper, feeling its weight as if it bore the burden of 1,000 responsibilities. He scarcely had time to examine its contents before clenching it tightly in his fist, gravely bowing once again. Please convey to Bai Hu that Xiao will not fail in this mission. Good. Ling Yan nodded, continuing, the imperial army will arrive shortly, and the time left for you is limited. You must act swiftly. Additionally, I must remind you, Ling Yan lowered his voice further. Among the weapons provided by His Majesty are a significant number of new flintlock rifles. The sound of these rifles is far crisper and louder than that of the old-style firearms. Should you need to test the rifles, ensure you find a concealed location to prevent detection by the Qing forces. I understand, and will proceed with caution, Xiao Wu responded solemnly, a fierce fire igniting in his eyes. Seeing that he had conveyed all necessary information, Ling Yan made no further delay. Take care, General. Farewell. He clasped his fists and, turning, vanished silently into the darkness beyond the courtyard. Standing still, Xiao Wu watched him depart until not a trace remained. He returned indoors, using the dim light to scrutinize the list. 500 mini rifles, 20 boxes of grenades, 500 cotton armor sets, 500 mail armor sets, 300 stones of rice. His breathing quickened, and his hands trembled slightly as he grasped the list. With these supplies, his long-suffering brothers would no longer be a disorganized rabble armed only with simple clothing and rudimentary weapons. They would once again become an elite force capable of instilling fear in the Qing army. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Wu carefully folded the list and tucked it securely into his bosom. He raised his gaze towards the direction of Penghu. The once dormant fire in his eyes rekindled with sharp intensity. Shirlang, Dazi, your good days are numbered. Chapter 69. The surprise attack on Puerto Princesa. Limited by the era's primitive communication technology, the Dutch in Puerto Princesa remained blissfully unaware that a fleet of their own had been entirely annihilated by the Ming forces in the Sulu Sea. They continued to revel in the dream of eliminating the remaining Spanish influence and monopolizing the spice trade in the southern seas. At dawn, thick morning fog enveloped Puerto Princesa, shrouding the port in a gray veil. On the port's watchtower, Peter, a Dutch sentry with a throbbing hangover, yawned heavily. Damn Isabella, he muttered, rubbing his aching temples. That Spanish woman was delightful, but she sure could drink. He picked up a brass telescope and lazily scanned the sea. All he saw was a gray-white expanse, where the boundary between sea and sky was indistinct, the only sound being the monotonous crashing of waves against the shore. Boring. He set down the telescope, preparing to doze off again. But just as his eyelids were about to close, he caught a flicker of something unusual in his peripheral vision. The fog seemed to shift, not dissipating due to the wind, but parting as if by some enormous force. He jolted awake, all drowsiness vanishing, and raised the telescope once more. Within the gray void, several massive black silhouettes emerged silently from behind the fog. Following closely, as the distance closed, flags burst through the shroud of mist. On a blue and white striped background, a crimson flag featuring a golden dragon unfurled abruptly in a morning breeze. Peter's pupils constricted in that instant to the size of pinpricks. Oh my God! He nearly tossed the telescope aside, stumbling towards the enormous warning bell, seizing the nearby hammer and striking it with all his might. Zong! Zong! The sharp, piercing chimes shattered the tranquility of the morning in Puerto Princesa. In the best double-story wooden house in the small town, Colonel Rhodes jolted awake from a deep slumber. He pushed aside the Spanish woman, who reeked of alcohol and clung to him like an octopus, feeling no pleasure from her soft, slick touch at that moment. Bare-chested, he leapt from the creaking bed. Sentry! Sentry! What is happening? Where is that bell coming from? He shouted irritably towards the door. Soon, Hurried footsteps echoed outside, and a Dutch soldier gasped, shouting in response through the door. "Commander, an unidentified fleet has appeared outside the port." "What?" Colonel Rhodes's face turned ashen, the last remnants of intoxication evaporating in an instant from cold sweat. "Quick, sound the alarm. Notify everyone. Return to the ships immediately. Hurry," he shouted as he turned back to grab his crumpled uniform from the chair beside his bed, hastily throwing it on without even buttoning it up, and rushed out of the room. Since he had effortlessly eradicated the retreating Spanish fleet a few days prior, Puerto Princesa had completely become a paradise for the Dutch. Colonel Loaza believed that in these waters, no power could pose a threat to the formidable Dutch East India Company. As a result, the thousands of Dutch sailors stationed here had nearly all disembarked, indulging day and night in the taverns and pleasures of the port town. At this moment, the 10 Dutch warships quietly anchored in the harbor were little more than empty shells. With only a few guards present, the decks lay deserted, their cannons tightly covered, devoid of any combat readiness. Meanwhile, on the sea, the flagship of the Ming Royal Navy, the Luzon, lay in wait. Xie Xingxing, holding a telescope, observed the comical chaos unfolding in the harbor. The alarm bells rang deafeningly, yet the 10 Dutch warships remained as motionless as dead fish, without even a flag raised to signify readiness for battle. On the docks, a few disheveled Dutch sailors emerged from the low wooden houses of the town, bewildered and glancing around aimlessly. Xie Xingxing slowly lowered his telescope. It seemed these Dutchmen had been living quite well recently, even abandoning the most basic of vigilance. He turned his head and commanded in a low voice, "Notify all ships, target the coastal artillery on either side of the harbor, and take out their defenses first. Additionally, keep a close watch on the harbor. Any Dutch sailors attempting to approach the warships must be eliminated without mercy. From this moment on, these 10 warships belong to the Ming." "Yes, Commander." The signalman stood tall and responded loudly, then swiftly ran off to convey the orders. With the flagship's signal flag raised, the fleet's front line of 4 cruisers and 2 second-class battleships quickly adjusted their positions. Hundreds of black cannon muzzles lined up, all aimed at the coastal artillery positions. Fire! Boom! Boom! The thunderous roar erupted instantly. In an instant, flames erupted, and thick white smoke belched from the cannon mouths. Dozens of shells tore through the air with a piercing shriek, heading straight for the artillery positions on either side. Unlike those still sleeping in the town or just rising from the embrace of women, the Dutch gunners at the coastal artillery positions retained at least a semblance of military awareness. As the piercing alarm rang out, the duty gunners rushed out of the barracks, scrambling towards their respective positions. However, the Ming forces acted even faster. While they struggled to pry open the ammunition boxes with crowbars, the sharp shrieks drew nearer. Boom! 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 The orange fireballs exploded on the artillery positions, and a Dutch gunner who had just reached his post didn't even have time to scream before his upper body was torn into a pile of bloody fragments by the searing shrapnel, splattering red and white all over the cannon behind him. Before the other Dutchman could react to this hellish scene, more shells whistled in. The early explosive shells used by the Ming warships were far less lethal against ground targets than against ships, but their sheer quantity was overwhelming. In an instant, the artillery positions on both sides of the harbor were completely enveloped in fire and smoke. The Dutchmen, battered and bewildered, were left in utter confusion. Who were the enemies? Where had they come from? Why were they not met with the familiar solid iron balls? What on earth were these blooming shells? Alas, no one could provide them with an answer. Amidst the roaring cannon fire, the stockpiled barrels of explosives on the coastal artillery were pierced one after another by the searing shrapnel, leading to even more terrifying secondary explosions. Boom! A massive column of fire shot into the sky, and the rolling black smoke nearly engulfed the entire artillery position. On the docks, Colonel Loaza watched helplessly as the artillery positions on either side turned into a hellfire, his face pale and his heart bleeding. Even now, he could not comprehend from where this sudden attacking fleet had emerged, yet he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. As he ran towards the docks, he hoarsely shouted to the sailors pouring out from the town, "Quick, young men, don't scatter. Return to your ships. Let these damned attackers witness the might of our Dutch Navy." Just as Colonel Loaza's words fell, the air was once again pierced by the shriek of incoming shells. His expression changed drastically as he summoned all his strength to bellow, Cannon fire. Scatter. Quickly scatter. In the face of bombardment, whether by solid shot or explosive shells, dispersing personnel was the best method to minimize casualties. However, the port of Princessa was far from the renowned tourist destination it would later become. It was at best a slightly larger fishing port. The narrow piers and limited open space were crowded with nearly 2,000 panicked Dutch sailors. Where could they scatter? Perhaps the only choice at that moment was to lie flat on the ground, clutching their heads with their arms, and pray to God. As for whether it would be effective, only God truly knew. Boom, boom, boom. The shells fell like hail, exploding amidst the dense crowd. There was no hiding, no avoiding. The flying shrapnel easily tore through flesh and severed limbs. The searing shockwave hurled the torn flesh and blood into the air, only to rain down viscously. In an instant, the docks of Princessa were drenched in a torrential downpour of crimson rain. Prepare the Marines for landing, Xia Xingxing said slowly, lowering his telescope and addressing the signalman beside him. Among the more than 4,000 officers and soldiers assigned to the 7 warships of the Ming Royal Navy, 1/3 were Marines. Now, over 1,000 of them had concentrated on the 5 Dutch ships captured earlier in the Sulu Sea. Upon receiving the order, the 5 former Dutch warships, now flying the temporary Ming flag, began adjusting their course towards the harbor engulfed in fire and blood. On the docks, the cannon fire continued to wreak havoc, and the surviving Dutchmen were utterly broken. Demons. They were demons. Some dropped their weapons, their knees buckling as they knelt in the pool of blood, sobbing uncontrollably. More trampled over the warm bodies of their comrades and scattered limbs, frantically fleeing towards the town behind the harbor. As for Colonel Luaza's orders, to hell with the orders. Moreover, just moments ago, during the bombardment, the naval colonel attempting to rally morale had been struck directly by a shell, becoming part of a bloody mist, with not a single intact bone to be found. The landing of the Marines met with no resistance whatsoever. Soon, over 1,000 officers and soldiers successfully set foot on the dock. They stepped through the viscous pools of blood and scattered remains, making squelching sounds as they steadily advanced towards the town. What followed was less of a battle and more of a one-sided purge. Many of the Dutch sailors who had come ashore to indulge were only armed with small sailor knives. This knife, if one could even call it that, resembled a large dagger, its length even shorter than the bayonets on the rifles of the Marines. Faced with Marines who were trained and armed to the teeth, the pitiful scene was nothing short of tragic. Furthermore, the completely demoralized Dutch sailors had no heart to resist. As soon as the two sides made contact, it often resulted in the Dutchmen dropping their weapons and raising their hands in surrender. Tattered white cloths were waved in disarray, and cries of surrender rang out in succession. Around 9 in the morning, the gunfire at Princessa gradually subsided. From the moment the Ming forces fired their first shot until the last Dutch soldier laid down his weapon in surrender, it took no more than an hour and a half. Chapter 70. The Reaction in Batavia in the Imperial Study of Ding Tianfu. Wang Chun held the urgent report returned by Xia Xingxing, yet a shadow of worry lingered between his brows. Your Majesty, the Dutch have suffered grievously this time, with nearly 1,000 casualties and the loss of 16 warships. Given their recent unimpeded expansion in the South Seas, such a significant setback will surely not be taken lightly. Will it? Upon hearing this, Zhu Heyu merely took the last spoonful of sour plum soup, contentedly squinting his eyes before slowly setting down the porcelain bowl, producing a soft clink. Not taking it lightly, he chuckled softly, countering, what can they do? Continue to send troops to meet their demise? Leaning back into the sofa, he continued, Wang Bo, remember this. The Dutch are first and foremost merchants, and only secondarily soldiers. In their eyes, profit is akin to divinity, while honor is merely a commodity on a shelf. As long as the price is right, nothing is off the table. I have also heard that Batavia is currently plagued by dysentery, and the situation is dire. Ever since they first procured sulfanilamide from us, they have fallen silent. Can you guess how much of that medicine they have left? At this moment, they are in dire need of more sulfanilamide to save lives. Therefore, whether they wish to negotiate or not, they must. Zhu Yi's tone was resolute, brimming with confidence. Yet, this was merely the facade he presented. In truth, he too felt a sense of trepidation. The loss of nearly 1,000 lives is indeed a heavy blow for a small nation like the Netherlands. Not to mention the loss of those warships, which represent a substantial financial investment. However, to expect him to regurgitate what he has already consumed, that is out of the question. In light of the forthcoming conflict over Taiwan, every ship is vital for the Ming, and he had no intention of returning anything to the Dutch. As for engaging in battle, let them come. Since the establishment of our nation, the Ming has never feared anyone. 5 days later, in Batavia, at the office of the Governor-General of the Dutch East India Company, inside the spacious meeting room, the atmosphere was thick with tension. A group of well-dressed, portly directors of the Dutch East India Company were conferring with several officers clad in crisp military uniforms about the company's next steps for expansion. "Gentlemen, my opinion is to maintain the status quo," began a colonel officer. "Recently, a severe outbreak of dysentery has struck Batavia, and currently, over half of our soldiers in the barracks have lost their combat effectiveness due to infection. We do not even have enough healthy soldiers to maintain our daily port security. Furthermore, our troops stationed on Mindanao Island have also reported cases. I believe we must halt our northward expansion until the epidemic is effectively controlled." He emphasized, "If we continue our northward advance, it may provoke a strong reaction from the newly emerged Ming Empire." "My dear Colonel Smedley, you are always so cautious," scoffed a rotund director. "We have verified that the miraculous pale yellow tablets from Ming can indeed cure dysentery. The new procurement ships set sail just days ago, and it will not be long before they return with sufficient medicine. When that happens, mere dysentery will be nothing to fear. The only regret is that the price of those medicines is exceedingly high." As for Ming's reaction, another director raised his chubby chin, a look of arrogance on his face. "Those fellows who just emerged from Luzon Island are probably still cowering in Manila, utterly unaware that our fleet is almost at their doorstep. Indeed, we are the illustrious Dutch East India Company. We represent the glory of the Netherlands. Should we fear an Eastern indigenous regime?" Another director chimed in loudly. In the meeting room, the voices supporting continued expansion gradually gained the upper hand. Just then, the heavy wooden door of the meeting room was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. A major officer rushed in, his face pale with panic, stumbling forward without even bothering to salute as he handed a somewhat damp emergency letter to Governor Whitehead, who sat at the head of the table. Whitehead furrowed his brow as he took the letter, tearing open the wax seal. His gaze swept rapidly across the letter, and his previously calm demeanor shifted dramatically. The raucous atmosphere of the meeting room quieted as everyone's attention turned to him. "Gentlemen," Whitehead raised his head to address those present, "I bear bad news. The Ming has responded to our northern actions. Just days ago, the Royal Navy of the Ming Empire launched a surprise attack on Puerto Princesa, where our stationed troops were defeated, suffering heavy losses. Additionally, our supply fleet was also attacked by the Ming fleet, resulting in total annihilation." At this revelation, the room erupted in chaos, the previously boisterous meeting descending into a suffocating silence. The directors exchanged glances, their earlier bravado evaporated, replaced with disbelief. The Ming has truly taken action? And so ruthlessly? This cannot be. How could the Ming army possibly attack us without provocation? Is there something wrong with this letter?" stammered one shareholder, unwilling and unable to accept the contents of the letter. The loss of the troops at Puerto Princesa, along with the supply fleet, was an unacceptable blow, even for the financially robust Dutch East India Company. Whitehead's expression darkened as he slowly shook his head. He displayed the letter to the assembly, revealing 2 distinct personal seals at the bottom. The letter bore the personal seals of Colonel Mallory and Colonel Rhodes. There could be no mistake. "God damn those Ming people! How dare they? Do they wish to provoke a full-scale war with the Netherlands?" one director exclaimed, his body shaking with anger as he slammed his palm against the table. The letter stated that the reason for the Ming army's attack was our infringement upon their vassal states, Borneo and Sulu. They claimed that this action was tantamount to declaring war against the Ming Empire. Whitehead looked at the officers present. "Damn it. Can anyone explain to me what a vassal state truly means?" As a newly appointed governor, Whitehead was utterly unfamiliar with the intricate web of relations in the East. After a moment of contemplation, a knowledgeable colonel officer spoke up to clarify. "Governor, a vassal state can generally be understood as the relationship between a suzerain and a vassal. While the specific rights and obligations may differ, the suzerain has a responsibility to protect the vassal." He paused, adding an important piece of information. "As far as I know, approximately 90 years ago during the Wanli period of the Ming Dynasty, the Ming dispatched numerous troops 3 times in order to protect its vassal state, Korea, engaging in a fierce 7-year war with the formidable enemy, Japan. I believe this is the reason for the Ming army's attack on us. Whitehead widened his eyes upon hearing this. So, are we the ones who instigated the war? He was unaware that, although both were termed vassal states, their treatment varied drastically. Take Korea, for example. It was the most favored among all of the Ming's children, while the others were hardly comparable. Of course, that was in the past. What a Ming today? Influenced by subsequent generations, Emperor Zhu's attitude towards Korea has nearly reached that of a well-off nation. In Emperor Zhu's vision, this once favored child of the Ming would not have many years left to live. Suppressing the storm of emotions within him, Whitehead scanned the room. Gentlemen, speak up. How should we respond to the current situation? Governor, we all know that this current Ming has only just emerged a few months ago. Their justification regarding vassal states is utterly foolish and laughable. They are deliberately provoking war. I propose we retaliate against the Ming army immediately. Yes, Governor, we should swiftly assemble the fleet and launch an attack against those damned Ming people. Let them pay the price for their foolish actions. A chorus of directors remained incensed, clamoring for retribution. Yet, the officers tasked with executing the war remained largely silent, their expressions grave. At last, Colonel Smedley spoke again. Gentlemen, I must remind you that my soldiers are incapacitated due to illness. With our relations with Da Ming now thoroughly soured, do you truly believe they would sell us the life-saving medicine we require? I fear our most pressing dilemma lies in curing our soldiers' afflictions. This cold splash of reality extinguished the unrealistic fury that had engulfed the meeting room. The atmosphere grew dense once more, filled only with heavy breaths and the stifling heat of the wind from Batavia. Chapter 71. The unyielding territory of Da Ming. The air in Batavia was as thick and suffocating as decaying fruit. A rancid stench wafted through the humid breeze, invading the nostrils of every inhabitant and congealing in their throats into a nauseating substance. Dysentery. In future times, a few antibiotics and a bottle of electrolyte solution would easily remedy such a problem. Yet, in this era, when the very concept of bacteria was still shrouded in mystery, it was akin to a plague. Within the barracks of the East India Company's forces, feeble groans intertwined with suppressed cries. Soldiers, pallid and curled up on filthy bunks, writhed in agony, drenched in sweat, their bodies ravaged by dehydration, leaving their eyes sunken and lips cracked. In a matter of days, more than half of the once proud Dutch East India Company army had been rendered nearly useless, lacking even the strength to lift their rifles. Water. Give me water. Despair hung heavy in the air of the camp. The incessant rain had failed to bring even a hint of relief, instead becoming an accomplice to calamity. Murky rainwater washed through the streets and barracks, carrying deadly pathogens and filth in its wake. Soon, dysentery spilled beyond the confines of the military camp, erupting throughout the entirety of Batavia. Panic, accompanied by the suffocating stench, gripped the city by its throat. Initially, the miraculous sulfanilamide from Da Ming was merely a luxury for the affluent, its exorbitant price rendering it inaccessible to the common populace. The apothecary owner, Hake, had once fretted over the sales of this medicine. However, as the shadow of dysentery loomed over the city and residents witnessed their neighbors and loved ones rapidly deteriorate and succumb to violent diarrhea and vomiting, sulfanilamide instantaneously became the sole lifeline. Bang! The door of Hake's apothecary was flung open with force. Medicine! Give me medicine! A foreman from a shipyard shouted, his eyes bloodshot, slamming a small bag of heavy silver coins onto the counter. My son is fading fast. Give me medicine. And me, Mr. Hake, please save my child. A ragged woman squeezed to the front, displaying 2 tarnished silver coins in her trembling palm, tears streaming down her cheeks. This is all I have. Just sell me 1 dose, please. What had been a sparsely populated apothecary was suddenly overwhelmed by a frenzied crowd. Shoving and shouting ensued, as countless individuals desperately waved their meager coins. Give me medicine. I'll pay anything. Step aside. I was here first. Within mere hours, the bottles that had previously languished on the shelves due to their high prices were completely snatched away. It was proven that when life hangs in the balance, existence will always outweigh wealth. Yet, at that moment, the affluence of Batavia starkly revealed the cruel divide between life and death. A mere 50,000 doses of sulfanilamide were but a drop in the ocean for this densely populated city. Informed and well-off individuals had discreetly stockpiled enough to secure their own safety, if not profit. What remained were the suffering commoners, powerless against their ailments, and the military, whose combat effectiveness had drastically diminished amid the scarcity of medicine. In the conference room of the East India Company's governor's office, an oppressive silence fell when Colonel Smedley reported on the dire conditions of the barracks. Even those directors who had previously clamored for vengeance against Da Ming, advocating for the company's honor, now appeared as if a grip had tightened around their throats, casting wary glances at one another. Batavia was the foundation and heart of the Dutch East India Company in the East, home to tens of thousands of employees and mercenary soldiers, sustaining an extensive trade network spanning from the Spice Islands to the Far East. One could only imagine the catastrophic consequences should dysentery spiral out of control, crippling the army and halting trade. The board in Amsterdam and the government would not be lenient with those at the front lines of management. Power, wealth, status, and even lives would turn to naught. They could almost envision the cold gallows of Amsterdam beckoning to them. As the atmosphere in the room thickened like lead, a sudden clamor erupted from outside the governor's mansion, growing increasingly distinct. What is happening? Governor Whitehead furrowed his brow, his voice taut with irritation. A guard hurried in, panic evident in his tone. Your Excellency, a large crowd has gathered outside. They are holding signs as if in protest. A protest? Whitehead was taken aback. Yes, Your Excellency. His expression rigid, Whitehead strode out of the governor's mansion, accompanied by a group of equally grave officials. The scene before him caused his pupils to constrict. The square before the governor's mansion was a throng of heads, a sea of humanity. They waved crude banners and wooden placards, inscribed with various demands in haphazard handwriting, shouting slogans with all their might. We want medicine. No more war. Punish the fools who incited this conflict. We need sulfanilamide. Initiate peace talks with Da Ming immediately. The collective roar of thousands surged into the sky, infused with a palpable fear of death and anger towards those in power. A chill ran down Whitehead's spine. How could they possibly know? He nearly forced the words through clenched teeth, casting a frosty glance at the equally bewildered directors beside him. Who leaked this information? It was too peculiar. They had only just received word of the fleet's destruction and the conflict with Da Ming. How could these civilians have organized so swiftly, with such unified slogans and clear objectives? There must be someone orchestrating this. In the crowd, a man clad in grease-stained work clothes, flanked by several companions, shouted hoarsely, Governor, we heard that the company suffered a defeat in the north over a few scraps of land and offended the Emperor of Da Ming. Now they refuse to sell us life-saving medicine. Is this true? This precise and piercing inquiry sent a cold sweat coursing down Whitehead's back, who was stirring the pot behind the scenes. He forcibly suppressed his rising anger, forcing a stiff smile as he raised his hands in a gesture of reassurance. Citizens, ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Allow me to explain. His voice cut through some of the noise, yet the crowd remained a boiling pot, restless and agitated. The minor frictions between us and Da Ming are merely misunderstandings. What you have heard are rumors. The board is urgently discussing solutions. Please trust us. A satisfactory resolution will be forthcoming. Kindly return home and await further news. Governor, a voice rang out from the crowd. We do not want vague promises. We need to know if you plan to continue the war. If there is war, Da Ming will certainly not sell us medicine. We will all perish. Yes, we want no war. We want to live. Peace talks. Immediate peace talks. The shouts surged once more, each wave louder than the last. Zhu Heyu felt a wave of dizziness, inwardly cursing the damned rabble and the unseen hand manipulating events from the shadows. Yet, he maintained a benevolent smile on his face, raising his voice with increased determination. Ladies and gentlemen, please rest assured. I pledge my honor as governor. We shall never engage in war with Da Ming. This is entirely a malicious rumor. The East India Company has always been a close commercial partner of the Da Ming Empire. Our merchant ships carrying medicine are already on their way back. Soon, ample supplies will reach Batavia. Everyone will receive treatment. Please have faith in the company. He categorically denied the allegations, as if the previous meeting had never transpired. War would lead to Da Ming halting the sale of sulfanilamide, resulting in countless citizens and soldiers in Batavia succumbing to dehydration from relentless diarrhea. Moreover, due to the significant non-combat losses among soldiers, they were utterly incapable of waging a full-scale war against Da Ming. avoiding conflict, while they had suffered a setback before Daming. At least the losses remained within bearable limits, and they would not be sent to the gallows. In such circumstances, it seemed evident what a rational person would choose. Ding Tianfu, Xinjing, within the imperial palace. Zhu Heyu held a confidential communication from Badawiya, a faint smile playing on his lips. The Dutch have certainly met their match. He handed the dispatch to Yin Mei beside him. Convey my decree to Shi Cheng'an, the commander of the Jinyui in Badawiya. He is to take full responsibility for all matters concerning the Dutch. If negotiation is possible, let it be so. If not, our Daming is never afraid of war. Tell the Dutch that our Daming shall not cede an inch of our territory. Chapter 72. Negotiations collapse, plot completely revised. In the conference room of the Badawiya governor's office, the atmosphere remained oppressive, permeated by an enduring sense of panic and an almost imperceptible stench of decay. The clamorous shouts for medicine over war still echoed in everyone's ears. Despite the external tumult having subsided, Governor Waitides' face turned ashen as he slammed his hefty palm on the conference table. Gentlemen, we have just received news of our fleet's destruction, and already those wretched commoners are aware. They even know the reasons behind our conflict with Daming. A demonstration? This is no coincidence. There are surely spies from the Ming within the city. Furthermore, they must possess some method of swift communication that we are unaware of. Otherwise, it is inexplicable how news could travel so rapidly from the distant Sulu Sea to Badawiya, inciting such widespread public sentiment. One director leaned forward sharply, his face quivering with indignation. To incite so many people is no small feat. They must have been lurking here for quite some time, and their organization is undoubtedly tight-knit. Another director concurred. Indeed, they have exploited the public's fear of dysentery. Their intentions are malicious. Waitides' gaze swept over the assembly, and he fell silent. The room was left with only the sound of heavy breathing. After a lengthy pause, he inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing his rage. What we need most right now is time. It is medicine. We must immediately establish contact with the Ming and engage in direct dialogue. We must stabilize them and obtain the next batch of sulfanilamide as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, both the army and the city will be utterly paralyzed. Perhaps these spies are our only means. He suddenly stood up, decisively making a choice, though his words were somewhat peculiar. Immediately dispatch agents to scour the entire city. Search every household. However, if any suspected Ming spies are found, especially their leaders, remember, do not be negligent, and do not harm them indiscriminately. Bring them here. The people in the conference room were all taken aback. Capture them, yet do not harm them, and still invite them over. They exchanged glances, quickly realizing the governor's absurd command stemmed from desperation and contradiction. On one hand, he sought to apprehend these saboteurs who had them ensnared to regain face. On the other hand, he hoped to use these spies, or rather their superiors, to establish contact with Daming to negotiate for life-saving medicine. The orders were disseminated, and the remaining Dutch soldiers surged into the streets. They violently kicked open the doors of homes, using rifle butts to drive away passers-by, interrogating and searching with brutish force. The city, already fraught with anxiety due to the dysentery outbreak and medicine shortages, erupted into chaos. Get out. There are no spies here. What right do you have to intrude into my home? Damn it, you robbers. The suppressed anger ignited. Some civilians, already discontent with the governor's office and the East India Company, began to argue with the soldiers carrying out the searches, which quickly escalated into shoving, ultimately evolving into small-scale clashes. Stones and curses flew, mingling with the soldiers' shouts and the sounds of rifle butts striking. The streets of Badawiya fell into disarray. My lord, the Dutch have indeed begun arrests. Conflict has erupted in the south of the city, resulting in the deaths of 2 civilians and injuries to 7 or 8 soldiers. Within an inconspicuous dwelling in the city, 100 men of the Jinyui quietly reported to Shi Cheng'an, who stood by the window. Shi Cheng'an's lips curled slightly. As expected, Waitides wishes to apprehend us, but dares not act with lethal force, all the while hoping to use us as a bridge for negotiations. Such contradictions will only exacerbate the situation. Let them riot. The more tumultuous it becomes, the more the people's hearts will scatter, and the more Waitides will be unable to remain composed. They will exhaust their patience. 2 full days passed. The city of Badawiya was turned upside down. Soldiers were utterly fatigued, filled with grievances. Conflicts between civilians and the military escalated, with sporadic bloodshed occurring. However, the results of the search were disheartening. Aside from apprehending a few local ruffians who had spread rumors about Dom Ming's invincibility and the incompetence of the company and taverns, not a single true Ming spy was found. In the conference room of the East India Company governor's office, the atmosphere was even more oppressive than 2 days prior. Weihede's eye sockets were deeply sunken, bloodshot, clearly showing signs of sleepless anxiety. The directors, too, wore haggard expressions, having lost their former poise and arrogance. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. One director could not help but shout. After 2 days of searching the city, we have not even obtained a decent lead. Do those Ming people possess the ability to become invisible? Today, over 30 soldiers have succumbed to dysentery and lost their ability to move, a military officer reported grimly. The stockpile of sulfanilamide will not last for many days. What of the ship that went to procure medicine? Weihed asked impatiently. There's been no news. By our calculations, they should have arrived in Manila by now, but will Daming sell to them? No one can say for certain. A suffocating silence ensued. Everyone was acutely aware that time was running out. If this continued, not only would revenge against Daming be impossible, but Batavia itself might collapse due to plague and internal strife. Continue searching. Deploy all available soldiers. I refuse to believe this group can vanish into thin air. Although 2 days prior, they had dispatched a negotiation team to Manila, the journey was long, and it would be several days before the team arrived, assuming everything went smoothly. After negotiations, they would then return. Everyone regarded the negotiation team as a backup option. The only optimal solution was to quickly locate the hidden Ming spies within the city and establish contact with the Ming court through them. The chaos in Batavia persisted. On the 3rd day, the Dutch achieved nothing. On the 4th day, a tip-off indicated that Ming spies were hiding in a building in the north of the city. However, upon hastily surrounding the building, they found it completely empty. The 5th day was yet another day of relentless searching with no results. On the 6th and 7th days within the conference room of the governor's mansion, both Weihed and the other board members were nearly engulfed in despair, with many beginning to doubt whether there were any spies from the Ming Dynasty in the city of Batavia. Gentlemen, Weihede's voice was hoarse, his complexion weary. Perhaps we can only pray for the negotiation team. No one responded. After several days of turmoil, the board members had no choice but to accept this outcome. Just then, a guard rushed in, his expression frantic. Your Excellency, a group has arrived outside. They claim to be envoys from the Great Ming. What? Weihed sprang to his feet, the heavy oak chair scraping loudly against the floor. Everyone in the conference room stood in shock, their faces a canvas of disbelief. For 7 days, they had tirelessly sought the elusive Ming spy, and now it was the Ming envoys who had presented themselves. Taking a deep breath, Weihed suppressed the turbulent emotions within him and said gravely, Quick, please let them in. No, he corrected himself. I shall personally greet them. He adjusted his sweat-soaked collar and, accompanied by several high-ranking officials, hastily exited the conference room, a swirl of complex emotions surging within him. Anger? Yes, his men had been made to dance like puppets. Humiliation? Certainly, as the other party navigated his territory as if it were their own. Yet, more than that, there was a flicker of desperate hope. The grand doors of the governor's mansion creaked open. Outside, in the sunlight, stood a group of elegantly dressed individuals. At the forefront was a man of about 30, handsome and with eyes sharp as a hawk. He wore a dark robe embellished with gold and silver thread, featuring vividly embroidered flying fish on his chest and shoulders, secured with a belt and donned black boots. Beneath the sunlight, the intricate designs shimmered subtly. Behind him, over 10 guards donned slightly simpler yet equally exquisite attire, their hands resting on the hilts of their spring knives, standing tall with an imposing presence. Weihed had never seen such attire, but the overwhelming aura emanating from them instantly made him and the relatively plain, even somewhat disheveled Dutch officials feel a pang of inadequacy, especially when considering his own soldiers were still aimlessly flailing about the city, while the true representatives stood so boldly at the governor's door. Weihed felt a flush of embarrassment. Useless. He cursed his subordinates inwardly. The leading Ming official calmly scanned the group, led by Weihed, a slight smile gracing his lips as he spoke in remarkably fluent Dutch. I am Shi Chung'an, commandant of the Northern Pacification Office of the Great Ming Empire. By the decree of His Majesty the Emperor, I am fully authorized to engage with your side. The fluency of his Dutch startled the Dutchman once more. While the title of Commandant of the Northern Pacification Office left Wait-Haid and his associates exchanging bewildered glances. Wait-Haid turned to a nearby lieutenant familiar with Eastern affairs. The officer, pale, leaned in and whispered, "Your Excellency, the Northern Pacification Office is a part of the Ming Emperor's direct intelligence agency, the Jinhui, possessing immense power to investigate, apprehend, and interrogate, akin to our Inquisition, but with greater authority and more direct commands from the Emperor." Wait-Haid gasped. This was a formidable presence. He steadied himself, forcing a diplomatic smile, albeit stiff. "Ah, it is an honor to meet you, Commandant Shi. My apologies for any oversight." He stepped aside to clear a path, inviting, "Please, come in, and let us discuss matters further." Shi Chang'an nodded slightly, stepping into the governor's mansion, followed by his Jinhui guards, who moved in perfect unison, their cold gazes sweeping over the surrounding Dutch soldiers, causing them to instinctively tighten their grips on their firearms. Inside the conference room, both sides took their seats, with the Dutch and Ming officials positioned as host and guests. After a brief silence, Wait-Haid cleared his throat and spoke first. "Commandant Shi, I would like to express, on behalf of the Dutch East India Company, our regrets over the unfortunate misunderstandings that have recently transpired between our two parties." He carefully considered his words, attempting to lower his stance while maintaining dignity. The Dutch East India Company has always regarded the Great Ming Empire as a vital trading partner. We have a long-standing and favorable commercial relationship. We were taken aback by the conflicts occurring in the Sulu Sea and at the port of Princessa. In order to restore our friendly relations as swiftly as possible, we propose. He observed Shi Chang'an's impassive expression, finally putting forth their terms. "We are willing to release all personnel from your side captured during the conflict," though he was uncertain if the Ming cared for the lives of the royal members of the Sweet Potato Kingdom they had detained. "And we promise that our fleet will withdraw from the port of Princessa area. Additionally, we hope to ensure the normal flow of trade between our parties, especially the trade of pharmaceuticals, can be resumed promptly." In Wait-Haid's view, this proposal was already quite sincere. Proactively pulling back troops, releasing captives, and primarily seeking to restore trade, particularly in life-saving sulfanilamide. This was almost an admission of defeat, merely seeking a dignified exit. However, upon hearing this, Shi Chang'an's face remained utterly impassive. He picked up the tea offered by a servant, gently blew on it without taking a sip, and then placed the cup back on the table. "Your Excellency, Governor Wait-Haid, I have understood your proposal. Now, may I present the demands of the Great Ming Empire?" He leaned slightly forward, his gaze fixed intently on Wait-Haid. "First, your troops and fleet must immediately and unconditionally withdraw from all territories and maritime areas belonging to the Ming vassal state of the Sulu Sultanate and the Brunei Sultanate, including but not limited to the entire Sulu archipelago, Mindanao, Palawan, and all nearby islands. Second, you must hand over all those responsible for the massacre of Brunei royal family members, as well as those who killed innocent civilians during the invasion, to be punished according to Ming law. Third, you must compensate the Great Ming and its vassal states for all losses incurred as a result of this conflict. The specific amount will be communicated to you after our assessment." Shi Chang'an's words caused Wait-Haid's smile to freeze completely. The board members widened their eyes, their expressions filled with disbelief. The officers instinctively tightened their grips on their swords, the veins on their hands standing out. Withdraw from all disputed areas? Not only from the port of Princessa, but even the Mindanao island they had painstakingly captured, and even the territory of Brunei they had annexed earlier, must all be relinquished? Furthermore, they were to hand over the perpetrators? This was a blatant trampling of the dignity of the East India Company and the Kingdom of the Netherlands. This was unacceptable. One board member suddenly stood up, pointing at Shi Chang'an, exclaiming, "Your demands are outrageous. This is nothing short of extortion. We have already made significant concessions, abandoning the port of Princessa. What more do you want?" Another board member chimed in, equally agitated. Wait-Haid's face darkened to the point of dripping with water. He had thought that by lowering his posture, the other party would seize the opportunity, perhaps even relent on the pharmaceutical issue. To his astonishment, they did not take the bait, but instead presented terms that far exceeded their psychological bottom line. This was not negotiation. This was clearly a unilateral demand. Shi Chang'an remained unfazed by the Dutchman's heated reactions, sitting composedly with a cold gaze fixed upon them. Outrageous? He calmly retorted. Is it not excessive for you to invade our Ming vassal states without cause, slaughter their royal family, and murder their citizens? Now, the Sulu state has been incorporated into the Ming Empire, and the Sulu Sea is our internal sea. Your fleet intruding upon our internal waters and attacking our patrol vessels. Does that not cross the line? Our benevolent emperor of the Ming requires only that you withdraw your troops and hand over the culprits. This is already an act of extraordinary mercy. His gaze swept over the assembly, tinged with a hint of derision. As for your so-called concessions, Puerto Princesa, once a part of our Great Ming territory, has now been reclaimed by our imperial forces. Your surrender comes not from choice, but from necessity. Thus, how can there be talk of concessions? Restoration of trade? He smirked slightly, suggesting that negotiations may resume only when you acquiesce to our Ming conditions. You, Whitehead, trembled with rage, at a loss for words. Enough! A hot-tempered director slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Your Excellency, there is nothing to discuss with them. The Ming people are exceedingly arrogant. We would rather die in battle than accept such humiliating terms. We still have the formidable Batavia fleet. Reinforcements are on their way from Europe. The crowd erupted once more in fury, clamoring for vengeance and war. Shi Chang'an observed the scene with a cold gaze, as if watching a farcical play. When the din in the conference room subsided, he slowly rose to his feet. It appears your side is not yet prepared for genuine negotiation. He adjusted his sleeves, his tone indifferent. The Ming territory shall not yield an inch. When you have come to terms, send someone to Ding Tianfu to report. With that, he turned away from the pale-faced Whitehead and the Dutch officials, striding out. A dozen imperial guards followed closely, their steps steady and imposing, leaving behind a room full of stunned Dutchmen, who soon erupted in outrage. How outrageous! How outrageous! Arrogance! Such arrogance! Your Excellency, give the order. Assemble the fleet. We shall flatten Ding Tianfu. Whitehead watched Shi Chang'an vanish through the doorway, his fists clenched and teeth grinding audibly. Chapter 73. The Ming-Dutch Batavia Treaty, my lord. Are we truly leaving like this? In the temporary quarters of the Jinui in Batavia, 100 household lowered his voice, worry etched on his brow. He observed his commander's seemingly calm demeanor, yet felt a profound unease. After all, just moments ago in the governor's mansion, the Dutch red-haired barbarians nearly drew their blades. Shi Chang'an did not respond. Instead, he walked to a half-open window and gently pushed it open. What does it matter whether we leave or stay? Currently, it is not we who are being roasted over the fire. His gaze swept across the outside. The once bustling streets were now eerily quiet. Yet the faint stench of decay in the air seemed to have intensified. Batavia had grown increasingly desolate in recent days. The fools in the governor's mansion must be more anxious than anyone. They wish to go war? Humph. Shi Chang'an chuckled lightly, his tone laced with disdain. With what do they intend to wage war? Do they expect those soft-footed shrimp in the barracks, who can hardly shoulder a firearm? Or do they expect Whitehead and those corpulent directors to take up arms themselves on the battlefield? He paced a couple of steps to the table and picked up a brief report regarding the city's epidemic in supplies. Moreover, should they truly tear apart the facade and go to war, it would mean cutting off the last hope for those afflicted with the disease. In that case, we need not lift a finger. The angry and desperate populace would likely storm the governor's mansion and tear apart those bloated sacks of flesh inside. Nevertheless, concerning His Majesty's non-negotiable stance on the Ming territory, Shi Chang'an found himself weighing his thoughts repeatedly. What constitutes the Ming territory? His Majesty explicitly promised that the Sulu kingdom's incorporation into the Ming would be recognized. But what of Borneo? It was merely nominally a vassal state, and had already been extinguished by the Dutch. As for Palawan and Mindanao, they are, strictly speaking, not even remotely connected to the Ming. Yet, a deeper smile played upon Shi Chang'an's lips. Regardless of their status, as long as these lands could be secured, His Majesty would surely be pleased. That was sufficient. He set the report down, dusted off the non-existent specks of dust from his fish scale robe, and departed for the port. The atmosphere at Batavia's port was even more oppressive than within the city. The once thriving scene of masts and sails had vanished, leaving only a few solitary merchant vessels moored, their decks barren and lifeless. The salty scent of the sea mingled with a nauseating aura of illness, weighing heavily on the air. A medium-sized ship, flying the flag of the Ming, awaited at the end of the dock. Its hull was pristine, and its colors vibrant, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding desolation. Just as Shi Chang'an and his entourage prepared to board, a commotion of hurried footsteps approached from behind. "Wait, please wait. Commander Shi." They turned to see Governor Whitehead and several officials rushing towards them, breathless. The governor appeared devoid of his previous authority, his hat askew, collar open, drenched in sweat, and his face as pale as paper, bloodshot eyes filled with panic. Gasping for breath, Whitehead reached Shi Chang'an, leaning heavily on his knees. He scarcely caught his breath before standing upright, nearly pleading, "Commander, it was all a misunderstanding. Everything that transpired earlier was a misunderstanding." Before he finished speaking, he bowed deeply. "We, the East India Company, accept all your conditions. All of them." He raised his gaze, his eyes earnest as they met Shi Chang'an's. "We implore you to swiftly inform your emperor to restore the trade of sulfanilamide. Batavia cannot hold on much longer." Seeing the governor in such a disheveled state, a hint of satisfaction appeared on the faces of the Jinui behind Shi Chang'an. Shi Chang'an maintained a calm expression, quietly observing Whitehead. The Dutch, after all, had finally crumbled. Since the opposing side had completely capitulated, Shi Chang'an had no desire to further press down. The emperor's ultimate goal was to secure benefits. Chastising the Dutch was merely a means to that end. "Thus, let us draft the treaty," Shi Chang'an stated blandly. Soon, a document known as the Ming-Dutch Batavia Treaty was hastily signed within the governor's mansion. Whitehead's hand trembled as he held the quill, and as he inscribed his name at the bottom, he almost expended every ounce of his strength. The contents of the treaty were clear and unambiguous, each word akin to a dagger, piercing deeply into the hearts of all present Dutchmen. 1. The armed forces of the Dutch East India Company shall immediately withdraw from Mindanao, Palawan, the entire Sulu archipelago, and all territories previously belonging to the Borneo Kingdom. 2. The Dutch East India Company acknowledges the indisputable territorial sovereignty of the Ming Empire over Palawan, the Sulu archipelago, and the former Borneo region. 3. The Ming Empire agrees to restore normal trade relations with the Dutch East India Company, with the first shipment of sulfanilamide, valued at 4 million taels of silver, to be loaded and dispatched immediately after the signing of the treaty. 4. The Ming Empire shall release all Dutch personnel captured during the recent conflict. However, the Dutch side must bear all expenses for the food and lodging of these individuals during their detention. Both parties tacitly refrained from mentioning the severe punishment of the perpetrators, and the Dutch wisely abandoned the notion of reclaiming the 15 captured warships. For them, at this moment, being able to exchange money for the lives of their soldiers and preserve Batavia, their most crucial stronghold, was already the best outcome. As for the loss of land and warships, they could only swallow their grievances. The news swiftly relayed back to Deng Tianfu via radio. In the palace, within the imperial study, Zhu Heyu gazed at the telegram translation presented by Wang Chun, a satisfied smile gracing his face. An order for 4 million taels of silver worth of sulfanilamide, 15 ready warships. Along with vast tracts of land and islands along the Sulu Sea, the Dutch had indeed suffered a significant loss this time. From any perspective, the Ming had emerged immensely prosperous. Not only had they acquired extensive territory, thereby expanding their influence across the entire Sulu Sea region, but they had also secured a substantial amount of urgently needed funds and a fleet of ships to replenish the navy. A resounding victory. Zhu Heyu directed Wang Chun, immediately print an extra edition of the Da Ming Daily Times. Additionally, have Da Ming Zhisheng prepare for a special broadcast tonight. He aimed to inform the entire Luzon that Da Ming not only brings peace and prosperity, but can also expand its territory and assert its power overseas. As dusk approached, the streets and alleys of Ding Tian Phu echoed with the spirited and excited cries of the newsboys. Extra! Extra! The Royal Navy has decisively defeated the red-haired barbarians. The Dutch have ceded land and paid reparations. Extra! Sulu, Brunei, and Palawan now belong to the Da Ming territory. His Majesty is wise. Having blazed Da Ming. Simultaneously, the familiar voice of a female announcer resonated through the city's speakers, this time with a more fervent tone than usual. Attention, citizens of Da Ming. An urgent announcement. Today, Our Ming Empire has officially signed a peace treaty with the Dutch East India Company in Batavia. The Dutch have acknowledged their defeat and agreed to withdraw from all territories they have occupied in our vassal lands. In this campaign, our Royal Navy fought valiantly, not only defeating the Dutch fleet and capturing 15 warships, but also compelling the Dutch to bow in recognition of our sovereignty over the Sulu Archipelago, Brunei's former lands, and Palawan Island. These lands are, from today, officially incorporated into the Ming territory. Upon hearing this news, Ding Tian Fu erupted in excitement. The citizens paused in their tracks. Shopkeepers peered out from behind their counters. Patrons in tea houses and taverns perked up in astonishment. After a brief silence, gasps of disbelief and fervent discussions ensued. What? We won? We subdued the Dutch? Captured 15 ships? My heavens! Sulu, Brunei, Palawan? Those are now our territories? Shock and incredulity washed over them, quickly followed by an overwhelming wave of elation and pride. We are expanding our territory. This is truly a moment of expansion, someone exclaimed. Since the reign of Taizu and Qingzu, how long has it been since our Ming has been able to stand tall and proud like this? His Majesty is indeed a great leader. He will surely restore the glory of the Ming. Shouts of "Long live Ming! Long live His Majesty!" reverberated through the air, the citizens' faces aglow with excitement and honor, as if they themselves had triumphed in battle and expanded the empire's borders. Historically, territorial expansion has been one of the highest measures of an emperor's achievements. Now, this young emperor has not only cleared Luzon of the Spanish in just a few months, bringing unprecedented novelty and stability to life, but has also decisively defeated the formidable maritime power of the Dutch, incorporating vast territories into the empire. This achievement is substantial and weighty. At this moment, the respect and admiration of the citizens of Ding Tian Fu for the emperor reached an unprecedented peak. Chapter 74. The Immigration Issue and Rapid Development. Ding Tian Fu, a newly constructed wharf. The tropical sun of the South Seas blazed mercilessly, beating down on the freshly laid cement ground of the wharf, while the air was thick with the salty scent of the sea, the dampness of timber, and the acrid odor of sweat from the crowd. The ship's captain stood at the bow of the sand ship, clutching a metal trumpet, his booming voice cutting through the noise of the wharf. Watch your step. Steady yourselves. Once off the ship, wait here, don't run around. You won't go hungry. There are places to stay and food to eat. Keep an eye on your children. Hold tight to your wives. Don't get lost. The heavy gangplank crashed onto the dock with a loud thud, raising a cloud of dust as the crowd began to shuffle forward. Their clothes, long faded beyond recognition, were now merely layers of patches. Prolonged malnutrition had rendered their faces a sickly waxen hue, their eyes vacant, filled with both fear of the unknown and a hint of numbness from their arduous journey. Clutching their meager belongings, they disembarked from the ship with unsteady steps. On the dock, teams of workers clad in matching blue uniforms approached. This way, organized by family, no chaos. Those with the elderly or children, come here first to register. Their accents varied widely, yet their movements were swift and efficient, deftly guiding the bewildered influx into designated areas. These individuals were the fresh blood Zhu Heyu had brought from the southeastern coast. Luzon, vast yet sparsely populated, desperately needed labor, particularly diligent Han people. As for how to pave the way for the influx of laborers, the methods were often effective. Initially, the Jinui faced numerous obstacles when attempting to purchase individuals from the Manching. Their efforts were met with resistance at every turn. They advertised through the Luzon Chamber of Commerce, posting notices for high-paying jobs, promising food and lodging, along with attractive wages. Yet, the local populace merely gathered at a distance, pointing and whispering, with no one daring to step forward and apply. When they sought out those who specialized in the slave trade, the prospect of sending individuals to overseas Luzon caused immediate refusal, as they feared the complications that might arise. After several attempts, the Jinui had recruited only a handful, attracting the scrutiny of local officials instead. At this time, the situation was not like the post-Opium War era. The Manching government strictly controlled population outflow, particularly to overseas territories. Human traffickers, if caught, faced dire consequences, including execution for the ringleaders and severe punishments for accomplices. The Jinui's overt recruitment efforts were viewed by the authorities as no different than branding themselves as human traffickers. However, This scrutiny from the authorities sparked a new idea for the Jinyui responsible for immigration. The government? Indeed, since the civilian route was not viable. Why not approach the officials directly? Thus, armed with a thick stack of silver notes, the Jinyui officer meticulously arranged a meeting with a local magistrate in a refined tea house. We from the Luzon Chamber of Commerce wish to recruit a batch of skilled laborers and farmers to develop the South Seas, the Jinyui officer earnestly explained, presenting his well-prepared speech. The magistrate sipped his tea without raising his gaze, merely offering a nonchalant Understanding the cue, the officer gestured, and a lieutenant promptly presented a wooden box, gently placing it on the table before the magistrate. A small token, a gesture of respect. Only then did the magistrate lower his cup, cracking the box open just enough for the glimmer of gold to catch his eye, easing the tension on his face. This court operates under strict regulations. It is not easy for me. The price is negotiable, the officer interjected, raising a finger. 10 taels of silver per head. The magistrate gasped, his eyes widening in shock. 10 taels. A 7th-rank official receives a mere 45 taels in annual salary from a court. While no one expects to live solely on that meager stipend, it illustrates the weight of 10 taels of silver. The individuals to be sent away are merely common laborers. The Qing dynasty may lack in many areas, but people are plentiful. This deal is indeed feasible. The two parties quickly reached an agreement. Even more fortuitously at this moment, the Qing had yet to implement land taxation reforms, leaving the head tax as a heavy burden on the populace. To evade taxes, it was common for civilians to underreport or fail to report their numbers, resulting in local government census records being rather muddled. The figures on the official rolls differed from the actual population. As long as the numbers matched those on the records, selling a batch of individuals would go unnoticed. Consequently, some officials, after experiencing initial cautious transactions and reaping substantial profits, grew bolder, simplifying their methods. Some even resorted to sending bailiffs armed with the census records to actively search for individuals in the countryside. Every registered household has a certain number of members. Any excess leads to hidden individuals, evading taxes, and facing punishment such as exile for 3,000 miles. Fortunately, these officials, blinded by wealth, still possess a flicker of rationality. They understand that desperate rabbits can bite, and to prevent unrest among the Han people, they often arrest entire families, parents, spouses, and children all taken together. The officials realize that as long as these common folk are not pushed to the brink of despair and have enough to eat, they will not rebel. Indeed, as long as a family remains intact, as long as they're not dragged off to execution but merely relocated to seek a livelihood, most of these people accept their fate with little resistance. Exile is certainly preferable to death. While the Jinyui procured a large number of immigrants from the southeastern coast, they simultaneously brought back ships filled with horses. However, when Zhu Heyu beheld the horses that had arrived, his brow furrowed involuntarily. They were small, frail, and their coats were dull and unkempt, appearing weak even when they ran. Is this what they call southern native horses? He reached out to pat one on the neck, and it flinched. Were these all sourced from Kangxi? Zhu Heyu inquired of the Jinyui beside him. Indeed, your majesty, was the careful response. Each horse is priced at 20 taels of silver, with only a little over 400 available. Zhu Heyu's lips twitched. 20 taels? For these? That price nearly rivals that of fine horses, yet the quality is worlds apart. Alas, the good horses beyond the borders are treasures coveted by the Qing army, and they themselves are in short supply, leaving no room for him to make a purchase. Very well. Zhu Heyu waved his hand, sighing inwardly. These would suffice as mounts for the dragon cavalry, as one cannot expect cavalry to run on foot, and he had no intention of letting his cavalry face the Qing army in large-scale confrontations. For now, they would have to make do. Your Majesty, Wang Chun hurried into the study, clutching a telegram. Lord Zhang from the Dinghai shipyard has sent word that the new military vessels are complete and inquired whether your Majesty would like to inspect them personally. Oh. Zhu Heyu set down the documents in his hand, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. So soon? It has only been a few months. He rose, his face lighting up with anticipation. Go. Of course I shall go. Inform Zhang Hongfang that I will visit early tomorrow morning. As you command. Wang Chun bowed respectfully and withdrew. Once Wang Chun left, Zhu Heyu's thoughts stirred, and the familiar system interface seemed to materialize before him. Empire Ascendancy System. Empire name. The Ming Empire. Emperor. Zhu Heyu, age, 18. Population, 328, 565. Army, 32,061 soldiers. Navy, 8, 145 sailors. Foreign Legion, 3,000 soldiers. Equipment. Treasury, 61, 230,000 taels of silver. Since the signing of the Ming-Hollandawiya Treaty, nearly a month has passed. During this time, the Ding Tianfu and the entire Luzon have undergone rapid transformations. Thanks to the reparations from the Dutch, the Ming treasury has once again swelled, driven by financial incentives. New factories have sprung up and chimneys now at the skyline. The network of roads connecting major towns has begun to take shape, while several new schools have been completed and opened, with the sound of students' voices adding a touch of culture to this burgeoning city. Simultaneously, the military strength of the Ming is expanding at a remarkable pace. Currently, the Royal Ming Army and the Imperial Guard possess 2 standard infantry divisions, 1 independent cavalry brigade, and 1 independent artillery brigade. In terms of the Navy, accounting for the 15 ships seized from the Dutch and the existing vessels, the total now stands at 22, with over 8,000 officers and men. Even the Foreign Legion has been expanded to the scale of an infantry brigade. Regrettably, the miracle market has not brought him any significant surprises during this period. The steel warships that had appeared twice before have not shown themselves since his coffers filled. This is quite perplexing. He even suspects that the system fears he might leap forward and dominate this world outright. As for equipment, aside from the independent cavalry brigade, which is armed with shortened barrel carbine-style Minie rifles, the standard arms for the remaining troops continue to rely on the standard Minie rifle. Although the Mauser G98 he previously commissioned for replication has successfully been produced and named the 90 type rifle, the supply of ammunition has become a pressing issue. Emperor Zhu acknowledges that he had underestimated the complexity of producing fixed ammunition. It is far more challenging than he had envisioned. Although 7.92mm ammunition has begun production, the output is merely 50,000 rounds per month. What can such a meager supply accomplish? If fortune smiles upon him one day, and he manages to exchange for a few MG42s from the miracle market, this stockpile would likely be exhausted in mere minutes. Thus far, Zhu Heyu has been unable to equip the entire army with new rifles. Only a handful of scouts and a limited number of elite troops have received this new firearm, each allotted merely 40 rounds of ammunition. As for the 6 Gatling guns that previously ran out of ammunition, they remain gathering dust in the warehouse, now mere decorations. The situation regarding artillery is somewhat more favorable than that of rifles. Although the development of new rifled artillery is similarly hindered, the replication of mortars has been quite successful, and producing mortar shells is less complicated than that of bullets. Currently, while the production rate is not rapid, it does not lead to a dire shortage of shells as seen with rifles. Additionally, to supplement the lack of rifled artillery, the arsenal has used existing Napoleon cannons as templates, replacing the original bronze barrels with steel ones, resulting in a batch of new artillery pieces. Well, one might as well call them new artillery. After all, compared to the original versions, these steel cannons are 1/3 lighter, significantly improving mobility, and they have achieved a slight increase in range. The new mortar has been designated the 90 type 82mm mortar, while the new rifled artillery has been named the 90 type 6-pound field gun and the 90 type 12-pound field gun.